Chapter 1. Together in Death. The base had been besieged by swarms of pollutants 2 weeks prior. After relentless battles, the remaining personnel dwindled to less than one-tenth of their original number. Tian Li's survival was entirely due to the unwavering protection of the man beside her, Wang Qingcheng. Both had become utterly exhausted, their bodies collapsing to the ground. "Are we about to die?" Tian Li inquired of the man beside her. The acrid stench of blood and the sounds of despair drew ever closer. Faced with death, Tian Li, who had fought desperately to survive in this apocalyptic world, glanced at the man beside her and felt an eerie calm wash over her. Wang Qingcheng remained silent, gently brushing Tian Li's hair away and removing a stray blade of grass from her head, offering her a faint smile. "That we won't die. Just keep running south." His body bore the marks of intense combat, with no part unscathed. Injuries festered without treatment, some oozing yellow fluid, while half of his face appeared ghostly pale, a testament to the overuse of his supernatural abilities. In this world of despair, everyone knew the fate of those who overexerted their powers. Either they lost control or succumbed to death. Wang Qingcheng had endured the onslaught of pollutants for 2 weeks, and he had long since reached his limit. "But you've reached your limit, haven't you? How much longer can your abilities last? If you die, I, an ordinary person, cannot survive." The man opened his mouth, ready to say more, but suddenly his expression hardened. He steadied himself against a fragment of wall, positioning himself protectively in front of her. In that brief moment, the pollutants had caught up. A thick, viscous mass, exuding a foul stench, surged towards them. Wherever it passed, it left behind corroded traces on the ground. "Run," he shouted, and as the words escaped his lips, a glimmer of white light emanated from his hands. The approaching pollutants slowed in the presence of this light, as if an invisible barrier had formed, keeping danger at bay. "Run," he urged again, noticing Tian Li standing motionless beside him, devoid of any intention to flee. His already strained expression twisted further into a grimace. "Why aren't you running?" The words slipped through clenched teeth. Though the pollutants were held at bay by the milky barrier, Tian Li could see it rapidly thinning, unable to endure for much longer. As she prepared to close her eyes and embrace death alongside this man, she suddenly heard his desperate roar. The diminishing barrier erupted in a blinding light. In Tian Li's astonished gaze, the stark contrast of black and white merged, and moments later, the pollutants before them had disintegrated into nothingness. "Wang Qingcheng, we survived." The thrill of their miraculous escape compelled Tian Li to embrace his arm, eager to share this fleeting happiness. However, before the joy could fully register on her face, her expression froze once more. His body slipped from her grasp, beginning to wither and crack like dried meat, and before she could utter a word, Wang Qingcheng succumbed to death in her astonished and despairing embrace. In that instant, the very heart she had longed to escape from Wang Qingcheng, feeling that they were merely bound together by circumstance, felt as if a piece had been hollowed out. She clutched his lifeless form tightly, pressing against him, hoping to warm him with her own heat, to revive him with her heartbeat. Despite her resolve not to cry, tears fell uncontrollably onto his corpse. Gently, she traced his features. His face had been marred since the early days of the apocalypse, yet the other half remained strikingly handsome. However, his perpetual gloom and taciturn nature had always instilled a sense of fear in her, causing her to keep her distance. Now that he was gone, Tian Li realized she had always loved this man who had stood by her side for 3 years, protecting her. Yet, she had only begun to understand the depth of her feelings after it was too late. At that moment, the stench of blood wafted back on the wind. She looked up to see the pollutants advancing once more. She could escape, but a profound weariness enveloped her. Perhaps dying alongside this man was not such a bad thought. With that notion, she closed her eyes. In her final moments, Tian Li relinquished her struggle, cradling his remaining form as if they were two lovers entwined. She shut her eyes, allowing the pollutants to envelop her completely. Chapter 2. A desire for action over words. Tian Li believed her life had come to an end, yet in the next moment, after a wave of dizziness, she found herself seated in a restaurant. The aroma of delectable food wafted tantalizingly to her nostrils, accompanied by sentimental melodies. The seat beneath her was soft and inviting. Her dear friend, Han Mimi sat across from her, sipping milk tea while perusing the menu. After a moment, Han Mimi looked up and pointed to the menu, addressing Tian Li. Tian Li, you're hardly eating enough mushrooms. How about adding some cabbage and tofu? It's light and healthy. Are you even listening to me? I'm saying you're eating too little. Even for Wang Jie, you should eat some vegetables to maintain your figure, she retorted. Han Mimi assumed Tian Li was mulling over Wang Jie and dismissed her concerns, merely reiterating her point. Tian Li's mouth watered profusely, her stomach churning with hunger. Every cell in her body clamored for sustenance, more food, an abundance of it. For those who had endured the apocalypse, the notion of maintaining one's figure was absurd. I want 5 platesno, 10 plates of beef, and some meatballs, tripe, and spare ribs, if you have them, she exclaimed. Before she could finish, she noticed Han Mimi's eyes widen in disbelief, her friend swallowing hard as she stammered. Tian Li, have you lost your mind? While I can understand your current emotions, you must remember Lu Mei is his colleague and the daughter of the company's president. If she wants to get closer to Wang Jie, he can't just refuse. Wang Jie? The mere mention of his name stirred a wave of disdain and disgust within Tian Li. What a joke. She was no longer the naive Tian Li of the past. The woman seated here was now Neo Hiru Tian Li, and even in her rebirth, she vividly recalled Wang Jie's repugnant behavior. Don't mention him. I just want to enjoy a hearty meal. As she ate, she sensed her friend's growing curiosity, eyes darting over her. After swallowing a piece of tripe, Tian Li decided to indulge her friend's inquisitiveness. What's up? You look as if you're meeting me for the first time. Han Mimi squinted, propping her chin on her hands, her expression a mixture of surprise and intrigue. I didn't realize Wang Jie's situation had affected you so profoundly, to be honest. I feel like I don't even recognize you anymore. Han Mimi ran her fingers through her hair, causing a small tuft at her forehead to stand on end. How should I put it? I even feel that the you now is not the same person as the you from half an hour ago. Tian Li was quite surprised by her friend's keen intuition, but recalling her past life, where her friend seemed to have awakened a mental ability, she decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. Facing her friend, Tian Li said, half seriously, this isn't your imagination. Through this situation, I have realized that Wang Jie is a scoundrel, utterly irresponsible when it comes to love. I have decided to break up with him. No way. You're actually willing to let go? You've always told me that you would only marry Wang Jie. To be honest, he's quite a catch, handsome, has a decent job, and understands romance. Han Mimi was taken aback by Tian Li's determination to part ways with Wang Jie. Certainly, Wang Jie was good-looking, had a respectable occupation, and was romantic, yet as Tian Li's friend, she often heard her lament about Wang Jie's flirtations with other women. Once you have tasted true delicacies, why would you bother with garbage? When Wang Jie came to mind, Tian Li thought of Wang Qingcheng. During the harrowing 3 years of survival in the apocalypse, despite awakening his talents, life was still a struggle. They spent most of their time scrounging for food and avoiding pollutants. Throughout those trying times, Wang Qingcheng never once abandoned Tian Li. Whenever he found food, she was always the first to eat. He shielded her from the storms, and even in the depths of despair, he always kept her behind him for protection. With this thought, Tian Li felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the city where Wang Qingcheng was, to take his hand and nestle in his embrace. After enjoying a delightful hot pot meal with her friend, they stepped out of the restaurant. Standing on the bustling street, Tian Li watched the throngs of people, feeling the sun's warmth on her face. She squinted, filled with gratitude for the miracle of rebirth, silently encouraging herself. Go for it, Tian Li. It's your turn to protect Wang Qingcheng now. This time, don't be so willful. You must find happiness. Through the mirror of a nearby clothing store, Tian Li caught sight of her radiant smile, though tears streamed down her cheeks. When the apocalypse first began, turmoil erupted in many places due to the emergence of pollutants, leaving everyone in a state of panic. As she inwardly cursed Wang Jie, Tian Li's phone rang, and the name she had just been berating appeared on the screen. Upon answering, the once gentle and magnetic voice now dripped with insincerity. Xiao Li, why did you take so long to answer? I have to work late tonight. Can you whip up a few dishes and send some kanji over? Realizing that Wang Jie could still casually request a late-night meal after she had witnessed his infidelity, Tian Li finally understood how blind she had been in her past life. "Let's break up," Tian Li said, eager to find Wang Qingcheng and no longer wanting to be entangled with this scoundrel. "What did you say?" "You're angry over me, asking you to prepare a late-night snack? Do you have any idea how many women would flock to me if I asked?" The harsh realities of survival in the apocalypse had taught this once docile woman to refuse. After a blissful sleep, Tian Li awoke and began researching the situation in Haichuan City. Her foremost priority was to find Wang Qingcheng and prepare for the impending apocalypse. Everything else was of little importance. She took out a notebook and diligently began to make records. First, she needed to find a base for survival, stock up on food and water, and ensure she had necessary medicines and transportation. After what felt like hours, Tian Li began to feel hungry. Glancing out the window, she noticed dusk approaching. She had been working for several hours. Opening her phone, she intended to order takeout for dinner. Just as she opened the app, the phone rang. It was Wang Jie. She hung up. The phone rang again. She hung up once more. It rang yet again. Finally, she added Wang Jie's number to her blacklist. The world felt clearer, and Tian Li regretted not having done this sooner. After ordering takeout, she resumed her unfinished work while waiting. Suddenly, loud banging echoed from the door. Wang Jie's enraged voice called out from outside. "Tian Li, open the door." Tian Li sank deeper into her soft sofa, relishing the joy that filled her as she ignored the commotion outside. Soon, Wang Jie's shouting attracted the attention of the property security. It was a humiliation for someone who prided himself on being a quality man. At that moment, he had completely lost any semblance of composure, grappling with two security guards while spewing crude insults. "Tian Li, you filthy woman. What madness are you in? You dare call people to throw me out? Just wait. I have plenty of women who would want me." Once enamored with Wang Jie and seeing only his good qualities, Tian Li now felt a surge of irritation at his disgraceful behavior. Watching him struggle in the hallway with the guards, she decided to confront the situation herself. Opening the door, she saw the three men freeze. Her gaze swept over the disheveled Wang Jie, and she smirked. "Did you want to talk?" Then, come and point. One of the security guards, sensing the tension, tried to intervene. "Miss, he's quite agitated right now." "Be quiet," Tian Li interjected. "It's fine." Both she and Wang Jie spoke in unison. Once Wang Jie stepped inside, she shut the door behind him. At that point, his face was flushed with rage, and he glared at her. As she approached, he raised his hand to slap her. But then, nothing happened. Wang Jie stared in disbelief as Tian Li deftly blocked his slap, her expression shifting into one of cold determination. I could see that moment. She had no desire to engage in conversation. She chose to respond with action. In the midst of Wang Jie's astonished expressions, Tian Li not only blocked his punch, but retaliated with several powerful blows to his torso. She felt a sense of satisfaction with each hit. After her lesson, the once arrogant man who had always looked down on her now lay on the floor, humbled and begging for mercy. "I truly cannot comprehend how I ever loved you and demeaned myself before you for years," Tian Li thought, gazing at the man groveling on the floor, her longing for Wang Qingcheng intensifying. Chapter 3. The landlord seemingly wants to devour me. The following day, Tian Li reached out to her landlord to terminate her lease. The landlord, a middle-aged woman, expressed her displeasure upon hearing Tian Li's intention to vacate. "My dear, with the new year approaching, who will rent the house at this time if you leave?" "Dear sister, I still need to stay in this house for another 3 or 4 days. I will pay you the full rent for this month. Could we arrange it this way?" Upon hearing that Tian Li was willing to pay an additional half-month's rent, the landlord's demeanor softened, and she consented to the termination of the lease. They agreed that the landlord would come to collect the property in the following days. Just after lunch, the landlord called Tian Li to inform her that she had arrived outside the door. Upon opening it, Tian Li was greeted by the sight of a stout middle-aged woman standing there. The woman was clad in a long down jacket that clung tightly to her figure, with a hood pulled up that cast most of her face into shadow. "Xiao Tian, you're not upset that I came so early, are you?" Noticing the evident surprise on Tian Li's face, the landlord, Sister Li, spoke first. Recognizing her familiar voice, Tian Li quickly ushered her into the house. "Not at all. I was the one who called you to discuss vacating, so it is only natural for you to come collect the property." Once inside, Tian Li invited Sister Li to sit on the sofa and poured her a cup of hot tea. It struck her that, since entering, Sister Li had not removed her cumbersome attire. "Sister, our house is quite warm. Wouldn't you like to take off your coat? You might catch a cold if you go out wearing that." "Oh, Xiao Tian, that's unnecessary. The weather has been quite erratic lately. Many people are unwell, and I've had a cold for several days. I feel just right in this." Sister Li declined Tian Li's kind offer. "Then please make yourself comfortable." Since Sister Li was unwilling, Tian Li refrained from pressing the matter further. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted in through the open window, and as it swept past both women, Tian Li suddenly caught a whiff of a foul, fishy odor. Her brow furrowed, and her gaze quickly scanned Sister Li's entire form. In that instant, Tian Li realized just how peculiar her landlord appeared. Despite the comfortable temperature of the room, Sister Li was perspiring profusely. Beads of sweat dampened her hair, with some even trickling down her neck. Since entering, her breathing had been heavy, reminiscent of water sloshing in a bucket. Feeling the gravity of the situation, Tian Li's instincts flared. She was all too familiar with these symptoms from her previous life, indicative of human contamination from pollutants. Yet, she had never anticipated encountering such a scenario with over half a year remaining until the apocalypse. The experiences of her past life prevented her from succumbing to panic. Yet her mind began to strategize on how to confront the impending danger and safeguard herself. "Sister Li, I will go slice some apples." With that, Tian Li decisively rose and headed to the kitchen. A few minutes later, she emerged with a plate of sliced apples, only to discover that the spot where Sister Li had been seated on the sofa was now significantly damp. Tian Li would certainly not assume that Sister Li had experienced urinary incontinence. Meanwhile, upon seeing Tian Li carrying the fruit platter, Sister Li also spoke up, saying, "It is as it should be." Hearing such unexpected words from Sister Li, Tian Li felt her heart race slightly. Tian Li would never believe that a pollutant began to praise her, thinking it had discovered her virtues and wished to befriend her. "Alas, as a woman, I married young, but my husband fled shortly after, leaving me to make a meager living from rental income. Yet, life never ceased to be a source of anxiety." At this point, Sister Li's emotions visibly heightened, and her perspiration increased. The agreed-upon rental arrangement of 1 month's rent plus 3 deposits was disregarded by that rotund man. After merely 2 months, he concocted various excuses to withhold payment. When I demanded he vacate, he resorted to playing hide-and-seek, evading me day after day. "Oh, Xiao Tian, tell me, is such a person not utterly detestable? Indeed, Sister Li's situation is arduous. How could one default on rent?" Quietly, Tian Li placed her hands behind her back and stealthily inched toward the entrance. Sister Li, seated on the sofa, seemed oblivious to Tian Li's subtle movements and continued her lamentations. At that moment, Sister Li appeared diminished, her presence reduced to barely 2/3 of her former self. A yellowish-red liquid oozed from the sofa, pooling on the floor. Hearing this, Tian Li could vividly envision the unfortunate tenant's plight. With no money, I could only extract my rent from his very life. Alas, he remained unaware of how long I waited for him. I am so hungry. Unbeknownst to me, the atmosphere in the room had grown increasingly sinister. Sister Li's tone shifted, taking on an eerie quality, and her gaze, which had scarcely moved since entering, fixed intently upon Tian Li. "Regrettably, I have grown weary. My age weighs upon me. The doctor informed me last year that I suffer from multiple health issues and must consume healthier, less greasy food. Subsequently, I devoured those tenants who failed to pay rent and maintained poor hygiene. Yet, I discovered that the more I consumed, the hungrier I became." At this juncture, Sister Li finally removed the down jacket she had worn incessantly. Tian Li beheld a grotesquely contorted form beneath it, riddled with tumor-like abscesses, many of which had ruptured, oozing bodily fluids. "Xiao Tian, I have never seen a girl as beautiful and clean as you. Your flesh must be delectable. Do you not sense my hunger returning?" Sister Li rose, her twisted body slowly advancing toward Tian Li. This monstrous apparition evidently underestimated the courage and strength residing within such a seemingly delicate girl. Her movements faltered momentarily, providing Tian Li the opportunity to seize a nearby chair and hurl it towards Sister Li. The chair struck Sister Li with tremendous force, causing nearly all her abscesses to burst. Then, Sister Li lunged toward Tian Li with even greater speed, incredulously bellowing, "Impossible! How can such a frail girl possess such strength? Are you not afraid of me?" At this moment, Tian Li finally retrieved the kitchen knife she had carried while slicing fruit earlier, and with several decisive strikes, she plunged it into the only remaining semblance of humanity in the head and neck of Sister Li, exclaiming fiercely, "Who am I? I am your great-aunt." After a fierce struggle, the creature lay still, gazing at the disarray of the living room. Tian Li dropped the knife from her hand and let out a long, relieved sigh as she slumped into the only chair that remained intact. Although it was merely an F-grade pollutant, still in its preliminary stages of contamination, its emergence was unexpected, indicating that all her plans would have to be accelerated. Chapter 4. No steam buns and no making steam buns. As Tian Li contemplated where to spend the night, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller, her expression turned to one of surprise. The call was from her stepmother, Zhao Fun, who seldom reached out to her. Shortly after Tian Li entered junior high, her mother passed away due to illness, and within 3 months, her stepmother Zhao Fun had moved in with her son, Zhao Li. From that point on, Zhao Fun took charge of the household, and little Tian Li not only lost her mother, but also the warmth of her family. She became the extraneous one in the household, labeled by Zhao Fun as a wild girl and a burden. Since graduating from university and beginning her own independent life, Zhao Fun had never contacted her. The mere thought of Zhao Fun conjured memories of the cold, disdainful glares that had instilled a profound fear in the young Tian Li, often prompting her to hide under the covers at night and weep in silence. When she answered the call, Zhao Fun's sharp, somewhat bitter voice pierced through the phone. "Little Li, the new year is approaching, and your father and I miss you dearly. Today we made steamed buns, and they are about to come out of the pot. We are waiting for you with your favorite carrot filling. Come over for dinner. Your brother Delay is here too." In her previous life, when Tian Li finally managed to return to her hometown, she found her so-called family, their father and stepmother, refusing her entry, ignoring the scars and the lurking pollutants that plagued her. Through the security door, she witnessed the fearful expressions of those she once cherished, hearing their cold rejection. "All right, I'm on my way. I'll be there shortly. I miss you all too," she replied. Upon entering the 70-square-meter home, she found her family gathered as expected. Her father and stepmother Zhao Fun were setting the steamed buns on the table, while Zhao Delay was chatting and laughing with the girl in the living room. As Tian Li stepped inside, the once warm atmosphere seemed to freeze momentarily before returning to a semblance of normalcy. Tian Li observed the astonishment and disdain reflected in her father's eyes, while her younger brother Zhao Delay displayed a fleeting moment of awkwardness. Only Zhao Fun approached her with a warm smile, welcoming Tian Li. "Ah, Xiao Tian, come, take a seat for a while. We shall be dining shortly." Tian Li turned towards the living room and noticed the girl beside Zhao Delay. With a smile, she inquired of Zhao Delay, "Such a beautiful girl. Why not introduce her?" Zhao Delay, who had been seated on the sofa, reluctantly stood up and gestured towards the girl, introducing her to Tian Li. "This is Chun Li, my girlfriend. We are about to get married. And this is Tian Li, my sister." Upon hearing Zhao Delay's introduction, the girl nodded towards Tian Li, and the two resumed their light-hearted banter, clearly treating Tian Li as if she were merely invisible. Shortly thereafter, the meal was ready, and everyone took their seats. Zhao Fun first served a bun to Chun Li, then offered one each to Zhao Delay and Tian Li. Tian Li set aside the steamed buns that Zhao Fun had brought over, refraining from picking up her chopsticks. Instead, she lifted the cup beside her and took a sip of tea, which was somewhat bitter and astringent. Zhao Fun, observing Tian Li's lack of appetite, felt a flicker of amusement and barely suppressed a smile. With a blend of admonishment and jest, she remarked, "Xiao Tian, why aren't you eating? Is it that you find our home-cooked meals too simple to your liking?" Before Tian Li could respond, her father, who had been indifferent since she entered, began to scold. "Humph. The girl next door, after starting work, dedicates most of her salary to her family. Just this morning, Lao Wang was boasting about how warm and luxurious the wool sweater his daughter bought him is. And look at this ungrateful child. After all we've done for her, spending so much money to raise her, she only gives me 600 yuan a month. Do you even see me as your father? In the past, Zhao Fan relished fanning the flames whenever she heard her husband berate their daughter. But this time, she chose a different approach, attempting to mediate. After a long day of turmoil, Tian Li had no desire to engage in circles with her stepmother, so she candidly expressed her thoughts. All right, Andy. If you have something to discuss, please be direct. I'm quite busy. Zhao Fan interrupted her father's impending tirade, continuing, Xiao Tian, I understand that you hold some reservations about us, but blood is thicker than water. We are still family. I heard you found a wealthy boyfriend and are living well. Your father and I are genuinely happy for you. Indeed, upon hearing Zhao Fan's unusual words, Tian Li realized that the dinner invitation had ulterior motives. Family, you say? You're pleased that my life has improved, and we have no demands of you. But as a girl, you should consider marriage. Your brother, Delay, is preparing to marry Li, and the house on Missouri Jia Street is sitting empty. We thought to tidy it up for them as a wedding residence. And, as the elder sister, you would surely have many responsibilities to assist with. Tian Li smirked coldly at this. Chapter 5, My House, My Decision. Delay is getting married. As a sister, I wish you both well. However, that house on Missouri Jia Street is meant for me, is it not? Your tone suggests otherwise. Oh, that house is just sitting there. Let Delay occupy it for now, and he can give you a substantial red envelope later. Delay finally chimed in. Indeed, sister, we've seen it. Although small, it is perfectly suitable for Li and me, and it is conveniently located near her workplace. With a sudden surge of indignation, Tian Li stood up, her gaze fixed on her father, struggling to suppress her fury as she spoke. Father, do you really think it's acceptable for Delay to take the house on Missouri Jia Street? This was the very house purchased by her mother before her passing, specifically intended as an investment for Tian Li. Her mother had entrusted her husband with the promise that this house would always belong to Tian Li. Faced with his daughter's pointed inquiry, her father's gaze faltered momentarily before he replied, The house hasn't been rented out this year. It's better suited as a wedding residence for your brother. Consider it a gesture from you as his sister. With a resounding crash, Tian Li hurled her cup across the room. That house is mine. Even if it stands empty, it is my choice. You all speak of family. Yet since Zhao Fan entered our lives, have you treated me as one of your own? The others were momentarily taken aback by Tian Li's explosive reaction, particularly Zhao Fan and Delay. For so long, Tian Li had silently endured their oppression, and Zhao Fan's visit was merely to broach this subject. They had not anticipated that Tian Li would refuse to entertain even the semblance of civility. Tian Li picked up her bag, preparing to step out. Just before leaving, she turned back, a smile curving her lips as she spoke. During my month in the 3rd year of middle school, Zhao Dalei fell ill, and you two made me eat cold mixed carrots for an entire month. From that moment on, I have despised carrots. As she exited her home, the sky had already darkened, and the night wind stung her face painfully. Though she had long since relinquished any expectations, the reality that unfolded before her still induced a sense of despair. Upon finding a hotel, Tian Li listed her property on her phone. Considering the market value, the house could have been priced at 2,100,000, but after some contemplation, she decided to list it for 2 million. Indeed, the next day, she received a call from a real estate agent expressing a willingness to cooperate. When they arrived, they unexpectedly encountered Zhao Dalei and Chun Lily, who were also present. Upon seeing Tian Li and the agent, their expressions soured significantly. Zhao Dalei, visibly agitated, stormed toward Tian Li, his face flushed with anger as he shouted, What does this mean? Is this intentional? Tian Li casually swept her long hair aside and chose to confront the situation head-on. How to handle this house is entirely up to me. If I decide today that I no longer want it, I could easily give it to someone else. Who do you think you are, shouting at me like that? Just then, Tian Li noticed Zhao Dalei lunging forward with a fist aimed at her. Chapter 6. Come on. Let us scheme against each other. Amid the gasps of the real estate agent and Chun Lily, the anticipated incident of Tian Li being harmed did not unfold. At the moment Zhao Daliai's fist was about to make contact with her face, he saw Tian Li's figure move to the left with an incomprehensible swiftness. This single step caused his anticipated strike to miss entirely, and due to the force he exerted, he stumbled forward uncontrollably. Tian Li rushed over to steady Zhao Daliai. Her gaze fixated on Tian Li, filled with astonishment. Despite his unsuccessful attack, Zhao Daliai was unwilling to relent. He abruptly shoved Tian Li aside, preparing for a second strike. Observing Zhao Daliai struggling on the ground, a sense of satisfaction washed over Tian Li. This was her retribution for the long-standing bullying she had endured from Zhao Fun and her son in her previous life. Didn't your mother teach you the meaning of overestimating yourself? Just wait. My uncle and my mother will not let you off the hook. The more Zhao Daliai shouted, the more his inner trepidation grew towards the transformed Tian Li, yet he continued to yell defiantly. All right, I'll be waiting. Now get lost. As she watched Zhao Daliai and Tian Li awkwardly exit the house, Tian Li turned to the stunned real estate agent beside her with a smile. Let us continue. The house is quite sellable, especially now that the price has been significantly reduced. Within a few days, the real estate agent informed her of interested buyers. However, Tian Li chose to delay the transaction, instructing the agent to hold off for the moment. As anticipated, shortly after the news circulated, Tian Li received a call from her father. His voice brimmed with disbelief. You're actually planning to sell the house on Missouri Family Street? Do you have any idea how much property values have appreciated in that area over the years? Yes, but you said before that letting it sit empty was pointless. I need money now, and I can do as I please. Uncharacteristically, her father did not resort to his usual irritable demeanor, likely due to needing something from her. If you're going to sell, why not sell it to someone in the family instead of a stranger? Zhao Daliai mentioned you listed it for $2 million. At the very least, sell it to your brother for $160,000. What is this? The mere mention of brotherhood now holds a value of $40,000? There is no such thing as a loss-making deal in this world. Tian Li shukulat coldly. However, if you agree to two of my conditions, I might be inclined to consider. What conditions? Inquired Tian's father. Firstly, I demand to see the funds transferred to my account within 3 days. This posed no problem. Tian's father immediately acquiesced, having gained a substantial advantage of $500,000. The second condition is that I wish to take my mother's jade bracelet with me. After the passing of Tian Li's mother, many belongings were discarded by Zhao Fun. However, Tian's mother possessed a cherished jade bracelet, and Tian Li vividly recalls being cradled in her mother's arms as a child, gently shown the exquisite bracelet, with her mother tenderly proclaiming that once her little pair blossom weds, she would pass it on to her. Tian's father's tone grew somewhat hesitant, for he was acutely aware of how much his current wife, Zhao Fun, treasured this bracelet. Chapter 7. Rebirth as a wage slave. After hanging up the phone, Tian Li let out a long sigh of relief. She had never contemplated selling this apartment to anyone. Within less than a year, the apocalypse would arrive. Even amidst the trials of survival, she was unwilling to compromise on certain principles. She intended to take her revenge on those who had tormented her in her previous life, feeling no guilt whatsoever. While browsing her phone for information about Haichuan, a message caught her eye, instructing her to report to Supervisor Lu the following day. The next day, relying on her memory, Tian Li arrived at the office punctually. Upon entering, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. Her colleagues averted their gazes when encountering her. Most hastily lowered their heads and quickened their pace to pass by her. It had been over 3 years since Tian Li had last worked, and this behavior struck her as peculiar. Upon reaching her workstation, she discovered that all her personal belongings had been unceremoniously packed into a cardboard box, and even her chair had vanished. Tian Li stood before her workstation, glancing at her colleague beside her, who seemed almost eager to bury his head in the computer screen. Finally, the colleague, who had been under Tian Li's watchful gaze, turned his head and quietly murmured, "Supervisor Lu instructed us last week," before promptly turning back. Tian Li was eager to discern the true intentions of Supervisor Lu. Without hesitation, she made her way to his office. Supervisor Lu, a man in his 40s, had succumbed to the sedentary nature of his job, resulting in a conspicuous change in physique. Upon Tian Li's entrance, his expression darkened, and in a cold tone, He addressed her, Xiao Tian. I always believe you to be a well-behaved and sensible girl. I never anticipated you would cause me such significant trouble, resulting in considerable losses for our company. If you do not take some action, I cannot guarantee your position here. Feeling perplexed, Tian Li directly inquired, Supervisor Liu, I do not comprehend what you're referring to. My recent work has not encountered any issues. I distinctly recall you praising my proposal last week and acknowledging my hard work by granting me a week's leave. Speaking of which, I arrived at work today to find my belongings all packed up, which I find quite bewildering. Youthful naivety was evident as Supervisor Liu rose from his seat and approached Tian Li, almost encroaching upon her personal space. Tian Li took a step back, wishing to create some distance from Supervisor Liu. To her surprise, upon noticing Tian Li's retreat, Supervisor Liu stepped forward, raising his arm in an attempt to grasp Tian Li's hand. Are you aware that yesterday, Xinglong Company suspended its partnership with us? Xinglong has always been one of our key clients, and should they cease their collaboration with us, the magnitude of our loss would be considerable. Tian Li took a step back, silently contemplating whether to incapacitate the arm of the Supervisor, Liu, before her, or to continue listening to what he had to say. Ultimately, the instinct of a corporate worker prevailed, allowing Liu to retain the use of his arms, oblivious to the narrow escape he had just experienced. Liu's expression darkened further upon perceiving Tian Li's resistance. Do not feign ignorance, he warned. I have learned that you have angered Liu Mei, the daughter of a high-ranking official at Xinglong Corporation. I have gathered enough information to understand that you are in considerable trouble for entangling with her boyfriend. The company will certainly not tolerate employees with questionable conduct. Tian Li couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Her boyfriend was undoubtedly referring to Wang Jie. Liu Mei's flirtation with Wang Jie had cast her, the legitimate girlfriend, as the victim, while she was unjustly branded as someone leading an improper lifestyle. This was a glaring distortion of the truth. Chapter 8. Letting go, Director Liu. I have been an employee for quite some time, and your rhetoric will not deceive me. While it is true that we have collaborated with Xinglong for an extended period, this partnership was initially established on our utmost sincerity. We have been responsible for product operation and market expansion, whereas Xinglong has predominantly supplied us with raw materials. Moreover, there have been numerous complaints regarding the quality of these materials in recent years. At this point, Director Liu's demeanor shifted. He had presumed that a gentle and seemingly frail girl like Tian Li would crumble under pressure, making her easy to manipulate. Little did he know that the seemingly timid kitten had transformed into a formidable tiger. Tian Li continued, while Supervisor Li's face had turned a deep shade of crimson, completely devoid of the earlier smugness he had exuded. If you dare to leak this matter, even if I cannot remain the supervisor here, I possess the means to ensure that you will find it impossible to thrive in this place. Let's await the outcome, Supervisor Liu. Counting silently to 3 in her mind, Tian Li heard a voice calling her from behind. Speak your intentions. I can overlook what transpired earlier, and we can continue to coexist peacefully without interfering in each other's affairs. After listening to Supervisor Liu's suggestion, Tian Li did not immediately respond. She stood not far from Supervisor Liu, with half of her face shrouded in shadow. What would happen if a Na'vi girl were to endure your threats? Supervisor Liu, evidently perplexed, repeated the question. What would happen? She would feel immense fear. She would be utterly at a loss. When she realizes that she has been ostracized by her colleagues, devoid of even a workspace, and then her supervisor informs her that due to her personal shortcomings, the company has suffered losses and her reputation has been shamelessly tarnished, it might drive Tian Li to despair, compelling her to contemplate relinquishing her very life. In Tian Li's eyes blazed a fervent fire, her expression a blend of sorrow and resolute determination. As she regarded Supervisor Liu with a disdain one might reserve for refuse or a pest. Despite Supervisor Liu's decades of experience weathering the storms of the corporate world, he found himself trembling under the intensity of Tian Li's gaze. What was he to do beneath her scrutiny? His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading from his brow. Suddenly, a haunting memory from a previous life resurfaced in Tian Li's mind, a tragic incident that had occurred around this same time. when a young girl had taken her own life by leaping from the 20th floor of her residence, meeting a gruesome fate. Prior to this heartbreaking event, rumors had circulated within the company regarding her tumultuous behavior. The vile desires of individuals had cruelly extinguished a blossoming life. Upon encountering Tian Li's father and Zhao Fun, as well as the Zhao family, she could distinctly sense a shift in their attitudes towards her. Unlike the previous indifference, their expressions today were strikingly different, almost theatrical. Tian Li's father radiated joy, while Zhao Fun exhibited a mixture of happiness tinged with reluctance. In stark contrast, the fear evident on Zhao Lei and Chun Li's faces in response to Tian Li was unmistakable. The farmer presented the bracelet to Tian Li, who accepted it and delicately examined it in her hands. The bracelet appeared exquisite and translucent, its surface smooth to the touch, reminiscent of a tranquil spring pond. It was the cherished jade bracelet passed down from Tian's mother. 1,600,000 has already been transferred to your account, and now that the bracelet has been returned to you, the transfer procedures can be initiated, correct? Tian Li had already seen the bank card message. At that moment, upon hearing Zhao Fun's words, he nodded and spent several hours completing all the formalities. As a group emerged from the real estate transaction hall, Tian's father and Zhao Fun had already moved ahead, leaving only Zhao Lei and Chun Li lingering behind. Observing the unmistakable smug expressions on their faces, Tian Li couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. When their eyes met, Zhao Lei and Chun Li immediately stiffened and turned their heads away. Tian Li descended the steps, watching the departure of the four individuals, convinced that this would be her final encounter with her so-called family. From now on, she would have but one family member, who was not only her sole beloved but also her only kin. Chapter 9. New Journey. New sees Haichuan City, a second-tier inland metropolis, boasts a humid atmosphere conducive to living, with a population in the millions. Due to the presence of Wang Qingcheng, Tian Li harbored a fondness for Haichuan. Prior to her arrival, she had successfully reserved a splendid flat online, nearly 200 square meters, ample enough to accommodate her emergency supplies. Upon arriving at the apartment with her luggage, both the landlord and the agent were already waiting at the entrance. As they exchanged introductions upon noticing Tian Li's approach, she observed that the landlord was a woman in her 30s, appearing quite frail, with a pale complexion, yet her large, bright eyes sparkled with warmth as they met Tian Li's gaze. "My surname is Xiao, and my married name is Gu. We are engaged in foreign trade. You may call me Mrs. Gu. I reside not far from here. I'm on the 21st floor while this apartment is on the 15th. It will be quite convenient for us to visit each other," Mrs. Gu said, her demeanor reminiscent of a delicate flower in the breeze. Yet she was surprisingly loquacious and seemed pleased with Tian Li. To Tian Li's astonishment, Mrs. Gu appeared unconcerned about the rental price. "Ah, it is rare to find such a kindred spirit in Miss Tian. I felt an immediate sense of familiarity upon seeing you, as if you were my sister. I only chose to rent out this property to avoid it sitting empty. The price is of little consequence to me." Grateful for Mrs. Gu's amiable disposition, Tian Li swiftly signed the contract. However, as they were leaving, the agent hesitated, having noticed that Mrs. Gu had already stepped out. He called out to Tian Li, his tone uncertain. "Ms. Tian, there is something I ought not to mention, but seeing a young lady like you here, I feel compelled to offer a word of caution." At this, the agent gestured towards his head. "Thank you for your concern. I understand. However, I am merely renting her property and do not anticipate frequent interactions." Tian Li replied, appreciating the gesture. The agent chuckled awkwardly, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, perhaps I am overthinking it." The flat comprised 5 rooms, and Tian Li opted for a sunlit bedroom. After placing her belongings and boiling water for a brief refreshment, she heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found Mrs. Gu, her face adorned with a warm smile. In a gentle tone, Mrs. Gu inquired, "If you were not my landlord, it would indeed be inconvenient. But in the presence of such beauty, one tends to be more forgiving." Tian Li, unable to decline Mrs. Gu's initial visit, graciously invited her inside. As they settled into their respective seats, Tian Li had yet to unpack her belongings and could only offer Mrs. Gu a glass of plain water. Sitting on the sofa, Mrs. Gu held the glass without drinking, her expression suddenly darkening as she spoke with a somber tone. My husband and I have been married for nearly 10 years. He has always been quite indulgent towards me. In the past, we would be together every single day from dawn till dusk, inseparable. Tian Li harbored little interest in Mrs. Gu's romantic life, merely offering a hollow laugh in agreement. Your relationship truly seems splendid. It evokes envy, she remarked. Indeed, we were classmates in high school, and after graduating from university, we married. At this point, a faint blush appeared on Mrs. Gu's otherwise pallid face, her demeanor reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Having said this, Mrs. Gu retrieved an exquisitely crafted small box from her bag and handed it to Tian Li. This is a housewarming gift for you, a cake I made. Do have a taste. Tian Li, feeling quite hungry, observed Mrs. Gu's warm hospitality and, without any pretense, expressed his gratitude before unwrapping the exquisite packaging. Inside lay 4 delicate flower pastries, each piece perfectly sized for a single bite, appearing utterly delectable. Tian Li took a piece and placed it in her mouth. It was soft, delicate, and utterly delectable. Is it delicious? Inquired Mrs. Gu. Indeed, it is exquisite. This is the finest flour cake I have ever tasted. Tian Li was also very supportive. Haha, my husband enjoys the dishes I prepare. Chapter 10. Mrs. Gu, the landlady. After conversing for quite some time, Tian Li began to feel fatigued, her eyelids growing heavy and uncontrollable yawns escaping her. However, Mrs. Gu showed no inclination to depart, prompting Tian Li to speak up. Apologies, but I have some things to tidy up today. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Gu felt a twinge of embarrassment and responded, I rarely encounter someone so kindred in spirit, and our conversation has gone on a bit too long. Please take care of yourself today. How about we enjoy dim sum together tomorrow? I see you are new here and must be unaware of the many delightful spots to explore. In truth, Tian Li had intended to seek out Wang Qingcheng the following day, as she was eager to find her beloved now that she had arrived in Haichuan City. Yet Mrs. Gu's warmth made it difficult to decline, so she merely nodded in agreement. After Mrs. Gu departed, Tian Li spent some time organizing her belongings before heading downstairs to purchase some daily necessities. Upon reaching the ground floor, she encountered a middle-aged man in a security uniform. The man recognized Tian Li as the recent newcomer and greeted her with a nod. Hello, I'm a security guard here. Everyone calls me Old Fan. I've been working here for many years. I noticed you, a young lady, moving in, and though I shouldn't say much, I feel compelled to advise you. Old Fan glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before continuing in a hushed voice. It would be wise for you to acquire some self-defense items. If you have the time, there's a gentleman in the old district of Haichuan who is quite skilled. You might consider visiting him for some protective talismans. Tian Li listened to Lao Fan's words with a sense of skepticism in her heart, yet she still politely expressed her gratitude towards him. Lao Fan, perceiving Tian Li's true thoughts, felt a sudden rush of anxiety and impulsively grasped her sleeve, speaking in a tone laden with urgency. In the past 3 years, several people have gone missing. I do not even know whether they are alive or dead. Reporting to the police has proved futile. Having been here for a long time, I alone am aware that they all reside in this building. Just as Lao Fan was about to elaborate further to Tian Li, she suddenly noticed that his complexion had drained of color, turning pale, and he appeared to be in distress. Tian Li turned her gaze towards Lao Fan's previous line of sight and noticed Mrs. Gu standing nearby, beaming with a smile as she watched Tian Li and the others. The following morning, as Tian Li awoke, she was greeted by a persistent knocking at the door. Dressed in her pajamas and stifling a yawn, she opened the door to find Mrs. Gu waiting. Little Tian, she said, I hope I'm not disturbing you too early. Shall we go for breakfast? There's a well-established bun and rice roll shop nearby, renowned for its authentic fare. If we delay, the crowd may become overwhelming. Tian Li glanced at the clock, noting that it had just passed 7 o'clock. Peering out the window, she observed that the sky had yet to brighten. Memories of the real estate agent's warnings and the security guard Lao Fan's fearful expression upon seeing Mrs. Gu flooded her mind. Now, as she regarded Mrs. Gu's demeanor, she sensed an unsettling undertone beneath the warmth. Reluctant to accept, she gently declined Mrs. Gu's invitation expressing that she had just moved in yesterday and felt rather fatigued, preferring to continue her slumber. She mentioned that she could easily order breakfast for herself and felt it was an inconvenience for Mrs. Gu to make a special trip to invite her. Oh, not all. Many young people rely on takeout these days, which is quite detrimental to one's health, especially breakfast, which is of utmost importance. If you don't eat well, it can be quite harmful to your body, Mrs. Gu insisted, unwavering in her desire to have Tian Li accompany her to savor the local delicacies. Tian Li found herself in a quandary, pondering her modest self-defense skills. After tidying herself up, she accompanied Mrs. Gu out the door. The two set off together for breakfast. Half an hour later, they arrived at a quaint little shop nestled at the entrance of an alley. Tian Li surveyed the empty tables and the noticeably grimy floor, her expression tinged with skepticism. Mrs. Gu, she ventured, it seems rather deserted here. Have we perhaps taken a wrong turn? Before she could finish her sentence, a man clad in a white chef's uniform emerged from the kitchen. Upon closer inspection, her demeanor shifted dramatically. The chef's attire was stained with various shades of red and yellow, and he exuded an unpleasant odor that was quite repulsive. His features suggested he was middle-aged, yet there was an inexplicable aura of weariness about him. If this rather nauseating individual was indeed the chef, what could one expect of the food served here? Tian Li silently chastised herself as she observed the man. It was evident that he was acquainted with Mrs. Gu, who greeted him warmly. Mrs. Gu, bringing someone new to dine with us? As Tian Li overheard this, her gaze shifted between the two of them, scrutinizing their familiarity. The desolate state of the shop, the chef's evident camaraderie with Mrs. Gu, and his words only deepened her suspicions regarding Mrs. Gu. Ah, this young lady is quite fresh. It has been ages since I've seen someone like her, the chef remarked, waving his swollen, doughy hand towards Tian Li, beckoning the pair to take a seat inside the shop. Mrs. Gu, with a beaming smile, placed their order, instructing, "Bring us your most vibrant dishes." Noticing the peculiar expression on Tian Li's face, Mrs. Gu chuckled and elaborated, "Despite the shop's humble appearance, I can only eat here now. The food is delectable. Anything else tastes like plastic to me, hardly swallowable, and I'd rather spit it out immediately." Hearing this, Tian Li could only force a laugh, thinking to herself how Mrs. Gu possessed a remarkable knack for humor. Surely the food couldn't be exaggerated to such extremes. Soon, their breakfast arrived, 2 bowls of viscous broth. Tian Li stirred her spoon through the mixture, recoiling at the sight of lumpy, blood-like clots mingling with greenish moss-like substances, floating grotesquely. The chef then presented a steamer basket brimming with buns, each one bursting with a generous filling, as if on the verge of bursting forth from its delicate doughy shell. Tian Li found herself lacking the confidence to consume the food before her. Observing Mrs. Gu across the table as she took a hearty bite of one of the steamed buns, revealing a filling that resembled writhing red threads akin to worms. Tian felt a wave of nausea wash over her. While Mrs. Gu savored her meal with evident delight, Tian remained hesitant to partake. Mrs. Gu glanced at Tian Li and, noticing her lack of movement with the chopsticks, cheerfully beckoned, "Why aren't you eating? It's absolutely delicious. Such a delightful dish can only be found at this breakfast stall. You won't find it anywhere else." Unable to refuse Mrs. Gu's warm invitation, Tian reluctantly picked up a spoon and scooped a small portion from the bowl. However, as she tasted it, she nearly retched. The foul odor erupted in her mouth, causing her throat to itch with revulsion, and she soon found herself coughing uncontrollably. Seeing Tian's dramatic reaction after sipping a small amount of soup, Mrs. Gu playfully licked her tongue across her crimson lips and softly remarked, "Miss Tian, aren't you fond of this exquisite soup?" To underscore her point about the soup's delightful flavor, she took a generous spoonful for herself, relishing it and closing her eyes in bliss as she exclaimed, "It is truly delectable." At some point, the cook had also approached the two. Upon witnessing Tian's reaction to the soup, he chuckled softly, casting a meaningful glance at her. The young lady isn't quite accustomed to it yet. Perhaps she will find herself yearning for this delicacy every day in the future. From that moment on, during breakfast, Tian Li refrained from using her chopsticks altogether, watching as Mrs. Gu finished all the food before her. Tian Li sat across from Mrs. Gu, observing her increasingly rapid movements as she devoured buns and sipped soup, eventually reaching a pace that was almost ravenous. This stark contrast to Mrs. Gu's previously refined demeanor left Tian Li astonished. After Mrs. Gu finished the last drop of soup from her bowl, she wiped her mouth and let out a small burp, seemingly satisfied. It was then that she noticed the expression on Tian Li's face, which appeared almost ready to split with incredulity. Immediately, a faint blush crept onto Mrs. Gu's pale cheeks as she awkwardly attempted to explain, "I apologize, dear Tian, but the breakfast was simply too delightful, and I couldn't help myself. I fear I have embarrassed you." Chapter 11. A reunion at the hospital not long after they had departed. As they passed through an intersection, Tian Li began to sense something amiss within her body. A sharp pain surged through her stomach, as if some living creature were thrashing about inside. Desperately seeking an escape from her confines, Tian Li suddenly recalled the sip of soup she had consumed that morning, realizing something was amiss. She clutched her abdomen, desperately seeking a hospital. Regrettably, after scanning her surroundings, she found not a single hospital in sight, nor even a pharmacy, and the pain in her stomach intensified with each passing moment. Tian Li felt that if she had not significantly improved in various aspects, she would likely be rolling on the ground by now. However, the excruciating pain could not be overlooked, and beads of sweat were cascading down her forehead. Even her deliberate efforts to take deep breaths yielded only minimal relief. In this state, she heard a voice she had longed for so much that it almost seemed like an illusion, a bright and caring voice. "Madam, you seem unwell. How may we assist you?" Tian Li lifted her head, and beside her stood two young police officers, both in their 20s. The one closer to Tian Li exuded a youthful vigor, his eyes radiating an exuberant spirit. Particularly captivating was the glimmer in his gaze, where Tian Li felt she could see her own flushed face reflected. Wang Qingcheng, the very person Tian Li had long sought, stood before her. With a gasp, she threw herself into Wang Qingcheng's embrace. This sudden gesture undoubtedly astonished the two officers nearby, especially Wang Qingcheng, who became as rigid as a statue. Tian Li nestled in Wang Qingcheng's embrace, reluctant to close her eyes. She listened intently to the rapid beating of his heart and observed his face, flushed with a deep crimson hue, as his breathing grew increasingly hurried. Wang Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with sincerity, and in that moment, Tian Li glimpsed her own reflection within them, despite her physical condition being far from ideal. Witnessing the unblemished visage of this shy Wang Qingcheng, who still held a profound hope for life, filled Tian Li with gratitude for her reborn destiny for the very first time. Tian Li tilted her head up in Wang Qingcheng's embrace, her bright almond-shaped eyes gazing intently at him. With a slight furrow in her brow, she softly murmured, "I am not feeling well, but I cannot seem to find a hospital. Could you please take me to one?" Tian Li could swear that Wang Qingcheng's face was so heated it could boil a hot spring egg. He was somewhat flustered, yet cautiously maneuvered to gently push Tian Li away from his embrace. With a concerned gaze, he urgently spoke, "Madam, there is a clinic nearby. Let's take you there at once. Please hold on." However, it was evident that Wang Qingcheng had other intentions, as he meticulously enveloped Tian Li in a blanket. The police car sped along the road, both swift and steady, clearly intent on hastening Tian Li's arrival at the hospital. Upon finally reaching the hospital, Tian Li, with Wang Qingcheng's assistance, carefully descended from the police vehicle. He supported her while ensuring she was snugly wrapped in the blanket and shielded her from the biting cold with his own body, escorting her to the registration desk for medical attention. The attending physician, a man of advanced years, observed the tender care Wang Qingcheng bestowed upon Tian Li and could not help but smile at the young couple. He gestured for Wang Qingcheng to assist Tian Li onto the examination table, noticing the young man's anxious stance beside her. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, the doctor addressed Wang Qingcheng. "You two have quite the affectionate bond. However, I must proceed with the examination of this young lady, so perhaps you should wait outside for the time being." Chapter 12. Tian Li's second social embarrassment after an extensive examination. The doctor finally wore an expression of bewilderment as he turned to Tian Li, saying, "Strangely enough, I cannot ascertain anything conclusive here. Perhaps, young lady, you should proceed to have some imaging done. Tian Li, clutching her abdomen, rose from the examination table and immediately spotted Wang Qingcheng sitting outside the door. Upon seeing her sit up, he promptly inquired with genuine concern, "How are you? What do the doctors say?" After experiencing the joy of their recent reunion, Tian Li now faced Wang Qingcheng. Though elated beyond measure, a sense of shyness gradually enveloped her. They first want to take a photograph together, only to find themselves waiting once more for the results. Eventually, they received the photograph and handed it over to the doctor. Tian Li observed the doctor across from her scrutinizing the medical images for an extended period, a sense of unease beginning to creep into her heart as she prepared to inquire about her condition. However, before she could voice her concerns, Wang Qingcheng, seated beside her, interjected, "Doctor, what is the status of this examination?" The doctor, noting the anxious expressions of both individuals, paused for a few seconds, his countenance grave, before responding in an unusual tone. "Upon examination, everything appears remarkably healthy. I truly cannot discern any abnormalities. For now, let us prescribe this young lady some analgesics and anti-inflammatory medication." Having received her prescription, Tian Li found herself seated in the hospital's waiting area, wearied by the series of events, feeling distinctly fatigued. As the pain began to subside, the lethargy that followed became increasingly pronounced, her head nodding rhythmically as if pecked by a chick. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually leaned against Wang Qingcheng, resting her head upon his shoulder, surrendering to the pull of slumber. After an indeterminate period, Tian Li finally stirred awake, lifting her gaze to behold Wang Qingcheng's flushed face and the wrinkled fabric of his shirt where her head had rested. Tian Li's body instantly stiffened, and a flush of crimson suddenly spread across her fair cheeks. In her overwhelming panic, she failed to notice Wang Qingcheng's profound embarrassment mirroring her own, nor the deep concern reflected in his gaze as he looked at her at that moment. Tian Li felt an overwhelming sense of impending social demise as she hurriedly raised her head to explain, "I didn't mean to. I just felt so drowsy earlier, and resting against your shoulder felt rather comfortable." In that moment, both Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng froze, and Tian Li glanced at Wang Qingcheng, a wave of unease washing over her. Inside, she screamed frantically, "Oh no, how could I have said such a thing? This is merely the first time I have met Wang Qingcheng. His concern for me stems from his professional integrity as a dedicated and caring police officer. Tian Li, how could you abandon all sense of propriety?" Realizing this, Tian Li felt a surge of anxiety, disregarding any notions of shyness or modesty. She lifted her gaze and furtively stole a glance at Wang Qingcheng. Summoning the courage to explain once more, she stammered, "I usually don't behave like this. I'm quite reserved, truly. I am not simply captivated by your looks." As these words escaped her lips, both of them stood in stunned silence. In stark contrast to her outward display of confusion and helplessness, Tian Li's inner turmoil intensified, and she genuinely felt as if she could perish from embarrassment. The inner voice berated her. "Tian Li, you could have remained silent. Why did you voice your innermost thoughts? Now, Wang Qingcheng will surely think you're infatuated." At that moment, her complexion shifted from crimson to pale, her expression morphing into one of distress. Her round, almond-shaped eyes widened in fear, glistening with the threat of tears that seemed poised to spill over. All right, I understand." A warm hand gently adjusted the blanket enveloping Tian Li, securing it snugly around her. Tian Li observed Wang Qingcheng, whose strikingly handsome features were adorned with a warm and sincere smile. His gaze, though tinged with shyness, was filled with delight as it met hers. The connection between their eyes hung in the air like a gentle thread. Upon seeing the concern reflected in Wang Qingcheng's eyes, Tian Li felt an immediate sense of tranquility wash over her. "How are you feeling? Are you still tired? Is your stomach still bothering you?" Wang Qingcheng inquired. "I feel much better, thank you," she replied. "It has been several hours now. You must be hungry. Allow me to treat you to a meal." Upon hearing Wang Qingcheng's suggestion, Tian Li's heart blossomed with joy, as if the very atmosphere around her had warmed by several degrees. Eagerly, she wanted to agree without hesitation. "How can I impose on you? I am truly grateful for your care today. Let me treat you, she insisted. In the end, Wang Qingcheng led Tian Li to a place where they could enjoy congee. The pumpkin and millet porridge, sweet and fragrant, flowed warmly into her stomach, alleviating the discomfort she had felt earlier. Wang Qingcheng had also opted for several light side dishes to accompany their meal. Tian Li never anticipated that Wang Qingcheng would take her to have congee. In her previous life, she was aware that Wang Qingcheng did not particularly enjoy congee, having casually inquired about it once. Yet here he was, leading her to partake in this dish. Chapter 13. The Late Arrival of the Novice Gift Pack, Part 1, discusses the issue of contaminated spores. These spores can either be part of existing pollutants or new products resulting from biological mutations. They serve as conduits for the spread of pollutants and are, during the apocalypse, one of the primary catalysts for the rapid collapse of human civilization. In her past life, Emily had witnessed a B-grade contaminated spore instantaneously transform an entire team of human adventurers into pollutants. Fortunately, the spores that infected Tian Li were not as terrifying. Observing the strands of mycelium moving beneath her fair skin, she recalled that in her previous life, there were only two avenues to resolve contaminated spores. The first involved treatment by an evolved individual with healing abilities, which was now virtually impossible. Thus, Tian Li was left with the second option, to seek antibiotics capable of curing the contamination. When Mrs. Gu first encountered Tian Li, her excessive enthusiasm was already a significant deviation from normal social conduct, and her subsequent extraordinary behaviors heightened Tian Li's vigilance. Moreover, it seemed evident to Tian Li that the primary reason for her spore contamination was undoubtedly linked to the breakfast she had shared with Mrs. Gu. With this thought in mind, Tian Li decided to first visit Mrs. Gu's residence on the 21st floor to see what she could uncover. The lights in the corridor on the 21st floor appeared to be malfunctioning, casting the entire passage in dimness. When she reached Mrs. Gu's door and knocked, no one responded. Tian Li stood quietly by the door, listening intently, but the room seemed to harbor no sounds. Just as she was about to proceed with her next action, a soft, sweet voice drifted in from behind her. "Xiaotan, you've arrived." The overly saccharine tone sent a chill down Tian Li's spine, evoking an unsettling eeriness. Tian Li felt as though Mrs. Gu regarded her merely as a succulent piece of meat. Before Mrs. Gu could make her next move, Tian Li hastily articulated the excuse she had meticulously prepared. Mrs. Gu's gaze flickered, seemingly acquiescing to Tian Li's rationale, her expression returning to its usual warmth, as if struck by a sudden epiphany. "Oh dear, what a memory I have. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. It's right on my coffee table in the living room. Come in, and I shall fetch it for you. I also baked a Black Forest cake. Do sample it." Caught off guard, Tian Li was reluctant to enter directly. Upon hearing Mrs. Gu's words, she smiled sheepishly and replied, "Sister Gu, I think I'll wait here for you. I just came in from outside, and my shoes are a bit dirty." Nodding, Mrs. Gu stepped past Tian Li and opened the door. However, just before entering, she paused, turning her head to glance back at Tian Li, her gaze inexplicably sending a chill down Tian Li's spine. "Are you really not coming in, Xiao Tian?" Tian Li promptly nodded, the corridor dimly lit, casting an eerie shadow across the narrow opening of a room behind Mrs. Gu. As she waited in the darkness, Mrs. Gu emerged shortly, presenting Tian Li with the utility card for her residence. Accepting the card, Tian Li took advantage of Mrs. Gu's proximity to observe her more closely. A heavy, cloying scent of rose perfume enveloped Mrs. Gu, rendering all other fragrances undetectable to Tian Li. Mrs. Gu was clad in tightly wrapped clothing, obscuring all but her face and hands. Tian Li scrutinized these features, noting that Mrs. Gu's complexion was unnaturally pale, reminiscent of a long-sick patient devoid of vitality. Such pallor on a healthy adult woman seemed rather unsettling. "What are you looking at, Xiao Tian?" Mrs. Gu's voice pierced the silence, startling Tian Li from her contemplation. "Nothing much, just admiring your complexion, Sister Gu. I'm a bit envious and curious about your cosmetics." "Oh, Xiao Tian, you are too flattering. I merely use some very ordinary products. Since I have a moment to spare, I can bring some to you shortly." A chill ran down Tian Li's spine as she processed this exchange. In the dimly lit corridor, The two stood face to face, although Mrs. Gu spoke with courteous words and a seemingly warm tone. Her expression remained utterly devoid of emotion. Tian Li had never encountered such a situation before, and a wave of astonishment surged within her. Striving to maintain her composure, she feigned calmness as she spoke. How could I possibly agree? I have an appointment shortly and must leave soon. Madame Gu approached Tian Li with a cheerful demeanor, extending her hands to clasp Tian Li's. Xiao Tian, I shall visit you later. Let us enjoy some dim sum together. You know, I often find myself alone, which can be rather dull. It is rare to meet someone as kindred as you, Xiao Tian. Please wait for me this evening. Considering her current residence, if Madame Gu truly intended to undermine her, it would be impossible to evade misfortune indefinitely. Moreover, given that she had been contaminated with spores, if Madame Gu had indeed transformed into a pollutant, it would be imperative to eliminate her. In an instant, Tian Li's thoughts whirled, and she ultimately acquiesced. Descending the staircase, she promptly dialed Wang Qingcheng's number. After a few rings, the call was answered, and a composed voice resonated from the other end. Tian Li? Tian Li heard the voice of Wang Qingcheng, and her earlier unease was significantly alleviated. She grasped her phone tightly and lowered her voice as she spoke. It's me, Officer Wang. Is it convenient for us to meet somewhere? While waiting at the dessert shop, Tian Li had just taken her seat when Wang Qingcheng entered from outside. He seemed to have rushed over after finishing work, moving quickly with beads of sweat still on his forehead. Miss Tian, what brings you to see me? Upon encountering Tian Li, a mixture of joy and surprise appeared on Wang Qingcheng's face. Tian Li beckoned Wang Qingcheng to take a seat, her expression markedly grave. She looked at him earnestly and stated, Officer Wang, what I am about to convey may be difficult for you to accept at first, but I assure you that I am not deceiving you. I hope you will trust me. Observing Tian Li's demeanor, Wang Qingcheng too adopted a serious countenance. Nodding slightly as he replied, Miss Tian, please proceed. I am listening. As Wang Qingcheng absorbed all that Tian Li had to say regarding the impending doom, her gaze fell upon his countenance, which had transformed into one of sheer disbelief. Miss Tian, your imagination is indeed quite vivid. I genuinely wish to believe you. However, the notions you present are beyond my comprehension. He gestured towards the window of the CAF, where bustling pedestrians and a steady stream of vehicles painted a picture of peace and prosperity outside, and continued, It is truly difficult for me to accept your assertions. Tian Li gazed at Wang Qingcheng's expression of shock and disbelief, letting out a sigh within her heart. I understand that it is difficult for you to accept, and I too wish that this were merely a dream. However, since my rebirth, certain events have transpired that lead me to believe that the world we currently inhabit is not a safe one. Pollutants have already infiltrated our present reality. Tian Li sighed, ultimately concluding, I wish I were merely being alarmist, yet I am not. Wang Qingcheng's expression was still one of surprise, though it was evidently far more composed than before. He exhaled deeply, gradually speaking, Although I still feel as if our conversation is a dream, I am willing to exert my utmost effort for the possibilities you have mentioned. After uttering these words, a faint blush began to surface on Wang Qingcheng's ears and cheeks, and he appeared increasingly bashful as he softly inquired, Tian Li, you said we would end up together. Is that true? In the world of the apocalypse, you liked me, didn't you? Tian Li gazed at Wang Qingcheng before her, finally revealing the most genuine smile she had worn since her rebirth. She nodded, unhesitatingly acknowledging the truth of their bond. Indeed, we encountered and fell in love with each other in the apocalyptic world, relying on one another for survival. In the end, you sacrificed for my protection. However, now that we are prepared, I believe we will fare much better against the trials of this desolate environment. Wang Qingcheng regained his composure, his steady demeanor re-emerging as he began to earnestly plan. After a moment of hesitation, Tian Li decided to share a thought with him. I once contemplated revealing this news to others, such as my friends, but every time I attempted to articulate the relevant words, I was struck by a severe headache, rendering me unable to continue. Even if I could endure the pain, my subconscious would invariably thwart my efforts. Taking a delicate sip of coffee, Tian Li continued, Today, I initially lacked the confidence to express myself Yet I discover that you are different. Our communication flows effortlessly, making me feel as though I am not alone. As Tian Li spoke, she felt her hand enveloped in a warm grasp, none other than that of Wang Qingcheng. His gaze was resolute and comforting as he turned to her and gently declared, "You are not alone in your struggles, Tian Li. You have me now. We are in this together." Tears streamed down Tian Li's cheeks, and at that moment, she yearned to throw herself into Wang Qingcheng's embrace, seeking solace in the warmth he offered. Now, she harbored suspicions about her landlord, whom she deemed a source of pollution. After much contemplation, Tian Li resolved to candidly share her present circumstances with Wang Qingcheng. Tian Li meticulously recounted to Wang Qingcheng all the unreasonable aspects concerning the landlord, Mrs. Gu, as well as the narratives shared by the real estate agents and property staff about that peculiar breakfast. She deliberately concealed the fact that she had already been contaminated by the spores. Even if one person had to bear such burdens, Tian Li wished to spare Wang Qingcheng from excessive worry. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Qingcheng spoke up. Upon returning home, Tian Li secured all the doors and windows, selected a sharp cleaver from the kitchen to keep by her side, and then quietly settled into the sofa. Tian Li had an instinctive feeling that if Mrs. Gu was indeed a contaminant, she must be far more formidable than any previous landlord she had encountered. Sure enough, after a brief period of stillness, there came a knock at the door. Tian Li remained unresponsive, her posture unchanged, as the persistent knocking at the door grew increasingly insistent, evolving into a thunderous barrage. In such a tense atmosphere, she felt the insidious spores lurking beneath her skin stir to life, creeping slowly towards her heart. "Damn it," she muttered vehemently. With this whispered exclamation, the relentless knocking paused for a fleeting moment before intensifying with renewed vigor, accompanied by the distorted voice of Mrs. Gu. "Xiao Tian, I know you're inside. Open the door. I brought you some delectable treats, sweetheart. You promised me earlier. Please, let me in." Tian Li was perplexed as to why Mrs. Gu had ceased her pretense. Yet, in the face of the current circumstances, she felt an indescribable mix of fear, tension, and perhaps a hint of excitement. After a prolonged silence, the incessant knocking on the door finally ceased, and a cool voice floated in from outside. "Xiao Tian, I know you are inside. If you wish to avoid me, I shall return shortly. For now, I shall take my leave." With that, the outside fell into complete silence, devoid of any sound. Nevertheless, Tian Li remained utterly still, her breaths barely making a sound. Indeed, 10 minutes later, a soft giggle echoed near the door. It was Mrs. Gu's laughter, revealing that she had never truly departed, but had instead remained pressed against the door the entire time. Chapter 14. The Late Arrival of the Novice Gift Pack, Part 2. Tian Li had never felt so close to death. She never anticipated that Mrs. Gu possessed such immense strength, capable of forcefully breaking down the door. Once this monstrous figure burst through, Tian Li found herself confronted directly by this formidable creature. Tian Li, wielding a kitchen knife, launched an attack, but Mrs. Gu, standing before her, merely let out a cold laugh. As Tian Li's blade struck Mrs. Gu, she was taken aback to discover that her assault had been rendered almost ineffective. Mrs. Gu's expression remained unchanged, and the knife met her flesh as if it were merely slicing into wood. Following a dull thud, Tian Li found herself nearly ensnared by Mrs. Gu's right hand, narrowly evading the grasp by sidestepping just in time. However, Mrs. Gu's 5 nails grazed her, igniting a sharp, stinging pain in her right arm. The formidable presence before her exhibited strength and speed that far surpassed her own. Within mere minutes, the knife intended for her defense was knocked from her grasp, leaving her body marred with numerous injuries. Ultimately, Tian Li was subdued and pinned to the ground by Mrs. Gu, who tightened her grip around Tian Li's neck, causing the latter to experience the agonizing onset of suffocation. As Tian Li beheld Madame Gu at close range once more, it felt as though she were donning a mask of human skin. "What exactly are you, and what have you led me to consume?" Madame Gu observed Tian Li's pained expression, akin to a predator gazing upon its ensnared prey, cold and unfeeling. "Why must you resist?" Madame Gu's voice emerged slowly. "Would you rather succumb without a fight?" "I cannot. Tian Li strained to ease her breathing, her hands desperately attempting to pry away the grip suffocating her neck. Achieving a slight alleviation of pain, ready to seize an opportunity for retaliation. Madame Gu's eyes narrowed, seemingly filled with regret for Tian Li. From the moment I laid eyes on you, my assertion that you possess a certain warmth was not mere flattery. Upon seeing you, I recognize your uniqueness, distinct from others. I never wished to bring you harm. Rather, I believed we could share kinship. You are the pollutant, and I, the human. Your incessant claims of warmth and kindness are but a guise under which you have sown the spores of corruption upon me, seeking to devour me. Madame Gu caressed her hand, admiring the elegant nails she had adorned. Upon hearing Tian Li's retort, her brow furrowed in disapproval. You perceive this extraordinary power as pollution? I regard it as a divine gift, liberating me from my former existence and granting me true strength. Madame Gu chuckled, finally revealing her grotesque transformation. Her once human right arm had metamorphosed entirely into wood, entwined with vine-like tendrils. At this juncture, I find no need to deceive you. The substance I urged you to consume is indeed a part of me, yet unlike others, my intention is not to ensnare you into becoming one of my kind. As I mentioned, I felt an inexplicable connection to you. The mycelial tendrils within Tian Li's body surged to life, and three darkened. Crimson strands were forcefully expelled from her mouth, elongating as they met the air, becoming rigid and motionless. After releasing these strands, Tian Li sensed a slight reduction in her agony, allowing her to draw a breath of relief. Angrily, she countered, "You dare to label this pollution as true power? Look at yourself now. Can you still claim to be human? Ha! You could have been among the elite of humanity, favored by the divine. Yet, in rejecting your power, I shall now claim it as my own." With this declaration, a sinister smile curled upon Madame Gu's lips. "Do you not wish to uncover the secrets hidden within my chamber? Allow me to indulge your curiosity." Without regard for Tian Li's struggles, she seized her by the hair and dragged her upwards. As they ascended, Tian Li felt a surge of dread. Madame Gu's transformed right arm exhibited an astonishing strength, leaving Tian Li with no means of resistance. Upon reaching the 21st floor, Madame Gu flung open her door, and an earthy, bloody stench assaulted Tian Li's senses. The room bore no semblance of a place for human habitation. The walls were overrun with vines, and the floor was layered with an unknown solid substance. Every corner consumed by creeping plants. Terror gripped Tian Li as she beheld several jars of varying sizes scattered throughout the room, each containing a corpse. Their bodies ensnared by vines, some reduced to mere bones, while others were more recent. The most recent jar held the lifeless body of the security guard who had once offered Tian Li a word of caution. A once vibrant life, now extinguished. He had been deprived of existence and transformed into a vessel for pollution's power. "You are nurturing pollutants," Tian Li finally cried out, realizing that such a scale of corruption could not be amassed in a mere day or two. "Indeed, but they all deserve their fates," Madame Gu exclaimed with fervor, pointing towards the earliest jars, her voice rising in intensity. In that moment, she retained only the last vestiges of her human visage, her excitement causing the color of the vines enveloping her to deepen, culminating in a purplish hue. "One day, I saw him with another woman, living together, attending gatherings, and even traveling abroad with her, all while neglecting to visit me during my hospital stay. But now, he can never leave me again. On his deathbed, he vowed to remain with that woman. You see, I have fulfilled their wish. They shall accompany me now." Laughter erupted from Madame Gu, a chilling sound. "And you too. I never intended to kill you. I merely desire for you to share my fate, to be eternally by my side. But why do you resist? If you refuse, I must treat you as I did them, to plant you within and make you a part of me." As she spoke, the vines constricting around Tian Li tightened, threatening to shatter her bones. Just as Tian Li felt death looming, a loud bang resonated in her ears, followed by Madame Gu's piercing scream. Several gunshots rang out, bullets embedding themselves within Madame Gu's body, causing her wooden form to splinter and collapse into several pieces. Tian Li glanced over, and indeed, standing at the doorway was Wang Qingcheng, his face betraying a look of shock and dismay. Wang Qingcheng rushed forward, clearing away the vines that ensnared Tian Li's body. As he surveyed the horrifying scene within the room, he expressed his revulsion, stating, "I just conducted an investigation. The male head of this household was a businessman who vanished a year ago, along with his mistress, Xuana. His wife reported them missing, and they have since remained listed as missing persons. To think that it was his wife who murdered them, and in such a brutal manner." Tian Li was engulfed in a painful blaze, her body bearing the brunt of the harmful pollutants that had assaulted her. As she spoke, a nauseatingly sweet and metallic taste surged up her throat, enduring the discomfort that afflicted her. Tian Li allowed Wang Qingcheng to support her as they emerged from this hellish nightmare. Once they reached her room, Wang Qingcheng meticulously cleaned her wounds and carefully bandaged them, before gently assisting her into bed. At that moment, Tian Li's complexion had turned a deep crimson, her body ablaze with fever, and her mind began to cloud with dizziness. She grasped Wang Qingcheng's hand, her voice wavering as she implored, "My wounds must be infected. Please fetch me some antibiotics." Wang Qingcheng's expression darkened with concern as he surveyed her injuries. "Tian Li, I believe these wounds necessitate immediate medical attention." Tian Li shook her head with difficulty, insisting that she could not go to the hospital. "Just fetch the injections for me. It is of no consequence. I am aware of how to manage them." Tian Li gently patted Wang Qingcheng's hand, soothing his current anxiety and unease. Wang Qingcheng, fully aware of the situation, could only leave to retrieve antibiotics after ensuring Tian Li was settled. Once he departed, Tian Li struggled to rise and inspect her wounds. Indeed, the edges of these injuries had all turned dark, and even the flesh within appeared grotesque, reminiscent of those unfortunate souls devoured by Mrs. Gu. Their blood and tissue had begun to wither. What Tian Li failed to notice was that some blood had trickled down, adhering to the bracelet. Gritting her teeth, she heated the knife over the gas stove and, with a steely resolve, prepared to carefully cut away the contaminants clinging to the wounds. The moment she made her first incision, a surge of excruciating pain surged through her, nearly causing her to bite through her own teeth. The previous discomfort had been bearable, for the spores of the contaminants had released a narcotic toxin, which was now absent. Consequently, the body's inherent pain intensified, manifesting more acutely in Tian Li. Tian Li felt her body growing increasingly frail, and amidst the excruciating pain, she helplessly witnessed the emergence of fungal spores and new sources of infection from beneath her skin. These entities wreaked havoc within her, as the contaminating spores expanded at a visible pace. Tian Li felt her entire being withering away, each wound relentlessly encroaching upon her body. Her consciousness growing increasingly dulled. With a profound sense of unwillingness, she collapsed heavily to the ground, breathless, in that silent expanse of time and space. The emerald bracelet she wore suddenly appeared to melt, transforming into a crystalline stream that gently flowed up her arm, traversing her wounds, enveloping them, extracting a copious amount of putrid essence, coursing over her skin, momentarily incapacitating the spores beneath. Simultaneously, Tian Li's awareness transitioned to an entirely new realm, where she felt as if she were dreaming, standing upon a clock composed of gold, silver, and bronze metals. Notably, this clock possessed only a single hand, emitting a rhythmic ticking sound. As Tian Li manifested upon the clock's face, 3 cards gradually materialized before her. These cards resembled ordinary playing cards, adorned with intricate floral designs on their backs, each representing the colors of gold, silver, and bronze. Under her gaze, the cards turned to reveal their faces, each inscribed with distinct texts. The first card, gilded in gold, bore the words "A resilient heart," with a note beneath stating, "No matter the adversity faced, a steadfast heart is essential." The second card, shimmering in silver, proclaimed "Gentle nurturing," accompanied by an annotation, "Whether from those who truly love you or those who have stood by you, their love is bestowed upon you." The third card, tinted in bronze, declared those who truly understand you are your enemies, with the simplest of notes below, "Those who truly understand you are your enemies." The emergence of these 3 cards instilled in Tian Li the sensation of having transcended from a realistic apocalyptic world into a realm of games. evoking both profound shock and a sense of incredulity. Despite having struggled for survival in the direst of circumstances for several years, she had never encountered such peculiar phenomena. Yet, the worst fate would merely be death. Confronted with a potential glimmer of hope, Tian Li resolved to make an earnest effort. Tian Li needed to ponder further to make the best choice when she heard the increasingly urgent ticking of the clock below. Instinctively, she glanced down at her feet and noticed that the hands had already traversed 3/4 of their course. Her intuition urged her to decide only after the hands had completed a full revolution. Otherwise, she would face dire consequences. The 3 cards felt similarly significant to Tian Li, each representing a choice she needed to contemplate. However, as the pointer neared its final positions, her hand instinctively reached for the golden card. As she did so, the other 2 cards gradually vanished, leaving only the golden one behind. The card floated effortlessly into her grasp, and its contents transformed entirely. With a resolute heart, Tian Li made what she believed to be the best decision. Card attributes: level F, upgradable; status inactive; activation task: completely eliminate the pollutant Gushi. Countdown 72 hours. Notes: 1. Guess why Tian Li is still alive. 2. Currently invisible. Upon acquiring this card, Tian Li found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, in her previous life, she had awakened her extraordinary abilities during the apocalypse, allowing her to temporarily retain her identity. Yet, awakening these powers did not grant her immediate usability. She had only 3 days to eradicate the pollutant Gushi. The card confirmed her suspicions that Gushi had not perished but had instead escaped. Fortunately, Tian Li was a resilient individual. Despite the overwhelming challenges and limited time, she was determined to seize this slim chance of survival. Chapter 15. Activating the first card, Part 1. To complete her task, the first step was to locate Gushi. Tian Li had only known Gushi for a few short days, and she had learned the name only upon reading the card as hint. After much contemplation, she could think of no other relevant locations aside from the breakfast shop they had visited together. After taking the time to rest and recuperate her strength, she resolved to explore this known location in hopes of uncovering useful clues. Meanwhile, she could hear the sound of many footsteps ascending and descending outside the door. Noticing her awareness of the commotion, Wang Qingcheng explained, "I have already called the police. Given the severity of the murder that has occurred here, as a police officer, I cannot stand idly by. I believe that entrusting this matter to professionals will yield far more valuable information than we could gather alone." Tian Li silently approved of Wang Qingcheng's actions. Initially, she had also intended to report this matter to the authorities. Upon learning that Wang Qingcheng had already taken the initiative, she nodded in acknowledgement and recounted her recent extraordinary encounter along with the task at hand. After sharing her thoughts, she articulated her current deductions to Wang Qingcheng. "I came here looking for you. In fact, I've only been in this city for a few days. Apart from you, I am quite unfamiliar with this place. The only thing I know of is that rather peculiar breakfast shop. I intend to visit it shortly, hoping to uncover some clues." Wang Qingcheng, after contemplating Tian Li's words for a moment, responded, "Upon hearing about this task, I have formulated some ideas. First and foremost, this assignment must be completed within a limited time frame. Therefore, we need to ascertain the approximate whereabouts of Gu Qian, determining whether she is in a state of immediate flight or stealthily lurking around, plotting her revenge against us. If it is the former, our challenge lies in locating her. Conversely, if it is the latter, it indicates that she possesses considerable confidence in her abilities, necessitating us to prepare more thoroughly. Regardless of the scenario, the priority must be to restore your health." Tian Li's fingers caressaba Wang Qingcheng's neck, and she felt a sense of satisfaction as she observed his neck and ears flush with a rosy hue. For reasons unknown, despite her life being intricately tied to the cards that governed her existence, Tian Li found an inexplicable sense of tranquility in the mere presence of Wang Qingcheng. Tian Li, filled with curiosity, inquired of Wang Qingcheng, "Do you not find the occurrences surrounding me to possess an air of the fantastical? Even the cards have emerged." Wang Qingcheng gently restrained Tian Li's restless hands, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. When I accepted the notion of the apocalypse you presented, I told myself to trust you, even if this matter transcends my previous understanding. At this moment, I can only express my gratitude for the fact that you still stand before me, alive and well. Tian Li deliberately continued. If the task is not accomplished in 3 days, I shall perish. In the next moment, Wang Qingcheng embraced her tightly, his voice trembling with fear as he whispered, "That will not happen. I shall not allow your demise. If you fail to succeed in 3 days, I too shall surely meet my end before you." "Ha! I believe in you, Wang Qingcheng. I have faith in you." Though such a life-and-death atmosphere should have been laden with gravity, inexplicably, Tian Li found herself unable to feel anxious in Wang Qingcheng's presence. Instead, she felt a profound sense of reliance and tranquility. In this tumultuous environment, Wang Qingcheng held Tian Li close, both young souls drawing warmth from one another, leaning into each other for solace. After a while, the commotion outside gradually subsided. Tian Li rested her head on Wang Qingcheng's shoulder and inquired, "Qingcheng, has the investigation outside concluded? The preliminary on-site work should be finished, but there remains a plethora of follow-up tasks. Regardless of Gu Qian's justifications, they cannot serve as an excuse for her to take a life. What I require now is to locate her. She evidently possesses human intelligence. I suspect she will conceal herself until her strength is restored. Moreover, as a pollutant, the quickest and most direct way for them to regain their power is through abundant consumption. I fear that if we do not address this issue promptly, there will soon be dire consequences." Upon hearing Tian Li's words, Wang Qingcheng's expression grew increasingly grave. He remarked, "Though we are reluctant to part, we must temporarily separate." After receiving an injection and consuming some sustenance, Tian Li lay down to rest for several hours. The following morning, she prepared herself, donned attire suited for movement, and concealed a kitchen knife within her satchel before heading straight to the breakfast shop. Upon arriving at the establishment, Tian Li peered through the fully opened door and noticed the chef she had encountered previously seated quietly behind the front desk. This revelation sent a surge of tension coursing through her entire being. Taking a deep breath, she strode purposefully into the breakfast shop. The interior remained much as it had been during her last visit, an empty hall dimly lit, imbued with an eerie atmosphere. Tian Li cautiously navigated around the tables and chairs, initially intending to approach the chef from the side. However, just a few meters away, an object came hurtling towards her from the direction of the front desk. Fortunately, Tian Li was prepared and narrowly evaded it by tilting her head aside. Immediately afterward, the peculiar chef she had encountered before charged at her wielding a knife. The blade in the chef's hand was long and razor-sharp, and as he swung it, Tian Li noticed that remnants of torn flesh clung to the edge. Tian Li took a few steps back, swiftly dodging the oncoming attack. In those fleeting seconds, she drew the knife from her grasp, positioning it to parry the chef's descending strike. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither gaining the upper hand, as they countered each other's moves with equal fervor. As the skirmish unfolded, Tian Li discerned that, in comparison to Gu Qian's degree of corruption, this chef was markedly less tainted. His primary mode of assault relied on brute force and the weapon in his hand, devoid of any other corruptive abilities. As their confrontation intensified, the chef's agitation became palpable, his mouth oozing yellow pus as he emitted a garbled roar. Tian Li, relying on her meticulously planned evasions and relatively agile movements, has managed to gain a slight upper hand. In contrast, during the confrontation with Tian Li, the chef's rigid physique has gradually led him to a disadvantage. Before her very eyes, Tian Li observed the chef's eyes bulging, the whites becoming increasingly prominent, while an overpowering stench emanated from his body, growing ever more pungent. At this moment, Tian Li could comprehend nothing further. He had already succumbed to corruption. The individual before him, in essence, had ceased to exist as a human being. Realizing that the prior revelations could no longer yield any valuable insight, Tian Li decisively seized the knife and ruthlessly struck downward towards the chef's neck. With the final blow, the chef's massive, rigid form ultimately collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground. Tian Li gasped for breath as he examined the lifeless body of the cook. Only when he used a knife to pry open the collar did he realize that the flesh beneath the cook's clothing had turned a ghastly gray and had been rigid for an extended period. The veins in his neck were prominently engorged, and the blood vessels beneath his skin exhibited a dark purplish hue. Damn it, a contaminant, Wang Qingcheng asserted upon seeing the corpse on the ground. He has been dead for at least 3 days. He is indeed a contaminant, albeit to a much lesser degree than Gu Qian. He possesses no special abilities. It remains uncertain whether Gu Qian was responsible for this or if some other force has tainted him. Tian Li added a few words. Do you have any clues? Wang Qingcheng continued to inquire. Tian Li shook her head, a hint of disappointment evident in her demeanor. There were scarcely any useful clues. It was merely a scuffle, the eradication of a pollutant, and the realization that the fruit I consumed that day was indeed problematic. Nothing more. Wang Qingcheng grasped Tian Li's hand, offering a reassuring squeeze as he gently spoke. Please rest here for a while. I shall continue my search. Perhaps there is something we have overlooked. Tian Li nodded. Despite having endured the apocalypse, she was acutely aware that her observational skills paled in comparison to those of Wang Qingcheng, who had become a police officer. Tian Li found a relatively intact corner and settled onto a stool, observing Wang Qingcheng as he commenced his investigation in the breakfast establishment. Wang Qingcheng began his inquiry by examining the surroundings of the hall. However, much to his dismay, the only items present were the haphazardly arranged tables and chairs. No matter how meticulous his search, he could not uncover any additional useful clues. After thoroughly inspecting the hall, Wang Qingcheng shook his head and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Tian Li, I hold a notion that you might be the last living patron to have graced this place. Judging by the dust coating the tables, chairs, and corners, it appears that normal operations have ceased for at least a week. Tian Li's complexion suddenly turned pale. Are you suggesting that when I first arrived here, I faced 2 pollutants alone and even ingested the contaminated spores? Wang Qingcheng nodded gravely in agreement. Tian Li's expression immediately darkened, and she self-deprecatingly confided in Wang Qingcheng. I truly do not know whether I should feel fortunate to have narrowly escaped with my life or lament my exceedingly poor luck. Wang Qingcheng did not relent. After inspecting the front hall, he ventured into the kitchen. Moments later, Tian Li heard Wang Qingcheng's voice, tinged with surprise, emanating from the direction of the kitchen. Tian Li entered the kitchen and noticed Wang Qingcheng holding a notebook. Upon seeing Tian Li, he joyfully waved at her, beckoning her to approach, and pointed at the notebook for her to examine. Tian Li took the notebook from Wang Qingcheng's hands and flipped through several pages, which contained the day's procurement records for the restaurant along with a myriad of miscellaneous transactions. As Tian Li scrutinized the entries, having nearly finished perusing them, she discerned that the breakfast establishment had indeed enjoyed a prosperous business in the past. However, she found no other information of value to her. It appears that these pages merely chronicle the restaurant's income and expenditures, yet I failed to see anything within that holds significance for me. Tian Li felt a sense of confusion and directly inquired with Wang Qingcheng. Wang Qingcheng chuckled softly, took the notebook, flipped to the last page, and pointed to the date as he spoke to Tian Li. Observe, the dates have ceased 7 days prior, indicating that this individual ceased operations the following day. Thus, he must have encountered the contamination on that very day, which allows us to ascertain a timeline. Upon hearing this, Tian Li began to grasp the situation. Indeed, on the previous day's records, the chef had noted purchases and income, yet there was nothing recorded the following day, suggesting that either that morning or after closing the previous night, the chef had encountered trouble. Precisely, Wang Qingcheng affirmed with a nod, then continued to elucidate for Tian Li. Notice that he also documented the amounts and phone numbers of several customers who settled their bills at the month's end. Those who are recorded as making single payments are undoubtedly familiar regulars. We can commence our investigation from this point. Tian Li began to grasp Wang Qingcheng's line of thought. The sudden closure of a normally functioning restaurant would undoubtedly raise questions among regular patrons, prompting them to inquire about the reasons behind such an abrupt decision. Gu Qian had brought her here under the pretense of enjoying breakfast, but the true motive seemed to be to ensnare her. Consequently, the events occurring in the kitchen must be intricately connected to Gu Qian. Yet, why would Gu Qian seek to compromise this chef? Despite being a source of contamination, Gu Qian had managed to retain her rationality. If the underlying connections could be deciphered, it was possible that they might uncover Gu Qian's whereabouts. Observing the dawning realization on Tian Li's face, Wang Qingcheng gently patted her shoulder, his gaze softening as he offered her quiet comfort. Tian Li gazed at Wang Qingcheng, who stood tall and exuded an air of heroism, his eyes soft and affectionate as they met hers. Yet, she could discern a hint of weariness within his gaze. "You haven't rested at all yesterday. You should take a break," she urged. Upon hearing her concern, Wang Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with evident joy, yet he resolutely declined, stating, "The kitchen, tainted by pollutants, is far from ideal, and after the recent skirmish, it has become even more chaotic." Despite the disarray surrounding them, Tian Li embraced him tightly after he spoke, her heart emboldened in that moment. For the first time, she took the initiative to kiss Wang Qingcheng, feeling him respond swiftly after a moment of surprise. The timing and setting were far from perfect, yet Tian Li could not suppress her feelings. In that instant, she forgot the countdown of her own life, the anxiety that had consumed her since her rebirth, and the numerous betrayals and hardships she had endured. At that moment, her heart overflowed with gratitude, a profound sentiment that Wang Qingcheng had ignited within her. This feeling nourished her parched spirit, awakening a desire to strive and fight anew. In this fleeting moment, Tian Li finally liberated herself from the pallid influences of her former existence. Tian Li yearned for survival, not only for Wang Qingcheng, but also for herself. She was determined to persevere. After several intimate moments shared between them, they reluctantly parted ways. Tian Li gazed deeply into Wang Qingcheng's eyes and solemnly began, "Qingcheng, I realized something crucial just now that I must share with you." Chapter 16. Activating the First Card. Part 2. Upon returning to her former residence, Tian Li unwrapped the gauze. Although the card had temporarily alleviated the peril to her life, the changes in her wound instilled a sense of urgency within her. Some flesh around the injury had begun to exhibit signs of desiccation, while the mycelium beneath her skin was becoming increasingly active. After tending to her wound, Tian Li toyed with the golden card in her hand, her gaze fixed on the word inactive inscribed upon it. An inexplicable expression crossed her face as her thoughts drifted back to her previous life. We undertook an investigation into Gu Qian's social connections. It was rather straightforward. In this locale, she had virtually no close friends. Her life followed a monotonous routine, with minimal communication with her family, rendering her part of a solitary existence. Tian Li, upon hearing this, still harbored some confusion, and thus inquired, how could a person who feels betrayed by her husband and harbors resentment become a pollutant? Furthermore, to my knowledge, the vast majority of pollutants tend to lose their sanity, including my former landlord and the current chef at this breakfast establishment. Yet, Gu Qian has astonishingly managed to maintain her composure. I truly believe this matter is far from simple. Wang Qingcheng pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts directly. This cannot be deduced through conventional reasoning. After I attacked Gu Qian in the room upstairs, several wooden fragments were left behind, which have now been sent for analysis. I also conducted thorough inquiries with several longtime patrons of the breakfast shop, all of whom reported a consistent issue. Gu Qian indeed frequents that establishment for breakfast and has known the chef for quite some time. It seems that during a period when Gu Qian was hospitalized, the chef even delivered meals to her on several occasions. Beyond that, they could not provide any further information. Tian Li observed that many leads had unfortunately come to an impasse, causing her spirits to wane. 3 days, neither excessively long nor short, had nearly elapsed, and the loss of leads was disheartening. Wang Qingcheng, sensing Tian Li's despondency, endeavored to console her, suggesting they reconsider their approach and identify any overlooked details. Injured, it was likely the assailant had not ventured far. At that moment, a sudden thought struck Tian Li, as if she had overlooked something crucial. She sprang to her feet, embracing her arms, and began to pace thoughtfully. A spark of inspiration flickered in her mind. Yes, the hospital. Qingcheng, I believe I have discerned what we may have neglected. Recalling a conversation with Gu Qian, she remembered how Gu Qian had once mentioned being hospitalized for surgery, lamenting that her husband had never visited her. Yet in subsequent days, such grievances ceased. Reflecting on this, Tian Li pondered whether, during her hospitalization, Gu Qian had become a conduit for some malevolent force and, upon her release, exacted vengeance on her husband and lover. Wang Qingcheng appeared to resonate with Tian Li's hypothesis. He clapped his hands in agreement, affirming her insight. Xiao Li, your reasoning is astute. Our world has not yet descended into chaos where pollutants run rampant, and the mediums through which ordinary people encounter apocalyptic powers are indeed limited. Hospitals, however, are a plausible setting. And do you recall? The chef had also visited the hospital. Their paths must have crossed there. This newfound clarity ignited a spark of hope in both of them. Wang Qingcheng had already investigated that Gu Qian had been hospitalized at a renowned private institution in the city, Hongfu Love Cross Hospital. Without delay, they set off in their vehicle toward the hospital. During the drive, Wang Qingcheng provided Tian Li with an overview of the hospital's reputation. Hongfu Love Cross Hospital was celebrated for its high fees, exceptional service, and stringent privacy measures. The environment was splendid, boasting an array of distinguished physicians who catered to affluent patients, making it a favored choice for those seeking treatment. This was indeed the very place where Gu Qian had been admitted. After approximately 40 minutes of travel, they arrived at the hospital's entrance. The white medical building and inpatient quarters were enveloped in a garden, and Tian Li even spotted a serene artificial lake shimmering in the sunlight, creating a tranquil ambience. Let us proceed inside, Wang Qingcheng urged, leading Tian Li through the entrance. Qingcheng, you mentioned that this hospital highly safeguards patient privacy. Our search may encompass a vast area, she remarked. Tian Li harbored certain concerns. However, Wang Qingcheng appeared rather untroubled, directly addressing Tian Li. I am aware that Gu Qian was hospitalized due to a recent miscarriage. Thus, we can simply proceed to the obstetrics and gynecology department to investigate the matter. The obstetrics and gynecology department was located on the 7th floor of the building, and the two made their way there, heading directly to the nurse's workstation. The place was relatively deserted, with only a handful of people present. Upon their entrance, a young nurse greeted them with a smile. Wang Qingcheng presented his identification and then inquired, approximately a year ago, there was a patient named Gu Qian who underwent surgery and was hospitalized here. I kindly request access to her medical records. Upon seeing Wang Qingcheng's credentials, the young nurse appeared momentarily taken aback, her demeanor shifting to one of slight panic as she stammered, Officer Wang, I am unable to make that decision. We need to consult with our Director Li. Allow me to escort you both to him. Under the nurse's guidance, they entered Director Li's office, only to find it unoccupied. The young nurse informed them to wait momentarily before hastily exiting. Tian Li sat on the sofa, facing the door in the office, observing her surroundings. The light was splendid, and the overall decor of the desk and cabinets was pristine white, exuding a clean, almost chilling aesthetic devoid of any warmth. After a few moments, a middle-aged doctor entered, wearing gold-framed glasses, emanating a sensation similar to that of the office itself. The doctor extended his hand in greeting and introduced himself. Good day, officers. I am Li Mingqi, the head of obstetrics and gynecology. I just heard from our little nurse that you're seeking a patient's records. In response to Director Li's straightforwardness, Wang Qingcheng and Tian Li promptly reiterated their earlier conversation with the nurse. Director Li pondered for a moment, offering an apologetic smile, and said, I apologize. I encounter a multitude of patients daily, and it can become overwhelming. However, I have already instructed someone to retrieve the patient's medical records. As he spoke, the same nurse returned, handing a file to Director Li. It was indeed Gu Qian's medical record. Upon receiving it, Tian Li discovered that, as Wang Qingcheng had learned, Gu Qian had undergone surgery for a miscarriage at this hospital a year ago and had been hospitalized for 2 weeks. As she meticulously examined the document, she noted a remark indicating that the patient exhibited signs of severe emotional instability. Director Li, could you kindly recall if this patient displayed any unusual physical or mental symptoms during her hospitalization? This information is crucial for us, Tian Li requested earnestly. Director Li rubbed his forehead, contemplating for a moment before uncertainly replying. If I recall correctly, this patient seemed to experience particularly intense negative emotions during her stay. I even had a conversation with her to offer some guidance. Did she mention anything particularly unusual? Tian Li inquired, pressing further. After adjusting his glasses and reflecting for a few seconds, Director Li shook his head. Not particularly. Many patients admitted here for miscarriage often experience low spirits and depression due to similar circumstances. I treated her as I would any other patient, providing standard support. However, a troubled expression crossed his face. At that time, this patient repeatedly expressed suicidal thoughts. Notably, she had no family or friends visiting, and even her husband seemed indifferent. Perhaps this isolation exacerbated her emotional distress, leading to a slower recovery post-surgery. And what else? Tian Li pressed on. As a physician, I should maintain patient confidentiality, and I'm not supposed to disclose certain details. However, the likelihood of her conceiving again is exceedingly slim due to the severity of her condition at that time. Was the patient aware of this situation? Tian Li continued to inquire. Director Li shrugged. A look of profound regret etched on his face. Unfortunately, I could not locate her relatives, so I had to convey this information to her. After all, she has the right to know. I remember her crying inconsolably. She was still so young. At that moment, Wang Qingcheng abruptly stood up. Excuse me, Director Li, I need to use the restroom. Director Li appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly directed him to the restroom's location. Once the office was left with only Tian Li and Director Li, she sensed an unsettling shift in the doctor's demeanor. His gaze from behind the glasses turned cold, resembling that of a serpent. Yet, she could not ascertain if it was merely her imagination. In the next instant, his expression reverted to one of innocence. Tian Li finally mustered the courage to voice the question that had long lingered in her heart. Director Li, are there many patients like Guqian? Do they keep in touch with you after being discharged? Director Li appeared unsurprised by Tian Li's inquiry. After Wang Qingcheng exited the office, his demeanor, though still seemingly cooperative, conveyed to Tian Li a sense of indifference and a condescending scrutiny. There are indeed many, he began, in our society. Numerous women rely heavily on their husbands, believing their worth is defined by their families. When their husbands take on other women, and their homes cease to be sanctuaries, many of these women come to negate their own value, leading to severe emotional turmoil. I have encountered countless such cases. At this juncture, Director Li adjusted his glasses and spoke in a tone that unsettled Tian Li. However, I perceive that this lady is markedly different from many of my patients. You seem to possess a resilience far greater than theirs. Wang Qingcheng's gaze flitted swiftly between Tian Li and Director Li before he smiled and interjected, "What is this?" Director Li appears to be having a delightful conversation with Miss Tian. Indeed, it is quite enjoyable, Director Li affirmed. Miss Tian is a truly exceptional woman, surpassing many others. Just then, the ringing of Director Li's phone interrupted his words. After answering and exchanging a few sentences, his expression darkened slightly. He turned to both of them and said, "I apologize, but regrettably, I must attend to some urgent matters." Tian Li cast a glance at Wang Qingcheng, who walked beside her. Rather than appearing despondent, he seemed to be lost in thought. "What occupies your mind?" Tian Li inquired with a hint of curiosity. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Yet I can only grasp a rather vague notion, lacking certainty," he replied. As the two conversed, they arrived at the elevator doors, awaiting their ascent from the obstetrics and gynecology floor. At that moment, Tian Li noticed a young nurse in the distance, stealthily observing them, her actions conspicuously deliberate. Tian Li glanced over, only to see the young nurse hastily turn away in a flurry. Sensing something amiss, Tian Li instinctively felt that the nurse might possess some hidden knowledge. She promptly addressed Wang Qingcheng, urging him to wait momentarily, as she had a matter to attend to. Without delay, Tian Li swiftly pursued the nurse down the corridor. At last, in the depths of the hallway, she caught up with the young nurse, whose expression instantly morphed into one of sheer panic upon realizing she was being followed. The nurse anxiously scanned her surroundings, quickening her pace in an attempt to distance herself from Tian Li. Observing the nurse's demeanor and actions, Tian Li became increasingly convinced that the nurse was indeed privy to some crucial information. Ultimately, Tian Li cornered the nurse at the farthest bend of the corridor. "I don't know anything. Please don't question me," the nurse blurted out, preemptively denying any knowledge before Tian Li could speak. Tian Li, without uttering much, promptly opened her handbag and placed 2 cards into the hands of the young nurse. As the nurse stood momentarily bewildered by Tian Li's actions, Tian Li addressed her directly. "Hello, dear nurse, do not be afraid. I merely seek a few words from you. The money is all yours. The password is 123,456, and there is 100,000 within. These are anonymous cards. Once you step outside, we shall never have crossed paths, I assure you." The young nurse glanced down at the bank cards in her hand, her expression wavering with uncertainty. Tian Li continued, "I noticed your hesitation earlier. It seems that you are unable to speak due to certain reasons. I recognize you as a good person. The knowledge you possess weighs upon your conscience. However, what if no one knew that it was you who revealed this information? My sole purpose for being here is to ascertain the current whereabouts of this patient, which is not directly related to you." Under Tian Li's persuasion, the young nurse finally lowered her voice and spoke rapidly. "I do not know much, but there was an incident that struck me as rather odd. This patient actually underwent 2 surgeries. The second one was a last-minute decision by Director Li, who performed it alongside 2 other nurses. At that time, I inadvertently caught sight of the follow-up plan from the first surgery. After the initial procedure, the patient only required standard recovery, and there was absolutely no justification for the second surgery. It simply does not make sense. Tian Li inquired, "Will the other 2 nurses be aware of some details regarding Guqian?" At this moment, the young nurse's complexion suddenly turned pale, and her eyes reflected an intensified fear. They must know something. However, one of them had an accident shortly after completing a patient's surgery, while the other has already resigned and is unreachable. As the nascent hope of Tian Li flickered and dimmed, clutching onto the final vestige of optimism, she inquired of the young nurse, "Do you have any knowledge of Director Li's residence?" The nurse, with a hesitant shake of her head followed by a tentative nod, replied, "I am aware that Director Li possesses an apartment in the city center. However, I only know the name of the community, not the exact location." Tian Li stepped out of the building, where Wang Qingcheng had already parked the car below. Upon entering the vehicle, Tian Li recounted the conversation with the nurse to Wang Qingcheng. "I have a strong sense that Director Li may indeed have some issues." Tian Li was somewhat taken aback and pleasantly surprised upon hearing Wang Qingcheng's insights regarding Director Li. Just a moment ago, she found it peculiar that Director Li had claimed to have forgotten everything. Yet upon merely glancing at the medical records, he seemed to recall it all. One must ponder, if you were a physician receiving dozens of patients daily, would you retain any profound memories of a patient from a year prior? Unless that patient possessed some extraordinary quality that set them apart, I doubt I would. Wang Qingcheng chuckled, acknowledging that most individuals would indeed not remember. Thus, when you mentioned you went to the restroom, you were actually investigating Li Mingqi's background, were you not? Tian Li recognized Wang Qingcheng's meticulous nature and proactive spirit. They decided to search for Li Mingqi's residence. As the head of the obstetrics and gynecology department at the hospital, Li Mingqi commanded a substantial salary. Following the guidance of a nurse, the 2 ventured to a property not far from the hospital. To their astonishment, Li Mingqi's residence turned out to be situated in a rather ordinary residential community. Located on the outskirts of the city, the area was notably inconvenient for daily living and transportation. Wang Qingcheng, a native of the city, stood at the entrance of the complex, feeling a sense of surprise. This community had previously been marred by negative press during its sales phase, and due to its lack of advantageous living conditions, it had to be sold at a reduced price. Given Li Mingqi's considerable salary, it was truly unexpected that he would choose to purchase a home here. Upon hearing Li Mingqi's remarks, Tian Li felt a glimmer of hope regarding the situation. Thus, his decision to purchase a property here further indicated that he harbored secrets. After Officer Wang Qingcheng presented his badge, he finally inquired with the property management about the specific apartment number belonging to Li Mingqi. As the property staff escorted the 2 men to the residence, they remarked with a hint of incredulity that the apartments in their community had once been difficult to sell, with Mr. Li being the sole buyer of an entire 6 units, merging 2 floors into one. Now, he was the only inhabitant of those two levels, and the staff expressed their bewilderment at the mindset of the affluent, pondering why someone would invest such wealth in this neighborhood, particularly when it encompassed 2 entire floors and 6 units altogether. Upon reaching the top 2 floors purchased by Li Mingqi on the 30th level, they discovered that the entire corridor had been sealed off, rendering entry impossible without a key. Wang Qingcheng cast a glance at the property personnel and inquired, "You just allow residents to seal off the corridor without any oversight?" The staff explained, Officer Wang, both the 30th and 31st floors were acquired by Mr. Li, and he paid in full at the time of purchase. His sole stipulation was that these top 2 floors be closed off to prevent disturbances from others. Given that these 2 floors constitute the penthouse, we agreed, as it was evident that no other residents would require access. Understood, thank you. We shall take a look around and won't detain you further. Once the property personnel departed, Tian Li gazed at the imposing door, a feeling of unease washing over him. Before Tian Li could finish speaking, she noticed Wang Qingcheng taking a key from his bag and beginning to take action. "Qingcheng, how did you come by the key?" Tian Li was both astonished and delighted. Having the key indeed made things significantly more convenient. Wang Qingcheng felt somewhat embarrassed, his hands fidgeting as he began to explain. Although the property management tacitly approved Li Mingqi's actions of sealing off the floor, they undoubtedly possessed the key to the hallway. However, it was likely that Li Mingqi was entirely unaware of the existence of this key. Tian Li remained somewhat perplexed. Why didn't you simply request the key from the property management? Wouldn't that have been far more convenient? Wang Qingcheng shook his head. If we ask the property management for the key, they will undoubtedly need to consult the owner. Should any issues arise with Li Mingqi, it would certainly raise suspicions. After his explanation, with a decisive click, the door finally swung open. The two stepped inside, only to be taken aback by the sight before them. If Gu Qian's abode exuded a sense of bloodshed, then Li Mingqi's residence was utterly frigid. Everywhere they looked was a stark white, devoid of any semblance of life. The temperature was set exceedingly low, sending a shiver coursing through Tian Li's body. What on earth is wrong with Li Mingqi? Is he living in a freezer? Wang Qingcheng's expression turned grave as he turned to Tian Li. Perhaps Li Mingqi truly intends to transform this place into a freezer. Confused, Tian Li struggled to grasp the implication, yet soon her countenance paled. She finally understood Wang Qingcheng's meaning. Then, both heard a series of intermittent sounds, heightening their guard. Wang Qingcheng drew his firearm, and Tian Li gripped her knife tightly, cautiously advancing toward the source of the noise. As they crossed through another door, they were struck dumb by the scene that unfolded before them. 3 hospital beds adorned with various medical instruments. Of the 3, only the leftmost bed was unoccupied, while the other 2 cradled individuals. 2 women lay there, one of whom was Gu Qian, the very person they had been searching for. The sounds they had heard were Gu Qian's desperate struggles, her condition laid bare before them. Her limbs had nearly petrified, resembling the desiccated bark of a tree. With each agonizing movement, she expelled numerous fungal tendrils, the very spores that had contaminated Tian Li. Upon spotting Wang Qingcheng and Tian Li, Gu Qian intensified her struggle, emitting a hoarse growl from her throat. Wang Qingcheng, upon seeing Gu Qian, immediately retrieved his mobile phone. After a few attempts to connect, his expression darkened. "Tian Li, the mobile signal is being jammed here." Tian Li grasped the knife, slowly approaching Gu Qian, her gaze fixed upon Gu Qian lying on the bed. With a swift motion, she aimed for Gu Qian's neck. Chapter 18. The Murderous Doctor, Part 1. Just as Tian Li was about to strike, Wang Qingcheng rushed to intervene. But it was too late. He closed his eyes, bracing for the anticipated horror of Gu Qian's decapitation. However, in the next moment, the expected scene did not unfold. Tian Li's blade came to a halt, hovering precariously above Gu Qian's throat. Tian Li's blade was poised against Gu Qian's throat, yet it merely rested there. Wang Qingcheng felt a mixture of relief and confusion that the strike had not been delivered. "Look at Gu Qian now," Tian Li remarked, directing his gaze towards Wang Qingcheng. Gu Qian's once human visage still retained a semblance of her former self, her eyes unmistakably pleading, as tears streamed down her cheeks. She retained a measure of consciousness, and both individuals understood the gravity of the situation. Chef, Tian Li continued, behind Gu Qian lies a genuine purveyor of contamination, be it an individual or a collective. In a certain light, Gu Qian too emerged as a pitiable victim in this harrowing tale. Tian Li fixed her gaze on Gu Qian and spoke calmly. I can release you now, but you must swear not to harm us and lead us to uncover Li Mingqi's secrets. Gu Qian understood Tian Li's words and nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, Tian Li severed the ropes binding Gu Qian, granting her freedom. Gu Qian struggled to move her body, rolling off the bed. Her limbs incapable of supporting her weight, she could only crawl forward like a worm. She signaled to the two to follow her, and together, they shifted in another direction. Eventually, they arrived at a different room. As they traversed a space resembling an operating theater, Tian Li beheld the restraining devices affixed to the surgical table, alongside implements that resembled instruments of torture. She could easily envision the horrific treatment that awaited those unfortunate souls who had been subjected to Li Mingqi's whims, the despair they must have felt. Gu Qian gestured for them to continue moving forward, and behind this room, Wang Qingcheng and Tian Li finally encountered what Gu Qian had wished for them to see. The entire room was lined with rows of display racks, filled with glass bottles of varying sizes, meticulously arranged in order. Within these bottles resided an array of tissues, some of which Tian Li could recognize as human, while others had mutated beyond recognition, preserved in a murky liquid that was utterly repulsive. To her horror, some of the specimens appeared to be alive, exhibiting movements within their glass confines. Heavens, what is Li Mingqi doing? Gu Qian, upon witnessing these grotesque sights, attempted to knock the bottles down, but unfortunately, the display racks were of exceptional quality, and her efforts proved futile. We must destroy them. Wang Qingcheng also observed the contents, and his expression soured, clearly grasping the dark and brutal nature of Li Mingqi's experiments. Just as the two prepared to shatter the bottles, a frantic voice suddenly interrupted from behind them. Stop! It was Li Mingqi, who had hurried over, but his countenance was now dark, devoid of the calm and amiable demeanor he had previously exhibited. Li Mingqi, what experiments are you conducting? Is this your doing, Gu Qian? Upon seeing him, Tian Li tightened her grip on the knife in her hand, convinced that such a person was unworthy of humanity. Having endured the horrors of a post-apocalyptic world, she could appreciate the beauty of the current human existence. Tian Li could not comprehend why some individuals sought to obliterate the peace of the present to forge a hellish reality. Whenever Tian Li thought of someone like Li Mingqi deliberately conducting such an experiment that resulted in pollutants, her fury surged within her like a tempest. Stop it! Li Mingqi shouted once more at the two, seeing Tian Li intent on further destroying his specimens. Xiao Li, come here and seize them. Soon, the sound of heavy objects being moved echoed from another room, approaching their chamber with an ominous thud. Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng swiftly realized that Li Mingqi was undoubtedly summoning other pollutants. Wang Qingcheng immediately drew his firearm and began firing at Li Mingqi. During their previous encounter, it was Gu Qian who had subdued Tian Li, but at a crucial moment, it was Wang Qingcheng's intervention that saved her, inflicting significant damage upon Gu Qian. This time, Tian Li distinctly observed that 3 bullets struck Li Mingqi. In no time, blood began to seep from Li Mingqi's chest and right shoulder, staining the white coat he wore. However, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, ones that would incapacitate an ordinary person, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng were astonished to find that Li Mingqi only slightly altered his expression, maintaining his prior agility. Upon witnessing that Wang Qingcheng's assault had little effect on Li Mingqi, Tian Li hastily rushed forward, brandishing a kitchen knife and aiming a fierce blow at Li Mingqi's chest. Surprisingly, Li Mingqi did not flinch. His expression remained devoid of fear. When the blade struck Li Mingqi, Tian Li felt as if she had hit solid steel, the recoil nearly causing her to lose grip on the knife. You've modified your body, Tian Li exclaimed involuntarily. Ha ha ha, your attacks are nothing but trivial. Isn't it time for me to retaliate? At this moment, Li Mingqi revealed his true nature. Discarding the facade of the gentle doctor, to unveil a character that was cold and merciless. In a brief span of mere seconds, the attacks from Wang Qingcheng and Tian Li unfolded one after the other. It was then that a series of thudding sounds announced the arrival of a grotesque entity into the room. Chapter 19. The Murderous Doctor, Part 2. This creature, a pollutant in its own right, bore a closer resemblance to the legendary Cthulhu-style monstrosities. While its upper body retained a semblance of human form, its lower half had transformed into 3 formidable tentacles, accompanied by several smaller appendages. Although it maintained a humanoid shape, the creature's head had grotesquely swollen, appearing at least 3 times its normal size, with its facial features compressed to the point of near invisibility, rendering it truly hideous. The creature slithered into the house, following Li Mingqi's orders, and began its assault against Wang Qingcheng and Tian Li. As the monster drew near, they were assaulted by the putrid, briny stench emanating from it, a nauseating odor reminiscent of fermented salted fish steeped in formaldehyde. The mere scent was enough to induce a wave of revulsion in both individuals. Recognizing the creature as the pollutant that occupied the other bed in the same room as Gu Qian, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng remained completely focused, undeterred by the monstrous threat before them. Tian Li swung her knife, successfully parrying a tentacle's advance, while Wang Qingcheng deftly rolled aside to evade the initial strike, firing several bullets into the creature. With his accuracy demonstrated in that first exchange, Wang Qingcheng managed to hit the tentacled beast multiple times. The creature, clearly pained by the gunshots, began to exhibit disarray in its attacks. Observing this, both individuals secretly sighed in relief. Their earlier frustrations with Li Mingqi had cast doubt on the strength of the tentacled creature, but the effectiveness of their firearms against it provided a glimmer of hope. Through combat, they discerned that despite its fearsome appearance, the tentacled entity relied solely on physical attacks through its appendages, lacking any additional supernatural abilities. Once they grasped its attack patterns, the battle began to shift favorably for Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng. In a matter of moments, Tian Li's knife had severed several of the smaller tentacles. Yet, despite their successes, both remained acutely aware of the lurking danger posed by Li Mingqi, who still stood by. As Tian Li glanced toward Li Mingqi amidst the struggle against the tentacled pollutants, she noticed that he merely stood still, observing the creatures he had summoned gradually faltering, showing no inclination to assist. At last, after the 2 large tentacles had been severed, the creature lost its ability to move, collapsing to the ground and thrashing helplessly. Indeed, this specimen exhibited numerous flaws. It was utterly ineffectual. With the collaboration between Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng, they managed to vanquish the pollutant. Li Mingqi merely cast a disdainful glance at the writhing tentacled beast before directing his attention to the 2 panting individuals. "You wretched fiend, how could you employ living beings for your experiments, transforming them all into pollutants? You are utterly unworthy of being human," Tian Li reproached Li Mingqi directly. "Pollution? I do not endorse that term. My intention is to facilitate the further evolution of humanity. In ancient times, the pace of human evolution was more than tenfold that of today. However, over the past 5,000 years, this momentum has decelerated significantly, effectively halting any further evolution. What I seek is to unravel the secrets of human evolution, to propel humanity onward. Individuals like you, who are content with the present, will never comprehend this." Tian Li gazed at Li Mingqi's increasingly fervent expression, finding him utterly incomprehensible. Pointing at Gu Qian and the tentacle creature on the ground, she inquired of Li Mingqi, "Is this what you call evolution? Transforming them into beings that are neither human nor ghost, plunging them into immense suffering? Are you aware of the profound impact and upheaval your experiments could inflict upon human society?" Upon hearing Li Mingqi's arrogant words, even though Tian Li had always considered herself a lady, she felt an overwhelming urge to spit in his face. However, the reality was that after Li Mingqi made his move, both Wang Qingcheng and Tian Li found themselves struggling considerably in their resistance. Li Mingqi exhibited no visible mutations. His methods of attack were straightforward, yet his speed and strength exceeded the limits of human capability. Each punch, and kick inflicted significant harm upon Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng. More critically, Li Mingqi's formidable defensive abilities rendered their attempts to harm him largely ineffective. In this utterly unequal confrontation, both Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng were systematically brought to the ground by Li Mingqi. Tian Li lay on the ground, acutely aware that it felt as though every bone in her body had been shattered by Li Mingqi's relentless assault. Every inch of her being throbbed with excruciating pain. Had it not been for certain experiences from her previous life, she feared she might succumb to the agony. She glanced at Wang Qingcheng, who had valiantly shielded her from Li Mingqi's attacks, enduring far more punishment than she had. Now, he lay beside her, his form reduced to a mere specter of blood, gasping more for breath than exhaling. In the face of such overwhelming pain, a profound sense of despair enveloped Tian Li's heart. Tian Li could only watch helplessly as Li Mingqi approached with a syringe in hand, the precise moment of his arrival unknown to her. Just as despair threatened to engulf her completely, Li Mingqi abruptly halted, his expression darkening. Beneath his feet, several tendrils ensnared his steps. "Do you really believe you can delay this?" Li Mingqi scoffed, and with a forceful stride, the majority of the tendrils ensnaring him were instantly torn asunder. Tian Li observed Gu Shi, who had collapsed beside her, shuddering as if struck by an electric current at the moment the vines were torn apart. Helpless and unable to move her own body, Tian Li could only curse Li Mingqi, that beast. With each few steps Li Mingqi took, he would find his feet ensnared by the vines, forcing him to halt and tear them away. Over a mere few meters, Tian Li witnessed Gu Shi repeatedly impede Li Mingqi's progress with the vines. Although each delay was brief, collectively they extended the time by several precious minutes. In these fleeting moments, Tian Li quietly gathered her strength, preparing to make a final desperate effort when Li Mingqi approached, hoping that Wang Qingcheng could escape unharmed. At last, Li Mingqi drew near, and with a swift kick, he cast aside the tentacle contaminant before attempting to inject Tian Li in the neck. Almost simultaneously, Tian Li swung her knife at Li Mingqi, while Wang Qingcheng fired 2 shots. Half of Li Mingqi's skull was nearly torn away. The last 2 bullets from Wang Qingcheng's gun struck Li Mingqi's left eye. Concurrently, Tian Li's blade successfully intercepted Li Mingqi's furious strike aimed at Wang Qingcheng. Following such an assault, Li Mingqi was consumed by a frenzied rage. He was utterly astonished that the 2 individuals on the ground still possessed the strength to inflict such harm upon him at that moment. In his fury, he began to stomp mercilessly on the 2 who lay utterly exhausted. Having already witnessed the potency of Li Mingqi's attacks, a single stomp could shatter their innards, resulting in instant death. At that critical juncture, several tendrils suddenly swept in, swiftly dragging both Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng away, narrowly avoiding Li Mingqi's impending strike. Failing to land his blow only fueled Li Mingqi's anger further. Although blinded by Wang Qingcheng's shot, his hearing remained acute. He detected the sounds of Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng being dragged and directed his assault towards that sound. Thus, with the assistance of Gu Qian's vines, the 2 managed to evade Li Mingqi's attacks time and again. Tian Li understood that whether one was an ability user or a victim of excessive exploitation of one's own powers, irreversible harm could ensue, even leading to complete demise. Gu Qian's current state was a manifestation of such reckless overexertion. The attack from Wang Qing 2 days prior had already inflicted damage upon her. Now, Gu Qian's condition was a clear indication of the extreme misuse of her abilities, suggesting that her end was imminent. "Sister Gu Qian, that's enough. Stop!" Tian Li cried out, tears streaming down her face. "Do you think a useless person can stop me?" Li Mingqi, having discerned the direction of Tian Li's voice, once again broke free from Gu Qian's vines and sprinted towards her. However, this time his movements began to falter. Despite Gu Qian's efforts, her vines ultimately failed to hinder Li Mingqi. He finally reached Tian Li, bending down and gripping her neck tightly. Tian Li found herself ensnared by Li Mingqi's grip, rendering her breathless. Moments later, the encroaching darkness began to blur her vision. Tian Li, the anguished cries of Wang Qingcheng pierced through the haze, and at last, her hands went limp, her body on the verge of unconsciousness. Yet, Just then, Li Mingqi collapsed beside her, his grip on her throat momentarily released. Gasping for air, Tian Li inhaled deeply, finally managing to cough violently. The one who had struck Li Mingqi from behind was a singular tentacle, the last remnant of the tentacle pollution that had previously lain on the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Tian Li witnessed Wang Qingcheng muster his final strength to grasp his knife and deliver a decisive blow to Li Mingqi's head, pinning him to the floor. The tentacle pollution struck again, launching itself forcefully towards Li Mingqi's neck. With a resounding thud, Li Mingqi's head and body were severed. His form lifted into the air before crashing down on the opposite side of the room. After enduring further harm, his head shattered, resembling a crushed watermelon. Li Mingqi was finally dead. At this moment, Tian Li could not afford to check on anything else. She rushed to Wang Qingcheng's side. Seeing him gravely injured and on the brink of death, despair enveloped her heart. Suddenly, she felt a warmth in the palm of her left hand, and a golden card materialized before her. The intricate design of this card was significantly more radiant than those before, and its information had transformed entirely. Tian Li's exclusive card. The Strong Heart card attributes: E-Class, Upgradable, Status, Activated Activation Task, Completely Eliminate the Pollutant. Qian, Completed, Initial Activation Reward, Life Restoration. As long as she remains alive, Tian Li can create miracles. However, such miracles are limited to a single opportunity, which Tian Li must use judiciously. Skill: Possessing a strong heart will attract a continuous stream of allies to your side. Tian Li can select suitable abilities to absorb into the card for her own use. Currently capable of absorbing one ability, which cannot be replaced. Skill 2. Unknown. Skill 3. Unknown. Chapter 20. Rebirth. Seeking justice for the innocent finally, with the card activated. Tian Li should have felt exhilarated by the updated skills. However, upon witnessing the devastation within the room, a profound sense of melancholy took hold of her. She had never anticipated that anyone would actively engage in such experiments, voluntarily transforming individuals into pollutants, driven by such insane notions, and putting them into practice. Time was not on Tian Li's side. Wang Qingcheng's injuries were severe. Shifting her focus, she held the card firmly in her hand and hurried to Wang Qingcheng's side, gently waving it. Although no immediate change occurred, his breathing noticeably steadied. Tian Li exhaled, feeling a sense of relief, and turned her attention to the remaining state of Gu Qian and the tentacle-like pollutants. Gu Qian now resembled a withered vine, measuring less than half a meter in length. Cautiously, Tian Li donned gloves and reached out to touch it. As soon as her fingers made contact, it disintegrated into a powdery substance. To her surprise, despite the severe injuries, the tentacle pollutant was still alive. With Li Mingqi deceased, the entity seemed to have regained a semblance of consciousness, emitting a series of soft whimpers upon noticing Tian Li's approach. Although it was a pollutant, had it not been for the tentacle's last desperate act, the outcome of the battle among the three could have remained uncertain. What is your remaining wish? If it lies within my power, I shall assist you in fulfilling it. After uttering a few indistinct sounds, the tentacle pollutant strained to articulate words, though its speech was still muddled, as if its mouth were stuffed with cotton. Tian Li made an effort to listen intently and was able to comprehend its meaning. Tian Li gazed upon the figure before her, a being that had entirely lost its lower half, a mere remnant of humanity. Once a charming young woman, the sight evoked a profound sorrow within her. The presence of this abomination was fading, its vitality dwindling, seemingly on the brink of extinguishment. Yet with a final breath, it addressed Tian Li, revealing, Li Mingqi has concealed numerous items within the safe in his room. I once glimpsed his password. Destroy these and prevent further suffering. Also, could you visit room 302 in building 1 of the Sunflower Community on Jianga Avenue to check on my fiancé? We were to be wed imminently. Upon uttering these words, the wretched entity succumbed to silence. At this moment, Wang Qingcheng awakened, observing Tian Li bustling about the room, prompting an exclamation from him. Upon seeing Wang Qingcheng regain consciousness, Tian Li's anxieties, which had been suspended, lessened considerably. She began recounting the events that transpired after the battle, and summoned the activated card to display it to him. Indeed, the line indicating the initial activation reward on the golden card had vanished. Selecting an appropriate ability for one's use? It appears to be a formidable skill if wielded effectively. Wang Qingcheng remarked with admiration after reviewing the card's description. In her previous life, Tian Li had never awakened any extraordinary abilities, while Wang Qingcheng, despite having awakened his powers, seemed to have no connection to this situation. She pondered deeply on how to make the most of this card. It was imperative that she carefully considered her options. Wang Qingcheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the madness of Li Mingqi's experiments, unaware of how many individuals had fallen victim to his schemes. It would be best to leave the matter to the authorities. The two supported each other as they exited the room, and Tian Li made a call to the police. Before long, the sound of sirens filled the air. Suddenly, she felt a gentle tug on her hand, enveloped by another pair of warm hands. Turning her head, she found Wang Qingcheng gazing at her, offering a reassuring smile. Tian Li was warmed by Wang Qingcheng's actions, finding a sense of reassurance within herself. Upon their arrival at the police station, they were ushered into a private room. The officers, displaying great consideration, conducted a thorough examination of their injuries and rewrapped the affected areas. During their respite, they were provided with hot tea, bread, and other sustenance. The items they discovered indeed captured the police's significant attention. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged officer requested their presence. They were led into a small conference room, where 5 or 6 individuals were already seated. Tian Li observed that the leader, a rugged man in his 40s, exuded an air of competence. As they entered, several individuals nodded in acknowledgement. Once everyone was settled, the man stood and introduced himself to Wang Qingcheng and Tian Li, stating, "In light of the grievous incident concerning Li Mingqi, the government is taking this matter with utmost seriousness. A task force comprising relevant departments has been assembled for a comprehensive investigation. I am in charge of this team. My surname is Hu Changjun." He gestured towards Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng, prompting them to recount the events of that day. One individual spoke up first, saying, "These matters are still undergoing forensic evaluation. But having worked in forensics for over 20 years, I can say I have never encountered such a situation. Had it not been for this lady's account, I would surely have found it hard to believe." Based on the testimonies of Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng, the others in the conference room began to deliberate. At this juncture, one person furrowed their brow and sighed, expressing the scope of individuals connected to Li Mingqi from his school days to his current employment is indeed vast and challenging to navigate. Another added, "Initially, during the apocalypse, communication infrastructures were not entirely dismantled, allowing for relatively widespread information flow, and various human enclaves maintained some level of contact." Tian Li had heard numerous rumors regarding this organization, the most prevalent being that it purportedly possesses information pertaining to the control of pollutants. Its members operated with impunity during the end times, frequently resulting in entire towns being contaminated and decimated due to their experiments. Despite the massive loss of life they caused, in Tian Li's understanding, the organization continued to thrive. Tian Li inquired of the others whether Li Mingqi had any connections to the people of Yezi Nation. Indeed, while studying abroad, Li Mingqi had a teacher who was from Yezi Nation, and investigation suggests that their relationship was quite close. Tian Li suggested that it would be prudent to conduct a thorough investigation into Li Mingqi's teacher, who, nodding in agreement, turned his gaze towards Tian Li, seemingly intrigued, and inquired, "What leads you to believe that this is the direction we should pursue?" Caught off guard, Tian Li found herself momentarily speechless. She could not reveal her rebirth or her extraordinary abilities, thus the genuine rationale eluded her. However, if she remained silent, it would be contrary to reason. As she struggled to conjure an alternative justification, who nodded thoughtfully, Tian Li cast a glance at Wang Qingcheng, who responded with a reassuring smile, his expression remarkably composed. "Do not worry. With me, we have the unwavering support of our entire nation," Wang Qingcheng said, recognizing the weight of concern etched on Tian Li's face and seeking to comfort her. Tian Li could not help but lean against Wang Qingcheng's embrace. yearning to absorb the warmth within it to combat her profound unease. Li, have you ever pondered why you have been reborn? Wang Qingcheng Li's discomfort. Despite having undergone such a momentous event as reincarnation, she still perceived herself as merely an ordinary person with additional experiences. The sudden revelation of Li Mingqi's vast influence naturally instilled a sense of trepidation within her. However, as a police officer, Wang Qingcheng's thoughts and realizations diverged significantly. I understand now, Qingcheng. I will strive to improve. Shall we endeavor together? Upon hearing Wang Qingcheng's words, Tian Li felt an overwhelming sorrow in her heart. She nestled in his arms, weeping silently, her tears cascading down and dampening his clothing. Chapter 21. Rejecting rumors and spreading truths after resolving everything. Both individuals finally experienced a long-awaited sense of relief. It was only at this moment that they realized their bodies were on the verge of exhaustion. Although their wounds had been redressed, Tian Li still felt discomfort from her injuries. Her body remained exceedingly fatigued. The entire area around her was tinged with a tingling sensation, and her mind felt enveloped in a haze, as if everything around her was imbued with an ethereal unreality. Tian Li turned her gaze towards Wang Qingcheng. Although he had already received treatment for his card skills, she could still discern the profound fatigue buried deep within his eyes. It was evident that the relentless journey and battles had taken a significant toll on both their bodies and spirits. Wang Qingcheng embraced Tian Li, allowing her to rest against him, and softened his tone as he inquired, Li, would you like to come to my place tonight to rest and rejuvenate? Upon hearing his question, a delicate flush of crimson spread across Tian Li's previously pale face. A hint of shyness flickered in her expression as she gently grasped Wang Qingcheng's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. Is that all right? Am I being a bother to you? Seeing the radiant sparkle ignite in Tian Li's eyes as she listened to his words, Wang Qingcheng felt his heart race wildly. He found her utterly enchanting, captivated by her beauty and innocence. Tian Li gazed at the modest yet impeccably tidy room, feeling a deep admiration for Wang Qingcheng's discipline. The more time she spent with him, the more she discovered his admirable qualities. Noticing that it was getting late and they had yet to dine, Wang Qingcheng suggested ordering takeout to make do. However, Tian Li, spotting some food in the refrigerator, smiled and offered to cook instead. She retrieved eggs, tomatoes, a handful of Shanghai greens, a piece of pork, and a few green peppers, setting about preparing dinner. The ingredients were fresh, having been purchased by Wang Qingcheng in recent days. As she blanched the tomatoes, she observed Wang Qingcheng washing the Shanghai greens beside her, unable to suppress a secret smile. During the apocalypse, finding food had been a formidable challenge, often leading them to eat whatever they could scavenge. Tian Li had often thought how blissful it would be to prepare a proper meal with Wang Qingcheng, and now that her wish was coming to fruition, she felt pure delight. She heated oil in the pan, tossing in ginger and garlic to release their fragrant aroma before adding the sliced pork, Shanghai greens, and green peppers in succession. A sprinkle of salt, soy sauce, and Sichuan peppercorns completed the dish, which emerged steaming from the pan. Next, she prepared a tomato and egg stir-fry, pouring the beaten eggs into hot oil until they turned golden and fluffy before adding the chopped tomatoes. A dash of salt was all it needed to create a delectable plate of tomato scrambled eggs. By the time the rice cooker signaled that the rice was ready, Tian Li had arranged her 2 dishes on the dining table. The two sat across from each other as she filled bowls of rice for both. Wang Qingcheng, clearly impressed by Tian Li's culinary skills, savored a mouthful of the dish, followed by a bite of rice, and gave her a thumbs up, repeatedly praising her cooking. As they dined, their gazes frequently met across the table, igniting a sense of enchantment. Gradually, their faces flushed, and while they wished to tease one another, even their laughter felt slightly tremulous. After the meal, Wang Qingcheng took the initiative to wash the dishes, and soon they found themselves sitting together on the sofa, the atmosphere in the room turning increasingly intimate. Both young individuals felt a warmth enveloping them as they sat on the sofa. Moments later, their furtive glances drew them together, their eyes locking in a silent communion. Tian Li distinctly noticed that Wang Qingcheng's face had reddened even more. Unable to contain herself, she let out a soft laugh, finding his bashfulness endearing. Hearing her laughter, Wang Qingcheng relaxed slightly, regaining his usual composure, yet the fire in his gaze remained fixed upon Tian Li. Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng found themselves increasingly drawn together, their breaths growing more rapid, their gazes entwining in the air, becoming ever more thick and palpable. The atmosphere began to sweeten, as if a rosy, effervescent essence filled the room, swirling and dancing around the two young souls. At last they embraced and kissed, their initial awkwardness giving way to a seamless familiarity. Everything felt so natural, as if it were destined to unfold this way. After what felt like an eternity, the once dense air began to simmer, and the pink bubbles erupted in a jubilant celebration within the confines of the room. As moments slipped away, and the streetlights outside flickered to life, with the foot traffic dwindling, the two within the apartment finally embraced, gazing through the window at the scattered lights twinkling in the desolate night sky. Tian Li felt the solid embrace of Wang Qingcheng surrounding her, a languid sensation enveloping her entire being. At last, both of them opened their hearts and began to share their lives, the existence they faced in this apocalyptic world. Inevitably, their conversation drifted towards the subject of the impending doom. Tian Li expressed her thoughts. Although Wang Qingcheng had heard Tian Li mention various aspects of their experiences during the apocalypse, he had yet to endure such a period himself. Thus, he found it necessary to consult Tian Li on many matters before articulating his own perspective. In the past, I too had perused several apocalyptic novels where the protagonists hoarded supplies in the early days of the end times, and despite the dire circumstances, they managed to lead a rather pleasant existence. Tian Li could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing Wang Qingcheng's words. Her laughter somewhat frantic as he wiped away the tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes. How could it be so simple? In truth, after the initial chaos subsided, humanity gradually established bases, and a variety of food began to be cultivated. At this juncture, Tian Li's expression turned serious. She grasped Wang Qingcheng's hand and solemnly remarked that one's mindset is ultimately crucial. In the face of the apocalypse, pollutants would only proliferate and intensify. If one merely sought refuge and aimed to survive in hiding, there would inevitably come a day when even one's life could not be preserved. Only by summoning courage from the very beginning, and by fortifying both body and mind, could one truly adapt to life in such dire straits. With that, Tian Li offered a light-hearted smile once more. However, I am not worried about you. These past few days, you have been bravely combating the pollutants, and I see that your mindset is remarkably resilient. You have always been a courageous individual. The sunflower community is situated near the urban-rural fringe, with buildings erected over 2 decades ago, now showing signs of age. As the two strolled inside, they noticed the community was sparsely populated, predominantly inhabited by elderly residents, with scarcely any young people in sight. Wang Qingcheng discerned Tian Li's confusion and explained, this neighborhood was established quite early, and due to its less favorable location, many young individuals have relocated to the city for work convenience, resulting in a higher concentration of elderly residents here. Observing the elderly's reactions filled both of them with puzzlement. They could not fathom why the once warm-hearted elder had so suddenly turned cold. Later, as Tian Li inquired of 2 or 3 more residents within the community, those who initially appeared welcoming transformed drastically upon hearing her specify the exact house number, their expressions shifting as they hastily brushed past her and departed. Tian Li could no longer contain herself. Her brows knitted tightly together, and her face was awash with a profound look of confusion. Ah, young lady, yes. I am indeed speaking to you, the middle-aged woman at the entrance of a grocery store in the neighborhood called out, waving towards them. Upon catching Tian Li's gaze, she smiled and reiterated, yes, I am indeed addressing you, young lady. Please come over. Tian Li and another person approached. The woman was the proprietor of a local grocery store. Upon noticing Tian Li's entrance, a mysterious expression immediately illuminated her face as she leaned closer and whispered, "Are you inquiring about that person living there?" The shopkeeper stamped her foot, revealing an expression of excitement. You have no idea. The individual residing in this community is a middle-aged man. It is rumored that he murdered his wife. What? Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng exclaimed in astonishment. The shopkeeper seemed quite pleased with their reaction and continued. Having operated my store here for quite some time, I am well aware of the happenings in this neighborhood. When this man first moved in, he was accompanied by a young woman, and they claimed to be married. Tian Li, eager to hear more, prompted her. And then? The shopkeeper noticed the urgency in their expressions, her gossipy smile growing more pronounced. Why the rush? Allow me to continue. However, over 6 months ago, that young woman mysteriously vanished, leaving only this man behind. The police have come. It was even reported that he was the one who called them, saying the girl had suddenly disappeared. How could a healthy person simply vanish? Who would believe such a tale? I've heard that the girl's family still comes by intermittently demanding money from him. He pays them, you know. Tell me, if he weren't feeling guilty, would anyone tolerate others coming to take money from him daily? Ma'am, we were entrusted by that young woman to check on her fiancé. This man has not harmed his fiancé. Tian Li awkwardly clarified to prevent further misunderstandings. The woman's mouth dropped in surprise, her expression shifting to one of embarrassment, as if she felt socially mortified. Oh, I see. I thought so. He seems quite kind to the girl. It's hard to believe he could commit such a heinous act. Indeed, rumors are often unreliable. Wang Qingcheng interjected. If this man truly had killed his fiancée, he would be so carefree now. Let us refrain from spreading baseless rumors. Ultimately, the shopkeeper provided the specific address to the two. They followed her directions and successfully located the designated room. Upon arriving, Tian Li's brow furrowed at the disheveled state before the door. A broken pot, likely once intended for pickling vegetables, lay shattered at their feet. The door and adjacent wall bore deep red, paint scrawled with phrases like murder pays with death, and the clutter strewn about suggested a chaotic disturbance. Wang Qingcheng sighed as he surveyed the scene. It appears the occupant of this room is not faring well. Tian Li rapped upon the door, and after a prolonged moment, a feeble male voice emerged from within. The man appeared to have endured a life of considerable hardship. In the biting cold, his cotton-padded coat bore seams from which the stuffing protruded, a testament to its many years of wear without replacement. His attire, both shirt and trousers, was conspicuously stained with grease, giving him an unkempt appearance. When the man finally ushered the two inside, Tian Li observed that the room was devoid of any respectable furnishings. Even a common sofa was absent, compelling the visitors to settle upon small plastic stools. As she beheld the man's face, etched with hope, and his hands trembling, Tian Li mustered the courage to convey the news. Chapter 22. The agony of life and death. With a resounding crash, the stool beneath the man toppled to the floor, creating a cacophony that echoed in the room. Upon hearing Tian Li's succinct proclamation, the man sprang to his feet, his visage alight with ecstatic joy, a stark contrast to the indifference he had shown earlier to Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng. Now, his gaze was fervently fixed upon them, his demeanor charged with palpable excitement. Lily, have you seen Lily? Where is she now? Is she well? He implored, grasping Wang Qingcheng's arm with urgent fervor. Witnessing the man's expression, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng's faces darkened, revealing their unease. Tian Li firmly believed that revealing such a harsh truth to the man before her would inevitably inflict a deeper emotional wound upon him, perhaps even driving him to a state of utter despair. After several moments of hesitation, she found herself unable to articulate the words that lingered on the tip of her tongue. At that moment, voicing such sentiments felt too cruel for both of them, plunging them into a heavy silence. Is something amiss with Li? Please, I implore you, share with me whatever it may be. Tian Li gazed at Wang Qingcheng, whose expression was also one of deep struggle. Ultimately, however, Wang Qingcheng found the courage to voice his thoughts. The man then sank to his knees upon the frigid ground, engulfed in profound anguish. His entire frame pressed against the earth. His hands obscured his face as tremors of torment coursed through him. The kneeling man began to sob, each hoarse cry following the last, revealing the immense sorrow that he was currently enduring. Tian Li gazed at the man before her, consumed by anguish, and her heart ached with sorrow. In the face of the apocalypse, she had witnessed countless separations and farewells, yet each instance of loss struck her anew, never allowing her to grow accustomed to the heartache. Each time she confronted such a sorrowful scene, she felt an echo of the same profound suffering. Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng worked together to lift the man who had been kneeling on the ground, guiding him to sit upon a chair. Subsequently, Tian Li retrieved a packet of tissues from her bag, extracting one and offering it to the man before her, hoping to console him. Since he had settled onto the sofa, he appeared utterly devoid of spirit, resembling a marionette, unresponsive to all the words of comfort and persuasion uttered by Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng. After Tian Li finished speaking, the man remained still, gazing at her with a vacant and lifeless expression. "Ah, Qingcheng, look at him like this. I truly do not know how to proceed," Tian Li lamented. Just then, Wang Qingcheng suddenly delivered a sharp slap to the man's back. At the sound of this strike, the man's eyes began to flicker, showing signs of awareness. "What are you doing, Qingcheng?" Tian Li exclaimed, taken aback by his action. "I intend to rouse him," Wang Qingcheng replied, evidently angered by the man's prior indifference. Ignoring Tian Li's protests, he continued, Who is responsible for Lily's death?" At this, the man lifted his head, revealing that his eyes had become red-rimmed during their brief exchange. Wang Qingcheng withheld part of the truth, divulging only fragments of the reality. "My poor Lily," the man murmured, bowing his head once more. He used the tissue offered by Tian Li to wipe away the tears streaming down his face. Despite being engulfed in sorrow, he managed to utter a raspy, subdued expression of gratitude to the two. After clearing his tears, he clutched the tissue tightly, his voice low as he spoke. "Lily was the kindest person in the world to me. Now that she is gone, leaving me all alone, I truly do not know how I shall continue living. I am in such anguish." As he recounted his plight, tears flowed anew, prompting him to pull another tissue from the packet to wipe his face in a haphazard manner. "Lily and I had planned to marry this year, but we were both short on funds. I sold barbecued food at the night market, and Lily worked tirelessly, often putting in overtime. We had been saving up, yet I never anticipated. Perhaps Lily enrolled in Li Mingqi's experiment in hopes of gathering money for our wedding, ultimately meeting with disaster." Upon hearing the man's words, a profound realization dawned upon Tian Li. It struck her how cruelly fate can toy with individuals. "Huh?" The man appeared momentarily bewildered by Wang Qingcheng's inquiry, before falling into deep contemplation. Tian Li gazed at Wang Qingcheng, lowering her voice to inquire, "Do you think there might be any clues here?" In truth, Lily had not left behind much. There was only one occasion when she handed me a notebook, instructing me to keep in a safe place. She mentioned that if, by any chance, something were to happen to her, I should surrender it to the police. Could this be what you were referring to? The primary content of the notebook chronologically documented her surgeries, from the dates inscribed. It appeared that the earliest entry was nearly a year ago. After a series of comforting exchanges, the man's emotions finally began to stabilize. Wang Qingcheng casually asked, and the man nodded, his expression dimming slightly as he spoke. At this juncture, a flicker of indignation crossed the man's face. It seemed he had recalled something unsettling, as a shadow of gloom settled over him. Lily's parents had vehemently opposed our marriage. However, our bond was strong. Eventually, they made some concessions, agreeing to our union on the condition that we repaid her brother's mortgage. The man nodded in affirmation. As they exited the residential complex, Tian Li's spirits remained low. Observing her lackluster demeanor, Wang Qingcheng expressed his concern, asking, "Xiao Li, are you feeling fatigued?" Tian Li shook her head and recounted her family's circumstances to Wang Qingcheng. When she spoke of the arduous journey to find her father and the subsequent experience of being abandoned, she suddenly sensed a profound shift in Wang Qingcheng's demeanor. He became engulfed in a tempest of fury, while it was Tian Li who found herself in the role of the comforter. With a hint of amusement, she gently patted his back and reassured him, There, I have avenged myself now. Qingcheng, let's not dwell in anger any longer, shall we?" Before Tian Li could finish her words, she found herself embraced in the warm arms of Wang Qingcheng. Her head rested against his chin, and she heard his soothing voice above her. Li, I promise I shall never allow you to be bullied again. Tian Li nudda, deliberately exaggerating her gestures as she bobbed her head up and down. Qingcheng, with your remarkable skills, there is surely no cause for concern. Both individuals resolved to first visit the police station to deliver a notebook to Captain Hu. As they walked along the path, Wang Qingcheng suddenly expressed curiosity, asking Tian Li, Li, what do you think it would be like to awaken supernatural abilities during an apocalypse? Would they be formidable? Wang Qingcheng possessed extraordinary powers, exhibiting formidable defensive capabilities that allowed him to harness the power of light to create a protective barrier, warding off pollutants from entering. Hearing Wang Qingcheng speak of such abilities evoked a sense of regret in Tian Li. She lamented her indifference towards him in her past life. Now, desiring to offer him assistance, she found herself unable to do so. Observing the look of frustration on Tian Li's face, Wang Qingcheng's expression softened as he reassured her. It's all right, Li. Sometimes it is best to let things unfold naturally. Tian Li nudda. In her past life, you were already so formidable, undoubtedly. You are even more capable now. As she spoke these words, Tian Li had secretly resolved to exert all her strength to protect Wang Qingcheng, ensuring he would never find himself alone in perilous situations. The two of them entered Captain Hu's office with their notebooks. Captain Hu was already waiting behind the desk, the ashtray littered with several cigarette butts. Upon their entrance, Captain Hu seemed to finally exhale in relief, promptly standing up and approaching them. He took the notebook from Wang Qingcheng's hands, a rare smile gracing his face. Wonderful. With this notebook, we can better comprehend Li Mingqi's information and see if we can unearth something useful. Captain Hu had evidently noticed the eager expression and sparkling eyes on Tian Li's face. He smiled broadly and succinctly briefed them on the current advancements. Based on Tian Li's hints, the team had indeed identified several individuals closely associated with Li Mingqi. The good news was that such individuals existed. However, the unfavorable news was that during the investigation, Captain Hu and his team discovered these people primarily communicated through the internet, exhibiting high levels of vigilance. Furthermore, there were individuals within this organization who possessed exceptional online expertise, posing significant challenges to their inquiry. It is quite challenging. Captain Hu lamented, lighting a cigarette. After taking a few puffs, he noticed Tian Li and instinctively extinguished it, his brow furrowing even deeper. After all, this involves the internet and foreign elements. Coordination will require time. I am genuinely concerned that our time is limited. Wang Qingcheng, somewhat puzzled, spoke up. Captain Hu, I believe there must be individuals akin to Li Mingqi within the country. If we approach it domestically, it should be somewhat easier. Captain Hu offered a wry smile. Qingcheng, we have considered what you propose, but the members of this organization are generally quite elusive. Without a point of entry, we cannot conduct extensive investigations without substantial evidence, as that may easily incite societal panic, which would be counterproductive. Chapter 23. Infrastructure Development Initiated. Tian Li reclined in Wang Qingcheng's embrace, sensing his distracted flipping through his phone, and began discussing the matter of stockpiling supplies. This meant starting from scratch, and the thought sent her into a mild frenzy. I currently have nearly 2 million in savings, and in just over half a year, that money may lose its value. Originally, I intended to use all of it for preparations, but now I feel overwhelmed with tasks ahead, lacking a clear direction. Running her fingers through her hair, Tian Li could only cast a pleading glance at Wang Qingcheng. Noticing his girlfriend in such a rare state, Wang Qingcheng did not hesitate to reassure her, saying, "Do not worry, Li. I have lived in this city since childhood, so I certainly have a better grasp of things than you. I will take care of the housing arrangements. However, since I have never experienced an apocalypse, please let me know what to be mindful of, and I will search according to your specifications." After hearing Wang Qingcheng's words, Tian Li found his reasoning sound. After all, his involvement would certainly simplify matters. Her spirits lifted at the thought, and she pondered carefully before responding. First, we need ample space. Ideally, a standalone villa. If that is not feasible, a spacious flat in a high-rise could suffice. The rooms should not be too low, and, importantly, the building must be of high quality, situated away from densely populated areas. Initially, we must avoid the first wave of contamination caused by rainwater pollution. Upon hearing Tian Li's concerns, Wang Qingcheng reflected for a moment before offering his own suggestion. I have a place in mind. I heard that a developer has recently launched a villa project in the western suburbs, where the population is sparse. We should go and take a look at the property. Hearing that such a suitable ready-made house was available, Tian Li felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Having settled on a target, the couple promptly made their way to the villa community. Indeed, the villa chosen by Wang Qingcheng met both of their expectations splendidly. Firstly, the distance between each villa was ample, and secondly, although they were classified as villas, the developer's focus was entirely on family weekend retreats. Each villa stood merely 2 stories tall and featured a terrace, making it an ideal size for Wang Qingcheng and Tian Li to reside together. After a cursory inspection of the exterior, both felt highly satisfied and proceeded directly to the sales office. The office was sparsely populated, primarily staffed by employees. Upon entering, Wang Qingcheng and Tian Li were greeted warmly by the staff. After a brief exchange, when they expressed their interest in the villa, the staff's demeanor became markedly more enthusiastic. May I inquire, dear sir and madam, what specific requirements do you have regarding the 16 villas we have developed here? Tian Li spoke first, expressing, we have just assessed the surroundings, and both of us appreciate tranquility. Therefore, we require that the location of this villa be particularly serene. The sales staff promptly interjected, indeed, we have several villas specifically designed to cater to clients like yourselves, with each structure positioned at a considerate distance from the others. Tian Li nodded in satisfaction. At the behest of both Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng, the real estate staff drove the two directly to the villa district. As they toured the area, it became evident that each villa was positioned with considerable spacing. During this exploration, Tian Li suddenly noticed that one of the villas had a second floor that deviated from the refined rooftops of the others. Instead, it featured a spacious terrace. Although it lacked the aesthetic appeal of the neighboring villas, Tian Li felt it was perfectly suited for her and Wang Qingcheng, prompting her to request a visit to this particular villa. Upon entering, Tian Li's contentment grew. The windows were predominantly on the second floor, and the first floor had elevated windows. The underground levels included a wine cellar and a garage, both of which were exceedingly convenient. Observing Tian Li's immediate interest in the villa's windows, the staff remarked, each of our villas boasts a unique design, but only this one features a terrace, ideal for hosting gatherings or sunbathing. Wang Qingcheng, clearly in agreement, inquired about the waterproofing of the terrace. The staff assured him there are no concerns regarding that. Additionally, this villa is situated near the park within our development, ensuring minimal foot traffic and maximum privacy for the residents. After touring all the villas in the community, the couple decided to secure the one with the terrace. Following the payment of a deposit and the arrangement of an installment plan, they were fortunate to receive certain discounts due to the relatively recent launch of the development and the limited number of buyers. With the house confirmed, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng turned their attention to the renovation. Inside the villa, Tian Li pointed to a sunlit room on the first floor and declared, Wang Qingcheng, this will be our living room, while the rest will serve as storage. All right, I shall heed my wife, Wang Qingcheng replied, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he watched Tian Li energetically organize the villa into distinct functional areas. In Tian Li's recollection, the onset of the apocalypse was heralded by nearly a month of relentless rain. Initially, most water sources became contaminated, leading many individuals and animals to either succumb to illness from the tainted water or suffer a fate worse than death. Therefore, installing a water purification system was imperative. Food supplies were also essential. Although they did not possess the legendary infinite space, through their efforts, they managed to order basic staples such as rice, flour, oil, and some ready-to-eat foods online, primarily in packaged forms. Moreover, they ensured ample preparation of gasoline and diesel, albeit limited by the storage capacity of the villa. Consequently, Wang Qingcheng rented an additional warehouse nearby to continue stockpiling supplies. With that, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the renovation of the villa. After deliberation, They replaced the original windows and doors, which appeared elegant but lacked sturdiness, with the most robust alternatives available. The villa's exterior, initially adorned with red brick, exuded a rich ambience. However, at Tian Li's request, workers were enlisted to construct a thick, solid wall of cement, a decision that left even the renovation crew somewhat astonished. Tian Li could only blush and explain that she desired to ensure a greater sense of security. The outer wall of the courtyard was not only solid, but, at Tian Li's insistence, cameras were installed at various points, including the gate. The overall decor of the villa was quite extravagant. Unlike others who purchased villas and undertook lavish renovations, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng had not engaged in such pursuits. They had not even considered opulent crystal chandeliers or high-end furniture. Instead, they instructed the workers to focus solely on waterproofing and insulation for the villa, and as Tian Li had envisioned from the beginning, they installed solar panels on the top floor. At noon, Tian Li brought snacks and tea to the workers who were working on the top floor, temporarily setting down their tasks. The workers, now resting, sipped tea and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Sister, your renovations are quite different from those of other homes. After so many years of doing renovations, you are the first we've encountered to decorate in this manner." Faced with the workers' curious expressions, Tian Li could only explain repeatedly, eventually hinting subtly. "Given that the weather has been poor this year, it would be quite beneficial for you to install some convenient living devices for yourselves, if possible." The workers, evidently not grasping Tian Li's meaning, erupted in a laughter upon hearing her words, teasing her, "The thoughts of the wealthy differ from ours. You have your solar panels and water purification systems. We are perfectly content with our tap water." Tian Li listened to the workers' words with a mere smile, choosing not to pursue the topic further. After enduring years of apocalyptic survival, she was no longer the saintly figure she once might have been. Moreover, should she dare to speak the truth, she would likely be dismissed as a madwoman. Fortunately, the workers recruited by Wang Qingcheng exhibited commendable efficiency, and within a month, the majority of the villa's renovations were completed. On a splendidly sunny day, the two formally conducted an inspection of the villa. At Tian Li's suggestion, a thick carpet was laid in the only living room on the second floor, and all the windows were replaced with double-glazed glass of the highest safety rating. The top floor was equipped with water purification and solar power systems, ensuring self-sufficiency in water and electricity even amid contamination and shortages. Additionally, waste disposal systems were installed in various parts of the villa. Upon observing the villa's finished state, both Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng felt a sense of satisfaction. They were now merely awaiting the arrival of the ordered supplies. However, to their astonishment, after nearly a month of purchasing and renovating, team leader who unexpectedly reached out to them once again. Even the typically stern who wore an uncommon smile, waving for them to take a seat upon their arrival. Once they were settled, who cleared his throat and began to speak. Upon hearing that there had finally been some progress, Tian Li's emotions surged. The depression and gloom that had lingered in her heart for days at last felt as though they had found an outlet for release. Therefore, immediately after whose team finished speaking, she inquired, "Who? Have you found another madman?" In response to Tian Li's question, who shook his head. "How could this be possible?" Tian Li found it utterly incredulous, who deftly lit a cigarette, stating, "Indeed, we also find it quite astonishing. However, after investigating Song Qianqiao, we discovered that this individual has been active in our city following his surgery." At this point, Hu gestured for someone to turn on the projector. Once activated, the screen displayed a young man, seemingly in his 20s, exuding an overall greasy demeanor, with a physique that clearly indicated a lack of exercise and a tendency toward being overweight. What captivated Tian Li's attention most was that, despite this man's unremarkable appearance, he was surrounded by several individuals whose gazes and actions towards Song Qianqiao conveyed a sense of admiration. Tian Li carefully examined the photograph, noting its natural quality, devoid of any deliberate posing. Observing the skeptical gazes from Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng, Captain Hu offered a wry smile and spoke. "This photograph was captured this month after we located Song Qianqiao. Do you find it rather perplexing?" Tian Li nodded and candidly expressed her thoughts. I perceive this individual as quite ordinary in both appearance and demeanor, even somewhat unrefined. The behavior of those surrounding him genuinely perplexes me. I fail to comprehend what charm he possesses. Captain Hu followed Tian Li's gaze to the photograph, pausing for a considerable time before responding. This is precisely why we seek your assistance. According to our investigation, this individual, Song Qiangxiao, experienced a tumultuous childhood marked by his parents' divorce. Subsequently, both of his parents formed new families, leaving him to navigate life on the streets. He barely graduated from high school and thereafter subsisted by taking on various odd jobs. Our findings indicate that prior to his hospitalization, Song Qiangxiao exhibited a rather introverted personality, devoid of friendships. This investigative conclusion aligned with Tian Li's initial impression of the man. However, Captain Hu's expression revealed an ineffable complexity. After his discharge from the hospital, Song Qiangxiao transformed entirely. Chapter 24. The laborer's spirit upon hearing Captain Hu's words. Both Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng began to harbor unsettling thoughts. Coupled with the photograph, Tian Li voiced her suspicions. Captain Hu, has Song Qiangxiao's personality indeed changed so drastically? Could this transformation have imbued him with a compelling charisma? Upon hearing Tian Li's contemplations, a peculiar expression crossed Captain Hu's face. He seemed to hesitate on how to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, a young woman seated nearby spoke on his behalf, introducing Song Qiangxiao's circumstances to the two. This woman, in her mid-20s, possessed fair skin and thick hair tied into a ponytail, exuding an aura of intellectual beauty. Captain Hu introduced this member, Chunxinya, who stood and began her presentation, elucidating the status of the sole survivor from Li Mingqi's experiment. Captain Hu has already briefed you on Song Qiangxiao's condition prior to surgery, so I shall not reiterate. Instead, I wish to emphasize the series of revelations we uncovered following the operation. Does this female teacher, Lu Fei, have any connection with Song Qiangxiao? Tian Li inquired. This indeed puzzles us as well, Chunxinya replied. Our investigation revealed that Lu Fei had no prior association with Song Qiangxiao, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that they were entirely unacquainted. Yet, during this period, Lu Fei became Song Qiangxiao's first lover. Wang Qingcheng discerned the implications within Chunxinya's words. Are you suggesting that Song Qiangxiao has other lovers? The team members nodded in affirmation. Chunxinya continued, based on our current data, Song Qiangxiao has 3 established lovers. However, there seems to be an element of confusion regarding this matter. Throughout this process, all of Song Qiangxiao's lovers appear to coexist harmoniously, seemingly unperturbed by their shared affections. Wang Qingcheng, upon hearing this, began to smirk coldly. Captain Hu, evidently familiar with such narratives, humorously interjected. One might even characterize this as an underdog's resurgence. Tian Li, feeling somewhat speechless, spoke up. What are we to be considered? Merely tools for the protagonist to gain experience? Ultimately, it was Chunxinya who could no longer endure the illogical jests of the others. She adopted a serious demeanor and implored everyone, let us be earnest. The world we inhabit is not a novel. Regardless of the circumstances or the state of Song Qiangxiao, we must ascertain the truth. If Song Qiangxiao has indeed become a pollutant, we must strive to eliminate it at the earliest opportunity. Tian Li began to grasp the nature of their mission upon hearing this. She directly inquired of Captain Hu, is your current intention to entrust us with the task concerning Song Qiangxiao? Captain Hu nodded in affirmation. Tian Li felt a twinge of reluctance. Ever since the emergence of her new abode, she couldn't shake the feeling that things could be improved further. Despite being told multiple times by Wang Qingcheng that she exhibited signs of anxiety, she was now faced with a daunting task and uncertain of how long it would take to complete. Consequently, her heart was brimming with a desire to refuse. Captain Hu, since you have already identified a breakthrough, why not assign your elite team to undertake the task instead of sending Qingcheng and me? The moment Tian Li's perplexity was voiced, an enveloping silence descended upon the entire conference room. Tian Li observed that the expressions of several individuals, including Captain Hu and Chunxinya, had completely soured. Eventually, it was Captain Hu who broke the silence. It is not that we are unwilling to dispatch professionals to address this issue, but the two individuals we sent were successfully brainwashed by Song Qiangxiao, ultimately becoming his obedient followers, even opposing us and drawing his attention to our presence. What manner of monster has Song Qiangxiao transformed into? Tian Li couldn't help but exclaim. Captain Hu echoed her sentiment, pondering the transformation of Song Qiangxiao. What assistance can we provide? Tian Li expressed her hesitation. Although she detested pollutants, she had successfully located Wang Qingcheng, and much of her time was spent following her meticulous guidance. In the early days of her rebirth, her goal had been merely to survive in this apocalyptic world alongside Wang Qingcheng, and she truly wished to avoid entanglement in such matters. Noticing Tian Li's reluctance to engage with the task, Captain Hu sighed in resignation. Initially, we were uncertain about this information and did not wish to disclose it, but we have come to realize that you might be the only person capable of completing this mission. Excuse me? Tian Li raplia, perplexa. Despite her experiences of apocalypse and rebirth, and now possessing what could be termed a card skill, only she and Wang Qingcheng were aware of this in the current world. To everyone else, she should merely be perceived as a regular, resigned office worker. Even the most discerning observers would only conclude that she was a remarkably strong woman. Fortunately, Captain Hu soon elucidated the matter. Our team conducted tests on numerous individual cells against those of Song Qiangxiao and found that only your results fall within the green code region. Others, regardless of gender or age, are in the red or yellow zones. Thus, we surmise that only you possess such abilities. Upon hearing this, Tian Li remained hesitant. The secrets she harbored were far too numerous, and if her mind were to be controlled, she felt she could not take such a risk. Sensing her indecision, the female researcher Chen Xinya spoke up. Ms. Tian Li, I will cooperate with you to complete this task. Are you certain? Didn't Captain Hu mention that only my results are in the green zone? Tian Li Castunat. Chen Xinya nodded, affirming Captain Hu's words, but added, my results are exceedingly close to the green zone, and I believe my expertise can be of assistance. At that moment, Wang Qingcheng also expressed a desire to join Tian Li in undertaking this mission. However, Captain Hu interjected, stating that Wang Qingcheng's test results were far from satisfactory, making it unlikely for him to participate in the task. Tian Li observed Wang Qingcheng's dejected state and began to offer words of comfort. Come now, cheer up. I can manage on my own, she whispered gently in his ear, for I possess a unique skill. Wang Qingcheng felt a twinge of apprehension. This ability appeared rather formidable. Having made the resolute decision to undertake this task, Tian Li found that all her anxieties and apprehensions were relegated to the depths of her heart, resulting in a significantly more optimistic demeanor. With the commitment to embrace this responsibility, Captain Hu wasted no time and promptly handed Tian Li a folder. Upon opening it, she discovered that the contents comprised comprehensive information regarding Song Qiangxiao. She noted that Song Qiangxiao had established an entertainment company, which had signed over 20 streamers, with the primary focus of the company being live streaming services. Tian Li suddenly felt she had an opportunity to approach Song Qiangxiao. She pointed to a particular line and suggested to others, we can apply to be streamers. Upon hearing Tian Li's suggestion, the expressions of the others reflected some confusion, with Chen Xinya being the first to voice her thoughts. The streamers under Song Qiangxiao have monthly performance evaluations. Only employees with long-term qualifications can meet him. If we fail to achieve our performance targets in the first month, we won't even have the chance to see Song Qiangxiao. Chen Xinya emphasized that while our group does have some funding, it is earmarked for specific purposes and cannot be used to send gifts. With a confident smile, Tian Li assured, rest assured, I have my own methods. The following day, Tian Li arrived at Song Qiangxiao's company, which occupied an entire floor as its office space. As soon as Tian Li and her companions stepped out of the elevator, they were greeted by a prominently displayed photograph of Song Qiangxiao at the entrance. As they ventured further inside, they discovered that not only the entrance, but every conspicuous area of the company was adorned with his image. Gazing at the photograph of Song Qiangxiao, Tian Li noted that he had not changed significantly from the images she had previously seen. His attire had become more refined, and he exuded an air of confidence. To the casual observer, He appeared to be somewhat of a portly man with a hint of greasiness. Tian Li also observed that as he watched the employees coming and going within the company, they would occasionally pause to gaze at the photographs. Judging by their expressions, it was evident that they held a deep respect and admiration for the individuals depicted in the images. Tian Li even observed a few individuals exhibiting fervent expressions, and a sense of apprehension towards Song Qiangqiao's power began to stir within him. Tian Li approached the front desk to express her intentions, and was swiftly escorted into the Human Resources office. The recruiter responsible for Tian Li was a relatively young woman, likely in her mid-20s, radiating youthful beauty, with a charming dimple gracing her smile. Accompanying Tian Li into the recruitment session were two other candidates, a young man and woman, both possessing striking appearances. Upon noticing Tian Li, they exchanged lingering glances, their expressions subtly revealing a hint of disdain. Tian Li also noticed the subtle gestures of the two individuals ahead, letting out a silent scoff as she settled herself onto the chair outside, patiently awaiting the commencement of her interview. Tian Li waited for less than half an hour before it was her turn, observing the satisfied expressions of the two individuals who exited before her. She realized they must have successfully secured their positions. When it was finally her turn, the personnel officer, a young woman with dimples, appeared momentarily conflicted upon seeing Tian Li. Nevertheless, her demeanor remained amiable as she curiously inquired, "Our primary focus here is on hiring hosts." Tian Li, upon hearing my daughter's skepticism, did not retort but instead began to speak. "I am here to apply for a live streaming position. I understand that you may not find my appearance particularly striking. Yet I believe that if I can bring substantial traffic to the company and pass your evaluations, we can achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. Cannot we?" The dimpled beauty evidently started to take an interest in Tian Li's confidence. A smile gracing her face as her eyes encouraged her to continue. "I have noticed that the current streamers at the company follow a singular path, resulting in significant content homogenization. Moreover, the primary reason for your search for new streamers is the continuous decline in the earnings of existing ones, is it not? However, I am different. My streaming content will not only avoid causing internal competition among others, but will also attract new traffic to the company." The dimpled beauty appeared intrigued by Tian Li's words, and after listening, a charming smile spread across her face as she replied, "Very well. I look forward to your remarkable performance. If you can meet our performance criteria within the first month, you will become a formal employee. At that point, you will not only enjoy all the benefits our company offers, but will also receive direct hospitality from our boss." Tian Li smiled in return, realizing that her first step had been entirely successful. Upon exiting the entertainment company and settling into the car, Qingcheng expressed some concern. "Tian Li, based on what they've said, you can only meet Song Qiangqiao after becoming a formal employee. But how will you manage to achieve the required performance in this first month?" Tian Li smiled, feeling rather unconcerned about the matter at hand. Her earlier conversation with the charming HR representative was not mere frivolity. Rather, her decision to pursue a career as a streamer in proximity to Song Qiangqiao stemmed from a degree of confidence she possessed in this domain. "Now, let us commence our preparations." Upon returning to the well-prepared venue, Qingcheng exhibited commendable efficiency. The room was already equipped with a computer, streaming apparatus, and other essentials. Additionally, adhering to Tian Li's specifications, the walls had been painted a delightful shade of pastel yellow, complemented by an array of adorable plush toys. As Tian Li entered the space and surveyed the charmingly styled room, she felt quite pleased with Qingcheng's efforts. In stark contrast to Tian Li's satisfaction, Qingcheng was devoid of such confidence. "According to my research, the streaming landscape is currently saturated with many adorable themed broadcasters, many of whom are young girls, leaving us at a disadvantage." Tian Li cast a sidelong glance, fully aware that Qingcheng had completely misunderstood her intentions. However, this was of little consequence. With a sharp snap of her fingers, a radiant smile blossomed on Tian Li's face. "Let's commence." Chapter 25. The most dazzling star of the novice village. Amidst Qingcheng's astonished expression, Tian Li leisurely initiated the live stream, casually indulging in a plethora of snacks before the camera. Even after devouring all the treats laid out on the table, she nonchalantly stepped out of the frame. Witnessing Tian Li's nonchalant demeanor, Qingcheng felt a surge of frustration. Once Tian Li had exited the camera's view, she seized her arm and, with an exasperated tone, exclaimed, "Are you not being overly passive? It is impossible for you to complete the task in this manner. If you believe you can rely solely on our generosity to support you, I have already informed you that the group's funding is limited." Tian Li Shuja, effortlessly withdrawing her arm from Qingcheng's grasp, unperturbed as she spoke, "This is merely the first day. I need time to acclimate to the nuances of live streaming. There remains a whole month ahead, so there is no need for haste." Upon hearing Tian Li's words, Qingcheng felt as though Tian Li was merely procrastinating and promptly voiced her opinion without hesitation. Is a month truly long? It will pass swiftly. At this rate, not only a month, but even a year or a decade would not suffice for you to complete your tasks. Later that evening, once the designated live streaming hours set by the company had elapsed, Tian Li terminated the broadcast and ventured out to dine with Wang Qingcheng, leaving Qingcheng alone, simmering in frustration due to Tian Li's nonchalance. As the two indulged in hot pot, various meats and vegetables were lowered into the bubbling broth. Wang Qingcheng, observing Tian Li's cheerful demeanor, affectionately placed her favorite beef into her bowl. Seeing Tian Li relish the meal brought him a sense of joy that mirrored her own happiness. "Xiao Li," he said, "if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. I just received a call from team, who they mentioned that your traffic on the first day did not meet expectations, and they are somewhat concerned." Tian Li is not particularly fond of explanations. However, when it comes to someone she cherishes, her reluctance yields an exception. While savoring her meal with delight, she nonetheless takes a moment to clarify. "All right, if you need assistance, just let me know directly." Wang Qingcheng, observing Tian Li's confidence, finds that the flicker of worry on his face dissipates entirely. Days passed, yet the atmosphere in Tian Li's live stream remained rather lackluster. Occasionally, a few curious viewers would wander in, only to be dissuaded by her laid-back demeanor. Some even requested that she sing or dance, but these pleas were met with indifference from Tian Li. Thus, amidst Qingcheng's growing anxiety, the first week came to a close. On Friday afternoon, Qingcheng's patience seemed to have reached its breaking point. Noticing Tian Li's unchanged work ethic, she could no longer contain herself and slammed a cup of iced Americano onto the table in front of Tian Li, interrupting her lunch. Startled by the sudden halt in her meal, Tian Li looked up, only to be met with a cold smirk and an indignant rebuke. "It's been a week, and our live stream has yielded no returns. Do you realize how much the other two participants have gained in this time? The gap between us, or rather, between you, has widened significantly. If you intend to be complacent, just tell me, and I will find a way to manage this myself." Although Qingcheng had previously expressed dissatisfaction with Tian Li's streaming approach, this level of fury was indeed unprecedented. Tian Li disregarded Qingcheng's discontent and curiously inquired about how the other two were streaming, expressing her lack of knowledge on the matter. Upon hearing Tian Li's words, Qingcheng became infuriated and decided to use those two individuals to provoke Tian Li. With a cold huff, she remarked, "Those two were once streamers with tens of thousands of followers. Now, that male streamer, Wang Huan, has organized a major event this week, and his follower count has surged to over 300,000. The young lady, Liao Yingying, has also approached nearly 250,000 followers. Do you have any idea how hard they've been working?" On Friday, after finishing her stream, Tian Li finally chose not to go out on a date with Wang Qingcheng. At 7 in the evening, she downloaded a game. Qingcheng observed Tian Li's actions at the computer and approached to see what she was doing, only to discover that the game Tian Li downloaded was one she had never heard of before. As a young person who also enjoyed gaming, Qingcheng was aware of the popular titles, even if she hadn't played them herself. This was a new game, and, Chan Doctor, I will send you the link so you can download it as well. In the future, we could team up to rank together. Seeing Qingcheng beside her, Tian Li directly encouraged her to download the game. "Are you planning to stream this game? It's a new release, and I doubt there are many users yet." Qingcheng expressed her concerns openly. Indeed, this game was just released not long ago, but it's incredibly fun. Being a new game, there are currently no streamers broadcasting it. We have the advantage. Tian Li nodded in agreement. However, Qingcheng did not fully endorse Tian Li's decision, as new games were released daily, and most made hardly any impact in the market. Nevertheless, considering that Tian Li was finally developing her own ideas and no longer languishing aimlessly, Qingcheng resolved to follow Tian Li's lead. After taking a look at the game, she registered an account alongside Tian Li and, after a few minutes of gameplay, shook her head in disapproval. It seems rather ordinary. Most of the trending games right now are romantic, sweet-themed games. This one, with its combat focus, likely has a limited player base. Yes, it is indeed different from the popular titles on the market. If it were similar, no matter how well made, it would merely be following the trend, Tian Li explained, revealing her strategy. In her past life, this game had quickly overshadowed other mobile games within days of its release, remaining a top contender in mobile game rankings for years. It had garnered a substantial loyal following, thriving until the very end of days, and Tian Li herself was one of its devoted fans. Thus, when Tian Li learned that Song Qianqiao's company was engaged in live streaming, she resolutely decided to apply for a streaming position to approach him, keeping this plan in mind. With a slight edge gained, Tian Li remained unfazed by Qingcheng's anxious demeanor. She had eagerly awaited the day of the game's release, and the previous week had merely been about preparing for her debut stream. With this advantage, paired with her familiarity from her past life, Tian Li brimmed with confidence. As her character was created, she began to navigate the novice village and cheerfully suggested to Qingcheng, "Dr. Chun, would you like to join me in completing some quests?" Under Tian Li's guidance, Qingcheng transitioned from initial unfamiliarity to mastering the basic controls, quickly achieving commendable performance in their novice tasks through their seamless cooperation. Although Qingcheng initially felt the game did not align with current mainstream trends, she began to appreciate the change of pace while completing quests alongside Tian Li, finding it surprisingly enjoyable compared to the saccharine romantic games dominating the scene. As Tian Li prepared to enter the game after successfully registering her account, she had already commenced her live stream. At last, a new viewer entered her room, an individual with the username Rebellious Lemon, who she recognized as one of her detractors. It was puzzling. During Tian Li's rather lackluster streaming sessions, most viewers merely glanced in before departing, disinterested in her aimless gameplay. Yet today, Rebellious Lemon lingered in Tian Li's stream. Instead of resorting to mockery as in the past, he quietly remained, engrossed in her content. When Tian Li and Qingcheng were joyously navigating their quests in a novice village, laughter erupted in the chat. During thrilling encounters with monsters, expressions of astonishment and disbelief filled the screen. Upon their eventual confrontation with the village boss, Rebellious Lemon surprised everyone by sending a tip to the live stream. The notification overwhelmed Qingcheng with emotion. At last, they had made a breakthrough. Witnessing the first instance of financial support in Tian Li's stream filled her heart with delight, akin to flowers blooming within. After both donned their novice outfits and secured basic weapons, becoming the most dashing characters in the game, the previously silent viewer, Lemon, finally spoke up, inquiring about the game, which seemed quite enjoyable. This time, Tian Li's demeanor was notably more enthusiastic. With patience, she guided Lemon through the entire process, from registration to gameplay. The duo played until the stroke of midnight, at which point Tian Li and Qingcheng concluded their gaming session. With a yawn, Qingcheng noted a significant shift in her attitude towards Tian Li, engaging her with newfound warmth. "You worked really hard today," she remarked. "It's rather strange, but I find this game quite fascinating. I was just thinking about playing a bit longer." Tian Li exited the game, but did not immediately rest. Instead, she remained at her computer, rhythmically tapping away at the keyboard, crafting words. Qingcheng, intrigued, approached her and discovered that Tian Li was composing a guide for the novice village of the game. Qingcheng had also played this game earlier, primarily completing tasks by following in Tian Li's footsteps. She found the tasks manageable, but upon seeing Tian Li's guide, she couldn't help but question. "Your guide covers the novice village. Within a day or two, everyone will be familiar with it, and it will lose its relevance." In response to Qingcheng's inquiry, Tian Li continued to type while explaining. Today, I observed many players struggling with the game's mechanics at the outset, which hinders their experience and causes them to miss out on numerous exciting aspects. The novice village, which is quite remarkable, could be overlooked by newcomers. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Tian Li added, "It's merely a matter of raising a hand. In my previous life, this game had already been extensively explored by players, and many have shared their guides online. Now, I can simply utilize those resources." After Chun Yu departed, Tian Li completed her first guide and re-entered the game. Upon logging in, she received her first unfamiliar friend request from someone named Lemon Jasmine Tea. An audacious classmate named Lemon. Tian Li me sagite. Chapter 26. A spark of success when her fans sought her assistance. Tian Li naturally could not stand idly by. By the time she arrived, the audacious Lemon was already being pursued chaotically by monsters and other players. Seeing Tian Li approach, Lemon was instantly filled with gratitude and promptly led a swarm of monsters and players in her direction. Goodness, Tian Li thought, even as a significant figure in the game. The situation was overwhelming enough to make her want to turn back immediately. Tian Li not only contemplated this, but also took immediate action. With a hasty farewell, she sprinted forward alongside Lemon, who was accompanied by an ever-growing throng behind them. The scene of two individuals racing while being pursued by a multitude of creatures and players alike created a distinctive spectacle in the novice village. As the chase progressed, many players mistakenly assumed that they were confronting a game boss, thus joining the pursuit. Although the characters within the game do not experience fatigue, the sight of the ever-expanding mob behind them made it evident that being caught was merely a matter of time. While Tian Li was preoccupied with choosing a route, she received another message from the audacious Lemon. "Li Hua, you go ahead, I will hold them off." Li Hua was the moniker Tian Li had chosen for herself. Simple and straightforward, indeed. Upon reading Lemon's message, she understood his intention was to sacrifice himself to alleviate some of her burden. "No, stay with me. Just a little longer, I have a plan." Though she was touched by his selfless concern, Tian Li resolutely messaged the fearless Lemon, urging him not to give up. As the number of players behind them swelled, it became clear that the pursuers were no longer creatures, but predominantly players. Tian Li observed the number of players and felt a wave of relief wash over her. She swiftly led Lemon toward a secluded corner of the novice village. This location, familiar to Lemon as well, featured merely an NPC and a small hut, with the rest being an expanse of flat terrain. Clearly, upon reaching this spot, they would no longer possess any geographical advantage. Lemon had mentally prepared herself for the worst-case scenario, contemplating a sacrifice to allow Tian Li to escape while she bought some time. Moments later, a group of players arrived at the NPC's location. Observing that Tian Li and her companion could no longer evade capture, the onlookers grew increasingly excited. "Sister Pear Blossom, you should run," Lemon urged, shoving Tian Li forward while she halted, readying her skills. Under the bewildered gazes of the other players, Tian Li paused and executed the most basic attack against the NPC. Amusement erupted among the players as one brandished a weapon and charged at the two. Convinced that Tian Li and Lemon had finally surrendered to their fate and were preparing for a futile resistance. However, to their astonishment, the NPC sprang into action. Not only did the NPC move, but a few seconds later, it unleashed a devastating ultimate attack that decimated the surrounding players. Wait, isn't this NPC supposed to be useless? How has it suddenly become so formidable? In the past, many players had shown interest in this NPC for various reasons, yet it had remained unresponsive to both dialogue and attacks. "If we can't do anything, how can this player in front manage it?" exclaimed numerous players who had been defeated, many taking to the World Channel to voice their outrage, with some even contacting the GM directly. A few minutes later, in a secluded corner, Tian Li and the audacious Lemon watched in silence as the NPC continued to unleash its powerful attacks, leaving a multitude of players sprawled on the ground outside. Tian Li gazed at the Lemon beside her, and a peculiar glint sparkled in her eyes. "Ah, Pear Blossom, allow me to follow you from now on. I shall shower your live stream with gifts. I never anticipated your prowess. It's truly remarkable." Just moments ago, in a moment of despair, The audacious Lemon felt they had reached a dead end when Tian Li finally led her to this extraordinary place. Who could have foreseen that their predicament would be resolved in such a fantastical manner? What sorcery have you employed? Before long, the players who had been vanquished transformed into ethereal wisps of white light and departed. At this juncture, Tian Li guided the intrepid Lemon away from the point card at the back, yet Lemon remained apprehensive. Cautiously pointing to the now motionless NPC, she addressed Tian Li. "Sister Pear Blossom, let us keep our distance from this NPC." That was quite frightening. Wiping the sweat from her brow, it was evident that Lemon still harbored trepidation towards the NPC. "Fear not," Tian Li reassured her, gesturing for Lemon to follow closely. They safely navigated past the NPC. One step, two steps, until they had completely distanced themselves from the NPC's influence, and the calamity Lemon had feared did not materialize. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Lemon raised her thumb in admiration towards Tian Li. "Sister Pear Blossom, you truly are impressive. But how did you come to discover this method?" Lemon's gaze towards Tian Li remained bright and inquisitive. "I stumbled upon it while completing quests," Tian Li replied. Thus, upon logging in, she did not immediately seek out Lemon, but first approached the village chief to accept a challenge quest. The prerequisite for this quest required the completion of all tasks in the novice village, achieving an excellent rating in the process. While other players might not meet this criterion, Tian Li did. She had long since completed all novice village tasks with Qingcheng, attaining a perfect evaluation. In fact, the game developers had instituted a stringent requirement to prevent novice players from prematurely initiating this quest, stipulating that the player count in the designated map must reach 30. Tian Li meandered through the novice village with Lemon, not solely to exploit the terrain to evade the pursuing foes, but also to draw in more players, thus fulfilling the game's requisite player count for the mission. Ultimately, under Tian Li's meticulous planning, a task that was not supposed to commence until a month later was activated ahead of schedule. By that time, players would have significantly enhanced their skills, naturally affording them the opportunity to challenge this NPC. However, at present, Tian Li remained silent with a smile. From Tian Li's perspective, the challenge mission still appeared as incomplete. Yet, as the first player in the entire server to initiate this challenge, the system bestowed upon Tian Li a commendable reward. A title, the Crab Eater. Observing this system notification, a twitch of amusement crossed Tian Li's lips. Title, the Crab Eater. Description. Wearing this title grants 8 seconds of damage immunity during NPC challenges in the novice village, with a likelihood of skill activation determined by the number of damage instances. Lemon, witnessing the reward bestowed upon Tian Li, could hardly conceal the envy gleaming in her eyes. After discussing their next gaming session, Tian Li logged off. Tian Li had stayed up late the previous night and the following day. She was roused from her drowsiness by the boisterous calls of Qingcheng. Blinking her eyes open, she was greeted by the sight of Qingcheng. Upon noticing Tian Li's awakening, immediately broke into a cheerful smile and playfully teased, "Tian Li, guess what wonderful thing has happened? It's something exceptionally good. Take a wild guess." In contrast to Qingcheng's excitement, Tian Li's response was notably calm. She even found the energy to jest with her. "Did Song Qiangxiao turn himself in?" Qingcheng shot her a disapproving glance, but proceeded to share the good news. "This morning, I logged into your live stream and noticed you've gained over a dozen new followers. And do you remember that big spender who rewarded you yesterday? He gifted you 99 more today at the break of dawn. Who would have thought that this Lemon would turn out to be a wealthy patron?" "All right, I see," Tian Li acknowledged, then recounted her experiences from the previous night with Lemon to Qingcheng. After listening to Tian Li's narrative, Qingcheng's face was a canvas of surprise and delight, emotions flitting across her features. "So, how did you come to know about this task?" Qingcheng pressed, clearly unconvinced that Lemon was so easily fooled. After hearing Tian Li's recount, she quickly pointed out certain aspects that Tian Li had intended to conceal. "You seem to be far more familiar with this game than the rest of us. I even suspect that you might be considering becoming a streamer to get closer to Song Qiangxiao, because you already know the secrets of this game." Aside from Wang Qingcheng, Tian Li was reluctant to disclose the truth about her rebirth. Thus, when faced with Qingcheng's probing, She could only assert that she had been aware of the game for some time, hoping to seize a favorable opportunity. Having provided her explanation, Tian Li clapped her hands, denying Chen Qinya any further chance to inquire, and promptly declared her intent to commence work. Upon reopening the livestream, she was greeted by a surge of viewers, a stark contrast to the usual quiet. Among them was the spirited Lemon, who, upon seeing Tian Li, erupted with enthusiasm, showering her with 99 gifts that nearly overwhelmed them both with dazzling effects. "Great to see you. Let us get into the game," Lemon enthusiastically invited. The trio entered the game, and the moment Tian Li logged in, she received a plethora of friend requests, totaling 999. Seeing this, both Lemon and Chen Qinya teased her. "You become quite the celebrity in this game." With Lemon's generous gifts during the live stream, the audience began to swell. It wasn't too long before a significant number of players, unlike the usual transient viewers, remained to engage. After playing for a while, curious players began to ask various game-related questions, with some directly adding Tian Li as a friend in the game, eager to ally with her. The posts and videos from the previous day featuring Tian Li had also been shared on the official forum, drawing even more players in her livestream. In a remarkable turn of events, the popularity of Tian Li's stream began to rise steadily. As the day progressed, Chen Qinya remained in high spirits. After approaching the company's stipulated daily streaming hours, she even volunteered to work overtime. Witnessing Chen Qinya's proactive attitude, Tian Li held no objections, leaving her and Lemon to continue gaming while she logged off to meet Wang Qingcheng. Wang Qingcheng, with a weary visage that betrayed his exhaustion, sighed deeply as he devoured his meal. In the past few days, we've been engrossed in the follow-up investigations regarding Li Mingqi. Not only Li Mingqi, but we must also ascertain the identities of Gu Qian's victims, comfort their families, and quell public outcry. I haven't had a proper rest in days. Though Tian Li recognized Wang Qingcheng's resilient nature, hearing him share his burdens, rather than maintaining the stoic silence of his past, filled her with both empathy and solace. "I heard from Captain Hu that you've made significant progress at work," she remarked, shifting the focus back to him. Tian Li and Wang Qing both understood that neither wished to be apart for such an extended period. In a relationship, couples long to be together, and after a few days of separation, both were preoccupied with thoughts of one another. Things were progressing quite smoothly, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The task would be completed next month. As long as it involved the simple task of Song Qiangxiao, Tian Li felt quite confident. In the following days, the popularity of Tian Li's livestream soared, coinciding with a growing number of players engaging with the game. Many viewers flocked to the official forum, captivated by the strategies and counterattack videos that Tian Li had shared. As numerous players revered Tian Li as a gaming expert, an increasing number of individuals were drawn to the livestream, eager to observe how the expert played. Some were even willing to spend money on gifts within the game to befriend the expert. Chen Qinya, who had been closely assisting Tian Li throughout the live streaming process, noticed the rising traffic on the platform. After a long day of work, she gradually began to alter her previous perceptions, growing more trusting of Tian Li. One day, after concluding a day of streaming, as Chen Qinya and Tian Li sat together sipping tea and reviewing the day's events, Tian Li's phone suddenly rang. Upon finishing the call, Tian Li exhibited an expression of peculiar intrigue. Chapter 27. Collaboration. "Someone has approached us for collaboration," Tian Li stated, her expression somewhat strange. Chen Qinya, however, seemed unfazed. "What is so unusual about that? You're increasingly popular. It's only natural for someone to want to collaborate with you." "No." Tian Li shook her head. "If it were another streamer, or even the official game site seeking me for promotion, I wouldn't find it strange. But this particular streamer is the very same individual who attended the interview with me at Song Qiangxiao." "Oh, you mean Wang Huan?" Upon hearing the name, even Chen Qinya was taken aback. "So, the streamer's name is Wang Huan?" While Chen Qinya had previously been dissatisfied with Tian Li's lackadaisical attitude, she had not neglected her duties. She was well acquainted with the profiles of the two streamers who had interviewed alongside Tian Li. Noting Tian Li's unfamiliarity with Wang Huan, she proceeded to elucidate Wang Huan is 24 years old and entered the streaming industry while still in university. His primary content revolves around his looks. With his cheerful and handsome appearance, he has garnered a considerable following, boasting over 90,000 fans on the Mianyang platform. With some effort, he could easily reach the milestone of 100,000 followers. Thus, it seems plausible that he would seek collaboration with you. Qingcheng felt it necessary to share her insights with Tian Li. After all, competition in the beauty streaming sector is fierce, and collaborating with him could present a fresh angle. However, my records indicate that Wang Huan lacks integrity in partnerships. He has previously collaborated with others, but those ventures often ended unpleasantly, resulting in a poor reputation. This might explain why he is seeking a platform like Song Qiangxiao's entertainment company to find a safety net, particularly since his age does not confer him any advantage in the beauty sector. After hearing Qingcheng's introduction, Tian Li's initial ambivalence towards the collaboration transformed. After all, past transgressions could render any partnership untrustworthy. When Wang Huan called again, Tian Li found an excuse to decline the offer. I am merely a small streamer, and my style aligns more with that of a pure gaming broadcaster. Our collaboration may not be well suited. After uttering these words, Tian Li anticipated a rejection from Wang Huan, particularly given that, according to Qingcheng's profile, Wang Huan was a well-known streamer with nearly 100,000 followers. While she was merely an emerging presence in the streaming realm, it seemed unlikely that a minor player could negotiate terms with a prominent figure, and thus the collaboration would likely falter. To her surprise, Wang Huan responded to Tian Li's refusal with sincerity rather than indignation. "Hello, Mississippi. Have you perhaps heard some rumors about me regarding previous collaborations that ended in disputes and tarnished reputations?" he inquired. "However, as you mentioned, I have established a solid fan base, while you are just starting your journey as a streamer. Although you are gaining traction due to this game, it is still in its early stages, isn't it?" Evidently, Wang Huan possessed exceptional eloquence. Sensing Tian Li's evident hesitation, he continued, "Moreover, we both aim to swiftly meet the company's objectives. Time is of the essence. Although your popularity is rising rapidly, the clock is ticking." Wang Huan's words resonated with Tian Li. She was not particularly concerned about the merits of the collaboration. She understood that her actions were primarily aimed at drawing closer to Song Qiangxiao. With this realization, Tian Li began to earnestly contemplate the partnership with Wang Huan. Regardless of his tarnished reputation, collaborating with him would undoubtedly elevate her streaming career significantly in the short term. Having resolved to proceed with the collaboration, Tian Li entrusted Qingcheng to negotiate the particulars while she focused on her gaming live streams and writing forum strategies. Within the game, following several days of promotion, the player count had noticeably increased. Many had seen Tian Li's strategies on the forum, and her popularity remained high, resulting in a flurry of friend requests as soon as she logged on. Tian Li largely remained indifferent, while Wang Huan had already registered an account. After swiftly completing the beginner tasks, the group united and ventured forth from the novice village. Upon selecting their faction, they promptly queued for the battlefield. Humans possess an inherent admiration for strength, and Tian Li and his companions displayed formidable prowess on the battlefield, their stunning victories being edited into promotional clips on the official website. This phenomenon became the secret to attracting traffic to Tian Li and Wang Huan's livestream. Wang Huan, with his high emotional intelligence and witty remarks, quickly developed a rapport with Qingcheng and Lemon. Initially, Qingcheng held a slight aversion towards Wang Huan, but gradually, she came to accept him. Without a doubt, Tian Li, Qingcheng, and Lemon have demonstrated a remarkable proficiency in the game after spending several days playing together, significantly surpassing the skills of other players. Even Wang Huan, who joined later, managed to catch up at their pace after a few days. As their camaraderie deepened, one fine morning, Tian Li logged into the game and discovered Lemon still engaged in play. Recognizing Lemon as the first generous supporter in her livestream, Tian Li expressed her concern, urging him to be mindful of his gaming hours. In response to Tian Li's caring nature, Lemon graciously thanked her and shared snippets of his current life, revealing, "I find myself with little to occupy my time. Recently, I encountered some issues in my romantic life that left me feeling quite despondent. It was purely by chance that I stumbled into your live stream, and engaging with this game has restored a semblance of joy to my existence. Tian Li had not anticipated that the seemingly cheerful and carefree Lemon was currently enveloped in such a state of despondency. Reflecting on her own situation, she felt a twinge of sympathy and urged him to adopt a more optimistic outlook on life. Lately, Lemon had been spending every day playing games with Tian Li, sensing the need for someone to confide in about his inner turmoil. Although Tian Li was merely a stranger in the real world, they found a connection in the realm of the virtual, making her the perfect confidant to share his life experiences. I used to come from a financially stable background, and I had a girlfriend from a similar socioeconomic status. We had plans to marry next month, with the wedding already in the works. However, out of the blue last month, she came to tell me that she had developed feelings for someone else. Did you care for her deeply? It is a considerable blow to anyone to have a fiancé suddenly retract her commitment, especially when one is on the brink of marriage. While it's difficult to quantify my feelings, I've always known she was meant to be my wife. She was aware of it too. I have always regarded her as quite rational, and honestly, I believed our relationship was solid. Yet, just as we were about to tie the knot, she abruptly came to call off the engagement. As Lemon spoke these words, his character in the game came to a complete halt. Tian Li sensed the awkwardness radiating from him. It felt as though the man she had admired was already surrounded by several other women, and she even implored me to persuade our families not to make things difficult for him. Upon hearing this, Tian Li instinctively thought that the situation was undeniably dramatic. Yet considering Lemon's local background and the extent of the melodrama, it seemed to reach an even more absurd level. Tian Li cautiously ventured to inquire, "Is the individual your girlfriend fancies by the surname Song?" To his surprise, he sensed an immediate surge of agitation from Ning Meng. Internally, he sighed, feeling a sense of sympathy not only for Ning Meng, but also for her fiancé. Tian Li observed the situation. Yet she found herself at a loss as to how to elucidate her relationship with Song Qiangxiao to her classmate Lemon, or to explain how she came to possess knowledge about him. The matter was further complicated by the possibility that Song Qiangxiao had become a source of contamination. Thus, she felt compelled to speak vaguely to Lemon, stating, "You are aware that Song has recently established an entertainment company, aren't you?" Lemon responded with a definitive affirmation, indicating his awareness. Tian Li continued, explaining that the principal focus of his company revolves around live streaming projects. "A few days ago, I had applied for a position there, and I can now be regarded as an intern under their auspices." The atmosphere was thick with palpable awkwardness and heavy silence. After listening to Tian Li's elaboration, Ning Meng's demeanor shifted dramatically to one of indignation, culminating in his abrupt departure from the online platform. Subsequently, Tian Li observed Ning Meng reappear in her live streaming room, swiftly unfollowing her, which resulted in an immediate change of the top supporter's name in her stream. Witnessing Ning Meng's series of actions, Tian Li felt her spirits plummet, prompting her to announce her exit from the live broadcast before closing it down entirely. She then sat in her chair, lost in contemplation. The intensity of Ning Meng's reaction deeply affected Tian Li's mood, leading to a distinctly somber atmosphere when Wang Qingcheng joined her for a meal. Both appeared particularly despondent, lacking any appetite. Noticing this, Wang Qingcheng rose from his seat across from Tian Li, enveloping her in his embrace, and inquired gently about her lack of enthusiasm for the meal, asking if something troubling had occurred, suggesting that perhaps he could offer some advice. Tian Li nestled in Wang Qingcheng's embrace, languidly recounting the incident involving the lemon. "Initially, I believed that a force akin to that of Song Qiangxiao posed no real threat. I had encountered numerous pollutants in the past, all of which were exceedingly repulsive and terrifying, leading to contamination of the base and resulting in the instantaneous death or pollution of many individuals. Thus, I remained unconcerned about a force that appeared to lack lethality." Tian Li felt a profound sadness, yet she continued to speak. "However, I now realize I was mistaken. Seeing Lemon so heartbroken affects me deeply as well." Wang Qingcheng comfortingly patted Tian Li, offering her solace. "Everything we do is aimed at eradicating pollution, isn't it? We have all witnessed your efforts recently. You have worked diligently. Following this incident, Tian Li became markedly more attentive to her live broadcasts. Her dedication to her work was so intense that even Chun Xinya remarked that it seemed as though Tian Li had transformed into a different person. With the addition of Wang Huan, the enthusiasm in Tian Li's live stream soared even higher. As half a month passed, Tian Li successfully fulfilled the initial monthly assessment requirements set forth by Song Qianxiao's company for streamers. After a day of broadcasting, she received a call from the charming beauty with dimples, congratulating her on passing the initial evaluation and inviting her to the company the following day to sign the official employment contract. Upon her arrival at the company, she was greeted by the same dimples beauty and discovered that Wang Huan was also present, which momentarily took her by surprise. In contrast, Wang Huan greeted Tian Li with natural warmth and enthusiasm. Observing that both individuals had gathered, the dimples beauty wasted no time and promptly presented the company contract. Unlike Wang Huan, who meticulously scrutinized the document, Tian Li approached it with a more casual demeanor. After modifying a few clauses, both women completed the signing of the contract. As they were escorted out, the dimples beauty smiled, seemingly recalling something. Apologies for not mentioning this earlier. This Friday at 5 in the afternoon, our boss would like to invite both of you to a celebratory dinner in honor of your official employment. Wow, I've heard that the scenery at Boss Song's villa is absolutely stunning. We rarely have the chance to visit there, so this opportunity is truly wonderful. Wang Huan exclaimed in eager agreement upon hearing the invitation. Tian Li's face radiated with a smile. After being occupied for more than half a month, she felt a profound sense of relief at the prospect of meeting Song Qianxiao a few days earlier than anticipated. As she exited the office building, she spotted Wang Huan lingering at the entrance. The two descended the steps together. Observing Wang Huan's evident exuberance and youthful demeanor, Tian Li paused for a moment, contemplating silently before speaking. When we visit Song Qianxiao's villa, do take heed. I have heard that Mr. Song possesses a remarkable charisma. Many find themselves inexplicably transformed into his admirers upon meeting him. Tian Li could not express her thoughts too overtly, yet she felt compelled to subtly alert the person walking beside her. Upon hearing Tian Li's words, Wang Huan was not surprised. He evidently had some knowledge of the rumors surrounding Song Qianxiao. Instead, he provided Tian Li with an additional clue. During his university years, Wang Huan had a peer in the same department who had embarked on a streaming career even earlier than Wang Huan. This connection fostered a cordial relationship, allowing them to exchange insights regarding their streaming endeavors. However, 2 months ago, Wang Huan was unable to reach this individual any longer. With a slight shrug, he expressed his confusion, stating, "I merely heard that he signed with this company, and shortly thereafter, he vanished from my life." Upon hearing this, Tian Li suddenly recognized a concerning possibility. There might be critical information overlooked by Hu Team. At this realization, a chill coursed through her, as Wang Huan's words sent a shiver down her spine. Chapter 28. The party of Song Qianxiao. Chun Xunya's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. His keen intellect led him to contemplate the implications. I can't shake the feeling that concentrating solely on the women who have interacted with Song Qianxiao is rather one-sided. Today, I heard that boy, Wang Huan, mention that one of his classmates disappeared after meeting Song Qianxiao. This revelation has left me feeling quite uneasy. It seems that not only women, but some men may have also fallen victim to him. Chun Xunya's complexion paled at this information, which was promptly reported to Hu Team. After listening to their account, Hu Team fell into a moment of silence over the phone. Eventually, a somber voice emerged, stating, "This information is crucial. Since the first anomaly involving Lu Fei and Song Qianxiao, we have assumed most victims would be female. Our subjective assumptions have significantly skewed our investigation." Hu Team indicated that they would promptly reassemble the data regarding Song Qianxiao. Once the conversation concluded, Tian Li collapsed onto the sofa, her eyes vacant and her spirit seemingly drained. It was Chun Xunya who could no longer bear to see her in such a state. He prepared a cup of sea buckthorn juice and handed it to her. "Drink some juice, gather your strength, and let's get to work." It is true that our investigation has been too subjective, but it is not too late. Regardless, we must determine Song Qiangxiao's identity and proceed with appropriate legal measures. In her previous life, under certain conditions, she had accompanied Wang Qingcheng to the base to procure crystal cores. Even during the most arduous times, Wang Qingcheng had managed to retain some original cores extracted directly from pollutants. Regardless of the method, there existed a consistent principle. When she first heard about Song Qiangxiao, Tian Li felt a peculiar sensation. Upon viewing photographs of him from the past, she surmised that his ability to attract such a multitude must stem from extraordinary powers. However, the means by which he maintained such power remained elusive to her. According to Hu Team's descriptions, there had been no reported incidents threatening the lives of others associated with Song Qiangxiao, starkly contrasting with the blatant murders committed by Gu Qian and Li Mingxi. It appeared that anyone who engaged with Song Qiangxiao would inevitably gain something. After finishing her juice, Tian Li resolved to seize this opportunity with determination. The two swiftly reported their conjectures to Hu Team, and after a half-day's deliberation, they indeed uncovered some clues. Initially, due to the unusual developments involving Song Qiangxiao and the female teacher Lu Fei, Hu Team had focused their investigation on women connected to him. As their inquiries deepened, they discovered that several women had formed inexplicably unreasonable relationships with Song Qiangxiao after their interactions. This led them to prematurely conclude that his unusual abilities were linked to women. However, upon broadening their investigative scope, it became evident that the situation was far more dire than they had anticipated. At least 5 men who had interacted with Song Qiangxiao had inexplicably vanished. This oversight is inexcusable, Hu Team remarked, his expression darkening before Tian Li. He chain-smoked, and the group fell into a heavy silence as they reviewed the data before them, the atmosphere laden with gravity. Tian Li first shattered the oppressive atmosphere, directly stating that in today's society, the mobility is quite significant. When a few individuals go missing, those around tend to instinctively assume they have simply relocated, rarely considering the possibility of misfortune. Indeed, after hearing Tian Li's words, many nodded in silent agreement. However, we currently need to expand the circle of people around Song Qiangxiao. Soon, the weekend arrived, and the charming HR representative, Tian took Wang Huan and Tian Li to the villa of Song Qiangxiao for a welcome party. In the car, Wang Huan engaged in lively conversation with the HR representative, and through Wang Huan's deliberate inquiries, she revealed a wealth of valuable information. Will President Song be very serious? Wang Huan inadvertently expressed her anxiety, her face betraying a hint of nervousness. Not at all. Our President Song is quite amiable, and he is actually around the same age as everyone else. You will see for yourselves, the HR representative reassured with a laugh. Ah, then I can rest easy. Wang Huan exaggeratedly patted her chest, feigning relief. At this moment, Tian Li, who had been relatively quiet, finally spoke up, posing a question that took everyone by surprise. I have heard that President Song comes from a rather ordinary background, and that the success of this company largely relies on Ms. Yi Yuding. Is this true? Upon the utterance of Tian Li's words, the atmosphere within the vehicle swiftly grew tense and frigid. Among those present was Yi Yuding, the entertainment company in question being one of the assets bequeathed to her by her parents. Ever since she became the mistress of Song Qiangxiao, he had not only accepted her, but also allowed her to take possession of the company. While the reality of the situation was likely accurate, Tian Li's forthright declaration cast an uncomfortable pall over the other occupants of the car, plunging them into a profound silence. Tian Li's lips curled slightly upwards, as if oblivious to the prevailing atmosphere, and she continued to repeat, "So, is it or isn't it?" The smile that once adorned the face of the charming beauty with sweet dimples had completely vanished. Her gaze was fixed upon Tian Li, emanating a cold and perilous aura. However, for Tian Li in her current state, such intensity evidently failed to impose any pressure upon her. Sensing a gentle tug at the hem of her garment, Tian Li turned her head to discover Wang Huan surreptitiously grasping her clothing. Upon meeting Tian Li's gaze, Wang Huan subtly shook her head. Tian Li comprehended Wang Huan's insinuation, yet she harbored her own thoughts. The personnel officer, despite her usual demeanor, spoke coldly. Since General Manager Song took the helm of this company, he has successfully transformed the entertainment enterprise, elevating its performance to unprecedented heights. Song Qianxiao hosted the two individuals at his countryside villa, and as the vehicle arrived at the entrance, a hearty laugh rang out. Tian Li glanced over, and there stood Song himself at the door. Is this really Song Qianxiao? Upon entering, Tian Li momentarily faltered at the sight of the man, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Had she not scrutinized photographs of Song Qianxiao, she might have failed to recognize that this man was indeed her intended target. Could this be Song Qianxiao before her? Tian Li sensed that her expression must have conveyed profound astonishment, for several individuals nearby turned their gaze toward her. This is our general manager. The personnel officer's tone lingered heavily on the words General Manager Song. Tian Li comprehended the dissatisfaction of the personnel officer towards her. Nevertheless, her attention remained fixated on the man before her. He was exceedingly handsome, possessing an admirable physique, exuding an aura that would leave an indelible first impression of striking beauty and charm upon anyone who beheld him. Tian Li turned her head slightly to observe Wang Huan standing beside her, and indeed, she perceived expressions of envy and admiration on Wang Huan's face. Consequently, Tian Li discreetly heightened her vigilance. She took a step forward, striving to craft a look of near obsession akin to that of the others on her own face. Beside Song Qianxiao stood three women, each possessing distinct styles, yet all undeniably beautiful. Tian Li cast a swift glance and immediately discerned the identities of the three women, Lu Fei, Yi Yuding, and Li Mumu, all of whom were lovers of Song Qianxiao. The trio huddled beside him, creating a striking tableau. Their gazes were almost entirely affixed upon Song Qianxiao, their expressions intensely focused, which rendered their reactions to the surrounding world rather indifferent. This struck Tian Li as peculiar. She quickly concluded something was amiss upon observing their demeanor. At that moment, a soft, slurping sound reached her ears. It was Wang Huan. Tian Li quietly sidestepped a few paces to position herself in front of Wang Huan, uncertain of its efficacy, yet unwilling to lose what could potentially be her sole ally from the outset. Song Qianxiao greeted them with a warm smile, extending his hand for a handshake with both Tian Li and Wang Huan. With a deep, magnetic voice, he welcomed them, expressing enthusiasm for their presence, confident that it would be a delightful experience. Gone was any trace of timidity in Song Qianxiao's demeanor. Even from Tian Li's perspective, his attitude radiated self-assurance and grace. His handsome visage and remarkable charisma undoubtedly evoked admiration from those who beheld him. It was no surprise that the majority of the attendees regarded Song Qianxiao with a gaze tinged with infatuation. Meanwhile, Tian Li's expression shifted as she felt a sudden warmth emanating from the card nestled in her palm, which had remained dormant for quite some time. Since completing the card's activation task, it had shown no signs of life, not even activating its primary skill. Yet now, the card inexplicably pulsed with heat, igniting a surge of excitement within her. After a brief contemplation, Tian Li deduced the card's message. Since the last activation, its primary skill required the absorption of an extraordinary ability. The current warmth must indicate the detection of such a power nearby. Savoring the delectable offerings of the buffet, she felt the card's heat radiating in waves, a pleasant contrast to the chilly weather. However, as she enjoyed her meal, she noticed that Wang Huan, who had accompanied her, was engaged in increasingly cheerful conversation with Song Qianxiao, while Tian Li observed them from a distance, a small plate of black forest cake in hand. Tian Li reflected on the previous night, when Wang Huan had expressed considerable skepticism towards Song Qianxiao, marveling at the enigmatic strength of Song Qianxiao. However, she bit her lip and took a hearty mouthful of cake. Wang Huan's transformation had long been anticipated by her. What truly concerned Tian Li was her inability to exhibit any semblance of admiration towards Song Qianxiao. In other words, if the allure of Song Qianxiao were akin to a supernatural ability, she would be entirely capable of resisting it. After mulling over the reasons for quite some time without clarity, Tian Li ultimately attributed her sentiments to her own cards and the circumstances of her rebirth. Yet, as she turned her head, she noticed that apart from the three lovers who constantly surrounded Song Qiangxiao, the personnel officer, though also near him, frequently cast her a gaze filled with resentment. Tian Li smiled faintly. Aside from her earlier display of skepticism towards Song Qiangxiao, her demeanor, which seemed incongruous with that of everyone else present, must have surely irked the young admirer of Song Qiangxiao. However, although Tian Li found herself reluctantly acknowledging the undeniable charm that Song Qiangxiao exuded in every word and action, she felt no attraction towards him whatsoever. Just as she resolved to disguise her expressions to avoid drawing too much attention from Song Qiangxiao for the sake of her upcoming task, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Raising her head, Tian Li realized that she had unwittingly become the center of attention. Not far from her, Song Qiangxiao was gazing at her with a smile. Noticing the contrast between Song Qiangxiao's warm expression and that of Wang Huan, she also caught sight of the envious glances from several other women. Tian Li's expression froze. Chapter 29, Skill Activation. Miss Tian Li truly possesses a remarkable personality. After a brief silence, it was Song Qiangxiao who first shattered the atmosphere. Ha ha ha, Mr. Song, I have long admired your reputation. Tian Li quickly approached Song Qiangxiao and, under the watchful gaze of others, took the initiative to greet him with a handshake. After their hands met, Tian Li engaged in a warm conversation with Song Qiangxiao. Mr. Song, the environment here is truly splendid. A villa like this is something that ordinary people can only aspire to achieve in a lifetime. Haha, not at all. Miss Tian Li and young Wang are both capable individuals. As long as we strive together, an annual income of millions is within reach. At that time, you can choose any villa you desire. I appreciate your kind words, Mr. Song. Tian Li spoke, yet her primary focus remained on the gaze and subconscious movements of Song Qiangxiao. When Song Qiangxiao spoke, he exuded an air of composure and tranquility, embodying the confident demeanor of a young and successful individual. In Tian Li's eyes, he appeared entirely different from the Song Qiangxiao depicted in the previous materials. Miss Tian Li has achieved remarkable success in game streaming, and our analysis indicates that this game has only recently launched, leaving ample opportunities for streaming content. In the future, Miss Tian Li's streaming metrics are likely to improve significantly, making her a candidate for our robust development efforts. After a brief pause, Song Qiangxiao continued to commend Tian Li, noting that her achievements serve as a wake-up call for us. Our company might consider broadening our streaming direction. As they conversed, others chimed in enthusiastically. Tian Li slightly lowered her head, her face revealing a blend of shyness, pride, and other emotions typically evoked by praise. In truth, I, General Manager Song, possess only a few modest insights regarding live streaming. It is largely a matter of fortune. Your words, General Manager Song, are truly flattering. Tian Li felt considerably more at ease than she had anticipated, although those around her were initially filled with admiration and reverence. Their hostility towards Tian Li diminished significantly upon realizing that Song Qiangxiao's appreciation was purely professional. It appeared that the individuals in Song Qiangxiao's circle retained some capacity for independent thought. Contemplating this, Tian Li decided to further probe Song Qiangxiao. General Manager, I have some rather immature thoughts on live streaming. I wonder if you have the time to discuss them now. If it is convenient, I would appreciate a more private space. After Tian Li uttered those words, she noticed that Song Qiangxiao's nod was quite natural, and the gazes of those around her shifted, no longer the same as before. Instantly, several unfriendly stares directed themselves toward Tian Li. These individuals still possessed their faculties, yet their intellect appeared to be compromised. Soon, Tian Li followed Song Qiangxiao away from the party's throng and entered a small reception room in the villa. Once inside, Song Qiangxiao, adopting a leisurely demeanor, first settled onto the central sofa with his wine glass in hand, reclining comfortably. Holding the glass, his gaze swept over Tian Li before finally resting upon her face. With a nod and a gesture of invitation, he prompted her to speak. Mr. Song, are you acquainted with Dr. Li Mingqi? Rather than beating around the bush, Tian Li ultimately chose to inquire directly. With a sharp intake of breath, Upon hearing her question, Song Qianxiao nearly leapt up from the sofa. Who are you? And what is your connection to Li Mingqi? The composure he had previously displayed vanished, replaced by wide, fearful eyes filled with terror. His fear was palpably evident. Tian Li observed him nearly collapse, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Tian Li stood on the other side of the sofa, and upon witnessing Song Qianxiao's reaction, her previously anxious heart was instantly calmed. Upon hearing the name Li Mingqi, Song Qianxiao exhibited an overwhelming fear. Regardless of whether Li Mingqi's actions were excessively cruel or caused him immense harm, it unmistakably indicated one thing. Song Qianxiao was not a resolute individual. His inherent nature remained timid, harboring a profound fear of Li Mingqi. It seemed that the ordeal inflicted by Li Mingqi had cast a significant shadow over him, such that the mere mention of the name provoked such a strong response. However, upon observing Song Qianxiao's palpable fear directed towards her, Tian Li took a few steps back, creating an emotional buffer for him, and came to a halt in front of the small reception area of the room. Mr. Song, please remain calm. We are both victims. If you have not engaged in any illegal activities, we are not adversaries. Noticing that Tian Li had not exhibited any hostile intentions, Song Qianxiao gradually regained his composure. He leaned against the sofa, inhaling deeply several times. After a considerable interval, he finally managed to steady his emotions and began to speak. At this point, tears unexpectedly streamed down Song Qianxiao's face, and his voice became choked with emotion, causing his subsequent words to emerge in fragmented utterances. The ensuing dialogue, veiled in his sobs, rendered it nearly impossible for Tian Li to discern what he was articulating. Tian Li, observing Song Qianxiao's current state of despondency, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over her. She had not anticipated that his disposition could be so timid. Now that everything has transpired, look at how well you are living. If the wounds of the past could be forgotten, it would surely ease the sudden upheavals in your life. Suddenly, Tian Li felt a firm grip on both sides by Song Qianxiao, and an overwhelming sensation of blood surging backward spread throughout his entire body from the points where he was seized. The astonishment etched on Tian Li's face lingered, yet the flush of color was visibly fading. Song Qianxiao spoke again, but this time his voice was devoid of any trace of timidity. His arrogant demeanor could no longer be concealed. Wasn't Li Mingqi dead just a while ago? I learned of it the very next day. Now, I stand as the sole possessor of extraordinary abilities. Perhaps you do as well, but your demise is imminent. Tian Li exerted all her strength to pry her hand away from his firm grip, yet several seconds passed without success. I'm also a victim of Li Mingqi. Let go of me. What do you intend to do? As if he had heard an exceedingly amusing joke, Song Qianxiao's face bore an increasingly mocking expression. You approached me with intention, did you not? And you possess extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, your demeanor towards me would not be this way. Those who encounter me are often filled with profound admiration. The sensation of losing blood was far from pleasant, and during the confrontation with Song Qianxiao, this feeling intensified. Tian Li began to experience severe nausea, utter weakness, and dizziness. Just as she was about to exhaust her last ounce of strength, her other hand pressed a button hidden within her pocket. Large beads of sweat cascaded down Tian Li's pale face. Meanwhile, Song Qianxiao's expression twisted into an even more grotesque visage, his voice becoming increasingly hoarse and strange. You cannot defeat me. That is your fate. Perhaps the weight of the secrets buried deep within his heart became too burdensome, for Song Qianxiao gradually loosened his grip. Tian Li collapsed onto the cold floor, coughing loudly and appearing quite disheveled. Why don't you just let me die? She questioned, bewildered by Song Qianxiao's earlier display of power that he subsequently chose to restrain. Because this secret has weighed heavily on my heart for far too long. Although I am surrounded by many, I cannot confide in anyone. Now that you are on the brink of death, the deceased reveal no secrets. Song Qianxiao's expression became even more vibrant than before. Tian Li observed that at this moment, Song Qianxiao appeared even more relaxed than before. Those secrets of yours? You have now transformed into a pollutant. The individuals around you who admire, love, or idolize you are merely influenced by your toxic presence. You are nothing more than a recluse. You speak nonsense. Be silent. Tian Li's words evidently provoked Song Qianxiao, whose emotions surged, his face flushed crimson, and his movements became increasingly agitated. It was clear that her words had struck a deep chord within him. I am the only supernatural being in this world, utterly distinct from ordinary individuals, who are fit only to be trampled beneath my feet. Huh! Tian Li burst into laughter, as if Song Qianxiao's words were the most ludicrous joke in existence. You are merely a subject of experimentation under Li Mingqi's scalpel. Your self-satisfied power is as ineffectual as you are. What do you know? No one dislikes me. Everyone in this villa adores me. If I commanded them to die, they would immediately comply. They are merely ensnared by your polluted influence, losing their sense of self, thus behaving as they do towards you. Are they not? You are nothing but a coward. Lu Fei was once engaged, her match perfectly suited, and they were on the verge of marriage. Upon reaching this point, Tian Li recalled the things that Ning Meng had confided in her, which only deepened her disdain for the man before her, Song Qianxiao. Tian Li, undeterred, spoke up. If your feelings for her are genuine, then treat her well. Yet what of you? You seem to fall for every woman you encounter, you scoundrel. As Tian Li relentlessly provoked Song Qianxiao, he became increasingly agitated, his movements more exaggerated and neurotic, just as she had anticipated. At that moment, the card in Tian Li's hand grew exceedingly warm, its desire to emerge palpable. Ultimately, as Song Qianxiao lunged at her once more, intent on annihilating her, he abruptly halted, not by choice but by necessity. Before him hovered a golden card, defying the laws of physics as it suspended in midair. Even more bizarre was the multitude of golden threads emanating from the card, ensnaring Song Qianxiao and binding him tightly, rendering him immobile. As he became ensnared by these golden filaments, Song Qianxiao gradually began to comprehend the sensation Tian Li had experienced moments before. The threads siphoned away his strength. His complexion shifted dramatically, fear overtaking his features. He pleaded with Tian Li once again, I beg you, do not kill me. I spared you earlier, did I not? Tian Li gazed at Song Qianxiao before her, a look of disdain and repulsion finally manifesting on her face as she curled her lip in contempt. The earlier display of Song Qianxiao's utter disregard for the lives of others had deeply stirred the most sensitive recesses of Tian Li's heart. As he eloquently extolled the virtues of wielding power over others, she resolved firmly within herself. She could not let Song Qianxiao escape unscathed. When a former victim transforms into a perpetrator, she perceived the extinguished conscience of Song Qianxiao. The time in the small reception room ticked away slowly, the oppressive atmosphere nearly sinking into silence, until at last the cards shimmered with a flicker of light, and the golden threads entwining Song Qianxiao gradually vanished from sight. The golden card then disappeared automatically from Tian Li's grasp. Tian Li observed that Song Qianxiao had completely collapsed. In her line of sight, his body began to swell, as if it were being inflated. His once perfectly proportioned figure appeared distorted, and his features were compressed together. The bespoke attire that had fit him so impeccably was now torn apart. Not only was Tian Li alarmed, but Song Qianxiao himself was horrified by the bizarre transformation occurring within him, prompting him to wail loudly in despair. At last, his cries reached the outside, and with the hurried footsteps of several individuals approaching, the door to the small reception room was flung open. Tian Li witnessed several individuals rushing in, and in the next moment, they all stood frozen, utterly astonished by Song Qianxiao's presence. Tian Li beheld among the group Hu Du, Wang Qingcheng, Wang Huan, Lu Fei, and others. Ultimately, it was Lu Fei who pointed at Song Qianxiao, her voice trembling and laden with disbelief as she inquired, "What has happened? Who is this person?" In contrast to Hu Du and Wang Qingcheng, who were merely taken aback, the expressions of Song Qianxiao's lovers, who had rushed in, conveyed a deeper sense of incredulity, disillusionment, confusion, and disdain. Tian Li suddenly felt a wave of sorrow for these women. Chapter 30, A Modest Conclusion. Lin Nan retrieved from the bag the grotesque mass that had swollen to the point of losing its human form, now lying on the floor. Tian Li remarked, "This is Song Qiao." A chorus of disbelief washed over the faces of the others, with several women recoiling in shock. Lu Fei, who had spent the longest time with Song Qiao, suddenly changed color and let out a guttural gasp before violently retching, as she expelled a vivid array of vomit. An indescribable stench permeated the air. Everyone present could hardly bear it. Those with weaker constitutions paid no heed to Song Qiao, stumbling out of the room in a panic. Soon, only Tian Li and a few others remained. At that moment, Captain Hu approached, gazing at the writhing form of Song Qiao, appearing uncertain about how to proceed. At this rate, it seemed likely that the individual would soon burst. Captain Hu turned to Tian Li and said. Tian Li gestured for Team Hu, standing beside Song Qiao, to step back and shook his head before speaking directly. You should no longer have much time left. Hu, you may leave. I will handle this. Team Hu, understanding that Tian Li possessed certain qualities that set him apart, promptly exited the room upon hearing his words. Song Qiao nodded. The sensation of being painfully stretched to the brink was indeed terrifying. Noticing Song Qiao's nod, Tian Li produced a card from his hand, and with a mere thought, golden smoke emerged, enveloping Song Qiao. As the smoke descended, the already swollen form of Song Qiao ceased its expansion, and his anguished cries came to an abrupt halt. What is your ability? How do you sustain it? Tian Li inquired directly. My ability is to attract the affections of others toward myself, Song Qiao replied. Initially, I was quite pleased, believing I was destined to be the protagonist. However, I later discovered that each time I employed this ability, I aged further, and I became fearful. Once, during an argument, someone approached me, hurling insults, calling me a scoundrel and a worthless man. In the heat of the moment, I ended up injuring his arm, and to my astonishment, I realized I could siphon his life force. Through our physical contact, I sensed a slight reversal of my aging. Did you kill him? No. Song Qiao immediately shook his head in denial. That was my first experience. While I felt exhilarated, I was also terrified. I could not bring myself to take a life. I was frightened at the time, so I only absorbed a portion of his vitality. He soon realized what was happening and began to scream, prompting others to rush over. And afterward, did you discover that this method led to several individuals never returning after coming into contact with you? Upon hearing this, Tian Li began to comprehend the situation. Although Song Qiao had not initially harbored malicious intent, he had been faced with his own accelerating decay and deteriorating morals. Those individuals who had encountered him must have met with tragic fates. Tian Li did not grant Song Qiao an opportunity to respond. Instead, he directly inquired about the whereabouts of the corpses. What have you done with the bodies of those individuals you killed? Initially, I struggled to maintain my composure. The man acted with such ferocity that I was taken aback. However, I soon realized that this approach was rather efficient. One swift gesture, and they were reduced to mere ash. Upon hearing Song Qiao's words, Tian Li felt that the torment endured by the man before him was entirely deserved. Very well, I shall grant you a swift end. As Tian Li's voice resonated, the previously halted expansion suddenly surged forth. Within mere seconds, Song Qiao's flesh had swollen to an unimaginable state. Following a sound that stirred a bittersweet pang in the heart, Song Qiao's absurd and wicked life came to a conclusion. Aside from the small area where Tian Li stood, the furnishings and walls of the small reception room were splattered with fragments of blood and flesh, accompanied by a nauseating stench, rendering it a veritable hell on earth. Tian Li cast one last glance before proceeding towards the spot where Song Qiao's body had lain. On the ground, there quietly rested a small, nail-sized crystal resembling a shard of yellow quartz. Tian Li picked up the object and then stepped outside, followed by Sister Zhu. When Captain Hu and her team had previously exited, they had not ventured far, lingering at the doorway. Upon seeing Tian Li emerge, several of them visibly relaxed, exhaling long sighs of relief. Wang Qingcheng noticed the troubled expression on Tian Li's face and quickly approached, enveloping her in an embrace while casting a glance into the room. Others, mirroring Wang Qingcheng's curiosity, also peered into the room, causing the atmosphere to descend into a palpable tension. Soon after, a few individuals covered their mouths and hastily retreated, only to be followed by the unsettling sound of retching in the distance. Song Qiangqiao's body disintegrated, leaving behind a mess of debris. Captain Hu's gaze turned directly toward Tian Li, who promptly relayed the condition of the room to him. Hu's expression transformed dramatically, a myriad of emotions flickering across his face. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hu could no longer contain himself and inquired of Tian Li why such a sudden explosion had occurred. It was, indeed, baffling. Tian Li had been contemplating this question and had formed some preliminary thoughts. When she heard Captain Hu inquire, she immediately voiced her conjectures. After listening to Tian Li's explanation, Captain Hu nodded, his expression remaining unchanged. Soon, the villa was cordoned off, and Tian Li accompanied Wang Qingcheng to his parked car outside. In the intimacy of their solitude, Wang Qingcheng handed Tian Li a bottle of water while he took a wet wipe to gently clean her hands, his concern evident as he asked, "Xiao Li, do you feel unwell anywhere?" Seeing Wang Qingcheng's anxious care, Tian Li couldn't help but chuckle, playfully chiding, "Qingcheng, I'm perfectly fine, so there's no need for you to worry. My primary ability has already been activated." With that, she revealed her card, allowing Wang Qingcheng to see it. The card had undergone a transformation since the last time he had seen it. It had shed the flamboyance of its initial appearance, and now presented itself as a simple white card, reminiscent of a playing card. On the front, it bore a childlike doodle of a flower, akin to a drawing by a young child, while the back was utterly blank. Had it not been for their shared experiences, Wang Qingcheng might have perceived it merely as an ordinary child's drawing, with the flower depicted in just a few strokes. This was indeed the same card he had seen in Gu Qian's possession, and he examined it closely, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Tian Li observed the expression of Wang Qingcheng, and a rare sense of playful mischief stirred within her. The cards in her hand began to move, and to her astonishment, a small flower materialized in mid-air, rendered in shades of black and white, exuding an ethereal quality. As Wang Qingcheng stood in a state of almost bewildered awe, Tian Li retrieved a crystal, no larger than a fingernail, from her pocket and hurled it towards the childlike drawing of the flower. With a crisp sound, the 6 petals of the flower suddenly thickened, transforming into a 6-petaled blossom with yellow edges in their eyes. This spectacle bore the charm of a magician's trick. Seeing the usually composed Wang Qingcheng in such a state elicited laughter from Tian Li. "This is my current ability," she explained. "I can absorb the powers of others and store them within my cards." That yellow crystal was left behind by Song Qiangqiao, and now I can wield his ability, which allows my target to naturally develop a favorable impression of me. Despite sharing this, Tian Li felt a twinge of frustration. In a peaceful society, such a skill could be an incredible asset, transforming one into a person of high charm and yielding numerous benefits. However, in the impending apocalyptic world plagued by pollution, where everyone was on guard against one another, this ability seemed less advantageous compared to more combative powers. Upon hearing her thoughts, Wang Qingcheng embraced Tian Li, offering soothing reassurances. "This ability is quite remarkable," he said. Tian Li found solace in his arms, contemplating. For now, regardless of the type of ability, the primary vessel lay within the cards, rendering the side effects of wielding such powers negligible. After resting in the car for a while, the cleanup operations led by Team Hu had progressed significantly by the afternoon. When Team Hu called for Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng to convene once more, a portion of the villa had already been thoroughly searched. Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng sat upon the sofa, attentively listening to Captain Hu as he elaborated on the current developments. At the precise moment of Song Qiangqiao's demise, those gathered around him exhibited acute physical discomfort. Several individuals who had long been by his side were seized by violent convulsions and displayed signs of nausea. They have since been transported to the hospital and are currently undergoing medical treatment. Fortunately, all of these individuals are still alive. As Captain Hu recounted these circumstances, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Everyone present had witnessed the gruesome scenes involving Gu Qian and Li Mingqi, and those harrowing images continued to resurface in their minds. This was precisely why Captain Hu approached the matter of Song Qiangxiao with such trepidation. It appeared that the bodies of those individuals were likely lost, leaving them to rely on scant clues to ascertain the whereabouts of the victims' families. After all, there remained a plethora of tasks awaiting their attention, prompting the meeting to be brief. Once the assignments were delineated, Captain Hu turned to Tian Li, who had yet to depart. The earlier air of seriousness and confidence that Tian Li had exuded had dissipated, replaced by a palpable sense of confusion. With a hint of hesitation, he inquired, "Xiao Tian, you mentioned that after Li Mingqi's surgery, Song Qiangxiao did not transform into a contaminant like Guqian did. I recall you and Wang Qingcheng discussing that. In the near future, our world might face a significant catastrophe." Tian Li nodded, and upon observing the hesitant expression on Captain Hu's face, she felt she could surmise a fragment of his unspoken thoughts. Could we perhaps take the initiative to nurture a cadre of warriors endowed with extraordinary abilities to confront the impending challenges that lie ahead? Tian Li shook her head with unwavering certainty. Initially, she too harbored some such thoughts, which is why she disclosed certain events from her past life to Captain Hu and her team during their first interactions. However, after the incident involving Song Qiangxiao, she has completely abandoned such notions. She articulated her thoughts to Captain Hu, expressing that the process of contamination is irreversible. If you, Captain Hu, entertain such ideas, you cannot artificially control whether the contaminated individuals will transform into new sources of pollution, thereby inflicting even greater harm upon society. After a moment of hesitation, Tian Li continued, "We cannot recklessly sacrifice the majority of our exceptional warriors in exchange for the uncontrollable awakening of those with supernatural abilities. Moreover, even if one maintains temporary lucidity, such power necessitates sustenance. Individuals like Song Qiangxiao, in their quest to wield such abilities and survive, have resorted to taking the lives of several others." "Sai, I understand now." Tian Li was uncertain whether it was merely her illusion, but after she dismissed Captain Hu's thoughts, a profound sense of despair washed over his face, as if he had aged several years in an instant. "Never mind, it is my failure to think things through," Captain Hu sighed. Just as they were slowly making their way outside, they suddenly spotted Chen Xinya rushing towards them in a flurry. "Captain Hu, something has gone awry at the hospital." Upon witnessing Chen Xinya's anxious demeanor and hearing her voice, Tian Li felt her previously calmed heart begin to race with tension anew. Captain Hu, however, remained composed, promptly inquiring, "Earlier, Lu Fei exhibited signs of severe discomfort when the incident at Song Qiangxiao occurred. I feared for the well-being of the others, so I had arranged for them all to be taken to the hospital and asked Chen Xinya to accompany them." Chen Xinya took a few deep breaths to steady herself before she could speak, her words tumbling out in fragments. "Captain Hu, Tian Li, the individuals we brought to the hospital are experiencing irregular heartbeats, difficulty breathing, and have begun to vomit. They have already received initial treatment, but to no avail. Lu Fei and the others have succumbed to a state of shock." Upon hearing Chen Xinya's report, Captain Hu's expression darkened immediately. After all, Song Qiangxiao had had a relatively successful year, and the women surrounding him each hailed from respectable families. The thought of all of them encountering trouble at once was daunting, even for someone as steady as Captain Hu. "We must head to the hospital without delay," he declared, as he and Chen Xinya hastily made their way towards the designated area, turning to call out to Tian Li, "Xiao Tian, hurry and keep up." Upon their arrival at the hospital, just as they exited the elevator, they saw several doctors and nurses bustling in and out of the few patient rooms, each one engrossed in their duties. The trio approached the ward, and as they entered, they found the patients already connected to emergency medical equipment. "What is the current status of these patients, Doctor?" Captain Hu urgently grasped one of the doctors to inquire. The doctor, startled by the sudden grip, initially appeared disgruntled, but upon spotting Chen Xinya behind Captain Hu, his expression softened, and he briefly outlined the patient's conditions, which matched what Chen Xinya had previously reported. "They are still undergoing resuscitation," the doctor stated before quickly attending to other matters. The three of them, finding the ward too cramped, retreated to the corridor. Once situated, Captain Hu turned to Tian Li. Xiao Tian, what do you think is the situation with these victims? We have never encountered anything like this before, and I am feeling quite uncertain. In contrast to the palpable anxiety etched on Hu and Chen's faces, Tian Li wore a contemplative expression. After several moments of deliberation, she hesitated before speaking. Though these individuals are in their 20s, they still possess the appearance of youthful girls, merely 18 or 19. At Tian Li's words, both Hu and Qingcheng were momentarily taken aback. Captain Hu furrowed his brow in thought. Tian Li, please express your thoughts candidly. Regardless of their youthful appearance, what relevance does it hold in light of their current state of unconsciousness? Are you suggesting that these individuals engaged in activities akin to Song Qianxiao's, thus facing retribution? I cannot assert with certainty whether they willingly participated in actions similar to Song Qianxiao's. However, it is likely that they harbor some form of power akin to his within them, which may have resulted in their backlash following his demise. Upon hearing Tian Li's explanation, both Hu and Qingcheng exhaled deeply, their faces paling. I had assumed they were merely victims of Song Qianxiao, especially Qingcheng, who seemed utterly unable to accept such a harsh reality. Perhaps such power indeed challenges the moral boundaries of humanity, as the allure of enhanced beauty and youth is a profound temptation. Now that Song Qianxiao has perished, the benefits they once derived from him must now be repaid at an exorbitant cost. I hope these women can spend these remaining months cherishing moments with their family and friends, alleviating some of their regrets. Understanding the gravity of their situation, Hu, Tian Li, and Qingcheng sighed in unison. Ultimately, it was Hu who made the decision, instructing Qingcheng, Xiao Chun, once their resuscitation and examinations are complete, inform their families to come, as they are indeed deserving of compassion. After conveying these instructions, Hu and Qingcheng proceeded to attend to other matters, leaving Tian Li to remain at the hospital. These ladies are not yet 30 and have lived quite comfortably. The results of these examinations are truly astonishing, remarked the doctor, his expression reflecting his surprise. After notifying the families, while Tian Li was in discussion with the doctor, a young man, appearing to be around 25 or 26, emerged from the elevator. His attire suggested considerable wealth, yet his handsome features were marred by a look of urgency. Upon exiting the elevator, he surveyed the hospital rooms flanking the corridor with a momentary look of confusion before spotting a nurse and quickly approaching her. "Nurse, I'm a relative of Lu Fei. Could you please direct me to her room?" Having received the necessary information regarding Lu Fei's room, he promptly made his way toward Tian Li's direction, hastening into the ward with determined strides. Tian Li remained here to ensure that Lu Fei and her companions would not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Her mission was twofold: to safeguard Lu Fei and the others, while also supervising them to prevent any extreme actions. With this purpose in mind, Tian Li entered the room. Upon stepping inside the hospital ward, she witnessed a young man bending down, gently using a towel to wipe away the waxy yellow tears that flowed incessantly from the corners of Lu Fei's eyes. After just a brief absence, Tian Li could hardly recognize the woman before her, whose skin was now wrinkled and coarse, and whose features resembled those of an old crone, contrasting sharply with the vibrant and radiant Lu Fei she had just seen moments ago. After enduring prolonged torment and relentless vomiting, Lu Fei appeared utterly exhausted, rendered speechless. The sight of the man meticulously tending to her tears evoked a surge of emotion within her, causing her to emit soft, muffled sounds of distress. "Do not cry. Rest and recuperate. I will take you to my home, your favorite place where your beloved piano awaits. It is still in the old spot. Will you play for me again once you feel better? And when you are well, we shall marry, shall we?" As the man spoke these tender words, more tears cascaded down Lu Fei's cheeks, an unending stream that defied all attempts at wiping away. Witnessing this scene, Tian Li felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, an inexplicable sense of unease. Wishing to provide the couple with some privacy, she stepped out of the room. Sitting in the corridor, she waited for quite some time without seeing any other family members. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the young man emerged from the ward, his eyes red-rimmed. Accepting the tissues Tian Li offered, he shyly dabbed at the corners of his eyes and, with a hint of embarrassment, addressed her. "I apologize for having caused you such distress." Tian Li said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The young man also nodded, indicating his understanding. The atmosphere was rather heavy as the two sat silently in their chairs for a brief moment. Eventually, it was the young man who broke the silence. "Hello. Your voice sounds quite familiar. Have we met before?" "I don't believe so. I don't recall us having crossed paths," Tian Li replied, gazing at the haggard man before her. She was disinclined to unravel the uncomfortable truth stemming from Song Qiangxiao and vanity. Hence, she opted for silence. Yes, from the moment the man began to speak, Tian Li recognized his identity. He was originally engaged to Lu Fei and had been planning to marry her soon, a fact known to Tian Li through her online friend, classmate Lemon. By evening, whose team finally sent someone to relieve Tian Li, and, as she exited the hospital, Wang Qingcheng was already waiting for her by the entrance in his car. As soon as Tian Li entered the vehicle, Wang Qing promptly enveloped her in a blanket, securing it tightly around her. Then, he handed her a food container. Tian Li opened the lunchbox, still warm, revealing a portion of rice, a serving of braised pork with preserved vegetables, and a dish of stir-fried bok choy. Raising an eyebrow, she picked up a piece of the pork and savored its delightful flavor. Wang Qingcheng started the car, gliding smoothly along the street. As she relished her meal, Tian Li gently closed her eyes in contentment, exclaiming that they should certainly take a look at the villa, as it would significantly impact the quality of their future lives. Just as the two were engaged in light-hearted conversation, Tian Li's phone suddenly rang. Tian Li picked up her phone and glanced at the screen. It was Captain Hu. Raising an eyebrow, she thought to herself that the matter concerning Song Qiangxiao should no longer have any relevance to her. Tian Li gazed in surprise at the scenery outside the car window. The sky had descended into complete darkness, and due to the chilly weather, there were scarcely any pedestrians on the streets. Although a sense of unease lingered in her heart, she did not hesitate to answer the call. "Xiao Tian, you need to come over urgently. Something has happened." The urgency was palpable, and as soon as Captain Hu uttered those words, the call abruptly ended. What could have occurred? Wang Qingcheng swiftly turned the vehicle around, heading in a different direction. Upon Tian Li's arrival, the conference room was brightly lit. Captain Hu remained seated in his usual spot, methodically smoking one cigarette after another while perusing documents. The expressions of the other attendees were grim, despite the presence of several individuals in the room. The atmosphere was profoundly silent. As Tian Li entered, Captain Hu's demeanor softened slightly. Clearing his throat, he spoke first. "Now that everyone is here and aware, it has come to our attention that a bird attack incident has occurred in Songping village, which is of a particularly heinous nature. Currently, dozens have been hospitalized." Turning specifically to Tian Li, Captain Hu continued, "The primary issue we face is that these assailants are avian, making it exceedingly difficult to trace the masterminds behind this calamity. However, what can we do about it?" After absorbing Captain Hu's explanation, Tian Li expressed her confusion. The village's geographical location was quite remote, predominantly inhabited by the elderly, women, and children, with virtually no outsiders. Everyone knew one another. Thus, the difficulty in identifying the perpetrator following such an incident was indeed daunting. It may even require us to investigate whether there exists any supernatural influence at play. Following the meeting, Captain Hu promptly arranged for Tian Li and her team to head to Songping village that very night. Tian Li had scarcely settled into the vehicle when she noticed Qingcheng already occupying the passenger seat. Upon seeing Tian Li, a smile finally broke through Qingcheng's previously expressionless face. Given their prior interactions, Tian Li could distinctly sense that Qingcheng was in a rather somber mood. With concern, she inquired, "What is the matter? Did we depart in haste, leaving you no time to rest?" Qingcheng shook her head, her expression tinged with worry, and began to speak. Tian Li was aware that Qingcheng was inherently a perceptive individual. She had evidently sensed the ongoing transformations within the world, a departure from the previous order. However, at this moment, Tian Li did not wish to thrust Qingcheng into an abyss of existential dread concerning the future. Thus, she ultimately resorted to comforting her. Before long, the vehicle entered the boundaries of Songping village. Chapter 32. The secrets of Songping Village, the journey undertaken by Tian Li and her companions indeed, consumed a considerable amount of time. As they traversed the rugged terrain, the ride was far from smooth, leaving the passengers feeling quite uncomfortable by the break of dawn. Eventually, the road leading into the village transformed into a stony path. Upon reaching the entrance of the village, they noticed two individuals standing at the crossroads. The elder among them, who appeared to be over 50, bore a visage marked by hardship, dressed in dull attire, and clutching a black briefcase under his arm. The younger individual, standing in the shadows, seemed to be no more than 30 years of age. Upon noticing Tian Li's party halt their vehicle, the previously expressionless faces of the two men instantly broke into smiles. The elder approached with warmth, extending his hand to Chun Xinya and the others, introducing himself with enthusiasm. "Greetings, leaders. I am Idaji, the village committee secretary of Songping Village, and this is our accountant, Chun He. We have come to escort you into the village." Curious about the circumstances, Tian Li and her companions engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries before inviting Hidaji and Chun He into the vehicle. As the engine roared back to life, Hidaji let out a long sigh of relief, his previously troubled expression softening slightly in the now considerably warmer confines of the car. Tian Li turned her gaze toward the village accountant, Chun He. Ever since he had boarded the vehicle, he had sat there in a daze, motionless for an extended period. Were it not for an occasional sound of breathing, Tian Li might have doubted his very existence. Before uttering a word, Hidaji let out a deep sigh, in which one could distinctly perceive the sorrow and helplessness that weighed upon his heart. With this prelude, Hidaji gradually began to recount the events that had transpired. Our village is situated in a rather unfavorable geographic location, with access roads composed of gravel and stones. There are no local specialties to promote tourism, and the young people capable of seeking work elsewhere have already done so, leaving behind primarily the elderly. Abruptly, a look of terror crossed Hidaji's face. Over the years, nothing of consequence had occurred, but just days ago, as the spring sowing was about to commence and the cultivable land was ready for tilling, a flock of birds inexplicably descended from the sky. I was present at that moment. They suddenly swooped down upon those working in the fields, catching us entirely unprepared, and several individuals were injured by their beaks. Upon hearing the village secretary's account, Chun Xinyang expressed her confusion. If it was merely a matter of being pecked by birds, it shouldn't be as severe as we currently understand it, right? I have heard that those individuals are still lying in your county hospital. Hidaji, equally haunted by memories of that day, nodded in agreement with Chun Xinyang's inquiry. Initially, we thought along similar lines, attributing the incident to the birds being driven mad by hunger after a long winter. However, that day, something strange occurred to all the villagers who had been injured. Tian Li had already gleaned from whose report the details inscribed in the documents. With a sense of urgency, he inquired whether the wounds had been continuously oozing pus and whether the medications had proven ineffective. That very afternoon, some individuals had exhibited symptoms of nausea and dizziness, and by the following day, others had succumbed to shock. Indeed, that is precisely the case, Hidaji lamented, patting his thigh in distress. Those individuals are still hospitalized. He was on the brink of tears. There are a total of 19 individuals in the hospital. Chun He, the usually reticent accountant, interjected unexpectedly. Yes, indeed, 19 people. Those were among the few in our village capable of laboring in the fields. As they spoke, the vehicle finally approached Songping Village. Under Hidaji's direction, the vehicle came to a halt in the open space before the village committee, and several individuals disembarked in succession. Tian Li had just alighted from the vehicle when a shiver coursed through him, driven by the biting chill. As he glanced around, he noticed that aside from a modest two-story building ahead, the surroundings were dominated by low, unassuming dwellings. The area appeared eerily deserted, as if this village had long been abandoned, enveloped in a profound solitude and desolation. The cold wind swept through with unbridled ferocity, producing a haunting whistle. Such an atmosphere in Songping Village instilled in Tian Li a sense of confinement and oppression, leaving him profoundly uneasy. Tian Li heard a faint murmuring from beside her. Where Qingcheng sat, "It's quite eerie. Not a soul in sight," she remarked. Given the peculiar circumstances, everyone was understandably frightened and reluctant to venture outside. The only two-story building they had seen was the village committee office in Songping village. Upon entering, to the left was a modest conference room, furnished with a single table and a haphazard arrangement of chairs. As Tian Li passed the doorway, a thick scent of smoke wafted toward her. Beyond the conference room lay the committee's main meeting area, spacious and dominated by a row of white metal filing cabinets against one wall, while 3 desks, burdened with documents, used teacups and layers of ash, stood in a line. The room was not cold, thanks to a stove positioned before the sofa, which was already ablaze. He dodgy ushered Tian Li and the others to sit on the sofa, gesturing for Chun He to serve tea, while he himself tended to the stove, adding a few lumps of coal. The warmth from the stove quickly enveloped the room. After completing these tasks, he dodgy retrieved a sizable thermos from his briefcase and took several hearty gulps, wiping his mouth with his sleeve as if finally catching his breath before settling into a chair facing the sofa. The hospital couldn't find anything conclusive. We later sought to capture some of those birds, but we haven't had any success since then, he lamented. Tian Li interjected, "So, did those birds return?" He dodgy shook his head, then hesitated before nodding. They didn't reappear in large numbers, yet sporadic sightings occurred at night. Subsequently, 2 young men were also hospitalized, but they remain unable to speak, leaving us uncertain. When Tian Li observed He dodgy uttering these words, she felt a surge of emotion, sensing that He dodgy's fervor was perhaps excessively intense. Noticing He dodgy had risen to his feet, his complexion flushed with agitation. Chun He, standing nearby, felt compelled to intervene and grasped He dodgy's arm. He then turned to Tian Li and the others, promptly explaining that among those attacked by the birds was none other than Secretary He's nephew, He Xiaotian. He Xiaotian had been raised by Secretary He since childhood, and now that this young man was in peril, lying unconscious in the hospital, it was only natural that the secretary was deeply distressed, unable to come to terms with the situation. The others expressed their understanding. Indeed, if a close relation were to face such misfortune, it would be profoundly unsettling on an emotional level. Shall we first visit the site of the attack and the hospital to seek any clues? Qingcheng suggested to Tian Li, feeling that it would be prudent to assess the situation firsthand. Very well, I shall accompany you. He dodgy concurred upon hearing this, and the group promptly departed. Songping village indeed reflected He dodgy's description. The economic conditions of the entire village were evidently modest, even somewhat desolate. Aside from the scattered homes, the landscape was predominantly occupied by extensive fields of farmland. Eventually, the group arrived at one of the fields, which was expansive and relatively level. As they entered, Tian Li could discern signs of hasty abandonment, indicative of work that had been interrupted. He dodgy pointed towards the farmland ahead and stamped his foot. This is the place. Aside from this incident, the remaining work here has been severely delayed. Tian Li strolled slowly around the plot of land. Ever since she acquired the ability to absorb the essence of pollution through her cards, she had become acutely sensitive to such forces. After completing her circuit, she noted the profound stillness of the cards throughout the entire process. Qingcheng approached Tian Li and lowered her voice, suggesting that perhaps it was a mere coincidence. Could it be that the disruption of the surrounding forest had provoked the vengeance of these birds? Such occurrences were not without precedent. There have been instances where the destruction of the monkeys' and elephants' habitat led them to raid food supplies. Tian Li pondered carefully and ultimately refuted Qingcheng's conjecture. Although she was not an expert in flora and fauna, she had witnessed monkeys and elephants before, yet she had never encountered an incident where a flock of birds attacked humans. Has such an event ever occurred in the village? Tian Li inquired of Idaji and Chun He. The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. Chun He explained, in the past, birds have ventured into the mountains for food, but there has never been an attack on humans. This is the first time now. The villagers dare not venture into the fields or the woods. Nodding and understanding, they proceeded directly to the hospital. Upon arriving, they found several villagers lying in beds, most of whom were deeply unconscious, with only a few showing signs of awareness, albeit in a hazy and incoherent state. Ever since this incident occurred, the county police have come, but they have been unable to glean any information. At that moment, Chun He discreetly nudged Tian Li's arm. Following his gaze, she saw a pale young man lying motionless in one of the beds. The patient's information indicated his name was He Xiao Tian. He appeared quite youthful and scholarly. Chen Xinya also noticed He Xiao Tian and, after studying him for a moment, turned to Tian Li. That night, the group stayed on the second floor of the village committee building. Wrapped in a thick quilt, Tian Li struggled to fall asleep, hearing Chen Xinya tossing restlessly beside her. "Xiaoya, are you awake too?" Tian Li softly called. "I can't sleep, Tian Li. I feel like we've missed something crucial, but despite ruminating over it, I cannot pinpoint the breakthrough. I can't sleep either. My mind is troubled," Tian Li confessed. In the stillness of the night, Chen Xinya's mood appeared to be quite dismal. After a day and night of exertion, they should have been exhausted, yet neither could find rest. "Since we can't sleep, shall we take a stroll? Exploring a bit might be a good idea." Shortly thereafter, they donned their clothes and stepped outside. The stars twinkled in the sky, and darkness enveloped the surroundings as they retraced their steps to the scene of the earlier incident. The night air was frigid, biting through the warmth they had just experienced. Chen Xinya exhaled visible puffs of breath, and Tian Li, recalling the harsh conditions she had endured in her past life, felt relatively comfortable. Noticing Chen Xinya shivering, she instinctively grasped her hand. "Thank you, Tian Li. I didn't expect you to be so clever, brave, and kind. No wonder team leader who values you so much. If it weren't for you, I would truly be in peril right now." Suddenly, a strong force pulled from Chen Xinya's direction, causing Tian Li to stumble and kneel on the ground. "Help! Help! There's a huge pit here, a truly despicable act." It turned out that as they conversed, a large pit had suddenly appeared beneath Chen Xinya's feet. Had Tian Li not reacted in time to grasp Chen Xinya's hand just as she was about to fall, she would have plunged into the abyss. "Don't speak. Let me pull you up," Tian Li urged, exerting her strength to gradually hoist Chen Xinya back to safety. Exhausted, they both collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Tian Li retrieved her phone and activated the flashlight function. The pit, under the beam of light, appeared ominously dark, revealing a depth of several meters. "There is something down there," Tian Li remarked to Chen Xinya. Chapter 33. Entering the dense forest, what is down there? "I can't see anything. It's pitch black." Chen Xinya's voice resonated loudly in the stillness of the night. "I am uncertain what it is, but I detect a scent of something burnt alongside a foul odor." The pit indeed seemed rather deep. Despite the illumination from the flashlight, the bottom remained utterly elusive. "I can't smell anything," Chen Xinya insisted, taking a deep breath and turning to Tian Li. "There's a hint of burnt and putrid smells. It's quite unpleasant." Tian Li conveyed the sensations she had gathered to Chen Xinya. "Tonight, we won't be able to discern much. It's too dark, and the pit poses some danger. Let us return in the morning when there are more of us." The following morning, the two returned to the site with others. This pit was located not far from the area where the birds had attacked humans. However, had it not been for Tian Li and Chen Xinya's midnight discovery, the pit would have remained concealed, shielded by a small mound of earth. Visibility during the day proved significantly better than at night, and with more people present, they quickly uncovered the contents below. What was extracted from the pit was a large bag of charred powder, and several individuals examined the pile closely, picking out fragments of various items. "What is this?" Chen Xinya inquired, noticing some small blackened pieces that, although distorted by fire, had not been entirely consumed. "Boss, do you think these items are connected to the bird attacks?" Hidaji asked, observing Tian Li and Chen Xinya as they circled the heap. "Do you think someone burned something here and dug such a deep pit to dispose of these remnants?" Hidaji pondered aloud. "That makes sense. There are no residences nearby. Although our village's economy is somewhat stagnant, waste is managed in an organized manner." Tian Li wished to conceal the matter of the cards from others. At that moment, upon noticing that the items had already been drawn up, she devised a reason for herself and Chen Xinyu to remain behind. Chen Xinyu was aware that Tian Li possessed certain extraordinary abilities. After Hidaji and the others departed, Tian Li raised her palm flat, and a playing card-like object materialized from her hand, as if conjured from thin air. Tian Li maneuvered the card closer to the pile, and indeed, she observed a few grayish-white granules soaring towards it. However, the total number of these granules was rather scant, and within 20 seconds, all activity ceased. There is certainly some extraordinary power at play here, Tian Li remarked to Qingcheng. Truly, it appears that Hu's team was not mistaken. This is no mere coincidence. Yet, I find myself unable to comprehend certain aspects. Furrowing her brow, Qingcheng expressed her frustration to Tian Li, questioning, who is this Matsunabu with such abilities? From whence do they originate? And what connection do they have with Mingqi and the others? Tian Li was aware of Qingcheng's current emotional instability, and thus merely placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, softly stating, "We have come to this place to unveil the truth behind these matters." Yet, this sentiment still left one feeling rather disheartened. After receiving Tian Li's comfort, Qingcheng's mood remained somewhat bleak. However, being inherently a spirited and carefree individual, she soon regained her cheerfulness. After soothing Qingcheng, Tian Li picked up the card, only to find that a previously unseen line of small text had appeared on its back, indicating insufficient power absorption. Upon reading the line of text, Tian Li became increasingly convinced that this power was of a supernatural nature. Having discovered the involvement of such forces in the incident of injury, she realized that this matter was now intertwined with her own fate. Her next thought drifted to what Hidaji had mentioned about the attacking birds emerging from the surrounding dense forest. After conferring with Qingcheng, she proposed a visit to the woods to see if they could uncover further evidence through the birds. When Tian Li shared her intent with Hidaji, his demeanor shifted to one of reluctance. This may not be wise. The leaders have come to assist us in investigating this matter, and if anything unforeseen occurs, I, an old man, cannot bear such responsibility. Tian Li had anticipated Hidaji's refusal. After all, she and Qingcheng were both women, and it was natural for him to harbor some concerns. Noticing the silence between the two, Hidaji continued to urge them, "Both of you, consider this. The path from the village to the forest is merely a mountain trail, scarcely traversed by anyone but a few villagers collecting forest goods. It is hardly a road, and truly, you city girls cannot navigate it." Upon hearing Hidaji's rationale, Qingcheng displayed a rather dismissive expression and burst into laughter. "No worries, Secretary. I grew up in a mountain village. No rugged path can deter me." After saying this, she turned to Tian Li and asked, "Are you okay with it?" Tian Li, though more reserved than Qingcheng, affirmed that she too had no qualms. Indeed, while she had previously led a mundane life as an urban white-collar worker, the cataclysmic events of the apocalypse had forged her into a resilient survivor. Throughout those harrowing years, she had traversed countless treacherous paths. Thus, the trail, though scarcely traveled, seemed trivial to her. Observing the confidence radiating from both women, Hidaji had no choice but to summon the village accountant, Chun He, to accompany them. Qingcheng, perceiving Chun He's gentle and unassuming demeanor, felt a twinge of concern and hesitantly inquired, "Is Accountant Chun capable of guiding us?" "Ah, Accountant Chen's family has been in the business of selling forest goods for generations. If anyone knows this path well, it is certainly him," Hidaji replied, surprised by this revelation. Both Tian Li and Qingcheng realized that the elderly often possess hidden depths. Chun He, despite his scholarly appearance, was indeed knowledgeable. Once prepared, the trio set off. Leaving the village, they found that the only path to the forest was indeed solitary. As they ventured deeper, the terrain grew increasingly treacherous and the sunlight waned, casting a dim pall over their surroundings. At this juncture, Chun He demonstrated his sense of responsibility, frequently pausing to advise Tian Li and Qingcheng on where to tread cautiously. Under his guidance, their journey progressed relatively smoothly. After some time, Tian Li suddenly posed a seemingly odd question. "Chun He, does your family still reside in the village?" Although this inquiry appeared peculiar, Chun He maintained his composure, seemingly unaware of the underlying implications. "My parents have passed on, and now only my younger sister remains. However, she left for work 2 months ago and is currently in Nanjing. I heard Secretary, he mentioned your family once dealt in forest goods. You must be quite familiar with this area." Have you noticed anything unusual or any birds that might have caused harm? Tian Li's probing questions caused Chen Xinya's expression to shift, prompting her to glance at Tian Li with concern before lowering her gaze. Chen He responded steadily, as if oblivious to the insinuations behind Tian Li's inquiries. I am indeed well acquainted with this region. Before I turned 30, I accompanied my parents along this path, particularly around Songping village. Perhaps that is why Secretary He entrusted me with guiding you. Understanding Chen He's character through his words, Tian Li realized he was not to be underestimated. Continuing, Chen He remarked, the larger woods are home to various creatures, including birds. This forest spans several villages. There are certainly birds here. I have seen many in this area, but since these incidents occurred, Secretary He has advised everyone to avoid the woods, and I have not ventured here since. The thick layer of fallen leaves muffled their steps, each stride eliciting a rustling sound. Distant, unidentifiable noises echoed around them, underscoring the insignificance of their presence in this vast wilderness. As they pressed on for approximately half an hour, Chen He finally led them to a small watering hole. Pausing, he spoke softly, this is likely the spot. Many animals come here to drink. If we wait, we may yet have some fortune. Tian Li and Chen Xinya, along with a few others, found Chen He's words to be quite sensible. If Chen He harbored no ill intentions, his statements indeed held merit. Just moments ago, as they walked, each of them was drenched in sweat, feeling warm and oblivious to their surroundings. However, as they settled in this place and paused, they began to realize the air here was chillingly damp, rendering them quite uncomfortable. Tian Li, Chen, are you feeling cold? Perhaps we should huddle together for warmth. At this moment, Tian Li felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her body. Upon hearing Chen Xinya's suggestion, she found herself in complete agreement. She then beckoned Chen He to spread out some of the gear they had brought along. The group had quite an assortment of supplies, as Chen Xinya had meticulously prepared everything according to camping standards. Before long, through the combined efforts of the three, a small tent was erected. Additionally, Chen Xinya and Chen He gathered some twigs near the water's edge to fashion a modest fire pit. The group huddled around the flickering flames, feeling considerably more comfortable. Indeed, this location attracted numerous animals seeking to quench their thirst. Within a short span of time, Tian Li and her companions observed a variety of small creatures, seemingly unafraid of their presence. After hastily drinking, some of these animals lingered out of curiosity. Unfortunately, the trio had yet to witness flocks of birds arriving for a drink. The few that did appear were mostly solitary or in small numbers. After listening for a while, Chen Xinya sighed, remarking, this forest is vast. There must be other watering spots. We cannot predict how long we will be waiting here. Tian Li was aware that within the trio's backpack lay some provisions, water, and equipment for warmth and illumination. Consequently, she was not particularly concerned about the duration of their stay in this location. However, upon hearing Chen Xinya's complaints, she suddenly turned to Chen He and inquired, Chen, when you transport mountain goods, do you ever spend a night or two in the woods? Indeed, the forest is vast. At times, we do find ourselves staying for a night or two, Chen He replied. Do you set up tents? That must be quite inconvenient. After all, if you frequently come here, one would presume there is a more permanent dwelling, she remarked. Under the intense scrutiny of both Tian Li and Chen Xinya, Chen He ultimately succumbed to their questioning. In the past, we did have a small house where we would stay while gathering mountain goods. It wasn't just us. Other occasional visitors needing overnight shelter would also spend night there. Tian Li let out a silent scoff in her heart. Then why did you bring us here instead of taking us to that small house? Tian Li pointed this out directly. Upon hearing Tian Li's words, Chen Xinya immediately sprang up, casting a vigilant glance at Chen He. Feeling unsettled under the scrutinizing gazes of the two, Chen He wore a look of astonishment. No, that place has been uninhabited for quite some time. The wood has rotted, making it unlivable, and besides, its location is far too remote, not comparable to this spot. However, we have yet to see the flock of harmful birds we anticipated. Noticing Chen He's faltering defense, Chen Xinya promptly interrupted his forthcoming explanation. Chen He seemed momentarily taken aback by her sudden action. With a seemingly resigned sigh, he said, very well, since both of you wish to go, I shall guide you there tomorrow. It is already dark, and traveling at night is rather inconvenient. Residing in a tent within the forest is certainly not as delightful as some online promotions suggest. The environment here is damp and enclosed, rendering both the spirit and skin quite uncomfortable. In a daze, he slept until midnight when Tian Li was suddenly awakened by the cold. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that the tent flap had been blown open by the night wind. He and Chunxinya were completely exposed to the chilling embrace of the forest's night air. Meanwhile, Chunxinya had wrapped herself entirely within her sleeping bag, curled up like a small ball. Tian Li could only help Chunxinya to her feet. Upon awakening, Chunxinya comprehended the dire circumstances in which they found themselves, and her anger surged as she clenched her fists, repeatedly striking the ground. How infuriating! How could I have failed to see the flaws in Chun-He before? Tian Li glanced at the night outside. At this hour, even if she were to summon Chunxinya, their decision to pursue Chun-He would undoubtedly be unwise. Contemplating this, Tian Li comforted the already furious Chunxinya, stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, we can only seek out Chun-He again at dawn." When morning arrived, both of them indeed awoke early. Observing the current situation, Chunxinya's brows were tightly knitted together. "We are unfamiliar with this place. We can only reach out a team leader who, and he dodgy now. It would be prudent to rendezvous with them and reassess our plans." Tian Li did not respond directly to Chunxinya's words. Instead, she posed a question to her. "Are you afraid of pursuing Chun-He together?" "How could I be afraid? If any danger arises, I shall protect you," Chunxinya replied confidently. "I know how to locate Chun-He. Yesterday, when he let us in, I feared getting lost, so I placed a few items on him." In truth, it was during their previous encounter that Tian Li, utilizing her cards, absorbed some contaminated particles from objects burned at the bottom of a pit and transferred them onto Chun-He. She had not anticipated that this spontaneous act would yield results so swiftly. Chunxinya was aware of Tian Li's extraordinary abilities, and seeing her assertively claim she had a solution filled her with joy. The two tidied their temporary campsite and then set off, with Tian Li leading Chunxinya in pursuit of the direction where Chun-He had vanished. After approximately 3 hours of walking, they finally arrived at a scene that differed from their previous surroundings. Ahead lay a small clearing, featuring a modest wooden cabin, with patches of land cleared for cultivation on either side of the house, though they remained barren for the time being. Tian Li, sensing through the cards, distinctly felt that Chun-He had arrived at this location after leaving them. "This must be the place, if I am not mistaken. It is the quaint cabin Chun-He mentioned yesterday." Chunxinya took the initiative to walk ahead of Tian Li, heightening her vigilance as she drew a stun baton from her backpack. Tian Li noticed that Chunxinya had also become vigilant, subtly heightening her alertness and paying attention to her surroundings, while quietly clutching the card in her hand. To both their surprise, even after they had entered the room, they found no trace of Chun-He. The space appeared barren. Chunxinya had thoroughly surveyed the area around her and indeed confirmed that there was only one room, which seemed ill-suited for concealing anyone. "I sensed Chun-He's presence here. Could it be that he has vanished elsewhere?" Alas, not only had we failed to locate that elusive bird, but Chun-He's actions were equally enigmatic, leaving one to ponder what secrets he might still be harboring. Tian Li, unwilling to concede defeat, believed that since Chun-He had exhibited such anxiety about this location yesterday, even risking exposure by venturing here alone at night, there must be something of significance. "Let's explore the surroundings. Perhaps we shall uncover an unexpected treasure," she mused. Without hesitation, the two of them made their way toward the house, commencing their search for clues within this vicinity. Given that the area had already been meticulously tidied, their field of vision was considerably broadened. As they traversed the surroundings, it was not long before they stumbled upon a small patch behind the house, where they discovered several drops of blood staining the ground. "Tian Li, come quickly." Chunxinya, the first to notice the bloodstains, urgently beckoned Tian Li to join her. Tian Li hurried over, and indeed, clues had emerged in this location. "Tian Li, could this possibly be Chun-He's blood? It appears that this blood is relatively fresh." Tian Li verified the card in his hand, confirming it indeed belonged to Chun-He. "Chunxinya, stay vigilant. Let us proceed in this direction and investigate further." Both individuals regarded the newfound clue with great significance and made their way toward the location. The path they followed was narrow, seemingly not deliberately forged, but rather shaped by the frequent passage of people. Nevertheless, it bore fruit. As they advanced, they discovered several bloodstains and traces of footsteps. What could Tian Li be up to? After traversing a considerable distance, Qingcheng's patience was evidently waning, and she voiced her frustrations to Tian Li. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts further, Tian Li suddenly pointed toward a direction ahead and exclaimed. Following his gesture, they soon spotted a figure lying on the ground, not far ahead. Upon approaching, they recognized it was Tian Li, lying supine on the ground. Tian Li appeared in a dire state, as though he had endured a fierce struggle. His tattered clothing revealed numerous wounds beneath. How could he have ended up like this in such a short time? If we hadn't come searching for him, he would have perished even if he had managed to find his way here. Tian Li has now discovered somewhat more than Qingcheng. In addition to the visible scars on Tian Li's body, Tian Li vaguely senses a heightened presence of polluted energy. Through this bandaging, both Tian Li and Qingcheng have observed that the wounds on Tian Li closely resemble those of the victims from Matsumoto village who lie bedridden. Qingcheng also noted this resemblance. After finishing the bandaging, she sighed, her expression filled with melancholy. I had thought Tian Li would be the mastermind behind it all. Yet now the mastermind has directly transformed into a victim. We have yet to uncover any other clues. At this point, Qingcheng seemed to recall something, suddenly becoming animated as she turned to Tian Li and asked, Do you think it's possible that Tian Li is aware of our suspicions and is deliberately acting this way? Tian Li, feeling exasperated, pushed Qingcheng's head away as she leaned in closer. She believed that Qingcheng's subsequent conjectures were, in fact, unfounded. It cannot be true, after all. He is now in a state of unconsciousness. Had he not arrived in time, he would have been in considerable peril. However, the precious clues we managed to gather have now dissipated. Tian Li noticed Qingcheng's despondent demeanor and retrieved an object from behind her, presenting it before Qingcheng for her inspection. Upon closer examination, Qingcheng found that it was a gray feather speckled with irregular spots, measuring approximately several centimeters in length. The feather possessed a peculiar stiffness, starkly contrasting with the typical softness one would associate with bird feathers. Could it be that the harm inflicted upon Tian Li was connected to such avian remnants? This was the logical conclusion Qingcheng reached. Tian Li handled the feather with utmost caution, for her card resonated with its presence, deepening the enigma surrounding the situation. Earlier that morning, Hidaji received a call from Qingcheng and was unsettled to hear of Tian Li's abrupt departure. Before noon, Hidaji dispatched a team to the small dwelling, 5 young men in their 20s, led by a seasoned man in his 50s. Upon entering the abode and witnessing Tian Li in a state of unconsciousness, the elder sighed repeatedly, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen the Chen family, leaving his sister even more vulnerable. Without delay, they transported Tian Li's motionless body onto a cart, following the elder as they made their way towards Songbing village. The atmosphere among the group was heavy with gloom. Eager to glean further insights, Tian Li and Qingcheng struck up a conversation with the elder. Brother, you mentioned that Tian Li has a sister. Could you elaborate on that? The elder, forthright in nature, recognized the 2 young women and deemed there was no need for secrecy regarding the matter. He began, Tian Li and his sister, Chen Haihua, are the only offspring of their parents. Since an incident transpired in the woods a year ago, they have been reliant on one another. Pausing momentarily, the elder seemed to recall something poignant and sighed deeply. Tian Li was always bright and diligent, and Haihua, a spirited young woman, was a university student from our village. However, 6 months ago, she began to exhibit erratic behavior. Hearing of the turmoil within Chen Haihua's household left Tian Li and Qingcheng momentarily stunned, their minds racing as they exchanged a discreet glance unnoticed by the others. It appeared that Tian Li harbored considerable suspicion. Brother, what could have caused Chen Haihua's sudden descent into madness? What transpired? When Tian Li posed her question, she did not shy away from the presence of others. At that moment, the entire group fell into a sudden silence. The elderly man, upon hearing Tian Li's words, experienced a fleeting change in expression, a momentary look of discomfort crossing his face. Conversely, the other members of the group seemed unfazed by the awkwardness. Upon hearing Tian Li's inquiry, a couple of individuals burst into laughter and exchanged knowing glances. At this juncture, a young man at the back of the group boldly remarked, "What else could it be? It's merely a matter of emotional turmoil." As Tian Li and Qingcheng posed their questions, they appeared to glean some insights from the expressions of those around them. Yet the directness of the situation left them feeling that the unfolding tale was somewhat melodramatic. The young man who had interjected earlier continued, "Chun Haihua has developed feelings for Daji's nephew, but it turns out that her affections are unreciprocated. She would visit Secretary He's home daily, and this is common knowledge throughout our village." With the young man's words, others began to chime in agreement. Inadvertently, is the person Chun Haihua fancies the very Daji's nephew who is currently lying in the hospital? Laughter erupted among the group. After all, Secretary he has but a single nephew. Chapter 35. Reunions. Chun Xiaodian. Not long ago, Tian Li had visited the hospital and distinctly recalled the waxen-faced young man lying on the hospital bed. With the emergence of certain topics, the bond between the villagers of Songping and Tian Li and Chunxinya had grown significantly closer, prompting laughter among the group upon hearing Tian Li's words. The elder leading the way let out a sigh, lamenting the unfortunate fate of the two children, one confined to a hospital bed, while the other's whereabouts remained unknown, evoking a sense of heartache. "Yesterday we heard Chun he mentioned that his sister was working away." Chunxinya remarked, puzzled. "Why do you say Chun Haihua is missing?" Upon hearing Chunxinya's astonished inquiry, the villagers widened their eyes in surprise. "Did Chun tell you that? Months ago, Xiaoyan's girlfriend visited our village regarding their family's engagement. Shortly after, one evening, Chun Haihua ran out of the household in tears, and we haven't seen her since. After all, we all knew she had feelings for Xiaotian. The two were often seen together. I heard from Chun that Haihua was ill and had gone to the county for treatment," another villager added. "I thought she was working away. After all, Songping village must be a painful memory for her, and wanting to leave is only understandable." The return journey felt significantly shorter than the previous day. By the time Tian Li and Chunxinya had finished listening to the gossip about the He and Chun families, they found themselves at the crossroads of Songping village. Upon seeing the vehicle, Tian Li felt a surge of excitement and joy, instinctively quickening her pace. Sure enough, before they reached the entrance, a familiar figure stood waiting, smiling warmly at Tian Li. The sight of Wang Qingcheng brought an immediate sense of elation to Tian Li, lightening her steps considerably. With her eyes sparkling, she dashed into Wang Qingcheng's familiar embrace. "What brings you here?" she asked, reveling in the warmth of his hold, while basking in happiness. A flicker of concern arose within her. Wang Qingcheng was a man of great responsibility, although he had come to believe in Tian Li's words about the impending doom. As a police officer, he remained diligent in his duties. "I was sent by team leader Hu to ensure your safety," Wang Qingcheng replied with a cheerful smile. Not only had he come himself, but he had also brought supplies in the trunk of the car, blankets, heating pads, and an array of snacks. In no time, the group was happily munching on treats in the village committee office. As they crunched on potato chips, Tian Li eagerly shared her recent experiences with Wang Qingcheng. "I suspect Chun Haihua might be involved," she expressed, eager to exchange insights with her boyfriend, who undoubtedly had a more professional perspective than she did. "What makes you think that?" Wang Qingcheng inquired, choosing to ask Tian Li first rather than revealing his own thoughts. Tian Li gazed into Wang Qingcheng's warm, smiling eyes, her heart racing with an escalating rhythm. A sense of bashfulness washed over her, particularly because Chun Haihua was currently missing, leaving many unaware of her whereabouts. She mused that if this were a novel or a television drama, the plot would unfold in a similar fashion. However, this was neither a fictional narrative nor a scripted performance. Upon witnessing Tian Li's rare expression of hesitation, Chunxinya could not suppress her laughter. "On my way here, Captain Hu tasked me with bringing some information," Wang Qingcheng remarked, producing a set of documents which he handed to both Tian Li and Chunxinya. As Tian Li examined the materials in her hands, astonishment flickered across her face, compelling her to look up at Wang Qingcheng. The contents were astonishing. The dossier not only contained information about He Daji and He Xiaotian, but also details concerning the Chun siblings, including the precise movements of Chun Haihua. Tian Li's mouth fell agape when she discovered Chun Haihua's departure from Songping village. Chun Haihua was even connected to Li Mingqi? She exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief at the shocking revelations before her. Indeed, who could have imagined that a young girl would have ties to a notorious murderer? As she perused the report, Chun Xinya echoed the collective sentiment of the trio. Chun Haihua studied nursing in university, she noted, her eyes scanning the information. At that moment, an unsettling thought struck Tian Li, as if something crucial had been overlooked. Could it be that Chun Haihua was the other nurse who assisted Li Mingqi during Guqian's surgery? Wang Qingcheng suggested. The mere utterance of this possibility enveloped the office in a profound silence. Tian Li fervently began to connect all the threads in her mind. At that time, Li Mingqi was in the hospital, assisted by 2 nurses in conducting illicit surgeries, one of whom became a subject of experimentation after a mishap. Unexpectedly, this young woman survived and would later re-enter Tian Li's life. Now, the whereabouts of Chun Haihua are of utmost concern to Tian Li. When the topic of Chun Haihua's fate arose, Wang Qingcheng ran his fingers through his hair, his expression darkening. Since the incident, Chun Haihua had not been seen in Songping village. We dispatched personnel to locations where Chun Haihua might have gone, yet to this day, there's been no progress. Tian Li and Chun Xinya fell into silence, both contemplating that anyone capable of escaping from Li Mingqi's grasp must be an individual of considerable caliber. They had encountered a formidable opponent. Their greatest hope now lay in awakening Chun He, for perhaps only he possessed knowledge of his sister's whereabouts. Wang Qingcheng addressed the two, yet Chun He remained in a state of unconsciousness, much like the villagers in the hospital, where no means existed to rouse them. Chun Xinya interjected, and it was clear to all that this was the most viable method to uncover Chun Haihua's fate. However, the challenge resided in the daunting task of achieving this. Tian Li contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to share her thoughts with Wang Qingcheng and Chun Xinya. Her strategy for locating Chun He involved sprinkling a certain powder imbued with contaminated energy upon him. However, upon later finding Chun He, she realized that this energy had intensified. In that very location, she discovered a feather and pondered whether she could harness her own powers to revisit the original site. Admittedly, this approach seemed rather implausible at this moment, but it was the only method the 3 could attempt. None of the individuals were indecisive. Upon hearing Tian Li's proposal, they resolved to take immediate action, planning to revisit the cabin in the woods at dawn. Just then, He Daji entered with a uniformed individual. Upon entering, the newcomer spotted the trio, and his initially stern expression transformed into a warm smile upon seeing Wang Qingcheng. "Captain Wang, you're here too," he greeted enthusiastically. Wang Qingcheng, recognizing the visitor, also appeared quite pleased and rose to shake his hand warmly. "Qi, is it truly you?" he exclaimed, introducing the newcomer to Chun Xinya and Tian Li. "This is Captain Qi Shomping, who previously worked alongside me. This is Tian Li, and this is Chun Xinya. We are now members of Team Who, primarily here to investigate the incidents involving the injured birds." Qi Shomping evidently shared a close rapport with Wang Qingcheng, and after the introductions, the atmosphere shifted from formal to more relaxed. "I've been sent to retrieve something, and I was curious about whom I might encounter. I never expected to see you here," he remarked. After exchanging pleasantries, Tian Li handed a box containing the feather to Qi Shomping, earnestly cautioning him not to open it until he arrived at his destination. "I can sense that this feather still harbors residual contaminated energy. Please do not open this box without authorization, as it could be perilous." As they parted ways, Tian Li personally entrusted the box to Qi Shomping, watching as he drove away. "I hope we can uncover the cause and the nefarious forces behind it soon." Chun Xinya sighed, taking a sip of honey tea. That night, as Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng lay in bed, the moonlight streamed through the window. Tian Li nestled her head against Wang Qingcheng's chest, while he lay quietly, listening to the wind's melancholic whispers filtering through the window. Since the incident involving Gu Qian, the two had been exceedingly busy. Although their conditions were rather modest, Tian Li cherished this quiet moment of solitude. "Qingcheng, do you have any plans for after this matter concludes?" Tian Li inquired, her faith in Wang Qingcheng prompting her to seek his perspective. Wang Qingcheng understood that. Following the apocalypse, Tian Li had become rather indifferent towards others. Much like any ordinary person, her first instinct post-rebirth was to hoard supplies and seek a safe haven. Yet Wang Qingcheng was different. After consulting Tian Li's opinions, he communicated with the government regarding the impending apocalypse, dedicating more of his energy to his work at the police station than to stockpiling supplies in their new villa. "I fear we may not be able to live a leisurely life anymore," Tian Li remarked to Wang Qingcheng. He tenderly stroked her hair, aware that she was poised to continue. "My ability card, after absorbing Song Qianxiao's powers, has transformed into an insatiable entity. The essence of apocalyptic pollutants serves as its sustenance. To wield its power, I must continually feed it with the extraordinary energy from these pollutants. Thus, I need to seek out pollutants relentlessly to satiate it." As Tian Li grasped the fundamental use of her card, she felt both exhilarated and pressured. "Qingcheng, I do not aspire to be a savior. I merely wish for our existence during the apocalypse to be less arduous than in my past life." Confronted with the reality that she might never attain her desired life, a sense of melancholy washed over her. "Do not worry, I will always be by your side," Wang Qingcheng reassured her, maintaining his patience in the face of her despondency. The following day before dawn, the trio set out, their belongings in tow, towards the woods. They had declined Daji's offer of assistance from the villagers, opting instead to rely solely on Tian Li's abilities to uncover any significant findings. Upon entering the forest, Tian Li sensed that the extraordinary energy permeating the area was more potent than during their previous visit. She could discern this energy more vividly than during the time Chun-He guided them, where she had barely perceived it. This time, with focused concentration, she could feel the extraordinary essence floating in the air like motes of dust. The three relied on Tian Li's sensitivity to navigate through the forest. After several hours of searching, Tian Li led Wang Qingcheng and Chen Xinya to a particular spot in the woods. Upon noticing Tian Li had stopped, Chen Xinya looked around, realizing this location did not resemble the wooden cabin where they had previously found Chun-He. Curiously, she inquired, "What is this place? We haven't been here before, have we?" Tian Li had arrived here by tracing the remnants of extraordinary power, unlike Wang Qingcheng and Chen Xinya, who were filled with uncertainty. Tian Li sensed that the extraordinary force was most potent in this location. What perplexed her further was the abruptness with which this intense power manifested here. She was certain that something significant was present, and she shared her conviction with the other two. Wang Qingcheng surveyed the surroundings and suddenly suggested that perhaps a flock of birds was nearby. In an instant, Chen Xunya's expression darkened, and she let out a terrified scream. Tian Li and Wang Qing turned to gaze in the direction pointed out by Chen Xinya, and an expression of dread swiftly overtook their faces. Chapter 36. We Must Survive. Unbeknownst to them, a flock of over a dozen birds had inexplicably alighted a mere 10 meters behind them. Good heavens, when did these creatures arrive? We were completely unaware of their presence in this very spot just moments ago. Chen Xinya could hardly suppress the overwhelming urge to collapse at that moment. "Let us flee," she exclaimed, fully prepared to dash towards safety. "Don't run. It may already be too late," Tian Li cautioned, having noted the sheer number of birds behind them. In such a dense forest, where trees grew thickly, maneuvering was exceedingly difficult. It was improbable for any ordinary human to outpace these birds. Moreover, they had not attacked them immediately. It seemed unlikely they would charge forth now. Tian Li found it perplexing that she remained so composed at this moment. Perhaps the countless days of fleeing in her past life had honed her powers of observation and fortified her mental resilience. Thus, she was able to engage in a relatively calm analysis of the situation. Yet despite these thoughts, an inescapable fear lingered within her, a silent tension building as she braced herself for the possibility of battle. It was then that Tian Li noticed that at some point, Wang Qingcheng had also readied himself for combat. He had drawn the electric baton from the cotton coat he wore, now firmly grasping it as he stood resolutely before them both. Tian Li felt a surge of emotion, and her previously frantic heart settled somewhat. The card was now firmly in her grasp. "Prepare for battle," she called out to Chunxinya. Although Chunxinya's earlier actions had revealed her own deep fear, the composed and calm demeanor of her two companions quickly restored her usual tranquility. In no time, she had armed herself with a stun baton, identical to that of Wang Qingcheng. "Qingcheng, Qinya, let's form a circle. Be vigilant, and let's move towards the area concealed by the hills." Before Tian Li could finish her words, a flock of birds suddenly surged towards the trio. The piercing cries of the birds echoed through the dense forest, creating a chilling atmosphere that sent shivers down their spines. Wang Qingcheng noticed the two young women beside him were already on edge, and the shrill sound only exacerbated their anxiety. Fear loomed in the air, and before any fighting could commence, the spirit of the group began to falter. In a fit of determination, Wang Qingcheng shouted out, swinging his electric baton at the first bird that charged at them. The speed of the bird was impressive, yet Wang Qingcheng managed to strike it down after a few swift motions. With more agonizing cries, the bird plummeted to the ground. "Wow, Brother Qingcheng, you're amazing," exclaimed Tian Li, her confidence bolstered by their initial victory, while Chunxinya openly expressed her admiration for him. Despite this triumph, Wang Qingcheng's expression grew somber, but upon seeing the faces of Tian Li and Chunxinya, he chose to remain silent, urging them to stay alert and prepare for what lay ahead. Just as the trio was conversing, several more birds erupted from the branches above. Tian Li steadied her nerves, counting the incoming creatures, and to her dismay, she realized there were 5 this time. "Chunxinya, get ready," she shouted. Though Wang Qingcheng had dispatched the first bird swiftly, this was no longer a one-on-one battle. They would all need to face the impending onslaught. "Okay, I'm ready, Tian Li. Oh no, 2 are heading your way." As Chunxinya's words trailed off, the 5 birds descended upon them, prompting Wang Qingcheng and Chunxinya to brandish their electric batons and engage in combat. 2 birds darted towards Tian Li, and in that instant, she felt a sharp gust of wind slice across her face, accompanied by a foul stench that struck her as oddly familiar. However, there was no time to ponder its origin. Quickly, she joined the fray, but rather than drawing her baton, she produced a card from her possession. A soft, creamy light emanated from the card, forming a delicate shield that, despite its thinness, successfully absorbed the initial attacks from the 2 birds. The sounds of their impacts resonated with a tense urgency, contrasting sharply with the electric crackles of Wang Qingcheng and Chunxinya's confrontation. As Tian Li braced herself against the relentless assaults, she felt her heart racing uncomfortably. "This is bad. My strength is still too weak. I can't let this continue." She cast her gaze to a distance where dozens of birds loomed ominously, and the thought alone sent a shiver down her spine. She struggled to fathom such a horrific scenario. Focusing her mind, Tian Li maintained her shield against the birds, and, as she did, the shield began to change. Fine. White threads emerged, weaving through the shield and piercing the bodies of the 2 attacking birds. The moment they felt the pain, their cries grew even more piercing, causing Tian Li to wince as if her eardrums might burst. In that moment, she too was in anguish. Since her rebirth, she and T faced many battles, and this was her first direct confrontation utilizing her card. If it weren't for Wang Qingcheng and Chunxinya standing guard beside her, she might have succumbed to fear and lost the will to fight. "Hang in there, Tian Li. Don't give up. Your friends are right here with you," she urged herself, even as nausea and tightness in her chest threatened to overwhelm her. The cacophony of bird cries added to her distress, and she felt as if she might collapse any second. Yet, she rallied her spirits. Time passed slowly, and the 2 birds were increasingly ensnared by the threads, their movements becoming frantic. It appeared that Tian Li's struggle was more intense than that of Wang Qingcheng and Chunxinya, who were dealing with only 3 birds. Gritting her teeth, she mentally vented her frustrations. Suddenly, a surge of excitement coursed through her, overshadowing her earlier discomfort. What had once seemed like a grueling battle began to feel exhilarating. What is this feeling? Why am I so energized? She pondered, bewildered by the shift in her emotions. Emboldened by this newfound vigor, she realized she could fight more freely. With the shield still under her control with one hand, she drew her electric baton with the other. "Take that," she cried, striking the two birds fiercely. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as Tian Li, now nearly euphoric, unleashed a barrage of blows upon the birds. Feathers flew as their sharp cries diminished under the onslaught. In a matter of moments, the fray concluded with Tian Li emerging victorious. The birds falling one by one to the ground, motionless. Tian Li had assumed that after the battle, her body would be heavily fatigued, both physically and mentally. However, to her astonishment, she found herself feeling more invigorated than before the fight, her heart calm and her breathing steady. It was a state she could hardly believe. Fortunately, shortly after Tian Li had sent two birds crashing to the ground, Wang Qingcheng and Chunqinya concluded their own confrontation. Yet, in stark contrast to Tian Li's expression of disbelief, Chunqinya appeared significantly worse for wear, her body marked with scratches and gasping for breath. Tian Li and Chunqinya exchanged bewildered glances, each wearing an expression of utter disbelief. "Tian Li, are you a monster?" Chunqinya exclaimed, particularly horrified by the sight of the two unfortunate birds on the ground, their feathers scattered and their heads grotesquely flattened, victims of Tian Li's assault. At that moment, she felt her composure slipping. "Honestly, I'm not quite sure what happened. Initially, I found it quite taxing, but for some inexplicable reason, I later felt significantly better. These birds are definitely not right." Finally, as the battle came to an end, Wang Qingcheng knelt down to examine the lifeless bodies of the birds more closely. "This is absurd. These cannot possibly be ordinary birds," Chunqinya lamented, rubbing her arms in frustration. At this moment, Tian Li cast her gaze upon the lifeless bodies of several birds strewn across the ground. These avian carcasses were significantly larger than typical birds, their bodies cloaked in a somber ash-gray plumage. However, in stark contrast to the usual avian appearance, these creatures possessed notably enlarged heads, exuding an air of malevolence. Their size rivaled that of large raptors. As Wang Qingcheng gestured and spoke, yet the presence of such predators in this locale was indeed perplexing. Both Tian Li and Chunqinya voiced their concerns. After all, they were situated in an inland province, and although the area was densely forested, its expanse was rather limited. How could such a habitat nurture raptors of this magnitude? Furthermore, during Daji's introduction, he had not mentioned that the flock consisted of such formidable creatures. Indeed, he had not alluded to this detail, and if the birds were of such size, it was improbable that Daji would overlook it. Tian Li reflected on Daji's narrative. When he discussed the villagers' attacks, he had merely glossed over the flock of birds without specifying their nature. Not only had Daji omitted this, but none of the other villagers had brought it up either. Wang Qingcheng's expression darkened, his gaze profound and demeanor grave. This indicated that these birds had undergone evolution, as Tian Li articulated her thoughts before Wang Qingcheng could speak. In her past life, pollutants did not merely consume humans. They also battled amongst themselves, devouring one another. Should a pollutant survive without succumbing to incompatible forces, there remained a small chance for evolution. The powers of evolved pollutants would indeed manifest. Tian Li shared her insights with Wang Qingcheng and Chunqinya, leaving them momentarily speechless. The imperative to survive surged within them. Only by enduring could they relay such critical news to Captain Hu and others. Suddenly, the eardrums of the trio were assaulted by the simultaneous shrieks of a dozen birds, nearly causing them to bleed. With their electric rods at the ready, the three shouted in unison, bracing for battle. This time, Tian Li felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Far removed from the previous encounter where she could count the adversaries, they were now consumed by the singular goal of survival. Chapter 37. The battle for advancement, the fierce conviction to continue living was the very essence that kept the trio from collapsing immediately. Yet, the onslaught of birds this time was markedly more intense than in the earlier encounters. Faced with a multitude of adversaries, their combat began to exhibit signs of disarray. Wang Qingcheng and Chunqinya, in particular, were grappling with significant physical and mental fatigue. Human stamina is inherently limited. Before long, their swings of the electric rods grew sluggish. Each movement left them breathless, and the mere act of resisting was becoming increasingly arduous. Simultaneously, as the combat effectiveness of her companions waned, Tian Li found herself under mounting pressure. Her command of her abilities remained unrefined. She could only conceptualize forming a shield with her powers, a method inspired by Wang Qingcheng's prior mastery over his abilities. Tian Li now faces mounting pressure, her heart filled with profound anxiety and concern. Accompanied by such emotions, her attention becomes increasingly diverted towards Wang Qingcheng and Chunqinya. Witnessing the deteriorating condition of the two, Tian Li's mood grows ever more tense and anxious. Soon, the shield in her hand begins to thin under the relentless onslaught of the birds, as if it is on the verge of shattering. This cannot continue. All three recognize that, if this persists, they will soon lose their fighting spirit. Think of a way out, gasped Chunqinya, feeling her arms weaken to the point of immobility, urgently calling out to the two. How much longer can we hold on? Wang Qingcheng, standing at the forefront, bears a significant portion of the brunt of the battle, having eliminated the first two foes. I'm barely holding on, he admits, despite Chunqinya's inherent strength. The current situation threatens to overwhelm her, leaving her on the brink of collapse. Wang Qingcheng and Chunqinya exchange worried glances, calling out to Tian Li. Tian Li, how are you holding up? They observe her utilizing her powers in combat. Although Tian Li had appeared exuberant moments ago, they remain concerned for her well-being. I'm all right, but I worry about you both. Despite the trials she has endured in her past life, Tian Li has become much stronger. Yet, witnessing her boyfriend and close friend in such dire states weighs heavily on her heart. Can you hold on? Don't attack for now. See if you can expand the shield to encompass us all. Wang Qingcheng suggests, his uncertainty evident. I'm fine, not exhausted. I'll give it a try, Tian Li responds. Chunqinya, let us huddle around Tian Li to protect her, Wang Qingcheng instructs after conferring with Tian Li. In this moment of shared struggle, the three have long regarded one another as their closest allies. Upon hearing Wang Qingcheng's plan, Chunqinya springs into action. The trio forms a tighter circle of combat, adjusting slightly to create a defensive formation centered around Tian Li. As Tian Li's thoughts stirred, she resolutely relinquished the electric baton in her right hand. Focusing intently on maintaining her extraordinary abilities, she endeavored to expand the shield she had conjured, directing it towards Wang Qingcheng and Chunqinya. This course of action was undoubtedly perilous, for after Tian Li had voluntarily abandoned her offensive, approximately 10 remaining birds had shifted their attention to her. The shield, wrought from her powers, was undergoing its most rigorous trial amidst this confrontation. The cacophony of violent impacts intensified suddenly, and from Tian Li's perspective, the threads atop the shield appeared to become increasingly animated. Moreover, whether it was a mere illusion or not, she sensed that these protruding filaments not only surged with vitality, but also seemed to thicken slightly. Steeling her resolve, Tian Li summoned the courage for a decisive stand. Wang Qingcheng was correct. At this juncture, only by uniting their strengths could the three of them manifest a combat prowess exceeding the sum of their individual abilities, thus fostering a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Tian Li found herself flanked closely by Wang Qingcheng and Chunqinya. Yet, witnessing Tian Li boldly confront the multitude of birds, Wang Qingcheng could not suppress his concern and felt compelled to voice it. I'm fine, Tian Li reassured him. In truth, her condition was far superior to when the three had fought separately. The presence of Wang Qingcheng and Chunqinya beside her alleviated her worries about their individual combat statuses, significantly easing her mental burdens. Additionally, their close formation minimized the combat area they had to cover. Although her shield aimed to expand its reach, the necessary area was not excessively large. The relentless sounds of impact continued to resonate around her, but thanks to Tian Li's shield absorbing a substantial portion of the attacks, she noticed that the combat pressure facing Wang Qingcheng and Chunqinya had been considerably reduced. I feel I can catch my breath now, Qingcheng mused, realizing that after this adjustment, the pressure she faced had diminished significantly. She no longer needed to focus excessively on defense. Her attention could now be devoted solely to offense. Stay focused and don't get distracted, Wang Qingcheng urged, having just knocked another bird to the ground. Tian Li remained silent. For once again, she sensed an unusual phenomenon within herself, and this time it was more pronounced than before. Beneath the surface, unnoticed by Wang Qingcheng and Qingcheng, there flickered an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in Tian Li's eyes. Following the initial chaos of battle, she now found herself focused solely on defense, her mind devoid of any lingering negativity that had previously clouded her thoughts. The birds, fiercely battering against her shield, no longer appeared as terrifying threats to the lives of the three of them. Instead, they had transformed into mere delectable morsels. Although Tian Li herself could not comprehend the origin of this peculiar notion, she found it unsettlingly gratifying as her spirits soared and, with each fine thread ensnaring the birds, she experienced a profound delight akin to savoring roasted chicken wings. The sensation of controlling the shield had evolved from an all-consuming effort to a state where she could afford a modicum of distraction. At last, Tian Li noticed the delicate threads upon her shield, gradually enveloping the birds as they were penetrated by them. Tian Li was aware that one of her card skills allowed her to absorb the polluted powers of other contaminants, which serve as her greatest advantage in confronting Song Qianxiao. However, she gradually came to the realization that her previous understanding had been rather simplistic. This supernatural ability was indeed far more formidable than she had initially perceived. Stay strong, Tian Li, she urged herself. The beast will soon reach its limit. Meanwhile, Wang Qingcheng and Qingcheng noticed that the movements of the birds had begun to slow, their attacks becoming increasingly feeble. Be cautious, Tian Li stated, her words calm despite the slight gulp she made as she swallowed her own nervousness. Tian Li felt a sense of unease, for at that moment, not only was she free from any issues, but the more she engaged in battle, the more power she could draw from the birds above. Although it was not much, it was sufficient energy akin to that of a roasted chicken. In the ongoing skirmish, while Wang Qingcheng and Qingcheng were steadily depleting their resources, she found herself not only unspent, but actually benefiting in an alternative manner. This realization made Tian Li acutely aware of her own precariousness, as the battlefield around them was strewn with the carcasses of numerous birds, and with only 2 or 3 remaining birds preparing to attack, signaling the impending conclusion of the conflict, something unexpected occurred. The remaining 3 birds abruptly halted their assault, turned their bodies in unison, and with a series of calls, fluttered unsteadily back to their original branches. How curious, Qingcheng remarked, observing the now seemingly feeble birds. They were fierce just moments ago. Why do they appear weaker than us now? It was Wang Qingcheng who first sensed the presence of someone nearby, calling out loudly towards the forest ahead. The rustling sounds grew increasingly closer, and under the vigilant gaze of the trio, a young woman emerged from the thicket. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her features unremarkable, with somewhat small eyes and a slightly flat nose. She was dressed in a pink dress and wore white high-heeled shoes. Upon seeing her approach, the 3 fell into a profound silence. In such an inconvenient location, encountering someone clad in a dress and heels was unexpected, leading to a shared thought among them. They had heard tales of Chun Haihua's madness, initially dismissing them as mere exaggeration, yet here she stood, a tangible embodiment of those accounts. Good heavens, would she not sprain her ankle? Qingcheng muttered, her words audible to the nearby Wang Qingcheng and Tian Li. I am Chun Haihua, the sister of Chun He, the girl announced as she approached, pausing a few meters away from the trio. Unfazed by the gruesome scene before her, her expression remained utterly impassive. Did you manipulate these birds to attack the villagers of Songping village? If Chun Haihua was indeed the puppet master behind this malevolence, they would not let her escape unscathed. Even though Tian Li usually possesses a gentle disposition, upon hearing Chun Haihua's words, she was seething with rage. The absence of any remorse or regret on Chun Haihua's face only fueled her fury. had it not been for Wang Qingcheng's swift intervention. Seizing Tian Li before she could unleash her pent-up anger, she would have lunged at Chen Haihua, ready to deliver a powerful blow. "Why do you harbor such animosity towards someone from your own village?" Wang Qingcheng inquired, voicing a question that left everyone perplexed. To his surprise, Chen Haihua responded with laughter, as though he had heard a particularly amusing joke. "What have they done to offend you?" Chen Xinyang also questioned, equally bewildered. Perhaps Chen Haihua's mindset had distorted due to her experiences. As Tian Li's gaze swept over Chen Haihua's attire, she began to mentally compose a poignant narrative of emotions. Just as she was lost in thought, Chen Haihua finally spoke. "The villagers of Songping are not entirely blameless. However, he Xiaotian deceived my affections, and the townsfolk turned their backs on me due to Hidaji's influence. They all deserve their fate." Amidst Tian Li's tumultuous thoughts, Wang Qingcheng suddenly voiced a serious challenge. "And what of Chun He? He has never mistreated you, has he? In fact, he has provided you with food and drink. Why did you choose to attack him yesterday?" Wang Qingcheng's demeanor clearly indicated his skepticism towards Chen Haihua's claims. Under the scrutiny of Wang Qingcheng, Tian Li, and Chen Xinyang, Chen Haihua exhibited no signs of tension. Rather, her emotions appeared to intensify with their attention. Her pallor shifted to a rosy hue, and her previously frosty demeanor transformed into a subtle excitement. Tian Li felt a sudden shiver run through her body when confronted with Chen Haihua. "Tian Li, I suddenly find this girl before me to be quite perilous. I am filled with trepidation." Chapter 38, The Vaccine. Tian Li also found the presence of Chen Haihua exceedingly unsettling. The demeanor and words of this young woman evoked a chilling sensation. "As for my brother, Chun He, had it not been for his interference, Xiaotian and I would have been together long ago. Just yesterday, he came to find me, urging me to confess. It is truly absurd, for I am his sister." Tian Li's expression had completely darkened. She had never anticipated that Chen Haihua's heart could be so selfish at this moment. Even the remaining 3 birds did not follow Chen Haihua out of the village. As Captain Hu entered the village, several familiar vehicles were already parked along the roadside. Upon seeing the 3 individuals accompanying Chen Haihua, a few people disembarked from one of the cars, with none other than Captain Hu leading the way. Upon spotting Chen Haihua, Captain Hu appeared to be in good spirits, playfully teasing Tian Li. Earlier, Wang Qingcheng had already made a phone call to report the situation, and now, seeing that everyone was safe, the tension that had gripped Captain Hu's face seemed to ease considerably. After a brief arrangement, the group was sent to a nearby hospital for bandaging and treatment. Following the medical attention, Tian Li found herself assigned to a hospital bed, quietly closing her eyes to replay the battle in her mind. At that moment, a long-lost fatigue washed over her body. Yet this sensation was somewhat bearable due to the relaxation of her emotions. More importantly, her manifested card had undergone a significant transformation. What had previously seemed to offer only a modicum of support now revealed an astonishingly powerful capability. Lying on the hospital bed, as she reflected, Tian Li surmised that the reason for her endurance until the end likely lay in the delicate threads that appeared on her shield. These threads not only absorbed the opponent's strength during combat, but also transformed it into her own energy. With this thought in mind, Captain Hu inquired about Chen Haihua's condition upon entering the woods. At this moment, Tian Li felt an exhilarating thrill. If her hypothesis were indeed true, her power against pollutants would undoubtedly increase significantly in the future. Perhaps, as she mastered this skill more proficiently, she could become a veritable perpetual motion machine in battle. The mere possibility of such a development filled her with excitement, even while lying on the hospital bed, as she longed to seek out some pollutants to test her theory. Since the 3 birds controlled by Chen Haihua remained in the woods, they would serve as excellent subjects for her experimentation, allowing her to ascertain the validity of her thoughts. However, she was uncertain whether Captain Hu would permit her to proceed in such a manner. While Tian Li was lost in her musings, the door to the ward suddenly swung open, and Captain Hu entered with several doctors. Seeing Captain Hu and his entourage, Tian Li could no longer remain reclined. She quickly sat up, eager to greet him. However, upon noticing her attempt to rise, Captain Hu waved his hand, urging her to lie back down. While he gestured for the two doctors to take a seat. Once everyone in the ward was settled, Captain Hu addressed Tian Li, saying, "This is truly wonderful. Those who are unconscious now have hope." Hearing Captain Hu's words, Tian Li felt a genuine surge of joy. The villagers who had initially lain on the hospital beds, unable to eat due to their comatose state, had been sustained solely by intravenous nutrition. When Tian Li and her companions had visited, many of them appeared to be in poor condition. Now, upon learning that a relevant serum had been developed, she sensed that they had indeed made progress. However, at this point, Captain Hu's expression shifted from one of relief to concern. Noticing this change, Tian Li curiously pressed for clarification. "However, there is currently a pressing issue that we find quite challenging and require your assistance." Upon witnessing the arrival of Captain Hu and his team, Tian Li sensed that their visit was undoubtedly necessitated by a need for her expertise. When Captain Hu articulated his request, Tian Li readily accepted. "Just state what the organization requires of me," she asserted with clarity. Captain Hu, not one to prolong the matter, promptly conveyed. "The current syringes contain some peculiar remnants that we are unable to decompose. I am aware of your capability to absorb the powers of others. I wonder if you could extract the extraordinary forces lingering within these syringes." "Ah, so you mean to say that you have already confirmed these birds have been tainted by Chun Haihua's powers?" Tian Li's inquiry was somewhat veiled. However, what she truly sought to ascertain was whether those birds had been transformed by Chun Haihua's extraordinary powers, and whether their current state was one of life or death. It was apparent that Captain Hu understood her intent and promptly divulged the information he possessed. "When the bird was delivered to our laboratory, our examinations revealed that it retained only the most fundamental signs of life. Both its brain and bodily tissues have been tainted by extraordinary forces, indicating that, in all likelihood, these birds were essentially no longer alive during your encounter with them." This assessment aligned closely with my own suspicions, Captain Hu. Nevertheless, I couldn't help but notice that the size of these birds was not only excessively large, but also that their feathers appeared remarkably rigid. Upon absorbing this information, Tian Li's sentiments towards Chun Haihua had plummeted to an all-time low. "I have no further tasks at the moment, Captain Hu. I am ready to proceed with the work." She wished to expedite the resolution of this matter, believing that once Chun He and He Xiaotian regained consciousness, everything could be clarified. Accompanying Captain Hu were two specialists dedicated to the formulation of the serum. For the sake of convenience, the vials had already been brought to this location. Upon entering the hospital laboratory, Tian Li beheld the array of serums. One of the taller researchers carefully handed a vial to her, stating, "This is the serum. We would appreciate it if you, Ms. Tian Li, could extract some of the contaminants. Should you require our assistance, please do not hesitate to let us know." Tian Li, with the innate power of her cards, required nothing more than her own strength to absorb the pollution. After obtaining the syringe, she merely informed two individuals of her need for solitude. Thus, they stepped outside, assuring her that they could be summoned at any moment should the need arise. Once they exited the laboratory, only Tian Li remained, alone with her thoughts. Grasping the syringe, she took out her cards, holding the syringe in one hand. With her eyes closed and her mind settled, she began her work in earnest. Tian Li could sense that there was indeed a subtle force of contamination adhering to the syringe's vial, albeit in minuscule amounts. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware of its presence. After exerting herself, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. After approximately half an hour of strenuous effort, she finally opened her eyes, her expression revealing an extraordinary peculiarity. The nature of this contamination appeared markedly different from the pollutants she had encountered since her rebirth. Within the syringe, the contaminants seemed to possess a semblance of consciousness, deftly evading the delicate filaments that Tian Li had probed into the syringe. Given the minuscule size and scarce quantity of these particles, she found herself at a temporary impasse, unable to devise a means to confront them. After more than an hour of relentless attempts, she began to feel her mental fortitude waning, accompanied by the onset of headaches and waves of nausea. Tian Li had no choice but to give up for the moment and take a brief respite. As she pushed open the door and stepped outside, She discovered that team leader Hu and two lab technicians were waiting for her. Upon seeing Tian Li emerge, their gazes converged upon her, clearly conveying a sense of anticipation regarding the outcome. Tian Li offered a wry smile, gesturing with an open hand, allowing her actions to speak in lieu of words. In Chapter 39, the necessity of a vaccine is underscored. Captain Hu, well aware of Tian Li's capabilities, was taken aback to see her fall short of accomplishing her task, prompting him to directly inquire about the reasons behind her failure. Tian Li furrowed her brow, revealing a palpable weariness. When she heard Captain Hu inquire about her condition, she responded with a hint of confusion. There are far too few of them, and they appear almost alive, exhibiting remarkable agility, akin to the contrast between elephants and mice. My current abilities are insufficient. I cannot achieve the desired precision. Captain Hu grasped the essence of Tian Li's words, and upon observing her fatigued demeanor, he felt compelled to allow her some respite. In that case, these injections will be rendered unusable, he pondered, uncertain of how to navigate this predicament. Noticing the disappointment etched on the faces of those around them, Tian Li suddenly had a revelation. I observed the villagers of Songping and those from China. Their current state of unconsciousness is primarily due to the influence of polluted energy. If we can eliminate the pollution within their bodies, they should awaken. Captain Hu nodded in acknowledgement, yet the issue circled back to its origin. The fundamental challenge remained, the inability to remove the pollutants from their systems, especially since the injections themselves contained contaminants. Tian Li felt a lingering hesitation within her heart. However, after contemplating for an extended period, she decided to convey all that she knew to Captain Hu upon observing the anxious expressions on his and his companions' faces. Captain Hu, I have a solution. When only Tian Li and Captain Hu were present in the room, she finally revealed to him that she was aware of an individual capable of developing a vaccine to eliminate the pollution's effects. Captain Hu, upon hearing Tian Li's revelation, was filled with exhilaration, repeatedly confirming with her, "Are you truly certain that someone is researching such a serum? I am astonished that I have yet to receive any related information. Please share with me all the details you possess." At that moment, Tian Li was unaware, but in her past life, the vaccine to eradicate pollution was considered an essential supply that nearly everyone carried during the apocalypse, proving to be remarkably effective. She and Wang Qingcheng had utilized several vials during those dire times, and the results had been quite impressive. Tian Li recalled that the vaccine was believed to have been developed by the director of the Biological Research Institute in Gunning City. This belief led many during the apocalypse to regard the director as a savior. Captain Hu's gaze was intensely fixed on Tian Li's face, and she understood that her ability to provide such information was indeed unusual. Nevertheless, she ultimately resolved to save those individuals, maintaining her faith in Tian Li's words. Very well. I shall dispatch personnel to Gunning City immediately, though I'm uncertain whether these individuals will still be able to await the vaccine. Captain Hu's demeanor indicated that he had considerable faith in Tian Li's information and was quite pleased. However, he was also aware that, in reality, distant solutions could not address immediate crises. The individuals in Songping village were uncertain whether they could survive long enough to receive the vaccine, leaving Captain Hu feeling apprehensive. Compared to their previous visit, the pallor on the faces of most patients on the beds had grown even more pronounced, and Tian Li could distinctly sense that their bodies were rapidly deteriorating. Tian Li specifically went to assess the physical condition of He Xiaotian and Chun He. During the first visit, He Xiaotian appeared to be a well-groomed young man with quite handsome features. Now, however, he has become emaciated, his face gaunt, and his skin dull. This stark transformation made Tian Li acutely aware of the dissipating vitality within these individuals. Time waits for no one. Holding on to a glimmer of hope that his abilities might be needed, Tian Li took out a card. As he focused his thoughts, delicate strands emerged from his palm, penetrating He Xiaotian's chest. Upon entry, these strands provided Tian Li with a genuine reflection of He Xiaotian's physical state. Through Tian Li's perception, He Xiaotian's condition was utterly distressing. The taint of pollution had permeated his marrow, intertwining with the flesh and blood throughout his body. In Tian Li's view, Without a vaccine, even if Xiao Tian were to awaken, he would either succumb to madness, becoming a new pollutant, or devolve into a being akin to Song Xiangxiao. After the arrangements for the vaccine were made, the interrogation of Chun Haihua was promptly prioritized. Professional matters were entrusted to experts. Nevertheless, team leader Hu still permitted Tian Li and Chun Xinya to observe the entire interrogation process. The interrogation itself was painfully dull, yielding no useful information whatsoever. Chun Haihua remained utterly silent throughout, responding to every question with nothing but silence and a cold smirk. Chun Xinya, witnessing the interrogation's progression, could not help but express her astonishment at the woman's terrifying demeanor. This was the nurse who had assisted Li Mingqi during the surgery, and anyone capable of escaping from Li Mingqi's grasp was undoubtedly formidable. Upon learning of the connection between this woman and Li Mingqi, Tian Li sensed that she would be far from easy to deal with. Such a disdain for life is truly abhorrent. It reveals a deeply twisted psyche, one that shows no mercy even to those she claims to care for, including her beloved and her own brother. Chun Xinya felt a profound anger towards such individuals, yet felt utterly powerless. "I will say nothing. Do not waste your time." Chun Haihua finally uttered her first words since the interrogation began. This woman possessed an astonishingly hard demeanor, seemingly indifferent to everything. Observing the stalemate in the interrogation, Tian Li realized it was virtually impossible to extract any information from Chun Haihua. It seemed that the priority now was to secure the vaccine, as acquiring useful information from Chun Haihua would require considerable effort. In Chapter 40, during the first interrogation of Chun Haihua, no progress was made. Subsequently, at the suggestion of Tian Li and others, team leader Hu brought Chun Haihua to the hospital to see Chun He and He Xiaotian. However, everyone felt disheartened when Chun Haihua displayed no reaction upon seeing the villagers from Songping village lying in the hospital, neither joy nor anger. Witnessing her cold-heartedness left everyone, including team leader Hu, astonished at such a girl's lack of empathy. As the group prepared to leave the hospital, team leader Hu could not restrain himself from speaking. "I truly did not expect this. Others might be one thing, but your brother and boyfriend are also there." By now, everyone had lost all hope in Chun Haihua. Tian Li attempted several more times, but ultimately, each effort ended in failure, leaving everyone to place their last hope in the vaccine. Entrusting the lives of dozens to an uncertain vaccine raised anxiety even in Wang Qingcheng, who had otherwise placed great faith in Tian Li. One day, after finishing a meal, both Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng found themselves with some free time. While strolling through the square of Songping village, Wang Qingcheng finally inquired about Tian Li's confidence in the vaccine. Tian Li recounted the information regarding vaccines from her previous life to Wang Qingcheng, subsequently expressing her thoughts. "I believe it is still feasible. There is less than half a year left until the apocalypse descends. I recall that people once mentioned that the vaccine had already been developed 6 months prior. I hope everything proceeds smoothly. It appears that the residents of Songping village can barely endure much longer. If they remain bedridden, I genuinely fear they may suffer lasting repercussions." Wang Qingcheng, too, was deeply concerned. The lives of the dozen or so individuals lying in the hospital weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, rendering all matters urgent. The arrangements for Chun Haihua's second interrogation were set for the following morning. After dinner on the first day, Captain Hu approached Tian Li. As they settled down, he turned to her and said, "I would like you to visit Chun Haihua shortly, to first grasp her situation. I cannot shake the feeling that her current obstinate demeanor must stem from some form of assurance. Otherwise, how could an ordinary girl exhibit such atypical behavior?" Upon hearing team leader Hu's words, Tian Li's expression momentarily reflected astonishment. She had previously reported to team leader Hu about Chun Haihua's past as Li Mingqi's assistant. Moreover, Tian Li had discussed such situations with team leader Hu before, when Song Qiangxiao acquired his abilities after being tainted by the pollution. Team leader Hu had contemplated the possibility of retaining Song Qiangxiao's powers for the service of the nation, a topic Tian Li had engaged with him regarding the principle of conservation of energy and abilities. Tian Li pondered whether Chun Haihua's character had always been this way, or if it had transformed due to her experiences. It was said that she had once been merely reticent and somewhat insecure, yet now, the young woman displayed a demeanor that was cold and ruthless, a veritable disregard for human life. Team leader who, with a wry smile, echoed her sentiments. Li Mingqi's experiments had undeniably altered Chen Haihua. Although she had not perished at his hands, her current disposition and behavior suggested a profound moral decay, akin to that of a corrupted entity, unless other explanations were to emerge. Rubbing his fingers together, team leader who resolved to articulate his intentions more clearly. You may enter to test your abilities. We cannot place all our eggs in one basket. Shortly after team leader who departed, someone arrived to escort Tian Li to a heavily fortified structure. The guard stationed at the entrance, upon recognizing Tian Li, granted her immediate access, albeit with a kind reminder to exercise caution before she proceeded inside. Tian Li smiled briefly, expressing gratitude to the guard before stepping inside. The room was modestly sized. Upon entering, Tian Li immediately noticed Chen Haihua lying haphazardly on the bed, motionless. Upon seeing Tian Li, she merely turned her head slightly to glance before. Upon realizing Tian Li was alone, she disinterestedly turned her head away again. The atmosphere within the room became steeped in a palpable chill. Ever since encountering Chen Haihua, Tian Li had been adversely affected by her presence. Thus, upon witnessing Chen Haihua's demeanor, a sense of distaste washed over Tian Li. Preferring brevity, she grasped the card and approached within 2 or 3 meters of Chen Haihua. As her thoughts surged, a multitude of milky white threads erupted from the card, cascading towards Chen Haihua. In a moment, her eyes widened with terror, one by one. The threads penetrated her body. What have you done to me? As these threads embedded themselves, Chen Haihua's previously expressionless face transformed into one of sheer horror. Her eyes bulged wide, and her hands flailed in a desperate attempt to tear away the threads, her entire body struggling to escape their grasp. Unfortunately, Tian Li had already ensnared Chen Haihua's lower half securely to the bed with the threads, rendering her struggles futile. You cannot do this. I am innocent. I'm also a victim. Realizing her resistance was in vain, Chen Haihua relinquished her earlier defiance, quickly collapsing onto the bed, remaining still while pleading incessantly. How can you claim innocence? How are you a victim? The movements of Tian Li remained incessant as she observed the increasing number of slender threads, surpassing even those utilized by herself, Wang Qingcheng and Chen Qinya in their final battle. Unlike the mere extraction of power from the avian entity, this time, as the threads absorbed Chen Haihua's strength, Tian Li noticed that they gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue. Chen Haihua, on her part, evidently sensed her abilities being siphoned away, reaching a point of unbearable anguish. Soon, she erupted into frantic cries, her form trembling violently on the bed, exhibiting a state of utter frenzy. Stop! Stop! If you continue like this, I will perish. We were once the same. We could have collaborated. Why must you treat me this way? Why does the world have to be so cruel to me? Did I mishear? Do you truly believe society has wronged you in some manner? For Tian Li, the desire to hear Chen Haihua's grievances was merely a convenient pretext. Her paramount concern was that she felt somewhat overwhelmed, almost on the verge of a burp. I can't take it anymore. I feel as though I might burst. Perhaps a story would provide some respite. If Chen Haihua still possesses a shred of conscience and is willing to divulge how to rescue Chen He and the others, that would be fortuitous. Despite these thoughts swirling in her mind, Tian Li's expression remained impeccably disdainful, concealing her true intentions behind a mask of superiority towards Chen Haihua. Well, from a young age, my parents only favor my brother, neglecting me entirely. Later, I discovered they were not my true parents, and Chen He was not my brother. They never regarded me as family. Oh, in that light, you do seem rather pitiable. However, I have heard that your adoptive parents supported your education, ensuring you graduated from university. Although Chen Haihua was entirely at Tian Li's mercy, upon hearing this, a look of disdain crossed her face. What of it? They had the means to do so. Chen He attended university as well, and I did too. They held a respectable status in the village. Tian Li gazed intently at Chen Haihua upon hearing her words, and after a prolonged silence, she sighed softly. I truly cannot discern whether your remarkable acting is meant to provoke me, or if you genuinely possess such an unfeeling disposition. Chun Haihua's expression returned to the earlier cold smirk, and upon hearing Tian Li's statement, she chuckled icily. That is indeed my perspective. My life has always been rather authentic, unlike the hypocrisy that permeates the society we live in today. Tian Li scrutinized Chun Haihua's face, striving to detect even the faintest traces of deception in her performance. Ultimately, however, she realized that what she perceived might very well be Chun Haihua's true sentiment. Well, even if you regard your adoptive parents and Chun He as hypocritical, what about He Xiaotian? Do you not harbor feelings for him? Why do you not spare him from your scrutiny? Upon hearing Tian Li's bewildering inquiry, Chun Haihua erupted into uproarious laughter, her amusement exaggerated, as if the very notion of Tian Li's question were utterly ludicrous. Tian Li's disdain for Chun Haihua escalated, and she felt her capacity for endurance had reached new heights. Confronted by Chun Haihua's audacious laughter, Tian Li suddenly found herself contemplating the merits of adding a dish to her meal. With deft fingers, she manipulated the fine threads, determined to proceed with her culinary endeavor. Meanwhile, Chun Haihua's complexion began to pale once more. Tian Li's clumsy technique evidently inflicted considerable harm on both her body and spirit. In a fit of frenzy, she exclaimed, "What difference is there between what you are doing to me and what I did to you?" Hearing Chun Haihua's words, Tian Li couldn't help but find the situation utterly absurd. She deliberately replied in a languid manner, "I treat you this way because of your numerous misdeeds, your cold-heartedness, and your selfish nature. You have harmed innocent villagers. Ultimately, the blame lies with you." Chun Haihua, upon hearing Tian Li's accusations, displayed a countenance of sheer disapproval and retorted, "Your treatment of me is merely a consequence of my sparing you before. My actions towards the people of Songping village were justified, as they once tormented me. They deserved it." "Oh, and what exactly did they do?" Tian Li inquired further. "After I graduated from university, I developed a fondness for He Xiaotian. I believed that we were the only couple here, yet whenever I sought him out, they would ridicule me mercilessly." "Ah, you fancy He Xiaotian? Your actions hardly suggest such feelings. Moreover, I have heard from He Xiaotian's uncle, secretary of Songping village, that he is already engaged." Upon hearing this revelation from Tian Li, Chun Haihua's emotions finally erupted in a torrent. Upon hearing this, Tian Li could not restrain her curiosity and inquired further. Chun Haihua, evidently eager to substantiate her claims, addressed Tian Li, stating that although he did not express it overtly during our phone conversation, he mentioned that he was currently in Songping village and added that he intended to remain in the village for an extended period. Tian Li was utterly stunned into silence. No, it was not her who was overwhelmed, but Chun Haihua, whose emotions had spiraled completely out of control. She began to clutch her head and roll about on the bed, emitting piercing cries. Despite Tian Li's frantic shouts of Chun Haihua's name, there was no response from her. In the next moment, several individuals stationed at the door rushed in. Upon witnessing Chun Haihua's frenzied state, they momentarily froze, then quickly advanced. With gloved hands, they attempted to subdue her. After one of them administered an injection, the once crazed Chun Haihua finally quieted down. "Madam Tian, let us step outside," one of the staff members politely suggested after restraining Chun Haihua. Was Chun Haihua always like this, or had she become this way due to her traumatic experiences? The person before her had transformed into a being that seemed to have lost all semblance of humanity, leaving only a deranged obsession. However, as Tian Li caressed her palm, she noted the chill of the current climate. Her hand was cold, yet her heart felt warm. Through this ordeal, she had garnered some benefits. Chapter 41. The incident S mutation upon Tian Li's entrance. Wang Qingcheng handed her a cup of hot tea, expressing concern as he gently grasped her hand. After sharing a smile, he exited the room, leaving space for Tian Li and team leader Hu, who remained seated, observing as Tian Li sipped her tea, her features obscured by the steam. With a light-hearted tone, he inquired, "So little Tian, did you gain any insights this time?" Despite Hu's seemingly casual demeanor, Tian Li was acutely aware of the heavy burden weighing on him, with over a dozen individuals still hospitalized in Songping County, whose decision to allow her interaction with Chen Haihua had clearly been a desperate measure. I did gain some insights. Chen Haihua divulged certain information. However, she did not provide any solutions for rescuing these individuals, Tian Li replied. Oh, is that so? What exactly did she say? Who appeared unsurprised by her response. Tian Li then recounted most of her conversation with Chen Haihua. After listening, she noticed a distinct twitch at the corner of Hu's mouth. How can this be? This complicates matters significantly. I never anticipated that a young girl like Chen Haihua could possess such a hardened demeanor, akin to that of a desperate outlaw. Even Hu, faced with Chen Haihua's utter indifference towards the lives of others, seemed momentarily at a loss. I believe that after tonight, Chen Haihua's psyche must have endured a significant shock. Her demeanor in the next interrogation should differ from her initial attitude. Hu nodded, exhaling a sigh. Little Tian, all our hopes now rest on the vaccine you mentioned. To be honest, I feel quite uncertain. Observing the weight of Hu's expression, Tian Li wanted to offer him words of comfort, but as she opened her mouth, she found all reassurances felt painfully inadequate and meaningless. Team leader Hu, trust me, it should be fine. Let us hope so, he murmured before taking his leave. Shortly thereafter, Wang Qingcheng re-entered, leisurely carrying a cup. Noticing Tian Li still seated on the sofa, lost in thought, he extended the cup toward her. Tian Li accepted the cup, and, glancing down, discovered it contained a rich and fragrant mushroom soup. I noticed the cafeteria prepared this soup just now, so I brought you a cup. Drink it while it's warm, then wash up and rest. I've seen how hard you've been working lately. You've lost weight, Wang Qingcheng said as he handed her the soup. He gently stroked Tian Li's hair and softly inquired, I saw you lost in thought when I entered. Have you encountered something troubling? In Wang Qingcheng's presence, Tian Li felt no need to conceal her feelings, so she candidly expressed her recent thoughts. I've suddenly been struck by a terrifying notion. I fear that I might change in ways unknown to me, that I could become unrecognizable, even to the point of not loving you anymore. I'm truly afraid. Wang Qingcheng, initially believing Tian Li faced a specific challenge, was aware she was to meet Chen Haihua that evening and worried about potential harm to her. However, when he saw her safely at his doorstep, appearing well and unharmed, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Yet, hearing her voice, such concerns left him momentarily bewildered. What has prompted this sudden worry? He gently asked. In her previous life, Tian Li had been an ordinary person, surviving in the apocalyptic world largely thanks to Wang Qingcheng's extraordinary abilities. When they first met, he had been notably reserved, while she had endured much betrayal and abandonment, believing their relationship was merely a matter of mutual benefit until her last breath. Thus, she never cared for Wang Qingcheng's feelings back then. Now, everything had changed. She had finally acquired her own abilities, and with this newfound power came a significant dilemma. Sniffling, she hesitantly questioned Wang Qingcheng. Do you think those contaminated individuals we encountered, whose personalities often turned cold and obsessive, were affected by the very forces of pollution that altered them? Upon hearing her words, Wang Qingcheng finally grasped the root of her distress. He realized that her encounter with Chen Haihua had deeply impacted her. The Guqian we interacted with was betrayed and abandoned by her husband and lover, which fostered resentment towards this world, he said slowly. Regardless of the circumstances, he vowed never to let Tian Li sink into the abyss of negative emotions. Li Mingqi was already a maniac who disregarded human life. Perhaps he had always possessed such a nature. Tian Li nodded, acknowledging that Li Mingqi's character was the impetus for his experimental pursuits. As for Song Qianxiao, he was ensnared in the illusion of undeserved gains, indulging in pleasures, unable to rein in his insatiable greed and lust. Reflecting on the series of events surrounding Song Qianxiao, Tian Li sighed. He was initially a victim of Li Mingqi's experiments. However, transitioning from victimhood to perpetrator, Song Qianxiao could no longer be deemed innocent. As their conversation progressed, Wang Qingcheng urged Tian Li to finish the soup she had been holding, then they settled onto the sofa to continue their discourse. I have perused some information about Chen Haihua. Her appearance and personality are rather unremarkable. Absent the tainted powers, she would likely lead an ordinary life, though mundane. it would not necessarily be devoid of happiness. Regrettably, Tian Li interjected, she encountered Li Mingqi. Indeed, Wang Qingcheng concurred. It was Li Mingqi who instilled in her a false sense of superiority, leading her astray and ultimately causing harm to both herself and others. Having articulated his thoughts about these individuals, Wang Qingcheng finally expressed his genuine sentiments. Their inherent traits and the circumstances they faced are tainted by negativity, which, upon encountering the burdensome powers, often provoke latent emotions, much like Chun Haihua, who was once merely insecure but has now morphed into a figure of obsession and arrogance. But Tian Li, you are inherently a remarkable young woman, brave, passionate, and filled with love for me, as I for you. I trust that your extraordinary abilities will serve as a shield to protect this world. Wang Qingcheng gazed into Tian Li's eyes with sincerity, and she felt as though she could see stars reflected within them. The worries that had long weighed on her heart began to dissipate under his comforting presence. With Wang Qingcheng's warmth enveloping her, Tian Li finally succumbed to sleep without a care. However, it was not long before she was roused by the fervent knocking at the door and the sounds of hurried footsteps and voices outside. At that moment, Wang Qingcheng had donned a garment and risen from the bed, making his way to the door to open it. To their astonishment, it was Chun Qinya, appearing somewhat disheveled, indicating that events had unfolded quite unexpectedly. Chun Qinya, what are you doing here at this hour? Why is it so noisy outside? Has something happened? Tian Li, taken aback by Chun Qinya's unkempt appearance, found her previous drowsiness evaporating entirely. Quickly get dressed. Chun Haihua has committed suicide. Chun Qinya's words laid bare the gravity of the situation. As Tian Li hastily donned her clothing, Chun Qinya grabbed her hand, urging her to hurry. The night remained shrouded in darkness, with only sporadic lights illuminating their path, making it quite treacherous. Wang Qingcheng held Tian Li's hand, while Chun Qinya walked alongside them, the trio hastening their pace despite the uncertainty of their footing. In a short while, they reached the location where Chun Haihua was being held. When Tian Li had last visited, the familiar guards were nowhere to be found, replaced by unfamiliar faces, all bearing grave expressions. This realization tightened the knot of anxiety in Tian Li's chest. She sensed that Chun Haihua must have engaged in something dreadful once more. What has she done now? As they approached, the guards recognized them and ushered them into the courtyard. Tian Li surmised that Captain Hu was waiting for them inside. Indeed, upon entering, they found Captain Hu and several others standing there, their attention fixating on Tian Li as they entered. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Tian Li felt a wave of panic wash over her. A chill breeze swept through the night, heightening her anxiety. She stammered, "What happened? What trouble has Chun Haihua caused this time?" Eventually, Captain Hu extinguished the cigarette he had been holding, stepped forward, and guided Tian Li toward a window, gesturing for her to look inside. "You can see for yourself," he instructed her directly. Tian Li gazed out of the window in the direction pointed by Captain Hu, and an immediate sense of dread enveloped her, causing her to freeze in place. The room was not occupied solely by Chun Haihua. There were 4 individuals present. At the far end lay Chun Haihua, while closer to the entrance, 3 others were sprawled on the floor, either lying or crouched, their eyes shut, utterly motionless. Tian Li recognized the 3 individuals. They were the very guardians assigned to monitor Chun Haihua. Tian Li turned her head and, with a trembling voice, inquired of Captain Hu. Captain Hu sighed, clearly taken aback by the current circumstances. "We are not fully aware of the specifics. It was my oversight. Initially, I had commanded that no one enter Chun Haihua's room." As he continued, Captain Hu recounted, "It was only when the shift change members arrived in the dead of night that they noticed the absence of anyone in the courtyard, which struck them as odd. They ventured into the yard and encountered the situation you witnessed. However, according to reports at that time, the 2 closest to the door, Xiao Li and Chun Haihua, were still conscious. Alas, it was only because Xiao Li urgently warned him to flee that he narrowly escaped." Listening to Captain Hu's account, Tian Li gazed at the individuals inside the house, whose current condition remained uncertain, and an overwhelming sense of guilt and self-reproach surged within her. She had mentioned in her briefing to Captain Hu that she had absorbed most of Chun Haihua's power, asserting that she believed Chun Haihua was now devoid of strength. Clearly, she was mistaken. Chun Haihua was not a simple individual, but rather possessed a remarkable talent for deception. Chun Haihua had deceived Tian Li and everyone else. Noticing Tian Li's sudden pallor and her swaying form, as well as the heavy guilt etched on her face, Captain Hu said nothing, merely sighed and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. This is not your fault. It is also my failure to exercise basic caution. I always perceived her as just a young girl and lost the fundamental vigilance that led us to this predicament. After these words, Captain Hu's expression shifted, and he spoke to Tian Li with utmost seriousness. Xiao Tian, what has transpired cannot be undone, and dwelling on our regrets serves no purpose. Our priority now is to rectify the situation. The circumstances within this house remain unclear, and even ordinary individuals hesitate to enter. I sought you out in the middle of the night, hoping you might possess some means to ascertain the current state of affairs within the house. Captain Hu's tone was grave, yet upon hearing this, Tian Li felt herself liberated from the tumult of her earlier emotions, aware that those around her were now focused on her. Tian Li straightened her posture, contemplating for a few seconds before raising her head to meet Captain Hu's gaze. She spoke, I have a solution. Chapter 42, The Dual Transformation. The previously somber atmosphere among the crowd instantly transformed. Captain Hu, standing beside Tian Li, abruptly turned his head, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, What do you mean, you have a solution? Tian Li nodded. This solution was one she had just conceived, yet it was worth attempting. I possess the strength to envelop both myself and another individual. If the two of us venture forth together, I shall confront Chun Haihua while the other person attends to different matters, assessing the situation. Under the current circumstances, this can only be deemed the most viable approach. Following Tian Li's suggestion, Wang Qingcheng willingly expressed his desire to accompany her in the execution of the task. Tian Li focused intently on the card as delicate, milky white threads slowly emerged from it, forming a gentle light shield that enveloped both individuals. All right, let's proceed, she decided, rejecting Wang Qingcheng's suggestion to allow him to lead, and resolved to take the initiative herself. Once they were prepared, they stepped directly into the house. Upon entering, Tian Li immediately sensed the chaotic, polluted energy within. From her perspective, the air in the room was laden with particles of contamination. Although sparse, these particles posed a significant threat to an unprepared individual, leaving them vulnerable upon entry. No wonder, she thought, as she observed the three individuals sprawled motionless on the floor. It seems they succumbed the moment they stepped inside. Qingcheng, do you feel anything? Tian Li directly inquired about Wang Qingcheng, considering that he was merely an ordinary individual at present. While she could perceive the pollutants permeating the air within the room, Wang Qingcheng remained blissfully unaware. Fortunately, despite feeling a profound sense of fatigue enveloping her body, she found the strength to endure. Wang Qingcheng's voice resonated from behind, and Tian Li acknowledged that aside from a slight drowsiness, she was otherwise well. The collision of two forms of pollution unleashed a series of faint, crackling sounds. Tian Li felt a sense of unease regarding Wang Qingcheng. As she approached Chun Haihua, she discreetly grasped Wang Qingcheng's hand and softly instructed, Be cautious. This place is rather perilous. Quickly drag those three individuals outside, but do not enter. At last, Tian Li stood before Chun Haihua, who was currently unable to move her lower body with any agility. Several hours prior, Tian Li had utilized her abilities to immobilize Chun Haihua's lower half, confining her to the bed upon which she sat. You are truly deranged, Tian Li could not help but exclaim, observing Chun Haihua's seemingly deranged state. My actions are a direct result of your provocations. Chun Haihua had already begun to lose her human form, transforming into a grotesque figure. Her skin had forsaken its natural hue, taking on a dark, brownish color, while her hair had nearly all but vanished, replaced by a few feather-like protrusions sprouting from her scalp. To Tian Li, the sight was utterly repulsive. Chun Haihua's loss of humanity signified a deepening corruption. Are you determined to take a few down with you in your demise? Tian Li was perplexed by Chun Haihua's current mindset, but such thoughts had become inconsequential. Ever since the incident in Songping village, Chun Haihua's actions had unequivocally revealed her heinous nature. How could I perish? It is you and everyone else here who face death. Chun Haihua responded with a maniacal laughter, devoid of the fear she had displayed just hours before. Her laughter was piercing, and Tian Li soon heard the sound of cracking glass accompanying it. The window in the room began to fracture, ultimately shattering into pieces. Chun Haihua's power had evidently intensified. A thought suddenly surged in Tian Li's mind. Qingcheng, quickly drag these individuals out, and then all of you must leave this place. Tian Li was taken aback and shouted toward the back. Do you think they can escape? None of you will get away today. In the brief moment when Tian activated her powers, she watched in disbelief as the particles of pollution attempted to flee through the shattered window. There were so many people outside. Initially, Tian intended to confine the milky thread directed at Chun Haihua, but her focus shifted dramatically. She redirected her energy to create a temporary barrier over the window, ensnaring the particles within the room. However, some had already drifted outside. Witnessing this, Chun Haihua's expression became even more exhilarated. Wang Qingcheng, hurry outside and urge everyone to leave quickly. Tian Li shouted out her second warning with great urgency. The situation had indeed become perilous. Just moments ago, while she faced off against Chun Haihua, Wang Qingcheng had already dragged the three individuals lying on the ground out of the room. After pulling the third person out, Wang Qingcheng intended to remain behind to assist Tian Li. However, at that moment, even an ordinary person could sense the unusual atmosphere within the room, accompanied by the faint beeping sounds emanating from his own body. Upon hearing Tian Li's second warning, he promptly exited without hesitation, firmly shutting the door behind him. As Tian Li noticed the commotion in the surrounding courtyard gradually diminish, silence enveloped the area. In that instant, she reigned in all her displays of strength. Every ounce of her power surged forth, directed entirely at Chun Haihua. With each passing second, Chun Haihua's own power expanded relentlessly, prompting Tian Li to unleash her full strength without reservation. Soon, within the confines of that room, extraordinary energy began to coalesce into a small vortex. Silvery white threads wound around this vortex, spiraling continuously without pause, laboriously advancing 1 centimeter at a time toward Chun Haihua's body. Observing Tian Li's desperate struggle, Chun Haihua found the audacity to utter a few words. I will soon possess your power. Tian Li was reluctant to engage in a verbal skirmish with this individual at such a moment. She was imbued with a sense of power, fueled by her anger and sense of responsibility. However, this strength soon began to wane, and she felt a disconcerting weakness and nausea enveloping her. In this state, she gradually became aware of an alarming difficulty in focusing her vision. Everything around her dimmed considerably, and the figure of Chun Haihua, along with the surrounding elements, appeared to transform into faded photographs, gradually losing their temporal essence. Meanwhile, Chun Haihua's condition deteriorated further. She was increasingly losing her human form. Her skin was punctured in numerous places by the grotesque bones that had erupted from within, emanating a foul stench. You're no longer considered human. Tian Li spoke these words in a fragmented manner. This time, she had resolutely decided that she wanted Chun Hai to perish, and thus, at this moment, she could not afford to relent. Even though Tian Li felt as though she might be overwhelmed with anguish, she gritted her teeth and persevered with unwavering determination. Tian Li possesses the extraordinary ability to absorb the powers of others and, to some extent, transform them into her own strength. However, the notion of a perpetual motion machine remains a mere legend, unable to manifest in reality. Thus, as numerous fine threads penetrated Chun Haihua's body, the rapid cycle of losing and replenishing strength imposed a considerable burden on Tian Li's own physique. Tian Li's body now embodies a stark contrast of extremes. Before her, Chun Haihua has become an indistinct figure. At this moment, Tian Li perceives nothing clearly, relying solely on the last vestiges of her faith to tenuously sustain her extraordinary abilities. The delicate threads of Tian Li faced fierce resistance from Chun Haihua, who relentlessly attacked with the newly sprouted bone spurs. The turbulent surge of polluted energy within Chun Haihua caused many of Tian Li's threads to dissolve. At that moment, both parties found themselves in a stalemate. The wooden furniture within the room appeared to decay, suddenly aging significantly. Just as they were locked in this impasse, a faint sound resonated in the room, a soft pop. Though subtle, this sound prompted Tian Li to realize she had entered a new state. At the center of her card, despite her inability to see anything, she sensed the emergence of something akin to a tiny seed behind that sound. It seemed ordinary, just a small seed, yet inexplicably, Tian Li understood its purpose. She utilized her fine threads to completely deliver this seed of her power into Chun Haihua's body. Time appeared to suspend. It was unclear whether a second had passed or an eternity. Suddenly, Chun Haihua's pollution accelerated, her body resembling a ruptured water sac. And those once sharp bone spurs now lay limp. Chun Haihua seemed bewildered by the transformation occurring within her, yet she felt her body rapidly deteriorating. Typically indifferent to her brother Chun Hai and her lover He Xiaotian, as well as the villagers of Songping, she now found herself in a panic when confronted with her own mortality. In an instant, she began to weep uncontrollably, shouting and pleading, "Spare me. I will give you my power. I will do anything you ask." However, upon hearing Chun Haihua's desperate pleas, Tian Li remained unmoved. Minutes later, Chun Haihua ultimately lost her life, her body suspended in a state of half-pollution, neither fully human nor ghostly. Tian Li has finally achieved this hard-won victory. Accompanied by the death of Chun Haihua, that seed has once again returned to oblivion as if it had never existed. Tian Li suddenly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as she awaited the gradual recovery of her body. After a considerable time, her vision began to return and her heartbeat started to stabilize. Approximately 20 minutes later, Wang Qingcheng and Chen Qinya, clad in protective gear, cautiously entered the room. Upon discovering Tian Li lying on the floor, their expressions turned tense, prompting them to call out to her loudly, "I'm here. Please don't shout. I'm still alive." Upon hearing her voice, their initial anxiety transformed into overwhelming joy. They stepped inside, and upon assessing the situation, Wang Qingcheng immediately lifted Tian Li, carrying her out of the room and placing her in the back seat of a parked vehicle. At that moment, Tian Li felt utterly drained, her body limp. As she listened to Chen Qinya reporting the situation to team leader Hu over the phone, a piece of sweet milk candy was suddenly placed in her mouth. It was from a brand that Tian Li particularly adored. The delightful sweetness enveloped her senses, instilling a greater sense of comfort, and in the next moment, she succumbed to a profound slumber. When Tian Li awoke once more, she found herself lying on a familiar hospital bed. Her fingers stirred slightly, and amidst the hazy surroundings, she heard Wang Qingcheng's jubilant voice exclaim, "Xiaoli has awakened." Soon after, the sounds of footsteps and the joyful exclamations of those around her filled the air. "She is awake! She is awake!" Tian Li felt that she could linger in repose a while longer, yet she was acutely aware that many were gathered around her. With a hint of shyness, she finally managed to open her eyes, albeit somewhat drowsily. As soon as she did, she beheld not only Wang Qingcheng by her bedside, but also team leader Hu, Chen Qinya, and two doctors with whom she had previously collaborated. Team leader Hu's expression was quite grim. Upon noticing that Tian Li had awakened, he forced a strained smile and said, "You're awake. That's a relief. We were truly worried about you. Now, we can finally breathe a little easier." Tian Li observed that Chen Qinya, standing behind Captain Hu, still had swollen eyes, clearly indicative of having wept profusely. "I'm all right." Tian Li merely uttered 3 words, yet felt an intense dryness in her throat, as if her entire body had been subjected to a brutal beating, causing her immense pain. At that moment, Wang Qingcheng's eyes were laden with an overwhelming weight of emotion, startling Tian Li. "What has happened to all of you?" In Chapter 43, The Final Effort, Chen Qinya, her voice choked with tears, finally managed to utter, "Little Li, you have been unconscious for 3 days." Standing beside Tian Li, Wang Qingcheng wore an expression of fatigue. Yet he still endeavored to clarify her confusion. "Has it really been 3 days?" To me, it felt like I merely succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. I feel all right now, she remarked, although the faces surrounding her were shrouded in deep despondency. Despite the smiles that emerged when Tian Li's gaze fell upon them. She was no fool and could discern the underlying anxiety beneath their cheerful facades. What on earth is going on? She inquired directly, having come to trust not only Wang Qingcheng, but also team leader Hu and Qingcheng. I was just about to ask you, Xiao Tian. Do you have any further leads regarding the vaccine? Team leader Hu, a decisive individual, posed the question straightforwardly. Is there still an issue with the vaccine from the Biological Institute? Tian Li expressed her surprise, believing that the situation regarding the vaccine should have stabilized by now. However, Hu's inquiry implied that complications had arisen. They sent personnel to the Research Institute, but the institute stated they currently have no vaccine addressing this issue. The higher-ups are quite displeased, but fortunately, Hu has provided assurances and support. Upon hearing that such events transpired while she was in a coma, Tian Li's expression turned to one of shock and disbelief. Her heart inevitably sank under the weight of the news. What about the people from Songbing village? Her voice trembled, and her expression reflected deep apprehension. Such bewildered and fearful behavior caused the others to tilt their heads slightly in concern. They are still in the hospital, but their condition is far from satisfactory. Not only are they suffering from muscle atrophy due to prolonged reliance on nutritional injections, but experts have also analyzed that Chen Haihua's abilities are simultaneously deteriorating their mental faculties, leading to a decline in brain activity. Furthermore, the three individuals attacked by Chen Haihua 3 days prior remained in a state of unconsciousness. Wang Qingcheng, observing Tian Li's reaction, felt a pang of sympathy but nonetheless conveyed the situation. Is that so? Tian Li murmured shuffly. Now that Chen Haihua was deceased, the opportunity to gather clues from her had vanished entirely. Tian Li's multiple attempts had already failed due to the overly dispersed and weakened contaminating forces within each unconscious individual. Their final hope, the vaccine, had also encountered complications. The concerned expressions of those around her, despite their efforts to appear relaxed, were unmistakably etched in Tian Li's mind. As Tian Li began to ponder her past life, she became aware of all the information regarding the vaccine. In the apocalyptic world, resources were exceedingly scarce. However, the vaccine emerged as a form of hard currency among various bases. Consequently, a plethora of information about the vaccine circulated among the survivors. Prior to the onset of the cataclysm, extensive clinical trials had already been conducted at the Gunny City Biological Research Institute. In the initial stages, the vaccine was widely stockpiled domestically for the use of humans who were only slightly affected by the contamination. Due to the large number of recipients, this vaccine was still considered a fundamental medicine. Tian, are you certain it was the Gunny City Biological Research Institute? Was the individual responsible for developing this vaccine the director of that institute? After 3 years of surviving in the apocalypse, many of Tian Li's memories had blurred, yet she remained quite certain of this information. Yes, his name is Fong Tan. In the dire times, many people revered his contributions. He was an idol to many, including myself. During the apocalypse, he established a base of hope, and we all aspired to reach that place. Upon hearing Tian Li's words, team leader Hu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Indeed, the current director of the Gunny City Biological Research Institute was named Fong Tan, but after our interaction with him, it became apparent that he had no knowledge of the vaccine and emphatically stated that he had not engaged in any relevant research. As Hu's words sank in, Tian Li felt utterly dumbfounded. Hu seemed somewhat agitated, pulling out a cigarette, glancing at Tian Li before bringing it to his nose for a sniff, only to return it to his hand. What matters now are those lives. Time waits for no one. Even if I were to send someone now, it would surely be too late. Tian Li suddenly felt the weight of her responsibilities bearing down upon her. Captain Hu, I shall give another attempt. At this moment, Tian Li had become the last hope for this place, especially since she was now the sole individual capable of awakening amidst Chen Haihua's onslaught. You must take care of yourself and not overexert. Captain Hu eventually nodded in agreement to Tian Li's request. Once Tian Li felt a slight alleviation of her fatigue, She proceeded directly to the hospital room where several individuals from Matsuno Kimura lay. This was the third time Tian Li had encountered these patients, and the sight before her was nothing short of shocking. The individuals, mere shadows of their former selves, appeared as skin stretched tightly over bone, their hair long since lost. The doctor accompanying Tian Li bore an exhausted demeanor, with dark circles under his eyes, as if he might collapse at any moment. Alas, their heartbeats and pulses were increasingly faint. Without a viable solution, it seemed they could endure only a few more days. Tian Li wasted no time, positioning herself before one of the assigned individuals. She then concentrated her efforts, as streams of milky white threads surged forth from her palms, hidden from the eyes of onlookers. It was evident that the quantity of these threads had significantly increased compared to just a few days prior. Before long, the individual appeared enveloped in a cocoon-like layer. With her eyes closed, Tian Li focused intently, tracing the threads in search of the contaminating spore particles within the body. As the threads penetrated the person's system, she was taken aback. The individual's body seemed to be as fragile as sand, poised to collapse at any moment. The contaminating spores had thoroughly permeated every organ, and if separation were attempted, it would likely result in the immediate demise of the individual. Tian Li endeavored to meticulously isolate the contaminated spores, a process that demanded intense concentration and proved to be exceedingly prolonged. Tian Li meticulously manipulated her fine threads, gradually ensnaring the rogue spores that lingered within this body. Furthermore, as the spores had resided here for a considerable duration, from Tian Li's perspective, they occasionally appear to have fully integrated into the very bones and flesh, driving her to the brink of madness during the separation process. Tian Li had struggled for an extended period, and at last, feeling utterly exhausted, she sensed she might once again face the same disheartening outcome as before. Finally, it seemed that her strength had been entirely depleted, and she began to experience both physical and mental discomfort, manifesting as headaches and nausea. Observing the beads of sweat that nearly soaked her hairline and the weary glimmer in her eyes, even in failure, others found themselves at a loss for words regarding her plight. "Ah, Xiao Tian, you should rest," said Hu Dui, his complexion suddenly paling. Rarely had Tian Li witnessed such vulnerability in Hu Dui, yet she acknowledged her own relentless efforts, which weighed heavily on her heart. Wang Qingcheng supported Tian Li as they exited the ward. While traversing the hospital corridor, he encouraged her to lean on him, and they proceeded at a leisurely pace. "Qingcheng, I feel utterly useless. The thought that I cannot save those people fills me with profound sorrow," she lamented. Wang Qingcheng gently patted her head, offering words of consolation. "Xiaoli, do not blame yourself. The true culprit is Chen Haihua. You have undoubtedly tried your best. Do not shoulder all the responsibility alone, for such a burden will only lead to your own downfall." Though Wang Qingcheng's reassurances were indeed wise, Tian Li could not shake the discomfort in her heart. This inevitably led her thoughts to the vaccine. As she recounted the vaccine situation alongside the information from her past life to Wang Qingcheng, a frown creased his attractive brow. "Qingcheng, do you think I, as a butterfly, have inadvertently caused this vaccine to be lost? I distinctly recall that by this time, the vaccine was already being deployed in large quantities for clinical use. How is it possible that we now learn from the team dispatched by Captain who that Director Fong Tan is oblivious to the existence of such a vaccine?" Wang Qingcheng, absorbing Tian Li's revelations, found himself momentarily at a loss regarding the cause of this dilemma. If only we could visit Gunning City, he mused, feeling that a first-hand exploration of the Biological Research Institute there would be invaluable. "Then let us go and take a look," Tian Li responded. Her curiosity piqued at the prospect of a direct investigation. The atmosphere in the ward was oppressively bleak. Following Tian Li's recent failure, many could not restrain their quiet sobs. All present understood that the fate of those dozen individuals was grim. They were destined to await their inevitable demise with helpless resignation. This sorrow was particularly palpable among the 3 staff members who had been attacked by Chen Haihua 3 days prior. Many of those still lucid had been colleagues, even friends, of the departed, having worked alongside them for many years. Now, These survivors were left to confront the stark reality of losing their companions in the prime of life, a tragedy that rendered each breath excruciatingly painful. Tian Li candidly expressed her thoughts, presenting what could be deemed a last resort to the few individuals who were nearly engulfed in despair. Upon hearing that she still possessed such a final option, their spirits were instantly uplifted, and they gazed at Captain Hu was in the room making the decisions, with pleading eyes. Captain Hu's expression darkened as he inquired, his voice devoid of emotion. "Do you understand what you are proposing? You have already encountered failure. No one will hold you accountable for the final outcome. However, should your last resort result in these individuals remaining unrescued and losing their lives, you would bear significant responsibility. Even so, do you still wish to proceed? Tian Li. If I were to abandon everything now due to my prior failures, even if no one blamed me, I would still feel a deep sense of guilt. Let's attempt it." Upon hearing her unwavering determination, tears finally welled in the eyes of Captain Hu, a middle-aged man who had always appeared remarkably strong. He nodded and said, "All right, I will arrange the fastest flight for you." Under Captain Hu's arrangements, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng arrived at the airport in Gunny City 3 hours later. Gunny City, renowned as a prestigious tourist destination, was in stark contrast to other places still experiencing the remnants of early spring. Here, the blossoms of spring and pear trees flourished throughout the city, imbuing the two passengers in the vehicle with a vibrant sense of vitality and significantly uplifting Tian Li's spirits amidst such scenery. The driver, a staff member specifically assigned by Captain Hu, took on the roles of both chauffeur and guide. He directly inquired of Tian Li and her companion, "Where are we headed?" "Excellent. It's only a 20-minute drive from here," he continued. As they traversed the road, Tian Li asked the staff member in the front seat, "What kind of person is Director Fong Tan of the Gunny Biological Research Institute? Have you gathered any information about him?" Tian Li posed this question primarily to discern the nature of the hero who saved countless lives during the apocalypse. The driver, catching a glimpse of Tian Li's sparkling eyes filled with admiration through the rearview mirror, casually inquired, "Do you hold Fong Tan in high regard?" "Indeed, he is my idol, for he embodies selflessness," she replied. "Well, from what we understand, Fong Tan seems to be more passionate about his political career than his research, which appears rather mediocre academically." Upon hearing this, Tian Li's expression morphed into one of astonishment. How is that possible? The technology required for this vaccine is of significant complexity. How could someone solely devoted to a political path have the energy to delve into such intricate studies? The driver nodded, seemingly taken aback by Tian Li's perception of Fong Tan. "That is indeed accurate. Fong Tan has served as the director of the Biological Research Institute for nearly a decade, during which he has primarily overseen broad initiatives without producing notable results." Upon hearing this, Tian Li began to doubt her own memory. Wang Qingcheng, who was nearby, clearly noticed the distress in Tian Li's expression and comforted her, saying, "We will soon have the opportunity to visit Director Fong personally, and we will be able to see for ourselves what kind of person he is." However, she expressed her fear that Director Fong might not align with her recollections, leaving her uncertain about how to proceed. From the moment team leader who had dispatched someone to retrieve the vaccine unsuccessfully, Tian Li had begun to question whether there was a flaw in her memory. Before long, the vehicle brought Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng directly to the Biological Research Institute. Thanks to prior arrangements made by team leader Hu, they soon found themselves in the conference room facing Director Fong Tan. Director Fong was exceedingly warm towards both Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng. Despite the age difference, his demeanor and conversational style made Tian Li feel quite at ease. A man of considerable poise, Director Fong, though over 40, maintained an impressive physique devoid of the usual middle-age heaviness. Dressed in a charcoal, gray Zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed, he spoke with vivacity and engagement, a stark contrast to the rigid image Tian Li had anticipated. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tian Li conveyed her purpose for the visit. Although she wished to engage in further conversation with Director Fong, she recognized the importance of the matter at hand. "We have come to inquire if there exists a vaccine developed by your institute. If so, would it be possible for you to provide it? We are willing to pay the corresponding price." Upon hearing Tian Li mention the vaccine, Director Fong's previously genial expression suddenly stiffened. He appeared perplexed by her request, inquiring with a hint of confusion. Someone else inquired about this matter previously. It is indeed peculiar that Miss Tian and Mr. Wang have returned to raise the same question. The look on Director Fong's face indicated his genuine bewilderment. Tian Li's gaze remained fixed on him, searching for any signs of inconsistency. Yet she found his demeanor to be consistently natural. However, the results of our research over the past few years have all been patented and reported to the national authorities. I believe you can verify this. In terms of pharmaceuticals, our institute's focus is quite limited, and following your last inquiry, I even had someone compile our recent achievements in this field, which regrettably do not meet the necessary criteria. Tian Li listened attentively to Director Fong's calm and methodical discourse. Observing the substantial manual resting before him, she inquired, "Director Fong, may I take a look?" Director Fong nodded in affirmation, even graciously extending the manual into Tian Li's hands. Without hesitation, she began to leaf through its pages. Although the manual was quite thick, she soon discovered that its contents were meticulously categorized, with each achievement from the various biological research institutes clearly and comprehensively presented. Tian Li first perused the medical section, only to find no relevant information. Undeterred, she delved into other related areas, yet still came up empty. After having scoured nearly every page, she reluctantly conceded that, indeed, as Director Fong Tan had stated, there was no information pertinent to her current inquiries. Director Fong, if I may be so bold, does this encompass all the research achievements of the Institute over the past few years? Tian Li earnestly hoped there might be unrecorded findings, and she inquired once more, her determination unwavering. Director Fong, exhibiting admirable composure, remained unperturbed by her persistent questioning, maintaining a pleasant demeanor and a warm smile as he explained. Our research adheres strictly to established protocols. Thus, this document contains all pertinent information. I assure you, nothing has been overlooked. By the time they exited the Biological Research Institute, Tian Li's earlier buoyancy had entirely dissipated. She felt utterly drained of energy. Unable to contain her despair any longer, she crouched down, cradling her head, and confided in Wang Qingcheng. How could this be? We used this vaccine before. It was remarkably effective. I remember vividly. Each vial was encased in a transparent glass tube. A brilliant red. This vaccine has saved countless lives. Witnessing Tian Li's dejection, Wang Qingcheng sighed. Just days prior, en route to gunning, he had observed her deep admiration for Fong Tan and her impassioned descriptions of the vaccine. This is a remarkable product of human endeavor, she had said. The vaccine has saved many, offering hope to numerous individuals. Director Fong, the creator of this vaccine, is an idol to us all in these trying times. Tian Li cradled her head in her hands, while Nan Nan spoke up. Could it be that I have truly misremembered the details regarding the vaccine? Yet, the director of the Biological Research Institute does indeed bear the surname Fong, and his name is also Fong Tan. Wang Qingcheng swiftly lifted Tian Li from her crouched position into his embrace, offering her solace. It is inevitable that information may become distorted as it passes through numerous voices. This place is not solely home to the Biological Research Institute. There are many other research establishments as well. We can certainly conduct a search. At that moment, the young man who had quietly stood by, serving as both driver and guide, interjected, "Indeed, we can promptly initiate an investigation into the research achievements of various institutes in our city over the past 2 years." Tian Li Nudda, her heart filled with a silent prayer, hoping her memories would prove to be more reliable. As the group engaged in conversation, they began to make their way towards the parking lot. At that moment, a young man hurried past them, clutching a bulging briefcase in his arms, his hurried pace causing him to stumble. In an unfortunate twist of fate, he collided with Tian Li and her companions. "My sincerest apologies," he exclaimed, lowering his head in a flurry of apologies upon realizing he had bumped into a lady. "Not at all," Tian Li reassured him, despite the jolt. She noted the young man's demeanor was commendable. He had taken the initiative to apologize. Ironically, it was his briefcase that had spilled its contents onto the ground. I'm fine, but are you all right? Tian Li inquired, glancing at the young man. His appearance was far from reassuring. He seemed exceedingly tense and fatigued, his face etched with an expression of acute anxiety as he noticed his documents scattered about. In a frantic rush, he began to gather the fallen papers, stuffing them back into his already overstuffed briefcase. His hurried gestures only made the task more cumbersome, as he struggled repeatedly to reorganize the disarrayed documents. Trembling in frustration before Tian Li and her companions, Tian Li could hardly bear to witness the scene, since her group had no particular concern for the fleeting moments. She kindly assisted the young man by holding up his briefcase. Gratefully, he reclaimed the briefcase, and the tension that had enveloped him began to dissipate significantly. After expressing his gratitude to Tian Li and her companions, the group parted ways. As Tian Li's vehicle exited the parking lot and passed by the Biological Research Institute, they once again spotted the young man standing at the entrance. At that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. Security personnel were barring his entry. After a brief exchange of words, two guards began to forcibly escort him away. In stark contrast to the imposing figures of the guards, the young man seemed remarkably frail. The confrontation did not linger for long before he was unceremoniously thrust out of the premises. In an unexpected display of despair, he sat down at the entrance of the institute, clutching his bag tightly, his head bowed low, obscuring his expression from Tian Li and her companions, who were seated in their vehicle not far away. At that moment, fragments of the guard's conversation reached the ears of Tian Li and her friends. Suwan, stop making this difficult for us. You're no longer affiliated with the Biological Research Institute. You should go to the hospital and have your mental health evaluated. Do you truly believe that your ramblings can be considered research findings? Have you lost your mind in your quest for fame? It was then that Tian Li discovered the young man's melodious name, igniting a rare curiosity within her. She instructed the driver to halt the vehicle at the entrance of the Biological Research Institute, eager to observe the situation more closely. At that moment, the young man, identified as Su Quan, protested, "I am not mentally unstable. The materials I have compiled hold significant value. I wish to speak with Director Fong. Please, allow me to enter." Upon hearing his desperate pleas, the guards' expressions darkened further, and their derision grew louder. "You madman, the order to deny you entry comes directly from Director Fong. You have long been dismissed. Now be gone." What circumstances had led to this unfortunate man's expulsion? Tian Li's initial impression of the young man was quite favorable. After colliding with her, he promptly apologized with great politeness. Furthermore, after Tian Li offered her assistance, this individual named Su Quan quietly expressed his gratitude. Observing Su Quan during their interaction revealed that he appeared mentally stable. It begs the question whether this was the reason for his dismissal. Tian Li gazed thoughtfully, continuing her musings. "I wonder what treasures lie within that bag of his. It appears to be of great importance. When we collided earlier, Su Quan instinctively sought to protect his belongings, clearly valuing what was inside, just as Tian Li was lost in her reflections about the other two individuals." A local staff member, bearing a mixture of concern and regret on his face, spoke up. "I never expected that the person we encountered just now would be Su Quan. Truly remarkable." Tian Li observed the expression on his face, which only deepened her curiosity. She inquired, "Su Quan, do you know him?" The staff member nodded and began to explain to the two. This individual was quite renowned in the past. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a genius. Before turning 28, he had already emerged as a leading figure in the biological sciences of Guning, receiving a special talent allowance from the state. That is indeed impressive. Yet, he currently appears to be in a rather dismal state. Just moments ago, Tian Li had noticed that this young man, named Su Quan, not only seemed to be struggling mentally, but also wore clothes that were evidently old and worn. Moreover, the security personnel at the entrance had treated him with considerable rudeness. A year prior, Su Quan had been involved in an experiment that nearly jeopardized the lives of his colleagues, leading to severe criticism and reprimand from the biological research community. Despite this, he continued to act independently, ultimately resulting in his dismissal. After Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng listened, they gazed incredulously at the frail young man being jostled by two security guards, hardly believing that such madness could emanate from him. At last, the vehicle roared back to life. Seated within, Tian Li felt an incessant nagging sensation that she had overlooked something crucial. Suddenly, her entire body jolted in the seat as she shouted loudly at the driver. She had finally recalled the unsettling detail that had earlier troubled her. Chapter 45. A glimmer of hope amidst shadows at long last. The vehicle halted at the entrance of the Biological Research Institute. Fortunately, Su Quan had not departed yet. Without hesitation, Tian Li disembarked and approached Su Quan directly. Tian Li gazed at the young man before her, whose demeanor appeared rather despondent. Upon Tian Li's approach, he looked up with a dazed expression, surprise illuminating his features. Without uttering a word, she grasped Su Quan's arm and led him toward the vehicle. Once inside, she instructed the driver to commence their journey. While in the car, Tian Li retrieved a piece of chocolate from her bag and offered it to Su Quan. "A piece of chocolate can significantly uplift your spirits," she remarked. Su Quan, still somewhat bewildered since being ushered into the vehicle, accepted the chocolate with a vacant expression. It was only after receiving the confection that he finally managed to inquire, "Where are you taking me?" "Ha ha, your reaction time is quite prolonged. Rest assured, we have no intention of selling you," she replied with a bright smile. Holding his briefcase and the chocolate in hand, Su Quan felt a flush creep across his face. Stammering, he protested, "No, that's not what I meant. Thank you." In that moment, the reserved demeanor of Su Quan stood in stark contrast to the impressive individual he once was. As he gradually consumed the chocolate, warmth enveloped him, easing the chill that had gripped him upon entering the car. His expression began to stabilize, no longer reflecting the initial confusion. Tian Li gradually and calmly began to speak. "I inadvertently noticed a line in your documents that mentioned rejection responses in the blood, although I do not fully understand it. May I inquire if what you are currently engaged in pertains to a vaccine?" Upon hearing Tian Li's question, Su Quan's eyes widened in alarm, and a look of terror crossed his face. He tightened his grip on the bag he was holding and began to frantically attempt to leap from the vehicle. Fortunately, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng immediately reacted, seizing him and restraining him in his seat, thwarting his intentions. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? We are in the middle of the street," Wang Qingcheng exclaimed, unable to contain himself at Su Quan's agitated demeanor. Despite being pinned down and unable to move, Su Quan's struggles only intensified. "Let me go! Let me go!" Faced with Su Quan's fervent resistance, Tian Li felt a throbbing headache coming on. She directly asked, "We are here to help you. Come with us. We need you, and you need us." After hearing Tian Li's words, Su Quan calmed down for a brief moment and ceased his resistance, though his expression remained troubled as he clutched his bag even tighter. Fortunately, the journey was brief, and soon Tian Li and her companions arrived at the prearranged hotel. After handing Su Quan a bottle of mineral water, Tian Li expressed the reason for bringing him there. "We require a specific vaccine, as it pertains to the lives of several individuals. However, our communications with the Biological Research Institute have yielded no results. I initially believed there was no hope, but at this point, Tian Li discreetly wiped away her lingering tears. I thought all was lost, but I accidentally came across some documents that fell from my pocket, and it seems that what you possess may be related to the vaccine." Upon hearing Tian Li's explanation, Su Quan did not immediately produce the contents of his bag. Instead, he cautiously inquired, "What type of vaccine do you need? And why is it critical to the lives of so many?" Recognizing Su Quan's caution, Tian Li smiled, realizing he was a meticulous individual. "Miss Tian, this is confidential. Please refrain from disclosing it to the staff." Almost impulsively, Tian Li was about to reveal the plan, feeling quite anxious. "Let her speak. She is not someone lacking in discretion," Wang Qingcheng interjected, believing in her integrity. Since the original plan had seemingly lost all hope, why not take a chance? "If you're not the person we seek, I might have you forget some of what you have just heard." After absorbing Tian Li's words, Su Quan's initial terror had dissipated, replaced by a hint of excitement in his demeanor. "You have encountered extraordinary circumstances as well. So these cannot merely be figments of my imagination. I am not insane." In that moment, Su Quan, unexpectedly, covered his face and began to weep. The three others around him chose to remain silent, patiently allowing this man, who had suffered greatly, to express his emotions. Fortunately, perhaps due to his inherent strength. Su Quan regained his composure in less than a minute. Unlike before, his face now radiated determination and vitality. He carefully retrieved the valuable documents from his bag and placed them on the table, a mix of excitement and trepidation evident as he addressed Tian Li and her companions. I do not know if this is mere coincidence, but indeed my current research focus is related to this matter. Upon hearing Su Quan's words, the others in the room exchanged glances, particularly Tian Li, who felt as if fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon her. Please hold on. We will find someone to assist. At that moment, the staff member Wang had already made the necessary calls, and within 20 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Two elderly gentlemen entered. Upon seeing Su Quan, one of them exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Quan, what are you doing here?" Su Quan recognized these two individuals and greeted them with palpable excitement. Old Li, it's you." Once both men had settled, the staff member, Wang, recounted the situation regarding the vaccine and the attack on the villagers of Songping. "We now require experts to review Su Quan's documents." Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the two experts wasted no time in sitting down to examine Su Quan's materials. The review process was lengthy, with the three individuals frequently engaging in professional discussions, and as they delved deeper into the documents, their discussions grew increasingly prolonged. Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng quietly observed for a while before discreetly stepping outside. At this moment, Tian Li's mood was entirely different from the one she had just experienced after meeting with Director Fong that morning. Upon entering another room, she finally sensed a degree of relaxation in both her mind and body, feeling a hint of fatigue wash over her. She hoped that Su Quan was indeed the person they were seeking. Reclining on the sofa, she held a bottle of sparkling water, sipping contentedly, her heart brimming with a sense of survival after a calamity. Wang Qingcheng, having witnessed Tian Li's entire ordeal and understanding the situation thoroughly, felt a profound sense of empathy for her as he observed her gradually relaxing. He noticed her finish an entire bottle in a few gulps before passing her another, watching with satisfaction as she continued to enjoy her drink. Time was of the essence. Lunch consisted of all the dishes being served simultaneously, and it was only during this brief interlude that the two experts and Su Quan momentarily lifted their heads from their documents. Tian Li was quite anxious, and she could only take this opportunity to inquire with Su Quan and a few others about the situation regarding the data. It was the expert known as Li Lao who first spoke up. He explained that, in theory, this data could potentially address the so-called phenomenon of biological entity transformation. Its primary function lies in the continuous cycle of cells acting upon living organisms. So, does that mean it will have an effect? Although much of what Li Lao said was rather perplexing to Tian Li, the notion of efficacy was something she grasped quite clearly. However, the data still presented numerous issues. Primarily, the subject it pertains to can only be acknowledged theoretically. Having engaged in medical research for over 40 years, I have yet to encounter such cases in clinical practice. At this juncture, Li Lao highlighted the most significant flaw within Su Quan's data. Furthermore, it is essential to note that we are merely discussing theory, as it has not undergone any temporary experimentation. The journey from a laboratory to clinical application is indeed protracted. After listening to Mr. Li's explanation, Tian Li and the others turned their gaze to another expert. By observing the expression on the second expert's face, they discerned that both specialists likely shared a consensus. The symptoms indeed appeared to be quite consistent, and time was of the essence. The lives of numerous individuals in Songping village could not be postponed. Upon finishing her words, Tian Li found the room enveloped in an immediate silence, a profound stillness settling over the atmosphere. At this juncture, Su Quan, who had remained taciturn until now, finally spoke. It is not merely a theoretical foundation. Rather, it is a theory that has been continuously refined through practical experience. As Su Quan concluded her statement, the tension in the room escalated dramatically. The two seasoned experts appear to be quite impatient and directly pose their inquiries. At that moment, Su Quan seemed to hesitate, evidently troubled by the stories lurking behind the real-life cases, which left her in a quandary. Tian Li, noticing this unease, interjected with a direct question to Su Quan. Is it that the patients exhibit physical mutations, or has their personality changed compared to before? Have there been occurrences within these patients that defy current scientific explanations? Indeed, that is the case, but how did you come to know? Su Quan was visibly startled by Tian Li's words, abruptly rising from her chair. This is precisely the reason for my presence here. Due to certain factors I cannot yet disclose, I can only say that many regions are now witnessing such new cases, and there is an urgent need for corresponding medications. Upon hearing Tian Li's words, all eyes turned to Su Quan. She lowered her gaze, contemplating for a moment, and finally seemed to arrive at a resolution. Gritting her teeth, she nodded firmly and stated, I can share the cases I have encountered, but I hope to communicate this solely with Ms. Tian, and I trust that everyone can understand my position. The others comprehended the internal struggle Su Quan was experiencing and refrained from further comment, rising to exit the room in an orderly fashion. When only Tian Li and Su Quan remained in the room, Su Quan finally spoke. It is my sister. She fell ill with a peculiar disease 6 months ago. It began with her arms and gradually spread throughout her body, causing her skin to develop scales. 6 months ago, which coincides with the onset of the gossip surrounding your actions. This morning, Tian Li overheard 2 security guards discussing gossip about Su Quan in front of the Biological Research Institute, which seemingly marked the inception of this matter. Suwan nadi acknowledging. Indeed, my sister has been the one who raised me since childhood. When I learned of this issue, I was quite taken aback. Initially, I presumed it stemmed from dermatological or endocrine causes. Tian Li pressed further. A wry smile flickered across Su Quan's face. I swiftly ruled out those possibilities, even considering genetic factors, yet they proved irrelevant. Eventually, through my explorations, I discovered that it bore some resemblance to an unknown virus. Since then, I have dedicated myself to this research, achieving notable results within just 6 months, truly remarkable. Su Quan shook her head, her expression revealing no trace of pride or self-satisfaction. I have attempted numerous times, ultimately resorting to this rudimentary solution for my sister, yet to no avail. Presently, she is on the brink of losing her sanity, requiring excessive sleep in frigid environments, accompanied by significant alterations in her dietary and lifestyle habits. Tian Li understood why. When facing the young man that morning, his complexion appeared so fatigued, and his demeanor carried an air of nervousness. To harbor such a secret while constantly battling despair is a formidable burden. The fact that Su Quan could calmly articulate this reality indicates a resolute mind. Reflecting on this, Tian Li resolved to unveil his own closely guarded secret, revealing to Su Quan that he was not alone in confronting the extraordinary truths that transcended common human understanding. In addition to his own experiences of rebirth, Tian Li shared his story with Su Quan. Upon hearing it, a blend of admiration and astonishment illuminated Su Quan's expression. His voice faltered slightly as he said, "But all I can do right now is ensure the safety of my sister." Tian Li smiled, her expression enigmatic. "It's all right, I shall assist you." Chapter 46. Su Quan is a good person ultimately. The preliminary conclusion drawn by the 2 experts was that this item is indeed usable. However, they have merely acquired the data without any clinical validation, thus rendering them uncertain about the next steps in its development. Tian Li understood that as long as Su Quan's work over the past 6 months proved to be effective, the future could be addressed later. In any case, if it truly demonstrated efficacy and garnered the support of the nation, one could trust that the outcomes of this vaccine would not be disappointing. At this moment, Tian Li inquired of Su Quan, "You mentioned that you have conducted a portion of the clinical trials." Upon hearing this question, Su Quan appeared somewhat bashful, lowering her head slightly before responding. "Initially, I acquired several mice and established a rudimentary laboratory specifically for this clinical experimentation. Subsequently, I also conducted trials on a number of rabbits. What were the results?" Others inquired collectively. There were indeed some effects, yet numerous shortcomings remain. If the dosage is minimal, it essentially yields no effect. Conversely, if the dosage is excessive, it can lead to the death or mutation of the test subjects. As she spoke, Su Quan recalled the critical considerations and continued, "Moreover, I discovered that the dosage correlates with the size of the subjects and the extent of contamination. However, since I have only experimented on animals, I lack confidence in its application to humans. During the conversation between Tian Li and Su Quan, Tian Li had already informed Su Quan about the locations where this vaccine would be utilized. Thus, Su Quan specifically brought it up. From their earlier communication, Su Quan understood that his sister had been contaminated, a revelation that filled him with profound concern. Tian Li also understood what Su Quan meant. At present, his sister was merely managing to cling to life, largely due to Su Quan's insufficient research on the vaccine. However, for Tian Li, as long as this vaccine retained its efficacy, that was sufficient. Do you have any finished products? Tian Li inquired directly of Su Quan. It would be best if you do. If not, we may encounter numerous time-related issues. Su Quan hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded, quietly informing Tian Li that he had previously prepared 20 vials to ensure that his sister, who was at constant risk of illness, could access the medication. Now, only 16 remained. 16 vials were hardly an abundant supply. At that moment, Xiao Li, a staff member who had been observing from the side, quietly approached Tian Li and remarked, 16 vials is not a lot. Even if one is allocated per person, it may not suffice. Indeed, it is insufficient, Tian Li acknowledged. But after some contemplation, she devised a solution. How about we take 8 vials for now, reserving 2 for the next batch of injections, while the remaining 6 are given to Su Quan. After a period of reflection in the room, the group seemed to reach a temporary consensus. Once preparations were made, and only Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng remained in the room, Wang Qingcheng, somewhat puzzled, asked Tian Li, Xiao Li, as Xiao Li mentioned, even 8 vials may not be enough if we are to administer 1 per villager in Songping village. What is your plan? Wang Qingcheng did not comprehend Tian Li's intentions. Tian Li smiled gently, reflecting on how, typically, Wang Qingcheng's thoughts often aligned seamlessly with hers, making such moments of misunderstanding exceedingly rare. Yet, witnessing the expression on Wang Qingcheng's face now struck Tian Li as rather novel. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but express her feelings. Upon hearing Tian Li's sentiments, a warm smile graced Wang Qingcheng's handsome features, exuding a natural charm that was immediately captivating. However, when Wang Qingcheng voiced his confusion, Tian Li chose not to withhold any secrets and provided an explanation. The vaccines are indeed insufficient, she admitted. I did not anticipate such a significant discrepancy in the development of the vaccine compared to what I previously understood. Nevertheless, this should not be a cause for great concern. Our primary focus now is to save lives. Clear your throat, Tian Li continued. I believe these 8 vaccines can be utilized to assist the most critically endangered individuals. My capabilities can serve as a supportive force in this endeavor. Once we surmount this hurdle, the remaining challenges will be considerably more manageable. Gently touching Tian Li's hand, Wang Qingcheng could not help but feel a sense of admiration. At first glance, I perceived you as a somewhat delicate girl, but gradually, I have come to realize that your brilliance shines in many facets. Your strength and decisiveness often leave me in awe, and I find myself feeling inferior in comparison. Tian Li found it quite surprising to hear her boyfriend express such sentiments. It seemed that Wang Qingcheng had become considerably more sentimental today. Her voice softened involuntarily as she leaned into his embrace, playfully saying that it was precisely because of Wang Qingcheng and the many people surrounding her that she had been able to persevere and reach this point. Su Quan was indeed a remarkable individual. The bond he shared with his sister was profoundly deep, and he had generously given them an extra 2 from his own collection. Wang Qingcheng concurred with this sentiment wholeheartedly. Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng were acutely aware that they would inevitably engage with Su Quan again in the future, and thus they refrained from distractions, focusing primarily on the urgent task of saving lives. Within the hospital, team leader Hu and others had already gathered there early on. During their journey, Tian Li had briefed Hu on the majority of the itinerary over the phone. Upon their meeting, there was no superfluous chatter. After a few simple pleasantries, they commenced their life-saving efforts. The operating room was fully prepared, and, aside from Tian Li, the room was filled with a team of medical experts. The first patient they addressed was a villager in a dire condition, the most critical among all the victims. The upper half of this villager's body had nearly lost all semblance of humanity, with patches of sparse, brown feather-like growths replacing his skin, and his hair had completely fallen out, presenting a visage that could instill terror upon first sight. As a victim was connected to the necessary equipment, Tian Li discerned that his bodily functions had plummeted to a critical low. His temperature was significantly below that of a healthy human, and his heartbeat was exceedingly slow. Were it not for the occasional fluctuations in his vital signs, Tian Li might have mistaken him for deceased. The procedure began with the injection of a syringe into the victim's body. In less than half a minute, the patient, who had been motionless, began to struggle violently on the operating table, akin to a fish out of water. Through the monitoring equipment, it was evident to all that the patient's bodily functions were spiraling into chaos, particularly his heart rate, which fluctuated erratically like a roller coaster. Clearly, none of them had encountered such a situation before, and they were inclined to follow the standard rescue protocols when Tian Li intervened, saying, "Wait a moment." After uttering this phrase, she activated her unique abilities. Following a brief moment of astonishment and confusion, Tian Li began to hypothesize about the phenomenon at hand. Could it be that the patient was experiencing a reaction caused by conflicting pollutants? In a previous life, pollutants had wreaked havoc across the globe, attacking not only humans, but also preying upon one another. Humanity had concluded that most pollutants were inherently incompatible. Similar levels of pollutants could not coexist, and during confrontations, they would refrain from absorbing one another's toxic energies, often leading to self-destruction. The current scenario was exceptional. In Tian Li's perception, it illustrated a clash between two distinct pollutants within the individual. If this persisted, the patient was doomed. Wisps of a milky white energy, invisible to others, began to emanate from Tian Li's palms and penetrated the body of the convulsing man. Indeed, as numerous threads pierced the patient from head to toe, Tian Li was able to observe his condition through these threads. True to her predictions, the two conflicting forces within the body were wreaking further havoc upon the patient. However, through her observations, she noted that the pollutant previously inflicted by Chun Haihua was significantly more potent than that found in the vaccine. Yet, the vaccine was finally proving effective. Previously, Tian Li's powers had been unable to intervene in the treatment of the villagers due to the pollutants being too sparse and dispersed. But now, she discovered that the previous helplessness had been resolved. The pollutants were no longer hidden in a fragmented manner. They had coalesced into two clashing forces, allowing Tian Li to finally take action. With her thoughts clarified, she began to intervene in the existing powers, gradually transforming and consuming these two forces, while simultaneously converting a portion of this energy to safeguard and repair the patient's body. Before long, within the confines of this internal battleground, three forces began to vie for dominance. The objective of Tian Li is to devour and transform, and the power she wields is evidently far superior to that of the other two factions. Tian Li transformed the milky white strands into a potent force for protective healing, merging it within this individual, safeguarding their organs, and initiating a gradual restoration. As the residual pollution from Chun Haihua no longer lingered deep within the body, this healing process began to take effect. Subsequently, a significant portion of the power began to eradicate the other two sources of contamination within. Tian Li had realized since her last battle with Fein Yao that her power could absorb and transform other forms of contamination. However, this was her first attempt at simultaneously absorbing two highly active forces, and she proceeded with great caution. Gradually, she delicately consumed the energies from both sources. To the onlookers in the operating room, the patient on the operating table, who had been convulsing incessantly, was now showing a noticeable decrease in agitation, and his condition appeared to be improving. This is utterly unscientific. One of the experts in the operating room sighed in astonishment upon witnessing the scene. The others nodded in agreement. Being ordinary individuals without awakened abilities, they could not perceive the fine threads in Tian Li's hands. To them, it merely seemed as though she had placed her left hand upon the patient's chest and was standing idly by, doing nothing at all. Contrary to their assumptions that she was relying on sheer willpower, Tian Li was experiencing her own challenges. She realized that this was indeed an exceedingly delicate task. as the human body was far more fragile than she had anticipated. Theories were merely theories, but practical execution often led to unforeseen complications. According to Tian Li's plan, a small portion of her power would protect the patient's internal organs, while the majority would be devoted to absorption and transformation. This had seemed sufficient in theory. Yet, upon implementation, she recognized that her understanding had been overly simplistic. In the eyes of those in the operating room, Tian Li appeared to have her eyes tightly shut and an expressionless demeanor, but the reality was far from that. The pressure on Tian Li has reached an unbearable level. The endeavors he has previously attempted, yet failed to accomplish, will not yield any substantial transformation within a mere few days. The struggle between these two conflicting forces within his body is, in its stark reality, nothing short of lethal for the patient. Tian Li must now engage in multifaceted endeavors, striving to expand her strength to the utmost in order to safeguard the patient's internal well-being. Simultaneously, she must meticulously and cautiously counteract the relentless clash of these two tumultuous forces, exercising an even greater degree of vigilance. At this moment, Tian Li had forgotten everything else. Her mind was solely focused on the battle before her. Gradually, like peeling layers from a cocoon, she infused her strength into the body of the patient before her. Thread by thread, with painstaking effort, she dissolved the afflictions little by little, consuming them gradually. Though arduous, her efforts gradually yielded results. The clash of the two other contaminating forces within the patient diminished, as a portion of their power transformed into strength within Tian Li herself. She then continued to utilize this transformed energy to further deplete the remaining adversities. Time flew by, and soon Wang Qingcheng and team leader, who had waited outside the operating room for several hours without any sign of progress, who had closed his eyes from the very beginning, sitting quietly and awaiting the outcome, while Wang Qingcheng, filled with concern for Tian Li, peered through the door of the operating room, catching sight of her standing resolutely. The last time Tian Li showcased her combat prowess was during the ambush alongside Tian Li and Chunqinya in the encounter with the flying bird. At that moment, her use of supernatural abilities was rather crude, and the duration was quite limited. Now, however, Tian Li's utilization of her powers has significantly surpassed any previous occasion. Tian Li indeed sensed a return of the discomforting symptoms reminiscent of her past failures. Dizziness and nausea enveloped her, accompanied by a chilling sensation that coursed through her veins, as if her blood were gradually freezing. The cold was unbearable, and despite her ardent desire to concentrate, her thoughts inevitably drifted towards comforting images, such as warm tea and crackling fires. This fleeting lapse in focus led her to realize that her delicate thread was being tainted by two other malevolent forces. The once pristine, milky hue of the thread began to exhibit mottled shades, resembling a silvery gray. A powerful wave of nausea surged within her throat. Although she endeavored to endure in this environment, the sensation intensified beyond her control. With an apologetic nod to those around her, she could no longer contain herself and dashed out abruptly. Tian Li abruptly pushed open the door and rushed out, making her way to the restroom, where she began to heave violently. Accompanying the intense retching were small, grayish granules expelled from her throat. "Don't come near." At this moment, Wang Qingcheng had followed closely behind. Upon witnessing Tian Li's distress, he instinctively moved to assist her, only to be firmly rebuffed by her. Observing the gray particles, Tian Li realized with a pang of regret that she had momentarily let her guard down. In that fleeting lapse of focus, she had allowed external contamination to taint her. Thus, the violent reaction she experienced was not merely a consequence of physical and mental exhaustion following intense concentration, but also a rejection response triggered by the contamination. Moreover, Tian Li's innate abilities were exceptionally potent. After enduring the initial discomfort, she swiftly commenced a process of self-purification through her powers. As the energy permeated her being, she discovered that through the recent series of events, her control over her abilities had indeed improved, albeit slightly. Drinking some lemon water will help. Wang Qingcheng, attuned to Tian Li's discomfort, thoughtfully offered her a glass of lemon water, knowing well her aversion to plain water. Tian Li expressed her gratitude to Wang Qingcheng for his kind gesture, as she took the water and sipped it slowly. The refreshing taste of lemon water invigorated her, visibly brightening her spirits. Just as she began to feel somewhat better, she attempted to rise and return to the operating room, only to be met with Wang Qingcheng's concerned expression. "Can you still manage? You appear quite weakened at the moment." In response to her beloved's genuine concern, Tian Li offered a reassuring smile, soothing Wang Qingcheng's anxious heart. Upon entering the operating room, Tian Li resumed her work, her focus significantly improved. With the protective power within her, the two other sources of contamination were unable to penetrate her defenses and exacerbate the pollution. Through the prolonged exchange of energies, the majority of the contaminating force was gradually consumed by Tian Li's extraordinary abilities. What remained was left for the other staff in the operating room to diligently attend to. The outcome of this treatment was remarkably successful. The villagers of Songping, who had almost lost all hope for survival, were miraculously spared. After the treatment concluded, Tian Li promptly checked on the villager. Although he remained unconscious, his breathing was steady, and his heartbeat was normal. The attending physician informed Tian Li that the patient now required time to recover gradually. "We will continue our efforts to ensure the patient can eventually return to a state of normalcy." With the first successful treatment completed, arrangements were swiftly made for the remaining villagers and 3 staff members to receive care. Throughout the entire first treatment process, Captain Hu observed closely. Now, with the impending dozen or so treatments ahead, he harbored concerns about whether Tian Li could endure. Before the next treatment commenced, he inquired about her readiness. "I have no issues. I believe I can manage it now. With my newfound experience, this will be considerably easier than the first time." Tian Li has undoubtedly improved significantly since her initial treatment. During the first session, she was burdened by a lack of experience and the immense pressure weighing on her, leading her to navigate the complexities of her abilities with uncertainty, which resulted in considerable time lost. Now, Tian Li has grown increasingly adept, striving to minimize waste in every step, channeling her powers to their utmost capacity in the meticulous cleansing of pollutants. After nearly a week of this process, all the victims have successfully undergone their initial treatment. They now only need to cooperate with the hospital's routine care to gradually recover. Moreover, shortly after the treatment, Tian Li awakened one afternoon, bearing the substantial marks of the pollution's ravage upon his arm, which manifested as an extensive patch of gray skin, distinctly unnatural. As he watched Tian Li approach his bedside and gently touch his arm, his eyes were filled with an indescribable expression. Once Tian Li had conveyed her thoughts, Tian Li moved his lips as if to speak, yet ultimately, no words emerged. Tian Li continued, "In truth, I am aware that on the day you took Chen Xinya and me to the forest, Chen Haihua intended to assault us, and it was you who intervened. That night, when you sought out Chen Haihua, it was to persuade her to relent, was it not?" Chen Yi's expression finally revealed a crack. He appeared to be in profound anguish. Gasping for breath, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse from disuse, articulating each word with difficulty. "Then what happened?" Tian Li pressed on. "Then she began to run deeper into the woods. As a young woman, I was concerned for her safety, so on one occasion, I stealthily followed her. I discovered that she could control small animals, which alarmed me. Ultimately, I encountered those birds, and as you all know, our village was then engulfed in chaos." Chen He recounted, his complexion turning ashen, clearly burdened with grief since learning of Chen Haihua's deeds. "When I took you into the forest, it was to avoid my sister, which is why I did not lead you to that small cabin, but instead to a more open area. However, as night approached, I spotted a bird that my sister had once controlled. I realized that if I did not act, she would not allow you to leave easily." With this revelation, what further mysteries could Tian Li fail to grasp? Chen He was torn. He wished to protect both himself and Chen Xinya from Chen Haihua, while simultaneously concealing his sister's whereabouts from them. Once he ensured that she and Chen Xinya were asleep, he set out alone to confront Chen Haihua. Tian Li understood well how extreme Chen Haihua's behavior had become, and thus, Chen He's attempts at persuasion were evidently futile, only inciting Chen Haihua to turn against him. Sighing, after bidding farewell to Chen He, Tian Li exited the hospital. She looked up to the sky, which was a brilliant blue, and the sun shone brightly, casting a sense of clarity over the day. Tian Li resolved to conduct one final examination regarding the contamination of the victims who required further treatment at the hospital before her departure. During the examination, she encountered He Xiaotian, the amiable and handsome young man often mentioned by Tian Li in conversations with others. At that moment, he was slowly savoring an orange handed to him by his fiancée, his demeanor appearing considerably more composed and subdued. He would only offer a faint smile when in the presence of his beloved. Upon noticing Tian Li, He Xiaotian earnestly expressed his gratitude, as he had already learned much about the events that transpired during his unconsciousness, thanks to his uncle, He Daji. Just as Tian Li was about to exit the hospital room after completing her examination, He Xiaotian unexpectedly called out to her. "Miss Tian, may I have a moment of your time?" Tian Li paused in surprise, turning her head to see He Xiaotian's expression shrouded in the shadows of sunlight, rendering it momentarily unclear to her. Of course, when the ward was finally left with only Tian Li and He Xiaotian finally spoke. "Many claim that Chun Haihua's descent into madness was a consequence of my rejection. However, if I were to assert that my encounters with her were merely fleeting, consisting of only a few exchanged words and nothing more, would you, Miss Tian, find it within yourself to believe me?" Tian Li nodded, for she genuinely believed in He Xiaotian. The sincerity in his gaze when he looked at his fiancée was unmistakable. Observing Tian Li's earnest expression of trust brought a smile to He Xiaotian's face, which grew warmer. With a hint of mischief, he continued, "Miss Tian, had you not believed me and harbored any doubts, I would not have shared the words that follow. However, seeing your sincerity has compelled me to reveal my most significant secret to you." Then, to Tian Li's astonishment, He Xiaotian's right hand began to mysteriously open as if it possessed a mouth of its own. Tian Li faced He Xiaotian, uncertain of what to say. Should she offer her congratulations? Congratulations on being among a select few. Despite suffering contamination, thanks to me, you not only survived, but also acquired extraordinary abilities. Yet, expressing it this way seemed rather inappropriate. "Miss Tian, could you assist me?" Tian Li observed the facade of calmness that masked the underlying anxiety in He Xiaotian's expression. Tian Li resolved to assist He Xiaotian. "You have awakened an extraordinary ability," she explained. "During the attack by the birds, the pollutive power inherent in them infiltrated your body, triggering a rare awakening of your abilities. I must congratulate you. You have neither transformed into a monster nor lost your sanity. Truly, this is a stroke of remarkable fortune." After hearing Tian Li's preliminary explanation, He Xiaotian scrutinized the large mouth that had sprouted from his palm and looked up to inquire, "Miss Tian, what do you believe this ability of mine is?" Chapter 48. He Xiaotian's abilities. As He Xiaotian posed his question, Tian Li pondered the same. In her previous life, she had witnessed a plethora of extraordinary abilities. Yet this peculiar mouth sprouting from He Xiaotian's hand was indeed strange, albeit she had encountered even more bizarre ones. However, she was at a loss regarding its utility. "Have you utilized it yet?" Tian Li asked earnestly, her gaze fixed on He Xiaotian. At that moment, He Xiaotian's expression suggested to Tian Li that he was undoubtedly harboring some inner doubts about her. "Not yet. I only discovered it upon awakening. It hasn't been long, and initially, I felt quite frightened, unsure of what this mouth might crave," he admitted, maintaining a semblance of composure, though Tian Li sensed his underlying turmoil. "Shall we give it a try?" suggested Tian Li. After a moment's contemplation, He Xiaotian deemed it the best course of action. Soon, Tian Li offered him a half apple, a piece of pastry, and a bag of milk, placing all these items into the palm of his hand. The mouth that had manifested there consumed them eagerly. Tian Li observed He Xiaotian's expression after he consumed the items and gently inquired, "He Xiaotian, do you feel anything now?" Upon hearing Tian Li's question, He Xiaotian took a moment to reflect and shook his head, stating, "I do not feel anything in my body from what I have just consumed." Tian Li gently rubbed her forehead, realizing that she could not leave this place just yet, as she still needed to assist He Xiaotian. With her resolve firmly established, her thoughts began to flourish, and she proposed a bolder idea. Shall we indulge in something else? Xiaoyan's face revealed a hint of reluctance as he asked, Miss Tian, what else can we possibly eat? He touched his stomach, pondering that after his second mouth had consumed such a considerable amount, he ought to feel sated. Yet, to his bewilderment, he sensed an increasing hunger instead. Glancing at the assortment of food still laid out on the table, his appetite intensified, prompting him to hastily grab a piece of mung bean cake and savor it with delight. Under the curious gaze of Tian Li unzipped her large backpack, unveiling its contents. The moment Tian beheld the items within, his complexion drained to a pallid hue. He hesitantly extended a trembling hand, pointing at those items, and inquired with uncertainty, Miss Tian, are these things edible? Surely, some of them cannot be consumed? Tian Li meticulously extracted items from her backpack, seemingly perplexed by Xiaoyan's intense reaction. With an innocent tone, she remarked, these are all hard-earned treasures I've gathered. You should give them a try. Xiaoyan, gazing into Tian Li's clear eyes, found himself swallowing back his initial refusal. After all, Miss Tian was his savior. She would not wish him harm, and her mastery of extraordinary abilities indicated she possessed far more experience than he did. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through Xiaoyan's mind as he wrestled with his internal conflict, ultimately persuading himself to brace for whatever fate awaited him. However, when Xiaoyan caught sight of the greenish substance in Tian Li's hand, he could no longer contain himself. He erupted, concealing his right hand behind him and pleading with her, Miss Tian, what is that? I've never seen anything like it. It looks utterly disgusting, and I refuse to eat it. It's not disgusting, she replied. This is the green rice ball I made. It should be delicious. Xiaoyan regarded her with skepticism. Miss Tian, I've had green rice balls before, and this bears no resemblance at all. Tian Li chuckled awkwardly, her eyes sparkling as she offered a somewhat embarrassed explanation. I added a little something extra, but it shouldn't be harmful. Trust me. Xiaoyan's gaze remained fixed on the object in her hand, trembling with evident distress. After a prolonged moment, under the weight of Tian Li's insistence, he gradually extended his hand. Strangely enough, even though it was merely a mouth formed in his palm, both Tian Li and Xiaoyan perceived an unmistakable sense of grievance emanating from it. With a soft gulp, the oddly scented green ball was swallowed from Tian Li's hand. After consuming it, a wave of nervousness washed over her. At last, Xiaoyan's complexion shifted, marred by an unmistakable grimace. Miss Tian, may I please use the restroom? Despite his visibly weakened state, the urgency with which he dashed toward the bathroom caused a fleeting pang of guilt to stir within Tian Li. In the ensuing moments, Xiaoyan repeatedly rushed in and out of the restroom until he ultimately collapsed onto the bed, utterly motionless. Tian Li gazed at Xiaoyan, who lay despondently on the bed, as if completely drained of life. Although Xiaoyan had never expressed anything to Tian Li, she still felt a profound sense of guilt towards him. Tian Li fetched a cup of hot water and approached Xiaoyan, her cheeks flushed. She whispered softly, Are you all right? Would you like me to help you to the restroom? Xiaoyan's gaze, which had been entirely vacant, finally settled on Tian Li. The depths of her eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance and confusion, almost spilling over. Tian Li felt somewhat apprehensive under Xiaoyan's gaze. Are you truly not going? Xiaoyan finally spoke, his tone languid. Miss Tian, are you really a devil? Ah, that was merely an expired rice ball, she replied. One that I had painstakingly obtained from a supermarket outside the hospital. Tian Li wore an expression of embarrassment, while Xiaoyan's face appeared as if it might crack under the strain. He fixed his gaze upon the expired rice ball that Tian Li had presented to him, questioning, Why would you offer me a rice ball that has gone bad? Tian understood that Tian Li's fundamental intention was to assist him, and although he found her actions somewhat perplexing, he was still willing to accept her offering. Your extraordinary ability manifests as a mouth in the palm of your hand, presumably related to consumption, so I sought various items to experiment with, she explained. At this juncture, Tian Li recounted her own growth through the battles with Feng Yao and Chun Haihua. It was during a particularly arduous battle that I came to comprehend the application of my abilities. Thus, we must employ numerous methods to hone our powers, ensuring they reach their fullest potential. The reason I presented you with an expired rice ball is that I have heard some abilities possess the capacity to filter and detoxify. However, Tian Li shrugged. It appears that your ability does not exhibit such qualities, at least not at this moment. Upon hearing her rationale, the awkwardness that had initially enveloped Tian dissipated considerably, even giving way to a hint of envy towards Tian Li. He glanced into her backpack, noting the remaining items, and continued, I just took a brief respite. I am ready to proceed now. Furthermore, despite the profound connection he shared with Wang Qingcheng, it was evident that the latter remained an ordinary individual, having yet to awaken any powers. Thus, Tian Li's trepidation was suppressed deep within her heart. Yet, after witnessing Tian's admirable qualities, her spirits and enthusiasm surged. Subsequently, she retrieved a clump of soil from her bag, interspersed with darker fragments. The sight of what Tian Li had produced left Tian utterly dumbfounded. He stammered, Sister, are you asking me to eat dirt? Tian Li gazed curiously at Tian. It was not a matter of simply feeding you. Rather, it was about allowing the mouth in your palm to partake. Just think of it as a test of your extraordinary abilities, and you may relax. Tian's expression appeared profoundly pitiful. However, despite the fact that this mouth was indeed misplaced, it was still a part of my being. Asking me to consume mud was beyond my capacity. Although such thoughts crossed his mind, Tian nonetheless closed his eyes and endeavored to swallow the wretched lump of earth. Almost instantly, his complexion shifted dramatically. Although the mouth on his palm was the one doing the eating, Tian hurriedly covered his mouth and dashed to the restroom. Alas! It seemed that mud was also inedible. Upon emerging from the restroom, Tian's eyes were striking red, his unsteady steps revealing his discomfort and profound weakness. He accepted a cup of water from Tian Li and gulped it down eagerly. Then, with great difficulty, Tian climbed onto the bed, his silhouette exuding a sense of desolation. Tian Li touched her lips, feeling inexplicably guilty. You should rest for a while and call me when you're feeling better. After exiting the hospital room, Tian Li strolled leisurely towards her residence, most of whose team had already departed. Upon entering, she found no familiar faces, but upon reaching her room, she discovered Wang Qingcheng waiting for her. Although Tian Li and Tian had yet to fully comprehend the nature of Tian's abilities, Tian Li felt she had gained a companion with whom she could share her powers, and her joy was quite evident. How is Tian? Wang Qingcheng knew Tian Li had gone to visit him, but she hadn't divulged any specifics to anyone. Tian has awakened his powers. Tian Li believed Wang Qingcheng should be aware of this news, so she revealed it without reservation. Upon hearing that another person had awakened their abilities, Wang Qingcheng felt a surge of happiness. However, when Tian Li mentioned the nature of Tian's powers and the experiments they had conducted together, Wang Qingcheng playfully pinched Tian Li's nose and said with a hint of amusement, You are quite mischievous. Tian has gone through quite a lot. Be careful, or he might develop a lingering shadow in his heart towards you. Tian Li opened a bag of potato chips, indulging in their delightful crunch. Upon hearing Wang Qingcheng's words, he felt rather indifferent. If he were to harbor resentment over such a trivial matter, it would reveal that he possesses a rather petty disposition. However, I perceive Tian as a person of admirable character. Once he recovers, we shall continue our endeavors together. Very well, I replied. You're absolutely right. Tian Li's assessment of Tian was fundamentally accurate. After having dinner, Tian Li took a stroll around the ward and soon noticed Tian's girlfriend approaching her. Hello, Miss Tian, she greeted. Tian's girlfriend was a gentle and demure young woman, and that day, as Tian Li observed their interaction, she felt a warmth blossoming in her heart towards this girl. May we converse? The young woman bit her lip, seemingly eager to express her thoughts, her countenance rife with apprehension. They made their way to the garden of the hospital, seeking a tranquil spot. Please speak your mind. What troubles you? Tian Li initiated the conversation. The girl's eyes instantly welled with tears, her voice quivering with emotion. Just now, Xiao Tian told me that we are not suited for one another. We have always shared a wonderful relationship, and prior to this incident, we had even decided to marry. Yet today, he suddenly uttered those words, and I am utterly heartbroken. Tian Li understood that Xiao Tian was experiencing such a situation because he harbored feelings for the girl, and perhaps this was a form of fulfillment. However, Tian Li did not entirely approve of Xiao Tian's actions. She spoke words of comfort to the girl, watching her depart into the distance. Before turning her attention back to Xiao Tian was struggling to consume his dinner. Upon noticing Tian Li's gaze upon him, he felt that even the porridge in his hands had lost its appeal. "What is this? Have I become a source of shadow for you? Just focus on your meal," he thought. "Oh, Miss Tian, what brings you here? You must have had a truly exhausting day." "I am well, but it is you who has truly borne the burden today," Tian Li replied, her words candid. "Let's review everything later." Tian Li was acutely aware that there remained a multitude of tasks awaiting her, making it impossible to linger indefinitely in one place. Thus, the passage of time felt rather uncomplicated. "I have devised a new method. Would you care to try it?" Tian Li inquired, observing Xiao Tian as he finished his meal. "Is there anything else you wish to consume?" Xiao Tian replied, his psyche now shadowed by the mere thought of eating. "No," was her succinct response. She then cautioned Xiao Tian not to move erratically before commencing to activate her extraordinary abilities, injecting fine threads into his body. Minutes later, Xiao Tian, in a state of disarray, addressed Tian Li. "Miss Tian, I am feeling an overwhelming numbness throughout my entire body." His palms visibly swelled at an alarming rate, and this peculiar sensation swiftly ascended to his arms. Chapter 49. Despite the intensity of this feeling escalated, and ultimately he could no longer bear it, prompting him to shout out in distress. As Tian Li's infusion of energy began to ease, Xiao Tian's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat self-conscious about his earlier outburst. Tian Li, after a thorough investigation, discerned the peculiar nature of Xiao Tian's extraordinary abilities. Typically, such powers are considered a manifestation of pollution and can adversely affect their host, leading to negative alterations in both physique and temperament. However, the force within Xiao Tian is markedly distinct. It is deeply intertwined with his right arm and exhibits a high density of pollution. Yet, what perplexes Tian Li is that the pollution density in other parts of Xiao Tian's body is significantly lower than that of his right arm. Although both Tian Li and Xiao Tian possess limited understanding of the latter's abilities, Tian Li can sense that the awakened power within Xiao Tian is exceptionally benign. Given the profound trust Xiao Tian has in Tian Li, the resistance to exploration of his powers is negligible. "Would you care to join me for some tasks? Perhaps we might discover a method to harness your abilities," Tian Li suggested after several unsuccessful attempts. "Certainly. If it leads to my location, I am more than willing," Xiao Tian responded enthusiastically. Despite having been a cautious youth, the sudden acquisition of extraordinary powers instilled both trepidation and a secret delight within him. The prospect of Tian Li's willingness to continue training his abilities brought Xiao Tian immense joy. "All right, recover swiftly and await my message," Tian Li instructed. When it came time to take Xiao Tian out, he was determined to report to team leader Hu first. Upon relaying Xiao Tian's situation, team leader Hu did not immediately express agreement or disagreement, but inquired of Tian Li, "Xiao Tian, do you think the emergence of numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities is a boon or a bane?" Reflecting on Hu's question, Tian Li recalled that in his previous life, extraordinary beings were categorized into two types. One group became the bulwark against pollution, revered by ordinary people, while the other abused their powers, wreaking havoc and asserting dominance in a post-apocalyptic world. Contemplating these distinctions, Tian Li calmly articulated his thoughts in response to Hu's inquiry. The value of such power hinges on the character of its wielder. Ultimately, it is the user who determines how to employ the strength. However, we can proactively organize and guide these extraordinary individuals to ensure their abilities are directed toward the greater good. "Very well, I approve." Xiao Tian, the newly awakened extraordinary being, will be under your charge, Hu concluded, almost casually adding, "There's also something else you must know. Across the nation, extraordinary beings are emerging, albeit in limited numbers. The higher-ups have decided to form an organization of extraordinary individuals, and you are now a part of it. Upon hearing Hu's words, Tian Li felt a surge of happiness. Yet, after experiencing several events, he realized that his plans had unwittingly strayed from their original course. The power that could be organized through official channels would undoubtedly surpass individual efforts, and he was honored to be a part of this organization, ready to contribute his utmost for the nation. Tian Li expressed his current sentiments, and upon voicing them, he suddenly felt a great sense of relief. It is commendable. The nation requires ambitious youth like you. Hu's face radiated appreciation as he proceeded to share another matter. Once Xiaoyan's health improves, I shall dispatch individuals to escort you to Gunny City. Your next primary objective is to assist Su Quan in expediting the production of safe vaccines. Very well. Ensure the successful completion of this task. Upon learning the nature of the work, Xiaotian appeared exceedingly exhilarated and affirmed his willingness to continue training, stating that enduring hardships, even if it meant tasting the earth again, would pose no issue whatsoever. Although Tian Li expressed great admiration for Xiaoyan's suddenly heightened enthusiasm, it simultaneously indicated that such training was no longer necessary. We should visit Su Quan. While he may not possess supernatural abilities, he is indeed an extraordinary individual, as he can be immensely beneficial to you. At this juncture, having accepted his newfound powers, Xiaotian finally opened his heart once more, embodying the warmth, kindness, and optimism of his youth. Witnessing Xiaoyan's triumph over the initial negativity following his awakening and his subsequent resurgence, Tian Li felt it was the right moment to cautiously broach the subject. Xiaohe, I have heard from others that you are soon to wed your fiancée. When the time comes, I shall bestow upon you a generous red envelope. I just wounded her heart yesterday, Xiaotian lamented, cradling his head in despair. Isn't it quite normal for young couples to have spat? If you realize your mistake now, why not apologize? Xiaotian managed a wry smile. Do you know? Just yesterday, upon awakening, I discovered that I had grown an additional mouth. Instantly, I felt like a monster, and to be candid, I was quite frightened, terrified that I might become a cold-blooded, obsessive creature like Chen Haihua. Well, I can partially understand, Tian Li replied as Xiaotian continued to share his thoughts with her. I felt I could not affect her negatively, and seeing her care for me so tenderly only deepened my distress. At that moment, Tian Li suddenly inquired, Do you still think that way now? Xiaotian shook his head, expressing, Currently, I wish to convey my apologies to her. I am uncertain if I can share my circumstances with her. Yet I long to respect her sentiments. If she cannot accept the person I am today, I shall let go. However, if she can embrace me, I've got to cherish her for a lifetime. Ha ha ha. You said it yourself. A man must not go back on his word. Upon hearing Xiaotian's utterances, Tian Li's expression shifted to one of subtle mischief. Then, Xiaotian beheld his girlfriend entering from behind the ward's door, her face streaked with tears. You heard everything, didn't you? Xiaotian was evidently taken aback by the turn of events, his face flushing crimson. Yes, I heard everything. I remained by your side while you were unconscious. You can always confide in me. We are a family. What I need is not your misguided notion of caring for me. All right. I will not act that way again. At that moment, Xiaotian and his girlfriend embraced each other tightly. Tian Li quietly retreated from the hospital room upon witnessing the scene. Perhaps it was due to possessing extraordinary abilities and a life filled with purpose. Xiaoyan's recovery was remarkably swifter than that of others. In less than a week, Xiaotian had nearly regained full health. Although he still needed to wear gloves, the chilly weather rendered this a minor inconvenience. When the group arrived in Gunny City, night had already fallen. Originally, according to Tian Li's plan, the three of them were to rest here for the night and meet Su Quan the following day to commence their work. However, to their surprise, upon disembarking from the vehicle, they found Su Quan already awaiting their arrival. Tian Li was delighted to see Su Quan. Upon alighting from the vehicle, she exchanged a handshake with Su Quan and subsequently introduced Xiaotian to her. Xiaotian, a beneficiary of Su Quan's vaccine, was overwhelmed with joy at the sight of Su Quan in person, her eyes sparkling as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Su Quan, in turn, was equally pleased to see he Xiao Tian. Tian Li was aware that Su Quan was exceedingly busy. Not only was he engaged in the ongoing development of the vaccine, but his sister also required his care. He had originally planned to visit you tomorrow. So why is he still here waiting for us at such a late hour? Tian Li jested with Su Quan. Hey, Tian Li, I truly need your assistance right now. It was only at this moment that Tian Li noticed Su Quan's demeanor was rather grim, her complexion far from healthy. My sister's condition has worsened considerably. The vaccine I administered is no longer effective. Su Quan had brought her sister home to care for her, and the group witnessed the young woman lying unconscious in bed. Upon entering Su Quan's room, Tian Li was met with a faint, unpleasant odor. This smell was soon clarified as they ventured into the northern bedroom, where the sight of the young woman on the bed left them all taken aback. Her skin was visibly decayed, the foul stench emanating from her being. How long has it been? Tian Li inquired of Su Quan. Since last night. Previously, my vaccine could suppress the symptoms, but for some reason, my sister was coherent for a brief moment yesterday afternoon and spoke with me. However, this morning, she deteriorated into this state. As Su Quan spoke, confusion mingled with rising anxiety. Why is this happening? It's only been a day. If you hadn't told me this morning that you were coming, I would have lost my mind. All right, let us not panic. I'll assess her condition. The severity of the situation was palpable, and the friends surrounding Tian Li were trustworthy companions. Thus, she felt no need to conceal her abilities. In mere seconds after activating her powers, fine threads enveloped the young woman on the bed. As Tian Li delved into her sister's body, her brow furrowed in concern. The internal state was chaotic, and the contamination had exceeded anything she had previously encountered. With a slight probe, Tian Li discerned that Su Quan's sister faced two grim fates: total loss of life, becoming a mere vessel of instinct, or transformation into an ability wielder, suppressing the contamination while retaining her consciousness. Despite the dire circumstances, Tian Li was not one to surrender easily. She endeavored to gently apply her powers, reminiscent of her first efforts to save a villager from Songping village. However, she was unprepared for the depth of contamination. As she encountered the original polluted forces within the body, it felt as though hot oil met cold water, with the two forces immediately entangling and consuming one another. Soon, the woman on the bed awoke momentarily from her stupor, letting out a piercing scream, her body convulsing violently as if caught in a net. Before Tian Li could react, the others in the room had seized the woman's limbs, yet her thrashing only intensified. They were baffled as to why Tian Li's mere placement of her left hand above the young woman's body could elicit such a fierce reaction. From Tian Li's perspective, the woman was caught in a struggle between two forces, unlike her previous treatments where her powers had overwhelmed the others. The delicate balance left her momentarily without effective recourse. Ah, sister. Su Quan's voice cracked with despair. The contamination has fully permeated her body. I cannot forcefully expel it. As you can see, she cannot endure such an ordeal. Is there no other way? I heard about your methods in Songping village. I still have vaccines. Tian Li, I can provide as many as you need. Su Quan's eyes brimmed with a desperate plea, oscillating between hope and despair. Please, Tian Li, I beg you to save my sister. Tian Li, witnessing Su Quan on the brink of collapse, felt a pang of compassion. Although she recognized her limitations, she nodded in acknowledgement. I will make another attempt, but your sister has been contaminated for too long. Her suffering is profound. With that, Tian Li activated her abilities once more, this time pouring all her energy into the effort. The deterioration of Su Quan's sister accelerated, and Tian Li sensed the immense pain the woman must be enduring. It felt as though her body was being continually torn apart. In that moment, Tian Li resolved to alleviate Su Quan's sister's suffering, allowing them a final farewell. With this intention, her powers shifted from expelling the contamination to creating a temporary separation. This approach proved less challenging than before, and drawing from her prior experience. While still difficult, it became feasible. As Tian Li painstakingly enveloped the contaminants, a small miracle occurred. The widespread decay on the woman's body ceased. Even in her unconscious state, the agonized groans that had escaped her lips began to subside, her brow unfurling in relief until silence prevailed. The process, while neither excessively long nor brief, unfolded over 4 arduous hours of relentless effort. Ultimately, Tian Li completed the isolation treatment for Su Quan's sister. As she concluded her work, the woman, who had been in a coma, astonishingly awoke at last. She opened her eyes and gazed at Tian Li, a faint but genuine smile of gratitude breaking through the weariness etched on her face. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice fragile and raspy, yet it bore the remnants of a gentle timbre. "I am sorry I could not save you. I could only ease your suffering in the end." Recognizing the warmth of character in the woman before her, Tian Li felt a surge of sorrow and guilt for her inability to do more. "Thank you. That is more than enough," the woman replied, her words labored. "Even when I was unconscious, I heard that it was because of Miss Tian that Xiaoqing's efforts were not in vain. When Xiaoqing mentioned you, I saw the light in her eyes, and I longed to meet you, Miss Tian." Her frail condition rendered every word a struggle, and after speaking, she began to breathe laboriously. Tian Li observed that the woman's lips and nose had begun to bleed, a sight that filled her heart with profound discomfort. "Please do not speak like this. For Su Quan, we have saved many lives." Tian Li softened her voice, aware of the deep bond between Su Quan and her brother. Sharing this sentiment with Su Quan's sister would surely bring her immense joy. Indeed, Xiao Quan has always been a remarkably intelligent child. Although I am his sister, he has cared for me far more. Without him, I would not have endured until now. After expressing these thoughts, the woman gently requested to depart with dignity and, somewhat shyly, asked Tian Li, "Miss Tian, could you assist me in wiping my body and changing into a fresh outfit? I wish to meet Xiao Quan one last time in a respectable manner." "I apologize for the inconvenience." Confronted by the woman before her, Tian Li's heart ached even more. After hearing the woman's final request, she nodded through her tears. The woman's skin was entirely ravaged, leaving no unblemished area. Compelling Tian Li to use a towel to clean her, inch by inch, Tian Li found it exceedingly difficult to proceed, for the woman's body had lost the protective layer of skin, rendering the cleansing process agonizing. Yet, throughout the ordeal, the woman maintained a serene expression. In contrast, Tian Li was tormented by the sight of the blood-stained water in the basin. Despite her utmost care, she felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. After painstakingly washing the woman, she retrieved a floral long dress to drape around her, which elicited a deeper smile from the woman. Although the woman had lost all her hair, Tian Li honored her request by placing a hat upon her head. Once everything was prepared, Tian Li gently assisted the woman to sit up, resting against the headboard. Upon completing these tasks, the woman grasped Tian Li's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Thank you, Miss Tian. You are a good person. May heaven bless you. If only we had met sooner." With a heavy heart, filled with profound regret, Tian Li stepped outside and summoned Su Quan. When Tian Li emerged for the second time, she expressed her utter exhaustion and lack of strength, stating that she could only alleviate her sister's suffering and allow them to part peacefully. Upon hearing this, Su Quan visibly wilted, as if struck dumb by the news. No matter what Tian Li said, he remained dazed, lost in a haze of disbelief. Su Quan, do not act this way. Your sister is still waiting for your farewell. Time is of the essence." Faced with Su Quan's complete disarray, Tian Li resorted to unconventional measures. With a sharp crack, she struck Su Quan on the head. "Your sister is holding on just to exchange a few words with you, to bid you farewell. What are you doing now? Do you wish for her to leave this world with lingering worries?" After this admonition, Su Quan appeared to awaken from his stupor. He raised his head, revealing his tear-streaked face. Observing this, Tian Li sighed deeply, saying nothing more, and allowed Su Quan to enter the woman's bedroom so that the siblings could have a proper farewell in their final moments together. Once he stepped inside, Tian Li remained outside with Wang Qingcheng and Xiao Tian. They all understood that the woman would soon depart from this world, and a long sigh escaped one of them. Silence enveloped the room until Wang Qingcheng, noticing Tian Li's profound distress, enveloped her in his arms and quietly asked, "Does this help ease your pain?" Tian Li rested her head on Wang Qingcheng's shoulder, lowering her voice to softly inquire, "Do you think I am utterly useless?" Su Quan's sister, is truly a remarkable person. If I were stronger, I could have saved her, and she wouldn't have had to die." Hearing Tian Li's voice tinged with self-reproach, Wang Qingcheng felt a dampness on his shoulder and turned to see her tears. At that moment, Tian Li was silently weeping. "That's not true. You have done exceptionally well. You have saved many lives. Yet, we are merely human, not deities, and cannot foresee every eventuality. I believe that both Su Quan and his sister are only grateful to you." After half an hour, the bedroom door opened, and Su Quan emerged, his eyes red. It was unclear what the siblings had discussed, but he appeared considerably more spirited than before. He nodded towards Tian Li, saying, "My sister wishes to speak with you one last time." Tian Li nodded in agreement and stepped through the door once more. Upon her entrance, the woman greeted her with a gentle smile, extending her hand in a welcoming gesture. "Hello, Miss Tian," she began softly. "Words fail to convey the immense gratitude we owe you for your kindness towards my brother and me. Such generosity is beyond what I could ever repay, even if I were to toil as a beast of burden in my next life. However, time is no longer on my side, and in these fleeting moments, I must once again, albeit with some embarrassment, implore you for a few favors." Tian Li nodded sincerely and spoke, "Please go ahead. No matter the matter at hand, I shall endeavor to assist in any way I can." The woman smiled softly before continuing, "My younger brother has always been exceptionally bright, and life has favored him. However, this has rendered his character somewhat fragile. I am concerned that after my departure, he may struggle to cope, which could adversely affect his life. May I beseech you to look after him, especially considering he will be left without any family in this world?" Gazing into the hopeful eyes of the woman before him, Tian Li nodded in agreement. "Su Quan is the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. His vaccine has benefited countless lives. If needed, I shall always regard him as my brother and treat him as my closest friend." Upon hearing Tian Li's assurances, the woman's expression brightened considerably, and she spoke once more. "Miss Tian, I imagine you are quite curious as to why I share this with you." Understanding that the woman wished to offer this knowledge as a final gift of gratitude, Tian Li recognized the significance of the moment. After all, should the woman provide valuable insights, they might uncover another source of contamination, potentially averting numerous tragedies. "I'm a music teacher at the Boy Music Academy, specializing in the violin. In my class, there is a boy named Wen. His parents are quite busy, so I often take him out for meals and allow him to rest in my dormitory." As the woman recounted her story, a look of disbelief crossed her face. This alone would not be remarkable, but one day during our lunch break, I was startled awake by a sharp pain in my arm, only to discover that this child was wielding a fruit knife, intent on harming me. Fortunately, being still a child, he lacked the strength, and I managed to escape the dormitory. "You have been so kind to this child. Why would he act in such a manner?" Tian Li, upon hearing this, felt that the child must harbor some secret. Indeed, why would he act in such a manner? The woman sighed deeply. After such an incident, this one came over, weeping as he apologized, claiming it was unintentional. Yet, in his eyes, there lingered an unsettling aura that made me shiver. "What happened next?" Tian Li inquired, her mind racing to contemplate the subsequent developments of this incident and its connection to the current plight of Su Quan's sister. I had intended to call Wenwen's parents, but my attempts to reach them were futile. Eventually, it was his mother who messaged me, stating that they would impose stricter discipline on the child moving forward. At the time, I thought little of it, merely considering whether the child's parents were excessively preoccupied. Yet, it was only now that I realized the absurdity of it all. Tian Li awaited the speaker to continue. A child inflicting harm upon a teacher. How could parents remain so indifferent in the wake of such an event? Regrettably, I found myself unable to act in time as my wound began to worsen. I visited several hospitals, all of which deemed it a mere stab wound. However, I gradually started to experience a decline in memory, culminating in episodes of fainting. And what of that one? I pondered. Shortly after the incident, he withdrew from school. The woman grasped Tian Li's hand. "Now I understand why I become like this. It is because this is no ordinary wound. Within my body resides the tainted power you speak of, does it not?" Tian Li nodded, fully aware that as Su Quan's sister, she must possess considerable intelligence. It was only natural for her to arrive at such a conclusion. Promise me, if possible, to locate the child named 1-1. In response to the woman's earnest plea before her, Tian Li nodded once more. There must be significant secrets surrounding this child and their parents. Upon learning of this matter, even without such a request, Tian Li would undoubtedly pursue the investigation with unwavering determination. After receiving Tian Li's assurance, the woman smiled, seemingly unburdened, though a look of weariness returned to her face. Finally, the woman bid farewell to Tian Li with a smile. Thank you, Miss Tian. I am quite fatigued and wish to rest. Chapter 51. A days of experiments in accordance with Su Quan's sister's last wishes, the funeral was conducted with utmost discretion, with Tian Li and others remaining by Su Quan's side throughout the proceedings. On the return journey, Su Quan sat silently in the car, her expression tranquil as she gazed out the window without uttering a word. The silence weighed heavily on Tian Li, who felt an overwhelming sense of concern for Su Quan. Recalling her sister's earnest entreaty during her final moments, Tian Li could not shake her unease regarding Su Quan's somber demeanor. The others shared the sentiment of wanting to accompany Su Quan through the evening. Despite the absence of an invitation from Su Quan herself, Tian Li, Wang Qingcheng, and He Xiaotian shamelessly decided to stay. Faced with their concern, Su Quan did not deter their goodwill. That night, noticing Su Quan's prolonged wakefulness, Tian Li understood that her heart must be turbulent. She prepared a cup of warm milk and offered it to Su Quan, urging her to drink. Su Quan gazed at Tian Li's caring gesture, her voice tinged with melancholy as she replied, "It has been so long since anyone has cared for me like this. My sister used to look after me, but since then, there has been no one." Tian Li, hearing Su Quan's despondent tone, gently patted his shoulder. "Your sister's final wish was for you to lead a fulfilling life. You are now an adult and must bear your own responsibilities. Moreover, you have us, and so many friends by your side. No matter what happens, we will always stand by you." Su Quan silently nodded, took a few sips of milk, and as tears began to well up, he hurriedly wiped them away before speaking. "I understand. My sister urged me to ensure the vaccine was developed before she passed. How could I allow myself to succumb to despair?" Upon hearing Su Quan's words, Tian Li felt a surge of pain in her heart, a bittersweet ache for such a remarkable young woman who had endured so much suffering. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she became increasingly preoccupied with the matters Su Quan had mentioned during her final moments. However, Tian Li pondered for a considerable time. Although she was eager to uncover the truth, she could not betray the goodwill of Sister Su Quan. It was evident that Su Quan's sister had chosen to confide in her rather than her own brother at the last moment, likely considering the need for Su Quan to focus on developing the vaccine. Ultimately, Tian Li refrained from voicing her thoughts, harboring her sighs within, and simply advised Su Quan not to let her sister down. After finishing a glass of milk, Su Quan nodded, though her eyes remained puffy. She had begun to regain some semblance of her former self, which alleviated Tian Li's worries. The following morning, several individuals rose early. Upon awakening, Tian Li discovered that Su Quan was already up, tidying the house. Noticing that Tian Li and the others had gotten out of bed, Su Quan pointed towards the kitchen and informed them that she had gone out to buy steam buns and had prepared congee for breakfast. After washing up, they could partake in the meal. Upon hearing Su Quan's arrangements and observing her calm demeanor, a mixture of emotions stirred within them, particularly for Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng, who possessed a deeper understanding of Su Quan. They felt a bittersweet comfort, while He Xiaotian wore a somewhat bewildered expression. These two were acutely aware of the profound bond between Su Quan and her brother. Witnessing Su Quan's revival brought both solace and discomfort to their hearts. After breakfast, a vehicle awaited them downstairs to take them to the laboratory. As they sat in the car, Tian Li noticed that the direction they were headed was not towards the Mr. Sheng Biological Research Institute. She casually remarked on their first encounter, recalling how Su Quan had been on her way to the institute but was halted at the entrance, leading to her meeting with Tian Li and the others. Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of joy for Su Quan, recognizing the immense challenge involved in the vaccine trials, which was far beyond the capacity of any single individual. With external support now in place, how could they not rejoice for Su Quan? Su Quan enthusiastically shared the latest progress on the vaccine with Tian Li and the others, displaying remarkable professionalism. Tian Li could discern that Su Quan had devoted her entire heart and soul to this endeavor, and she felt a profound admiration for her determination. After Su Quan's presentation, Tian Li and the others could not help but applaud her exemplary work ethic. The actions of Tian Li and others rendered Su Quan somewhat unaccustomed. He tilted his head slightly, smiled, and a hint of a bashful blush crept onto his face. While the intricacies of vaccine research elude our comprehension, we stand ready to assist you, Xiao Quan, in whatever capacity you require, without hesitation or reluctance from Tian Li, who speaks on behalf of us all. In truth, both Tian Li and Su Quan are aware that Su Quan's previous pursuit of vaccine research was motivated by his desire to aid his sister, who has since passed away. To perpetuate the advancement of this vital research, the extraction of new contaminated experimental subjects is essential, with Tian Li primarily tasked with providing the necessary contaminated raw materials. Yet, in the realm of Su Quan's research, a new and delightful surprise has emerged. Tian Li, having obtained He Xiao Tian's consent, disclosed his extraordinary abilities to Su Quan. Upon hearing this, Su Quan expressed curiosity regarding He Xiao Tian's unique powers. In the laboratory, He Xiao Tian removed his gloves, revealing the lips that had formed in the palm of his hand. In just a few days, both Tian Li and He Xiao Tian had witnessed a remarkable evolution. The mouth had come closer to resembling a true set of lips, and some even noticed emerging teeth within this unusual formation. The sight provoked an overwhelming sense of disbelief and astonishment. Tian Li felt as if, in the next moment, her lips would speak of their own volition. He Xiao Tian, however, took a moment to introspect, then shook his head, expressing that he felt nothing, even less than the reaction he had when Xiao Tianjie had offered him those peculiar delicacies before. Hearing He Xiao Tian's words piqued Su Quan's curiosity. He inquired eagerly of the two, "What kind of food are you referring to? Could you elaborate?" Tian Li, accompanied by He Xiao Tian, initially sought to discern whether Su Quan could propose any valuable insights or directly resolve their predicament. Upon hearing Su Quan's inquiry, there was little to conceal. Thus, Tian Li recounted the experiment conducted previously to ascertain the effects of He Xiaoyan's extraordinary ability. After consuming the mud that Sister Xiaotian fed me, both my mouth and arm became swollen, tingling with a peculiar sensation, He Xiaotian added. In that moment, the integrity and size of my mouth were incomparable to its current state. We have come to seek your assistance, hoping you might have a solution. After listening attentively to their detailed account of the events, Su Quan pondered briefly before offering a suggestion. What if we consider administering a vaccine to Xiaotian? Originally, this vaccine was developed to inhibit the proliferation of pollutants within the human body. We could initially dilute the vaccine for application. Tian Li listened to Su Quan's suggestion and nodded in agreement, contemplating that the approach appeared quite feasible. Observing Tian Li's positive reaction, He Xiaotian also felt it was worth a try. Currently, they had yet to grasp the nuances of this extraordinary ability, rendering their efforts somewhat futile. However, He Xiaotian was indeed quite apprehensive about the significant growth of her own vocal capabilities. Before long, Su Quan had prepared everything meticulously. As He Xiaotian lay upon the operating table, watching Su Quan grasp the syringe filled with the vaccine, a sudden wave of fear washed over her. Noticing He Xiaotian's evident anxiety at the last moment, the others expressed their understanding. Tian Li assured He Xiaotian, "Rest assured, the vaccine used to treat the villagers of Songping village was merely the initial version. The current formulation is significantly safer than it was back then. I will remain vigilant regarding your condition, so you can relax." Upon hearing Tian Li's reassurance, He Xiaotian nodded and made a concerted effort to ease the tension that had gripped her body due to anxiety. The vaccine was administered. 1 minute, then 2. Yet there was no reaction. Tian Li observed the medical instruments surrounding her, all operating smoothly. Even the extra mouth on He Xiaoyan's palm remained silently closed, showing no sign of reaction. Was this futile? Seeing such a situation, Tian Li couldn't help but murmur to herself. The last time she treated those villagers. The moment the vaccine was administered, The victims' bodies reacted immediately. Now, there was absolutely no response. In truth, Tian Li had not disclosed the entire truth to Tian. The concentration of toxins within his body was significantly higher than that of other victims, so how could there be no reaction? Finally, Tian Li could no longer contain herself. Su Quan had also been closely monitoring Tian's movements. Upon hearing Tian Li's mildly astonished inquiry, she instinctively turned her gaze towards the surrounding instruments. The heart rate was steady, while within normal limits. After hearing Su Quan's words, Tian Li's astonishment deepened. She closed her eyes and, unable to restrain herself any longer, activated her special ability. Through repeated training, she could now envelop Tian's body with fine threads in mere seconds. As Tian Li's thoughts surged, the threads began to weave around him. Tian Li, as she delved deeper with the fine thread, finally glimpsed the interior of Tian's body. This revelation left her momentarily bewildered. Contrary to her expectations, which had anticipated a struggle between two distinct forces within Tian, the reality was strikingly different. The contaminating force from the vaccine had diminished to such an extent that Tian Li's extraordinary abilities could scarcely detect it. Meanwhile, the remaining trace of this contamination was rapidly being consumed by the innate forces within Tian's body. To Tian Li's astonishment, it appeared that these internal forces not only devoured the vaccine's contaminants but also sensed Tian Li's power. Remarkably, a portion of Tian's energy began to encroach upon Tian Li's own strength. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Li felt a sense of reassurance. The awakening of her extraordinary abilities while Tian remained conscious indicated a harmonious coexistence between him and this aspect of his powers. As Tian Li had anticipated, Tian's vital signs were stable, and there were no signs of erosion among his internal organs. The lively state of energy within him clearly suggested that he was not in any peril. The two of them turned their gaze towards Tian, and after observing him, a profound silence enveloped them. Tian lay on the operating table, breathing steadily, his complexion rosy, as if he were merely in a deep slumber. Sister Tian, do you feel that Tian's complexion has improved slightly since before? Su Quan inquired tentatively after a careful observation. Tian Li also perceived this situation. It seemed to be the case. However, contemplating the possibility that Tian might be experiencing such circumstances, it is quite plausible that it is due to having received the vaccine, which has led to an air of dubious silence. Perhaps one might consider adjusting the dosage to a slightly more concentrated level and trying again. Tian Li offered a suggestion. For the average person, Tian Li's advice seemed utterly unreliable. However, upon observing Tian's condition, the two individuals deemed this approach feasible. Consequently, Tian received the second injection. The extraordinary ability of Tian Li was once again unleashed, and she fell silent. This time, as her powers manifested earlier than before, she witnessed, in its entirety, the sheer ferocity of the force dwelling within Tian. This was a stark contrast to the initial injection administered to the villagers of Matsunabu, where the vaccine and the villagers' inner energies clashed, contaminating and devouring one another. Tian Li even felt that the contaminants within the vaccine were being delivered directly to Tian during the meal service. Why do I harbor such thoughts? After witnessing the brutal process of how Tian's body absorbed the contaminants from the vaccine, even with some mental preparation, Tian Li's mind began to drift into a haze. Sister Tian, what is wrong? Did the second dose of the vaccine prove too potent? Tian Li pour cette herdips. Contemplating that if she were to convey the situation she had witnessed to Su Quan, it might evoke even greater doubt in Su Quan's heart than in her own. I believe it is of no consequence. We merely need to await Tian's awakening, she mused. Indeed, before long, the two could distinctly hear the sound of Tian snoring. Has he truly fallen into a deep slumber? Su Quan expressed her incredulity. Tian Li recounted to Su Quan the two instances she had witnessed, and after relishing the incredulous expression that adorned Su Quan's face, she beheld that same look of astonishment once more. Although she too found the circumstances quite surreal, she nodded in agreement. It was only at the end that Tian Li hesitantly expressed her belief that she had discerned what Tian's extraordinary ability might be. Chapter 52. The new card. Upon hearing Tian Li's words, the spirits of the others were immediately lifted. Tian Li is currently the most authoritative figure here. She claims to have a certain understanding of Yearns' extraordinary abilities, which indicates her familiarity with them. Su Quan, in particular, expressed great curiosity regarding the nature of Yearns' powers. As the leader of the vaccine initiative, he is particularly intrigued by the markedly different reactions observed in Tian following 2 vaccinations, which are entirely distinct from those of an ordinary person. In a way, this is indeed related to the concept of indulgence in food. Tian Li mused that describing it as a gluttonous feast would be an apt metaphor. Upon hearing her words, several individuals around her echoed the term, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and perplexity. Tian Li was acutely aware that uttering this term would undoubtedly provoke a vigorous reaction from others. Thus, she elaborated on her deductions regarding Yearns' extraordinary abilities. On 2 occasions, I observed that the vaccine, once administered, was consumed by Yearns' powers. It seems that his physical and mental state has significantly improved, as his abilities allow him to devour other powers. So, it is as such. However, little Li, did you not mention that these abilities are merely manifestations of contaminated forces? When such contaminated forces collide, they inevitably erode one another. Consequently, one could argue that Yearns' powers merely represent the residual traces of predominant contaminated forces. Upon hearing Tian Li's exposition, Wang Qingcheng found himself perplexed and took the initiative to inquire further. Tian Li spoke softly, continuing to explain. Indeed, almost all forms of pollution possess the inherent issue of mutual erosion upon contact. However, due to the extreme instability of these pollutants, the process essentially becomes one of mutual consumption. Yet, after Yearns' unique ability transforms the power of the vaccine, it can fully integrate into his being and provide strength to the host, which is indeed quite extraordinary. Following Tian Li's elucidation, everyone clearly grasped the concept, and several individuals expressed their delight at Yearns' remarkable abilities. Subsequently, Tian Li conveyed to Su Quan, I believe that with Tian, the scope of your vaccine research can be broadened, allowing him to actively contribute. Initially, Su Quan entertained similar thoughts upon hearing Tian Li's words, and now her resolve was further solidified. Ever since my sister's passing, due to emotional turmoil and other reasons, the development of the vaccine had come to a halt for several days. Tian Li, you are right. The best tribute I can offer my sister is to diligently advance the research and development of the vaccine. Several individuals observed that Su Quan was able to regain his composure and rejuvenate his spirit, and they felt genuinely happy for him. At that moment, Su Quan continued, in truth, it is not solely due to my personal circumstances. Ever since my sister's health deteriorated, I have found it exceedingly difficult to engage with other so-called corrupting forces, and the research materials have become exceedingly scarce. Tian Li understood that the forces of pollution have always been perilous, as the vast majority of hosts succumb to becoming mindless pollutants, with only a minuscule chance of coexisting harmoniously with their hosts. Furthermore, as Tian Li was aware, most pollutants, once discovered, are swiftly subjected to eradication, making it exceedingly rare for any to remain intact. Hasn't the higher authority provided you with some raw materials? Tian Li inquired, her brow furrowing as she addressed Su Quan. Logically, given that Su Quan was now a researcher working for the official sector, and with such support at hand, there should not be any issues in the vaccine development. However, since Su Quan mentioned it, Tian Li did not assume he was deceiving her. Su Quan, facing Tian Li, shook his head instinctively. No, the authorities did supply me with several types of materials, yet by the time they arrived, most had already lost their viability. Even the scant few that retained some activity quickly diminished in effectiveness during experimentation. Tian Li nodded, recognizing that these materials had undoubtedly been separated from pollutants. Who would act so absurdly as to deliver pollutants that still retained their abilities to Su Quan? Upon reflecting on the situation, Tian Li expressed a sense of helplessness. If it were I providing the materials, they would undoubtedly be similar. Upon hearing Tian Li's words, Su Quan fell into contemplation, momentarily at a loss for words, merely lowering her head slightly. This minor episode swiftly passed, and ultimately, He Xiaoyan's experiment proceeded smoothly. Upon awakening and learning the basic information about his abilities, He Xiaoyan's initial feelings of dejection transformed into a bright optimism. The name Tao Tai was indeed evocative. Could my abilities also become as formidable in the future? He Xiaoyan trailed closely behind Tian Li, eagerly pressing her for answers. Tian Li understood He Xiaoyan's current feelings, so she did not mind her behavior resembling that of a sticky rice cake. She merely nodded in affirmation. Well, this is already quite impressive. With this ability, you can at least contend with powers one level above yours, and the pollution you absorb will be transformed into your strength. Upon hearing Tian Li's explanation, He Xiaoyan felt even more elated, exclaiming in delight several times. She then touched her own head, a flush of red appearing on her face, her expression betraying a hint of shyness. Sister Xiaoyan, does this mean my power will upgrade? Tian Li listened to He Xiaoyan's words and found the metaphor quite vivid, nodding in affirmation of He Xiaoyan's insight. In the afternoon, Su Quan led Tian Li and He Xiaoyan to his research laboratory, cautiously opening a cabinet that housed various pollutants. He then pointed to 3 distinct test tubes, introducing them to Tian Li. The first, on the far left, contained an object resembling an eye, albeit unlike any ordinary eyeball. This one had transformed entirely into a deep emerald hue, as if enveloped by a thick layer of moss. While Tian Li listened to Su Quan as he introduced the contents of the test tube, she slightly withdrew her card to experience it herself. Is it convenient? Tian Li inquired, tilting her head to seek Su Quan's opinion. Su Quan expressed that it was not an issue, as he too wished to deepen his understanding of the pollution, and Tian Li's actions were, in fact, assisting him. Tian Li drew a card and then carefully examined the state of the pollutants before her. Indeed, as Su Quan had described, the pollutants ahead exhibited extremely low activity, to the extent that one could almost declare them lifeless. However, through Tian Li's probing, she discovered that within the core of these pollutants lay some exceedingly subtle traces of vitality. How cunning, Tian Li mused. In her previous life, everyone understood that pollutants merely transformed or deteriorated, yet true death was a rarity. It is still alive. Upon hearing Tian Li's assertion that the pollutants were, in fact, still living, Su Quan and He Xiaoyan gasped in astonishment. Su Quan, in particular, exclaimed, "This was delivered a week ago. We had already tested it with instruments, and it exhibited almost no activity." Tian Li shrugged her shoulders, sensing that the contaminants before her were alive rather than dead. As for why Su Quan's instruments had failed to detect this, to be honest, Tian Li was equally perplexed. Since they are alive, I have a better approach, she announced to the 2 individuals present. Little sister Tian, what do you have in mind? He Xiaoyan inquired, her excitement palpable. Not long ago, Tian Li had realized that her mastery over her powers had deepened, allowing her to accomplish more. After utilizing her abilities on Su Quan's sister, she inadvertently discovered an enhanced control over her powers. New cards began to manifest in her hands. Unlike the flamboyant and extravagant cards that had first appeared, these new cards were remarkably ordinary, resembling standard playing cards. Yet, as the saying goes, the finest ingredients require the simplest methods. Though seemingly mundane, the emergence of these cards filled Tian Li with elation. Now, she could harness the form of cards to preserve the various abilities she had encountered and wield them at opportune moments. The card she held bore the name Puppet Power Level, D-Provider, Suya Power Description, a puppet on the verge of control, yet for some reason, it has escaped its destined fate. Holding this card would provide a single warning when confronted by the original master of the puppet. After usage, it would vanish automatically. That night, as Tian Li gazed at the card, she found herself unable to sleep, overwhelmed by a mix of joy over her power's advancement and sorrow and anger at the card's implications, especially in light of Suya's words in the forest. However, having promised Suya not to disclose this matter to Su Quan until she had investigated thoroughly, Tian Li kept the secret, even as she faced the curious gazes of those around her. Once more, she approached the greenish orb extending her left hand, closing her eyes, and concentrating her spirit to send her powers as fine threads into the contaminants before her. As her abilities penetrated, the previously concealed force of pollution began a desperate resistance before being absorbed. Observing the reactions of others in the laboratory, they witnessed the color of the moss-covered orb suddenly intensify, becoming visibly vibrant. Xiao Tian was witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time, pointing at the orb-like contaminant, stammering as she directed Su Quan's attention to it. However, the force within the orb was far too feeble compared to Tian Li's current strength. Within minutes, its color dulled to a grayish hue, as if it had lost all vitality. In the laboratory, under the watchful eyes of Su Quan and Xiao Tian, Tian Li opened her eyes and smiled faintly. With a flick of her left hand, she revealed a newly formed card, white with hints of green. Card name: Contaminated Orb Power Level. E-Provider: XXX, Deceased. Description: Staring into this orb may cause the target to forget their subsequent actions for no more than 1 second. Usability: The information displayed on this card was visible to several onlookers. Both Su Quan and Xiao Tian expressed their astonishment at such a power. It can actually work like this. Little sister Tian's abilities are far more practical than mine, Xiao Tian exclaimed, her admiration for Tian Li's powers evident. While her own abilities seemed less impressive in comparison, Tian Li comforted Xiao Tian with a smile, stating that her ability had merely just manifested, while she had already undergone several real combat experiences. Encouraged by Tian Li's words, Xiao Tian regained her spirits. Su Quan, holding a card, was equally astonished. However, he still expressed his confusion towards Tian Li, asking if the eye could still be subjected to further research. Not a problem, she replied, having long anticipated this question. Her use of her ability was not solely to demonstrate the transformation of her powers to Su Quan and Xiao Tian. More importantly, the original material had been revitalized after being catalyzed and absorbed by Tian Li. It should still last for a day, right? A day is sufficient, Su Quan remarked, gazing at the eye before him, with no further demands. Yet, upon learning of Tian Li's extraordinary ability, the other two became increasingly enthusiastic. Su Quan even declared his intention to open all the original material reserves for Tian Li to generate cards. What could Tian Li possibly say? Faced with the two individuals who were eagerly preparing ahead, he could only articulate his forthcoming thoughts. I neglected to mention earlier that I can only retain 2 cards at the moment. Yet, wasn't there only 1 card now? They insisted that he could still select another formidable one, for in the event of future dangers, it could prove useful. The other 2 chimed in unison. I already have my 2nd card. What more could Tian Li express? Although the enhancement of abilities was indeed a splendid development, the fact remained that his quota for cards was already filled. Chapter 53. The Essence of Humanity, following Tian Li's explanation. The others comprehended that he could only possess 2 cards concurrently. Despite the current limitation, the prospect of such extraordinary powers stirred a sense of envy within them. Xiao Tian had always admired Tian Li's abilities since learning of them, and even knowing that his capacity was restricted to 2 cards did not diminish his envy. Observing his vibrant companions, Tian Li felt a sense of satisfaction. The journey ahead was long and arduous, and without a resilient and optimistic mindset, how could one confront the myriad challenges and tribulations of life? Nevertheless, due to the earlier incident that had drawn their attention, Tian Li and Su Quan deliberated and deemed it prudent to inspect all materials in the repository to ascertain whether any deceptive occurrences had transpired. Indeed, after Tian Li's examination, 2 more instances were uncovered. Yet, because his abilities could not absorb them to create cards, these materials were sealed away upon being identified as active. Witnessing the materials that had completely lost their vitality, and realizing that even his scrutiny could not detect the contaminated remnants, Tian Li proposed a suggestion to Su Quan. In the past, these materials had posed a conundrum post-experimentation, as it was uncertain whether they still harbored radioactive contamination, leading to persistent headaches. However, I now have an idea. You could consider having Xiao Tian handle these pollutants after the experiments. Through earlier trials involving Xiao Tian, Tian Li discerned that the uniqueness and dominance of his powers lay in his ability to devour without being affected by the contaminants he consumed. Such abilities were undoubtedly suitable for addressing the issues of these post-experimental raw materials, effectively resolving the complications while intermittently providing sustenance for Xiao Tian. At this juncture, Tian Li and his companions found themselves without pressing matters, leading to a moment of leisure. That morning, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng, unusually unencumbered by plans, arose languidly from their slumber, realizing that it was already late morning. Tian Li sat on the sofa, munching on an apple, while watching Wang Qingcheng finish his morning routine and prepare to head to the kitchen for breakfast. A thought crossed her mind, and she paused her nibbling, casually inquiring, "Having been in gunning for a while now, with the distance being merely 2 days, why not venture out for breakfast today and perhaps do some shopping? It has been ages since I last bought new clothes." Wang Qingcheng, who had always been indulgent towards Tian Li, found her suggestion quite reasonable. Without hesitation, they both changed into appropriate attire and stepped out of the house. Hand in hand, they navigated through the electronic map to a bustling snack street in Gunning. As many were busy preparing for the upcoming new year, the street was alive with a throng of people, creating a lively atmosphere. Observing the sparkle of excitement in Tian Li's eyes amidst the crowd, Wang Qingcheng playfully remarked, "With so many people around, I can't help but feel you seem quite delighted." Indeed, Tian Li felt a sense of joy in witnessing the vibrant life surrounding her, whereas in the past she might have perceived the crowd as overwhelming. Now it merely represented the warmth of human existence. In response to Wang Qingcheng's inquiry, she gradually shared her thoughts, which prompted a surge of compassion in his eyes. Gripping her hand a little tighter, he earnestly declared, "We will strive together. I will always be by your side." Tian Li Nudda. In the past, they had endured numerous hardships and ultimately found solace in each other. Now, they could surely prevail once more. On this street, there was a rice noodle shop bustling with patrons. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and observing the throngs of diners inside, Tian Li eagerly pulled Wang Qingcheng in. After a bit of searching, they managed to find 2 vacant seats in a corner. Just as they settled in, a middle-aged woman approached them, greeting them with warmth. "Good day, what would you like to eat?" Inquiring about the shop's specialties, the woman enthusiastically recommended the beef rice noodles and meat dumplings. Before long, their dishes arrived at the table. Tian Li took a bite, and indeed, the noodles were silky smooth, the broth rich and flavorful, and the dumplings delightfully sticky, truly delectable. After finishing their breakfast, they felt a comforting warmth enveloping them, dispelling the lingering chill from outside. Wang Qingcheng, ever doting on Tian Li, naturally sought her opinion as they stepped outside, eager to know where she would like to wander next. Tian Li gazed at Wang Qingcheng's steady and handsome profile, and suddenly a thought surged within her heart. "Qingcheng, let us go on a date. It seems we have yet to experience a proper and formal outing together." Wang Qingcheng, naturally, had no objections to Tian Li's suggestion, and the two promptly made their way to the cinema. After purchasing popcorn and cola, they selected a prime seat and settled in, awaiting the commencement of the film. At that moment, it was not the weekend. Most people were either at work or school. Hence, even for a highly popular movie, the venue was relatively sparse. Tian Li gazed at the dimly lit scene, where only a handful of individuals lingered, and a subtle smile crept upon her lips. Playfully, she offered a handful of popcorn to Wang Qingcheng, feeding him with a mischievous air. Then, with a hint of affection, she coaxed him into sharing a sip of cola, relishing the moment as the effervescent drink graced her lips directly from his hand, filling her heart with a delightful sweetness. As the film concluded and they stepped out from the shadowy confines of the cinema, Tian Li paused on the steps, embracing the refreshing warmth of the breeze and the azure expanse of the sky adorned with fluffy clouds. Suddenly, in a spontaneous burst of affection, she wrapped her arms around Wang Qingcheng, igniting a warmth that made her ears tingle. Almost instantaneously, a rosy hue crept across her cheeks, and with a bashful nudge, she gently pushed him away, her eyes darting around in a flurry of embarrassment. To her relief, she observed several couples nearby engaged in similarly affectionate displays, which momentarily calmed her racing heart. "Where shall we venture next?" she inquired. "Let us go to the amusement park. I yearn to ride the Ferris wheel, the bumper cars, and the pirate ship, she exclaimed, as she rifled through her memories to recall the last time she visited an amusement park. She realized it must have been over a decade ago, as school had drawn her away from such joys. Very well, let us proceed, Wang Qingcheng replied. Much like the cinema, the amusement park was surprisingly uncrowded that day. After purchasing their tickets, the pair meandered leisurely into the park. Soon, they encountered a middle-aged man selling balloons. Tian Li paused before the vendor, gazing intently at the array of balloons on display, some in a delicate shade of pink, others shaped like tiny stars, each one evoking a sense of charm within her. Before long, Wang Qingcheng completed the transaction, and Tian Li eagerly acquired both types of balloons that captured her heart. With one hand clasped in Wang Qingcheng's and the other clutching her newly purchased treasures, Tian Li felt an overwhelming sense of happiness envelop her. Mommy, is that lady also a little friend? She's holding balloons too. As she strolled along, Tian Li heard a youthful voice. Turning towards the sound, she spotted a young mother accompanied by her own child not far from them. The child was an adorable little girl, perhaps only 2 or 3 years old, with a round face and bright, glistening eyes fixed upon them. Upon noticing their gaze, she flashed a sweet smile, a hint of shyness causing her to retreat behind her mother, leaving only her head peeking timidly from behind, curiously observing the two. The young mother, aware that her daughter's words had been overheard, offered a gentle smile and spoke up in explanation. Just now, my child expressed a desire for such balloons, and I told her that only little friends could buy them. She's already a big girl. It's quite all right. Such a lovely little girl, Tian Li reassured her. Tian Li genuinely appreciated the adorable little girl and took the initiative to offer her a delicate pink balloon. Here you go, dear. This is a little gift from your aunt. The little girl, upon witnessing Tian Li's kindness, timidly stepped out from behind her mother. She glanced at her mother's face and, upon receiving a reassuring nod, extended her hand to accept the balloon. In her sweet, endearing voice, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, beautiful sister." Tian Li felt an immediate surge of joy upon hearing the little girl express her gratitude. It is a delightful experience for any young woman to be called a beautiful sister by such an adorable child. After parting ways with the mother and daughter duo in high spirits, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng decided to embark on the Ferris wheel ride. The Ferris wheel at the amusement park was adorned in vibrant hues, making it a splendid sight. With a sparse crowd present, only Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng occupied a cabin of the wheel. As the Ferris wheel ascended, an expansive panorama unfolded before them. Tian Li excitedly pointed out the grand lake within the amusement park and the towering skyscrapers beyond. When the wheel reached its zenith, she felt as though she could glimpse the entirety of the city of Gunning. At that moment, her eyes widened in surprise as Wang Qingcheng gently embraced her from behind, his warm breath caressing her ear. Qingcheng, Tian Li stammered, her voice trembling with emotion. Overwhelmed by his presence, she felt herself grow weak at the knees. In her perception, Wang Qingcheng had previously been somber, yet now, though he appeared much more cheerful, he remained a poised and reserved young man, seldom revealing such intense emotions. His voice, a gentle whisper in her ear, felt like a tender breeze that directly touched her heart. "Shally, I truly feel very happy right now," he declared. Upon hearing his words, a myriad of emotions welled within Tian Li, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. In the confined space of the Ferris wheel, the two young souls embraced tightly. Their silence spoke volumes, encapsulating all the unuttered sentiments within that single embrace. Stepping off the Ferris wheel, Tian Li flashed a sweet smile at Wang Qingcheng. "When I was in school, I always dreamed of riding a Ferris wheel with my boyfriend. I never imagined it would come true now. It feels truly wonderful." Everything seemed transformed, yet somehow it remained unchanged. According to their plan, the next adventure was to ride the pirate ship. After purchasing their tickets, they waited for the current group to disembark, listening to the excited screams of those on board, which elicited laughter from the spectators below. "Qingcheng, shall we sit at the front of the ship?" Tian Li, usually a bit timid, was suddenly inspired to seek a thrill amidst the exhilarating atmosphere, and she suggested this to Qingcheng. The design of the pirate ship promised the most intense sensations from the highest point at the bow. However, once they boarded and the ride commenced, Tian Li was soon engulfed by a jarring sense of weightlessness. Having never experienced a pirate ship before, she felt her heart race uncomfortably, thumping wildly in her chest. Tian Li's expression suddenly changed. Then, she felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. It was Wang Qingcheng who held her tightly, with her eyes firmly shut. She heard his voice beside her. "Xiao Li, take a deep breath, do not be afraid, and open your eyes." In Chapter 54, Farewell, encouraged by Wang Qingcheng, Tian Li took a few moments to gather her thoughts before finally opening her eyes, just as the pirate ship began its downward plunge. Once again, the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, and Tian Li felt akin to a bird with broken wings thrown into the air. She yearned to close her eyes, to escape from it all, yet instinctively, she overcame that urge. The duration was brief, merely a few seconds. However, after enduring those moments, Tian Li was astonished to discover that her feelings had improved significantly. This newfound joy of perseverance inspired her, and she began to genuinely relish the thrill of the pirate ship ride. When the two of them concluded their adventure and disembarked from the amusement ride, Tian Li was left with a lingering sense of exhilaration. "How is it? Are you all right?" Wang Qingcheng inquired, recalling how pale and trembling she had appeared while on the ride. "It was quite exhilarating. I felt good afterward," Tian Li candidly expressed her thoughts. Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng proactively began preparing the ingredients, and before long, a delightful spread graced the table. A dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a sautéed fresh bamboo shoot, a steamed 8-treasure fish, a fragrant oil-drizzled chicken, and garlic stir-fried lettuce accompanied by rice. The aroma was enchanting, perfectly attuned to my palate. Su Quan, upon glancing at the beautifully arranged dishes, momentarily furrowed her brow, but soon reverted to her previous cheerful demeanor. The four of them gathered around the table, joyfully picking up their chopsticks to commence their dinner. During the meal, the group casually began discussing the events of their day. He Xiao Tian, the youngest among them, was always enveloped in the warmth and care of the others. While savoring a chicken leg, he shared the amusing incidents he had encountered with Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng. "Today, Brother Su treated me to 2 different kinds of delicacies. I felt so stuffed. Were it not for the delectable dinner prepared by Sister Tian and Brother Wang, I certainly would have skipped the meal." Tian Li observed that He Xiao Tian had not touched the rice, and had merely picked at a few dishes. Yet he showed an unmistakable fondness for the oil-drenched chicken she had prepared, realizing that He Xiao Tian was not particularly hungry. Now, upon hearing He Xiao Tian voluntarily recount his experiences of the day, she quietly awaited his words. "Today, after Brother Su completed the experiment, I was given 2 different pollutants to consume. One was a soft, ginger-yellow substance that resembled rubber. It was rather unpalatable, and I felt quite nauseous after eating it. The other was a soft, icy substance that felt akin to eating ice cream," He Xiao Tian explained. Su Quan interjected, elaborating, "Today, we utilized 2 types of pollutants. One targeted deformation, while the other was associated with frost. Ultimately, I had He Xiao Tian sample both. He found the first one rather distasteful, yet he quite enjoyed the latter. Indeed, I could barely stomach the first one. Had it not been for you, Sister Xiao Tian, encouraging me to eat more of that revolting substance, I wouldn't have managed to consume it at all. Are you feeling any discomfort now?" Tian Li inquired. Although she had previously conducted experiments alongside He Xiao Tian, the prospect of consuming 2 pollutants in a single day left her uncertain, prompting her to ask about his condition. Fortunately, the experience wasn't vastly different from consuming ordinary food. Some textures were rather pleasant, while others were quite revolting. He Xiao Tian shyly rubbed his stomach, adding, "I overindulged and now feel quite full. This delectable dinner has left me unable to eat further." After listening to He Xiao Tian's clarification, Tian Li felt reassured. It seemed that, up to this point, he was in good spirits. Remaining at Su Quan's place was a commendable choice for He Xiao Tian. However, once everyone had finished their meal, Su Quan and He Xiao Tian took the initiative to handle the cleanup. After completing the task, the group sat together, sharing laughter and conversation. At that moment, Tian Li decided to speak up. I must temporarily take my leave. I wanted to bid you all farewell in advance." The others were taken aback by her sudden announcement. "Why must you depart? We still need you here," they exclaimed. Even he Xiao Tian, who stood beside her in stunned silence, and Su Quan, who felt compelled to persuade Tian Li to remain, were caught off guard by her decision. Tian Li's departure this time is indeed to trace the clues left by Suya before her passing, seeking information regarding the pollutants that infected Suya. After upgrading her card, the first skill recorded pertains to Suya, and the matter Suya spoke of has left Tian Li in a state of profound unease. After much contemplation, Tian Li feels compelled to investigate as soon as possible. She recalls a particularly notorious and terrifying base, notorious for its reputation, established in the aftermath of calamity. Although it is known as Puppet City, its inhabitants are those whom others would shun, controlled by a figure known as the puppeteer, who manipulates them to the extent that they lose their own consciousness. This thought weighs heavily on Tian Li's mind, urging her to act without delay. However, regarding this objective, she is yet to confide in anyone other than Wang Qingcheng, as it is too perilous, and she does not wish to burden her friends with worry. As for Wang Qingcheng, she initially intended to keep him in the dark, but he knows her too well. Within a short span, he discerned her intentions. "Qingcheng is far too dangerous. If you go, I will only be more concerned for your safety. It truly is too perilous." Tian Li was truly reluctant to let Wang Qingcheng go. She was uncertain about the connection between Wenwen and the puppet master from her previous life. But any hint of danger made her unwilling to let Wang Qingcheng take that risk. "It is precisely because there is danger that I wish to accompany you. An additional person means an increase in strength." Just as Tian Li could not rest easy about Wang Qingcheng, he too felt the same concern for her. "Qingcheng, listen to me. There is no other option. I must share the information regarding the puppet master, and I shall also convey Su Ya's words to you. If when one has even the slightest connection to the puppet master, I cannot allow you to take this risk." With that, she produced her puppet card. Wang Qingcheng stared at the card in silence for a long time. Despite his lack of experience in the apocalyptic world, his instincts as a police officer alerted him to the immense danger it represented. "Xiaoli, your concern for me mirrors my concern for you. If you do not trust me, how can I trust you?" Faced with Wang Qingcheng's resolute stance, Tian Li reluctantly agreed to accompany him. Yet she truly wished to avoid turning their solitary mission into a group endeavor. Although Su Quan sensed Tian Li's impending departure after witnessing the dinner, she remained tight-lipped despite Su Quan and He Xiaoyan's persistent inquiries. Upon hearing of Tian Li's departure, He Xiaoyan's mood soured significantly. "Sister Xiao Tian, I can help you now. Take me with you." On the third day of her preparations to leave, Tian Li received a phone call from Captain Hu early in the morning. 3 days prior, when she had reported the situation regarding the puppet master to Captain Hu, she had requested to actively investigate Wenwen's circumstances. At that time, he had not responded affirmatively and warned her that if Wenwen had any connection to the puppet master, it could be quite perilous. He did not agree to her going alone. In light of Captain Hu's concerns, Tian Li recounted the tragic fate of the innocent citizens of Puppet City from her past life who had become mere puppets for the puppet master. They had evaded the grasp of pollutants, only to be transformed into dolls during hopeful moments. A profound tragedy. After listening to her, even Captain Hu inhaled sharply over the phone. Ultimately, he acquiesced to her request, but insisted that she retrieve a package before her departure. "You might find this useful. If you cannot, get it to Wang Qingcheng. He will know how to handle it." Clearly, Captain Hu aimed to enhance Tian Li's safety. The package was meticulously sealed, and upon opening it, she was astonished to discover a small, silver firearm, accompanied by 6 equally exquisite bullets. Tian Li was taken aback by this revelation, as firearms are strictly regulated items that most people do not possess. It was no wonder Captain Hu had suggested she hand it to Wang Qingcheng if she was unfamiliar with its use. This gun felt distinct from others. Tian Li sensed a familiarity, as if she had encountered it in films or during her previous life. At that moment, Wang Qingcheng also received a call from Captain Hu, who had just briefed him. Hearing Tian Li's confusion, he explained, Captain Hu mentioned that this is a newly developed weapon designed specifically for combating pollutants. It is part of the first batch released, and he specifically requested one for you. The quantity is limited, meant for crucial moments. Tian Li had not anticipated that the current situation transcended mere vaccines. It had evolved from individual actions to a concerted national effort, amplifying its intensity. Even weaponry that did not exist before is now being developed by the state, and research has yielded tangible results. Upon hearing this, Tian Li felt a surge of joy. She picked up the gun, glancing to the left and right, and couldn't shake the feeling that it appeared even more exquisite than before. According to the information provided to Tian Li by Captain Hu, Suya is a teacher at a private elementary school in Guning, located in the western district of the city. Tian Li perused the materials sent over by Captain Hu, gradually furrowing her brow in concern. Suya, after all, was merely an ordinary teacher, possessing a limited scope of knowledge. According to the documents, over the span of 2 years, 5 teachers had resigned from this elementary school. Captain Hu conducted an investigation into these individuals and discovered that, astonishingly, all 5 had vanished without a trace. When Wang Qingcheng heard this information from Tian Li, a look of utter disbelief crossed his face. In a seemingly mundane elementary school, within such a brief period, the disappearance of 5 teachers was an extraordinary occurrence for Guning. The peculiar aspect was that these teachers did not disappear simultaneously. Rather, they had all voluntarily resigned. After their resignations, they were recorded as having left Guning. It was only after departing that they were marked as missing, with no one having seen them since. It was no wonder Wang Qingcheng sighed lightly. If these individuals had chosen to leave on their own accord, aside from their families, few would have been concerned about their whereabouts. Indeed, but now we are aware of what befell Suya. That 500,000 might very well serve as a hush money payment to the school. After reviewing the information provided by Captain Hu, Tian Li felt quite repulsed by the thought of the 500,000. Let's go meet with Wen and the school today. By mid-afternoon, before 3 o'clock, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng arrived at the school where Suya had last worked. This institution operated under a closed management system, prohibiting any exits from the morning the students arrived until the uniform dismissal time in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Tian Li approached the principal directly to express her intentions. The principal was an older man, somewhat portly, with a round face that displayed a look of difficulty upon hearing Tian Li's request. Upon observing the unmistakable expression of panic on the principal's face, Tian Li instinctively sensed that he must be privy to some underlying information. She thus directly confronted the man with her inquiry. Over the past 2 years, several individuals have resigned. Don't you find that peculiar, principal? The principal, extracting a tissue to dab at his neck, managed to regain the affable smile he had worn upon their first meeting, encouragingly responding, "Isn't resignation a rather commonplace occurrence nowadays? Perhaps they found our management too stringent, or maybe the pressure from the students became overwhelming. There are myriad possibilities." Upon hearing the principal's evident attempt to obfuscate the issue, a surge of indignation welled up within Tian Li, prompting her to rise abruptly, her expression transforming into one of grave seriousness. With a resounding clap, she struck her palm against the principal's desk. Chapter 55. The school under the unrelenting gaze of Tian Li. The principal's countenance grew increasingly strained, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. "Ms. Tian, if our teachers possess legitimate reasons for resigning, why would we obstruct the development of Tangjia? Moreover, the individuals you mentioned followed the proper protocol, and once they resign, the school has no authority over their subsequent paths." Despite the principal's explanations, Tian Li remained unconvinced. She was certain he was aware of some undisclosed truths, for such panic and his demeanor spoke volumes. In the span of merely 2 years, 5 teachers had resigned, all from the same class. Doesn't that raise any suspicions for you as the principal? The principal nervously wiped his brow and took a sip of water, his voice trembling as he replied, "In truth, I still regard this as normal. After all, I am merely the principal of the school." Witnessing the principal's ongoing reluctance to reveal any truths, Tian Li felt her patience waning, almost compelled to confront him with fervor. Just as she was on the verge of losing her composure, she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. Turning her head, she found Wang Qingcheng discreetly grasping her arm. Meeting her gaze, Wang Qingcheng offered a reassuring look, exuding an aura of harmlessness that starkly contrasted the intense pressure Tian Li had exerted on the principal. Tian Li observed the man before her, who seemed on the verge of fainting from shock, as he gradually composed himself after Wang Qingcheng's brief remarks. "Greetings, Principal. We trust that you have merely followed the school's procedures in approving the resignations of these teachers. However, we now wish to engage with the student, Wenwen, as mentioned by Suya." Upon hearing Wang Qingcheng's request, the principal's expression reflected a hint of discomfort. Wenwen's class has already been assigned a fixed teacher, which poses a slight dilemma. "I'm uncertain about the subjects in which you both excel: Chinese, mathematics, or perhaps others." Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng exchanged glances. While Tian Li had long been engaged in clerical work, Wang Qingcheng served as a police officer. After a considerable pause, Wang Qingcheng addressed the principal before him, inquiring, "Hello, perhaps I could temporarily take on the role of a physical education teacher? What do you think?" The principal's expression shifted to one of reluctance, yet ultimately he consented. After reviewing the class schedule, both Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng expressed their satisfaction. Upon departing from the principal's office, the two wandered the school grounds, endeavoring to uncover more clues. This primary school, a prominent private institution in Gunny City, had long been renowned. Within the campus, one could occasionally spot parents, accompanied by teachers, assessing the school's environment. Consequently, as they traversed the periphery of the teaching buildings and the playground, their presence did not incite any commotion. Everything appeared remarkably ordinary. During their stroll, it happened to coincide with school hours, resulting in a sparse crowd. After completing a full circuit, they had yet to discern anything amiss. Observing the tranquility of the school, it was hard to fathom that such secrets might be concealed within. Gazing at the flourishing flowers in the garden, Tian Li couldn't help but reflect. Had it not been for the hardships endured in recent years, she would have been a woman easily swayed by sentiment. Wenwen, a student from Class 3, prompted their arrival just before the final bell rang for the last class of the day. Standing outside the classroom, Tian Li peered through the open door. The class was modestly sized, with only 30 or so students engaged in their lesson, leaving her to view only the back of their heads. Despite her efforts to identify Wenwen, she could not discern any recognizable figure. Before she could form a clearer picture, the bell rang, compelling her to abandon her search. As the students trickled out of the classroom, their youthful faces evoked in Tian Li a somewhat cliché yet fitting metaphor. They were indeed the blossoms of the motherland, each brimming with vitality. Wang Qingcheng grasped Tian Li's sentiment, sharing her reluctance to see any so-called puppet master among such innocent children. If only this were a misunderstanding, he sighed inwardly. By this time, most students had vacated the classroom, and the duo noticed a young woman in her 20s standing before the blackboard, organizing her lesson plans. They approached her, and upon entering, Tian Li courteously initiated a greeting. "Hello, teacher. We wish to take a look around." Hearing Tian Li's salutation, the teacher slowly raised her head. At that moment, Tian Li finally perceived the woman's features. Setting aside the question of her appearance, the teacher's expression, devoid of emotion and reminiscent of a puppet, cast an unsettling atmosphere upon Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng. The expressionless teacher regarded them silently, making no move. Tian Li felt an acute sense of awkwardness with Wang Qingcheng, but felt compelled to speak. "Hello, teacher. The principal has asked us to gather information about a student named Li Wenwen. May I inquire your surname, and whether you could share insights regarding this student's current performance?" Upon hearing Tian Li's inquiry, the teacher, still exhibiting a lack of basic emotional response, did not react significantly. With a stiff demeanor, she slowly turned her head and finally uttered the first words exchanged among the three. "Li Wenwen." Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng gazed at their teacher, who was looking towards the entrance of the classroom. A sense of foreboding washed over them, and they simultaneously turned their heads. Indeed, following the teacher's gaze, they spotted a small girl standing at the doorway, her expression fixed upon them. Upon seeing Li Wenwen standing at the entrance, Tian Li felt a shiver run down her spine, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. "Are you Li Wenwen?" Wang Qingcheng was the first to break the silence. He turned to the young girl at the door and offered a simple greeting. The girl was clad in a black and red British-style school uniform, adorned with a pink strawberry hairpin, and her large, round, dark eyes were intently focused on Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng. Tian Li's heart raced with anxiety at the sight. Yet at that moment, Wang Qingcheng unexpectedly remarked to Tian Li, "That expressionless girl is rather unsettling." As these words escaped Wang Qingcheng's lips, Tian Li was left to wonder whether he was genuinely expressing his feelings or simply being oblivious to the atmosphere. Just then, the seemingly unassuming girl broke her silence. "Are you looking for me?" In that instant, Tian Li understood that despite the alarm bells ringing in her mind, she had to confront the situation head-on. "We are looking for Li Wenwen. Are you Li Wenwen?" Upon hearing Tian Li's inquiry, the girl's small canine teeth peeked out as a smile began to form on her lips. "I am Li Wenwen." Tian Li and the girl spoke simultaneously. At that moment, Tian Li realized that, unbeknownst to her, all the students had vanished from the classroom, leaving only the four of them behind. "We wish to inquire why. Within the brief span of 2 years, 5 teachers from this class have resigned, and now they seem to have inexplicably disappeared. Do you know the reason?" Observing the peculiar demeanor and speech of the student before her, Tian Li felt that the individual standing before her and Wang Qingcheng was not a charming girl, but rather a monstrous entity masquerading in human guise. "Why should I concern myself with this? I am merely a student. Must I shoulder such burdens?" Tian Li was nearly driven to exasperation by Li Wenwen's evasive retort. Witnessing Tian Li's reaction, Li Wenwen appeared even more amused, breaking into a fit of giggles. "Why such a strong reaction? Are you truly so easily angered?" After mocking Tian Li, Li Wenwen spoke again. "Those teachers who resigned were the ones who imparted knowledge to you, were they not? Regardless of the circumstances, their sudden disappearance should evoke some concern from you. Such a reaction reveals your cold-heartedness." Tian Li felt a sense of injustice on behalf of those teachers, believing that Li Wenwen lacked even a modicum of ordinary compassion. Upon hearing Tian Li's words, Li Wenwen's already round eyes widened even further. "They never taught you, yet you worry for them and stand up for them. Are you the fabled saint?" As if finding Tian Li's anger insufficiently amusing, Li Wenwen donned an expression of mockery, shaking her head as she continued. "Saints are not to be admired. I despise saints." If it weren't for Wang Qingcheng intervening just in time to restrain Tian Li, she felt she would have lunged forward to deliver a sound beating to Li Wenwen. Shortly thereafter, the commotion in the classroom attracted attention, and within minutes, the principal and several teachers entered. Upon seeing the influx of people, Li Wenwen pouted, casually slung her backpack over her shoulder, and sauntered out of the classroom. After Tian Li and the other two exchanged greetings with the principal and others, they stepped outside. Once they had exited the school and were walking along the street, Tian Li suddenly spoke up. "Qingcheng, have you noticed that many people in this school seem to fear Li Wenwen? It's not just the teachers, her classmates, and even instructors from other classes and the principal appear to be quite intimidated by her. Moreover, I can't shake the feeling that our homeroom teacher has some issues. She gives me the impression of being like a mere puppet." Tian Li shared a similar sentiment. Hearing Wang Qingcheng express the same feeling only intensified her suspicions regarding Li Wenwen. "What if we approach the homeroom teacher?" she suggested. The two of them agreed to begin their inquiry with this teacher. In truth, executing their plan proved to be rather straightforward. According to their investigation, this homeroom teacher had graduated from a normal university only a few years prior. As an unmarried local resident, she continued to live with her parents. After locating the teacher's address, they decided to visit during a time when she was not present. When Tian Li knocked on the door, a middle-aged woman answered, her gaze toward them filled with caution. Tian Li could only produce the credentials she had obtained from team leader who prior to this departure. Upon seeing Tian Li's identification, the woman's expression momentarily flickered, though she still bore an air of reluctance. Nevertheless, she stepped aside, opened the door, and invited the two individuals inside. Once inside, the woman gestured for Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng to take a seat on the sofa and cautiously inquired about their purpose. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Li quickly assessed the woman before her. Her visage appeared haggard, and her demeanor was rife with anxiety and trepidation. Tian Li proceeded to recount the peculiar occurrences at Su Ya's school and inquired, "Your daughter is the homeroom teacher of this class. We wish to discern whether there have been any recent anomalies in her behavior." After all, the previous homeroom teachers have mysteriously vanished, raising concerns that your daughter may find herself in a perilous situation. Upon hearing Tian Li's forthright query, the woman seemed unable to maintain her composure and burst into tears. Through her sobs, she intermittently shared what little information she possessed. Exchanging glances, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng silently acknowledged the gravity of the situation. The woman continued, "I now suspect something has transpired with my daughter. Can you elaborate on the details?" Wiping her tears, the woman nodded and began to confide further. "This has been ongoing for several months. My daughter, Xiao Yu, used to confide in me about everything, but now she refuses to speak with me. When I ask her anything, her gaze is so cold it terrifies me. It sends shivers down my spine. She stares at me directly, causing my heart to race with unease." Observing the tears streaming down Yu's mother, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng momentarily set aside their inquiries to offer her comfort. The profound change in her daughter must have inflicted unbearable torment upon her as a mother. "Madam, for the sake of your daughter, might you consider cooperating with us? If all goes well, perhaps your daughter will return to her former self," Tian Li suggested. The grieving woman ceased her sobbing. Tian Li's words resonated deeply with her. Furthermore, the presentation of Tian Li's credentials had subtly bolstered her trust. "If it means my daughter can recover, I will do anything," Yu's mother replied, her tears drying as her demeanor became more forthright. "All that is needed is for you to establish contact with your daughter." With that, Tian Li began to outline her plan to the other two individuals present in the room. Tian Li's plan was, in fact, rather straightforward. She intended to first approach Wenwen's homeroom teacher to assess Li Wenwen's capabilities and subsequently devise a corresponding strategy based on her abilities. After a considerable wait, the call was finally connected. The speakerphone echoed with a clear voice that reached both Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng's ears. Yu's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a voice synthesized by a computer. "I will be dining in the school cafeteria. There is no need to wait for me," she stated. As if intending to end the call, Yu began to disconnect. In a moment of urgency, Tian Li gestured emphatically to Yu's mother to continue the conversation. Naturally, Yu's mother understood that it was imperative not to allow Yu to terminate the call at that moment and quickly added, "Xiao Yu, today is Mommy's birthday. You have always said you wanted to celebrate it with me. And don't you adore the braised fish I make? Mommy misses you dearly." Perhaps it was the lingering affection Yu held for her mother that prompted her to relent after hearing those words. Although the call was soon ended, Tian Li and the others felt a sense of joy. "Auntie, let us proceed to the next step without delay." However, to their astonishment, Tian Li realized that Yu's mother remained seated there, clutching the disconnected phone, seemingly frozen in place, making no move for quite some time. Tian Li understood that anyone encountering such a situation would undoubtedly find it profoundly unacceptable and heart-wrenching. The fact that this aunt could calm herself and actively seek to rescue her daughter was a testament to her remarkable strength and resilience. Thus, witnessing her current state was merely a reflection of her inability to accept the outcome at that moment. However, as Tian Li stepped forward, she realized that the woman before her was now weeping uncontrollably. "Auntie, what troubles you? Please do not cry." Perhaps due to having lived alone since childhood, Tian Li often felt that expressions of concern from others seemed insipid. Yet, witnessing this woman silently shed tears stirred a deeper sorrow within her than when she first heard her weeping aloud. The woman shook her head vigorously, her heartache rendering her speech fragmented and intermittent. Nevertheless, this did not prevent Tian Li from hearing her utter, "But today is neither my birthday, nor does my Xiao Yu enjoy eating fish." I spoke so deliberately, and yet she remains oblivious. Tian Li was momentarily stunned, finally comprehending the profound anguish experienced by the woman before her. Her own daughter was no longer her daughter. Embracing the woman in front of her, despite having endured numerous trials, Tian Li still harbored an intense loathing for the pollutants and those who disseminated them. Tian Li found herself at a loss for words, clinging tightly to the person in front of her, repeatedly uttering comforting phrases. Even Wang Qingcheng, at this moment, made no further moves, merely observing Tian Li and Yu's mother in silence. After a considerable wait, as Yu's mother's emotions finally began to settle, the group seized the opportunity to prepare. First, Yu's mother swung open the door to her daughter's room, inviting Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng inside. It was a rather ordinary young girl's bedroom, devoid of anything amiss. The entire space was adorned in charming shades of pink, with two plush bear toys resting at the head of the bed. Yu's mother gestured toward the room, saying to Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng, "This is Yu's bedroom. She usually tidies it herself. If it aids us in our forthcoming actions, feel free to take a look inside." Upon entering, Tian Li immediately sensed a warmth in her palms, a response from her unique ability to perceive the powers of others. Noticing Wang Qingcheng approaching with a questioning expression, Tian Li nodded in acknowledgement. She then scrutinized various objects that Yu frequently interacted with, discovering that these items were indeed tainted with a certain degree of contaminating particles. After observing sufficiently, Tian Li directly addressed Yu's mother, who evidently cared deeply for her daughter. Upon hearing Tian Li's inquiry, she responded without hesitation. Compared to the past, her appetite had diminished significantly. Previously, she relished indulging in food and often expressed her desire to lose weight. Now, she consumed merely a morsel each day, hardly more than what a cat would eat. Upon hearing this, Tian Li comprehended that Yu had now become a mere puppet of Li Wenwen. Although the extent of the corruption remained unclear, it was evident that becoming a marionette entailed a loss of basic desires, such as the appetite. Eating had devolved into a mere necessity for survival, a means to provide energy for the body, which naturally resulted in a diminished consumption of food. After reflecting on this, the three individuals commenced their preparations. According to Tian Li's understanding of the schedule, the school did not impose any evening study sessions on the students. After all, the curriculum for elementary students didn't necessitate excessive strain. Consequently, aside from the supervising teachers, Yu could return home by 6 o'clock. Indeed, shortly after the clock struck 6, a series of methodical footsteps resonated outside the door. With a soft click, the door swung open, and Yu stepped inside. The mechanical aura surrounding her became even more pronounced. Whether it was Yu's unchanging expression or her impeccably precise movements, akin to a toy, every step she took sent a shiver down Tian Li's spine. Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng had been stationed at the entrance, waiting patiently. Once Yu entered, they swiftly moved to seal the door tightly behind her. Had Yu been a typical individual, she would undoubtedly have noticed their actions and reacted accordingly. Alas, as they were positioned with their backs to her, she remained oblivious, seated quietly on the sofa, motionless. In a sudden outburst, Tian Li called out to Yu's mother, who was in the kitchen, urging her to shut the door. This prompted Yu to rise abruptly, her expression transforming into one of fierce intensity, as Tian Li charged towards both Yu and Wang Qingcheng. Although Yu's mother harbored deep concern for her daughter, she complied with Tian Li's urgent request and closed the kitchen door. Thus, in the living room, only Tian Li, Wang Qingcheng, and Yu remained. As Yu turned to face them, the three of them finally stood face to face. Tian Li observed as Yu's expression transformed into a grotesque mask of malice, a stark contrast to the previously serene visage of the young girl. This sudden display of malevolence left both Tian Li and her companion momentarily disconcerted. At that moment, Yu scanned her surroundings, fully comprehending that her current reaction dictated that unless she subdued the two in front of her, they would remain trapped within the confines of this house. "I encountered you today. You are here searching for Li Wenwen." Yu's voice emerged, utterly devoid of the gentle timbre one would expect from a girl of her age, raspy, deep, and fragmented, laced with an unsettling brokenness. "We have come in search of you," Tian Li replied, seeking to gauge the situation further, her tone mirroring Yu's, yet refraining from immediate aggression. "You shall perish here. I will slay you," Yu proclaimed, her voice devoid of any inflection. Before Tian Li could react, Yu lunged forward, her fist raised in a swift and aggressive assault. From the moment Yu entered the room, Tian Li had been quietly on guard. Thus, when she witnessed Yu charging at her, there was no sense of surprise. She was well prepared. Moreover, she had the unwavering support of Wang Qingcheng by her side. When Wang Qingcheng observed Yu launching an unprovoked attack on Tian Li, He displayed no astonishment and skillfully countered Yu Yue's advance. Yu Yue's movements appeared notably unfocused, and her physical coordination was severely lacking. Logically, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng should have been able to deflect her efforts with ease, and indeed, they found it quite simple to subdue Yu Yue. However, Yu Yue fought with reckless abandon. Unlike a typical brawl, where there is a balance of offense and defense, her onslaught was devoid of any defensive strategy. Although her attacks lacked finesse and her strength seemed minimal, she persisted relentlessly in her aggression. This unorthodox approach inadvertently created a stalemate among the three of them. Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng both understood that Yu Yu was also a victim, although neither of them wished to cause her harm. Thus, the three of them found themselves in a stalemate in the living room for 2 or 3 minutes. Qingcheng, knock her out. Suddenly, Tian Li shouted, and in an instant, the two exchanged a swift glance, then advanced towards Yu Yu in a flanking maneuver. Tian Li assumed an aggressive stance to the left of Yu Yu, successfully diverting her attention. Meanwhile, on the right, Wang Qing executed a swift chop, aiming directly at the nape of Yu Yu's neck. With a forceful strike, Yu Yu finally collapsed to the ground. Tian Li gasped for breath as Yu Yu's mother rushed out of the kitchen, cradling Yu Yu in her arms, her face etched with sorrow. "Quick, let us place Yu Yu on her bed in the bedroom," Tian Li instructed, placing her palm gently upon Yu Yu's forehead. As her abilities manifested, delicate threads of energy flowed from her brow into Yu Yu's body. Tian Li regrettably, and an overwhelming surge of anger began to swell within her. From Tian Li's perspective, Yu Yu's body had essentially become a mere shell. In her perception, the vitality within Yu Yu's body and mind had grown exceedingly faint, overshadowed by the multitude of external pollutants that tightly ensnared both her brain and body like a noose. "Auntie, if you trust me, I wish to intervene and save Yu Yu." At this moment, Tian Li's complexion appeared quite unsightly. Observing the grave and solemn expression on Tian Li's face, Yu Yu's mother could no longer restrain herself and finally inquired. Tian Li let out a resigned sigh. Perhaps it was the unseen protection of Suya. Had Suya not revealed this matter to Tian Li on her deathbed, she would not have found herself here at this moment. If only there had been a slight delay. "Aunt, I will do my utmost," Tian Li said, unable to make any guarantees. Though her heart was brimming with anger, she compelled herself to remain composed in light of the tasks ahead. Chapter 57. Teacher Yu Yu. This treatment process proved to be longer and more arduous than any Tian Li had previously encountered. Yu Yu's body seemed on the verge of being completely drained as the polluted particles infiltrated her brain, demanding an immense amount of Tian Li's energy to address each affected area. Initially, Yu struggled violently, leaving Tian Li no choice but to focus intently on the cleansing, while relying on Yu Yu's mother and Wang Qingcheng to help restrain her. At the onset of the treatment, Tian Li felt an incessant tension, her heart in a state of perpetual unease. The quantity of pollutants within Yu Yu was not only vast, but also alive, exhibiting high levels of activity, evading capture and retaliating. As Tian Li concentrated on harnessing her abilities to extract the contaminants, Yu Yu's body began to convulse severely, accompanied by piercing cries of distress. In summary, had Tian Li not already undertaken significant preparatory work and gained a degree of experience, she might have doubted her current actions. What surprised her was that, despite her own body trembling, Yu Yu's mother steadfastly clenched her teeth and displayed no signs of faltering, dutifully adhering to Tian Li's instructions. Given that the focal point of the crisis lay in the brain, Tian Li had to dedicate most of her abilities to safeguarding Yu Yu's physical integrity during the cleansing process. Consequently, the amount of power available for absorption diminished, prolonging the duration of the task. At this moment, Tian Li's efforts felt akin to sifting through sand for sesame seeds. While the distinction appeared clear, the reality of the labor was known only to those who engaged in it. Tian Li originally needed to concentrate intensely, and as time passed, she began to feel the strain of her focus depleting. This was manifested physically, as she appeared somewhat unsteady and wobbly. "Ms. Tian, perhaps you should take a moment to rest," suggested Yu's mother, who, despite her deep concern for her daughter, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Tian Li upon seeing her pale complexion and precarious demeanor. She immediately urged Tian Li to take a breather. At this moment, Tian Li also sensed the discomfort that surged forth after the depletion of energy. The sensations of nausea, dizziness, and overall fatigue were truly unpleasant. Tian Li paused naturally, wiping the sweat from her forehead before sitting down to accept the tea that Yu's mother had offered. She took small sips, savoring each one. "Is it all right for you like this, Miss Tian? It's not that I doubt you, but I notice that Yu seems to be in considerable distress." Watching her daughter lying there, a mother's heart is inevitably filled with worry and anxiety, emotions that are plainly etched upon her face. The water she drank was warm, just the way Tian Li liked it. Tian Li cradled the cup of water in her hands, observing the delicate tea leaves unfurling gracefully within the liquid. A charming sight indeed. In this brief interlude, she found herself at peace, her spirits considerably lifted. "It is quite normal," she reassured, "for such reactions to occur. Prolonged treatment often brings discomfort." With a few succinct words, Tian Li elucidated the reasons behind Yu's pronounced reactions to her mother. After sipping a few gulps of water to regain her composure, Tian Li resumed her treatment for Yu. Following a period of exhausting her abilities, she took a moment to rest before continuing her efforts, persisting until the midnight hour. During this time, Wang Qingcheng and Yu's mother remained by her side, ensuring that Yu's physical struggles did not disrupt the treatment. As the night wore on, the trio steadfastly endured until, at last, the previously unresponsive Yu stirred. The poor girl, still in a haze, barely opened her eyes, yet before she could register the presence of others in her room, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. Stumbling, she fell from her bed and hurried toward the bathroom. Soon, the trio heard the unmistakable sounds of retching and the flush of the toilet emanating from the restroom. Yu's mother, who had been anxious during her daughter's earlier struggles, felt an even greater surge of concern upon witnessing her daughter's current state. At this moment, Tian Li's mood improved significantly due to the successful completion of Yu's preliminary treatment. The fact that she was able to awaken rather than remain in a perpetual state of unconsciousness is a testament to the efficacy of Tian Li's intervention. "It is entirely reasonable. I had merely expelled some impurities from Yu's body, and her awakening signifies substantial progress. Currently, her reactions likely indicate that her body is undergoing further cleansing, which should be considered a positive development. Once Yu has sufficiently recovered from her bout of nausea, we shall converse with her once again." Tian Li conveyed to Yu's mother the details surrounding Yu's awakening. After listening to Tian Li's explanation, Yu's mother clasped her hands together, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. Evidently, her spirits had lifted significantly compared to earlier. After a prolonged bout of nausea in the restroom, Yu emerged, dragging her weary feet and leaning against the wall, inching her way forward step by step. Tian Li had long instructed Yu's mother to prepare a glass of water infused with vinegar. Upon seeing Tian Li emerge from the restroom, she handed the glass to Yu, urging her to drink. After consuming the concoction, Yu seemed to exhibit a notable transformation in her demeanor, accepting the glass with a fleeting glance before drinking it down without hesitation. However, once she finished, Tian Li's expression shifted. Her eyes clouded with uncertainty as she cast a glance at Tian Li and the others, only to rush back inside, accompanied by the sound of her grumbling stomach. At that moment, Yu sat on the sofa, feeling as if she had been thoroughly exhausted, her vitality nearly depleted. She spoke in a fragmented manner. "Mom, what is happening to me? I feel so tired, my head is spinning, and it's as if I'm caught in a dream, devoid of any strength." "Yu, my dear child, you have finally returned to us," her mother replied, relieved to hear her daughter speak once more, contrasting the cold demeanor she had displayed in the preceding months. A weight lifted from her heart. Yu's mother, eager to explain, found herself at a loss for words and turned to Tian Li for assistance. "Hello, Teacher Yu, I am Tian Li. I am a few years your senior, and if you do not mind, you may call me Sister Tian. The former you was lost in a dream, but now you have awakened." Yu touched her head, signaling her confusion about the bewildering circumstances surrounding her. Tian Li was precisely seeking assistance from Teacher Yu. In Tian Li's perception, since Teacher Yu had become a victim of the pollution forces, she possessed the right to be informed about such matters. Before Tian Li prepared to divulge this series of events to Teacher Yu, she posed a question. Teacher Yu, do you know Teacher Suya? Upon hearing Suya's name, Teacher Yu's expression brightened noticeably. The weariness that had clouded her face from enduring so much turmoil was instantly replaced by a warm and comforting smile. Of course, Sister Tian, she replied. Teacher Suya was the homeroom teacher of Class 3. She is a wonderful person who always took great care of me. However, I later heard she resigned, and we lost contact. It was also due to her resignation that the school appointed me as the homeroom teacher of Class 3. I previously only taught Chinese to that class. As Tian Li spoke, she meticulously observed the expression of the young girl before her. Noticing the sincerity in her gaze and the fluidity of her tone, it was evident that the girl genuinely harbored fond feelings for Suya rather than resorting to deception. Suya had passed away just days ago, and they had attended her funeral. Moreover, she had endured nearly half a year of torment prior to her demise. Upon hearing Tian Li's words, Yu was clearly taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? Suya, such a wonderful person, had always maintained robust health. How could she have suddenly fallen ill and died? Tian Li gazed at the young girl ahead, a wave of melancholy washing over her. She could hardly believe the events unfolding around Suya and continued to speak. Tian Li recounted to Yu all the peculiar occurrences involving Suya and the school. After listening, Yu's face drained of all color. She murmured repeatedly, how could this be? I believe they left voluntarily for their own reasons. Tian Li spread her hands, expressing a shared sentiment. However, the current outcome reveals that these 5 teachers have mysteriously vanished after resigning. What could possibly cause these living individuals to disappear from society? It is truly terrifying to realize that I am employed in such a dreadful environment. Upon hearing Tian Li's explanation, Teacher Yu felt an overwhelming sense of dismay. Tian Li grasped Yu's trembling hand, hoping to convey her courage and concern through their touch, reaching deep into Yu's heart. The young girl before her appeared exceedingly fragile, yet, in reality, Yu was merely in her second year after leaving school. Yu, are you willing to seek justice for yourself, for those who have treated you kindly, and for the innocent? We truly need your help now. At that moment, Yu's hands had ceased to tremble, but her complexion remained pallid. The words spoken by Tian Li filled her with an overwhelming sense of fear and panic. However, after a moment of introspection, despite still feeling terrified, so much so that she wished never to return to school, Yu endeavored to conquer her emotions and contribute in whatever way she could, particularly after realizing that she had become akin to a mere puppet over the past 6 months. Even the gentlest of souls like Yu felt a surge of anger within her, especially upon seeing her mother's tear-filled gaze fixed upon her. Finally reunited, the mother and daughter embraced each other, laughing and crying in a heartfelt reunion. By the time Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng exited Yu's home, dawn was nearly upon them, and the streets were nearly deserted as they slowly made their way back to their residence. Tian Li, in an exceptionally good mood, couldn't help but softly hum a tune. Beside her, Wang Qingcheng grasped her hand. The weather gradually warmed, mirroring the joy that blossomed in Tian Li's heart at that moment. Upon their return, the two did not find respite despite a sleepless night. After a hurried wash, they proceeded directly to school. Upon their arrival at the entrance, Teacher Yu awaited them, calling out to Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng as they approached the school gate. Li Wenwen's family car had already entered, and Teacher Yu now recognized that Li Wenwen was no ordinary child. Tian Li nodded and earnestly urged Teacher Yu to prioritize her safety. Despite receiving repeated assurances from the latter, a sense of unease lingered within her. After all, Yu was merely an ordinary person, and in the face of such a bizarre and frequently harmful force, Tian Li, after much contemplation, handed over an object resembling a card. Take this. If it begins to emit heat, you must seek my help immediately. Do not ever be alone with Li Wenwen. Yu, not wishing to be polite, accepted the card and tucked it into her pocket, expressing her gratitude profusely. Following this brief encounter, the group proceeded to enter the school as planned. Chapter 58. The truth upon entering the classroom, You noticed that half of the seats were already occupied by students. As she approached the podium, she observed the pupils either engrossed in their books or resting their heads on their desks in slumber. It appeared to be an ordinary day, with everything unchanged from the mornings of yesterday or any other day, although the school did not schedule evening study sessions for elementary students. It was strict about the morning hours, prompting students to arrive early. Yu Yu's gaze shifted to Li Wenwen's seat, which was situated in a rather inconspicuous corner at the back of the classroom. If Yu Yu had not specifically looked for it, she would have easily overlooked it. The absence of Li Wenwen caused a pang of anxiety to surge within Yu Yu upon learning of Li Wenwen's actions. The little girl she once perceived as needing love and care due to parental neglect had transformed into a monstrous entity donning a human facade. Why had Li Wenwen not yet arrived at the classroom? Was it possible that she had discovered something? Such thoughts inevitably crossed Yu Yu's mind as she felt a tremor coursing through her body. Just then, a soft voice broke the silence beside her. "Teacher Yu?" Upon hearing the voice, Yu Yu turned towards its source. With a high ponytail and an endearing face, it was none other than Li Wenwen. To her astonishment, standing next to Li Wenwen, smiling warmly, was none other than Tian Li. In the morning, after parting ways with Yu Yu, Tian Li went directly to the principal's office. During their initial visit to the principal, the latter appeared hesitant and visibly anxious, suggesting an awareness of the gravity of the situation. As they approached the door, the sounds of a struggle could be heard emanating from within, penetrating through the closed entrance. Tian Li hastened her steps, relieved to find the door slightly ajar. With a gentle push, it swung open, revealing a scene that unfolded before her eyes. A young girl was fiercely attacking a middle-aged man. Coincidentally, the girl was Li Wenwen, and the man was the principal. It would be inaccurate to claim that Li Wenwen was solely responsible for the assault. From Tian Li's perspective, the principal also possessed the capacity to resist. Raising an eyebrow, she opted to observe the peculiar confrontation before intervening. The combat style of the two was rather unique. Unlike typical fights, the girl displayed agility, yet her strength was evidently limited, causing only minor harm to the man. Conversely, the man appeared significantly weaker, gradually succumbing to fatigue as he gasped for breath, his demeanor shifting to one of exasperation. "You little beast, how dare you defy me? Once I capture you, I shall turn you into a puppet. None of your family or friends will escape." Upon hearing these words, Li Wenwen remained silent, intensifying her blows. Each punch resonated, eliciting desperate cries from the principal. At that moment, Tian Li could no longer stand by. She stepped inside, leaning casually against the doorframe, observing the altercation with a relaxed demeanor. Both individuals noticed her presence. The usually impassive Li Wenwen paused momentarily as she raised her fist, but then continued to rain down punches upon the principal. Strangely, Tian Li felt as though the speed of Li Wenwen's strikes quickened upon seeing her. In stark contrast, the principal's face lit up with sheer joy upon noticing Tian Li. "Miss Tian, please save me. Help!" As it became evident that Li Wenwen was on the verge of inflicting serious harm upon the principal, Tian Li stepped forward and gently pulled the girl away. Smiling as she spoke, "All right, that's enough. If you continue, you might actually kill him. Do you intend to take his life?" Upon hearing Tian Li's words, Li Wenwen finally lifted her gaze to meet hers, ceasing her assault. With utmost seriousness, she replied, "You must not interfere. This man is not a good person." Tian Li sighed. In truth, she was reluctant to involve herself with these two individuals. In her heart, she believed that if they could resolve their issues internally, it would be for the best. However, she had witnessed the situation unfold, and since she had seen it, she could not turn a blind eye. Well, whatever grievances there may be could be addressed later. Right now, if you continue, you might just kill him. Unexpectedly, Li Wenwen, who had appeared to be a rather silent and sullen girl, suddenly became animated, shouting fervently, "I want to kill him. I want to kill him. He has harmed so many people." At that moment, Tian Li had already raised her left hand, but upon hearing Li Wenwen's outburst, her latent abilities came to an abrupt halt. Tian Li grasped Li Wenwen's hand and inquired, "What did you mean by what you just said?" At that moment, Tian Li's countenance was undoubtedly grave, causing the young girl to instinctively shrink back. Then, This previously silent girl, devoid of expression, suddenly burst into tears. He harmed Wen. He harmed so many teachers. He harmed teacher Yu. Woman wants to kill this person. The principal, who had been lying on the ground, became exceedingly agitated upon hearing the girl's words, vehemently retorting, "You are speaking nonsense. You are nothing but a little monster." A disingenuous smile crept onto his face as he turned to Tian Li. Tian Li is currently reluctant to discern who the true culprit is. However, regardless of the circumstances, time is indeed of the essence, and there is simply no opportunity to spare. Tian Li commenced the activation of her extraordinary abilities, and slender filaments began to infiltrate the bodies of the two individuals. Upon witnessing Tian Li unleash her powers, both the principal and Li Wenwen's expressions underwent a dramatic transformation. Tian Li observed the movements of the two individuals and realized that they both could perceive her extraordinary abilities, indicating that they too had awakened their own powers. However, their subsequent reactions diverged significantly. The young girl, Li Wenwen, after a moment of astonishment, readily accepted Tian Li's powers, allowing the delicate strands to seamlessly enter her being. In stark contrast, the principal exhibited an intensely agitated response, rolling on the ground in apparent resistance, accompanied by piercing screams that echoed his distress. "You are a monster. I refuse. I refuse to endure this." Faced with such a predicament, Tian Li was reluctant to squander time. She concentrated and transformed her latent magical energy into the only card she carried. With a swift motion, she hurled the card towards the principal. It sailed through the air, striking him as he continued to writhe on the floor. In an instant, his body became completely immobilized, and seizing this opportunity, Tian Li unleashed her strands, wrapping the principal entirely. Evidently, the power of that card was formidable. Although its description was unassuming, it unleashed tremendous force upon impact. This display left Li Wenwen utterly astonished. You possess powers as well?" While Li Wenwen had offered little resistance to Tian Li's earlier action, she now seemed to awaken to the reality. Harboring a profound animosity towards Tian Li, she began to fight back vehemently, leaving Tian Li momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, both individuals harbored their own strength, and Tian Li felt a measure of assurance. Once she had separated them, Tian Li produced her phone, activated the timer, and set it for 10 minutes. After completing these tasks, she addressed the now distanced pair with a chilling tone. "You both have 10 minutes. I will only take one of you with me. The other will face the detonation of my power within." To emphasize her point further, Tian Li exaggeratedly mimicked the motion of soaring into the sky. At this moment, the principal, nearly incapacitated, mustered the strength to ask, "Miss Tian, what do you wish for us to say?" Tian Li raised an eyebrow and smiled at the principal. "Both of you possess extraordinary abilities. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, not just in a single school, but even within an entire city. Yet here, I find both of you. Pray tell, what could be the reason?" Upon finishing her statement, both the principal and Li Wenwen fell into a heavy silence, exchanging glances before simultaneously turning their heads away. "If you prefer not to share, I harbor no qualms about eliminating both of you right here. After all, you are aware that I am officially recognized as an extraordinary individual, possessing the authority to extinguish any potential threats in their infancy. Please, don't take such a drastic approach." "I will speak," the principal conceded, unable to withstand Tian Li's cold demeanor. "Very well, you may commence," Tian Li thought with a smile, already aware of the unfolding events. Despite the principal's adulthood, it was evident that Li Wenwen possessed a far superior emotional resilience. "I discovered my abilities a year ago. I have always been fond of reading novels, and I was not originally the principal here. I merely applied for a security position." "What? You applied for a security role? That seems rather implausible," Tian Li exclaimed upon hearing this revelation. "It is true. I have not lied," the principal insisted, seeing the disbelief etched on Tian Li's face. Sinking to the ground in despair, observing the principal's distress, Tian Li felt she had gleaned a vague understanding and let out a huff, encouraging him to continue. "On that day, I had just read a novel about a male protagonist who awakened extraordinary powers, enabling him to control others. With this ability, he rose to prominence and acquired numerous beautiful wives." At this juncture, Tian Li could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Do you know someone named Song Qiangxiao?" Tian Li pondered silently, wondering if this individual had any connection to Song Qiangxiao. To her surprise, the man on the ground shook his head in confusion after hearing the name she had spoken, claiming he did not recognize it. "Then please continue." Tian Li urged the principal to go on. When they arrived at the interview location, the academic staff member regarded Tian Li with disdain. After merely glancing at her, he dismissed her to wait for further news. This blatant disregard infuriated her, and she thought to herself how satisfying it would be if the teacher were to strike himself in that moment. Then, observing the principal's expression, an ominous thought crept in her mind. Remarkably, the teacher did indeed slap himself across the face, leaving the principal's eyes red, as if he had truly recalled the events of that day. Tian Li was taken aback, and even the teacher seemed astonished after his own action. Suddenly, a thought surged within her, and, as if compelled by it, she watched as the teacher struck himself several more times. Gradually, she realized she could exert influence over others, and within a year, she ascended to the position of principal herself. At this juncture, the man's demeanor appeared to shatter as he began to vehemently defend himself to Tian Li. "But I truly did not do anything else. I merely wished to be the principal here, and I did nothing at all. You lie." At that moment, the quiet girl, Li Wenwen, suddenly shouted. Several teachers had departed. "What? Finally, I've learned about the several teachers who left." Tian Li's spirit soared with excitement upon hearing this revelation. "You are speaking nonsense." The principal, having overheard Li Wenwen's words, who had initially been timid, suddenly lunged toward her, gripping her neck tightly with both hands. For a brief instant, neither Tian Li nor Li Wenwen could react to the man's sudden aggression. In an instant, Li Wenwen's neck was ensnared. Fortunately, Tian Li was nearby. After a second, she regained her composure and, with a surge of strength, forcefully hurled the man away. A dull thud echoed as propelled by Tian Li's power. The man was flung across the room. Tian Li went to support Li Wenwen, only to find herself utterly stunned. Li Wenwen was unexpectedly in tears. Chapter 59. The Yellow Sparrow. As Li Wenwen suddenly began to cry, Tian Li found herself completely bewildered. Her previous interactions with Li Wenwen had led her to perceive this young girl as emotionally detached and lacking in sentiment. "Why are you crying?" In the midst of Tian Li's astonished gaze, the principal's complexion rapidly paled, transforming from a healthy flush to an ashen hue in mere seconds. This unforeseen turn of events left Tian Li utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. When she finally regained her composure and stepped forward to assist the young girl, she realized it was too late. The man lying before her seemed utterly drained of all vitality, curled up on the ground, clutching his head and rolling in distress. Meanwhile, as she observed the disheveled man on the ground, tears still glistening on Li Wenwen's cheeks, an unexpected laughter erupted from her lips. Witnessing this juxtaposition of tears and laughter from the young girl sent a chill coursing through Tian Li's heart. When Tian Li witnessed Li Wenwen committing violence right before her eyes, her mind became singularly focused. All she desired was to subdue the fierce young girl before her. Thoughts of anything else could wait for another time. With this resolve, Tian Li unleashed her abilities without reservation, sending forth an abundance of fine threads that surged towards Li Wenwen. Quick to react, Li Wenwen relied on her agile movements, executing a roll on the ground that narrowly allowed her to evade the attack. Through numerous battles, Tian Li had learned the importance of concentrating solely on the fight. Upon seeing Li Wenwen dodge her strike, she wasted no time and promptly launched a second assault. The delicate threads of Tian Li tangled chaotically around Li Wenwen. Despite Li Wenwen's earnest attempts to evade, Tian Li ultimately proved to be the stronger of the two. Before long, the slender threads pierced through Li Wenwen's body, and Tian Li's expression shifted dramatically. Anticipating the presence of some tainted power within Li Wenwen, Tian Li delved deeper, only to discover that, while there were indeed some contaminated particles present, the card that crystallized in her hand was an effigy card. This unexpected outcome left Tian Li utterly astonished, as the stark contrast in results rendered her motionless frozen in disbelief. "You are not a puppeteer," Tian Li exclaimed with shock. Li Wenwen collapsed to the ground, equally taken aback, replying, "What puppeteer?" Her face bore an unusual look of astonishment. Tian Li observed the innocent expression on Li Wenwen's face and decided to be succinct, recounting the events involving Suya, Yu, and other teachers. "I initially assumed that all of this was orchestrated by you, but I now realize that you too are under someone else's control. The power within you is that of a puppet rather than a puppeteer. It is no wonder that such a young girl like Li Wenwen possesses such formidable strength, capable of sending the man before her into a panic." Li Wenwen, evidently a clever young lady, quickly grasped Tian Li's words. After listening, a blend of embarrassment, anger, and indignation flickered across her face as she pointed at the person before her, declaring, "I am not the puppeteer. The man over there should be aware of what you mean by puppeteer." As she gestured towards the man, who had been cowering in fear. The moment he sensed both individuals in the room turning their attention to him, his demeanor shifted dramatically from trembling to something altogether different. At that instant, Tian Li felt an unexpected warmth emanating from the second puppet card she had just collected through Li Wenwen's extraordinary ability. Tian Li felt an overwhelming mix of anger and amusement. This man dared to attempt to use puppet skills on her. He truly did not understand the gravity of his actions. In her fury, her demeanor unexpectedly calmed, and with a composed smile, she approached him directly. "Do you wish to turn me into your puppet?" The man gazed at Tian Li with terror as she drew nearer, desperately covering his mouth and shaking his head vigorously. "Oh, so you do not wish to? Is it because I am more powerful than you, and that frightens you?" The man's expression shifted to one of acute embarrassment under her scrutiny, yet he lowered his voice to defend himself. "No, that's not it. I didn't mean to." His voice dwindled to a whisper. However, Tian Li discerned the unspoken implications in his words. "You imply that it was unintentional, which means you were indeed behind these actions." Under her relentless questioning, the man's demeanor seemed to collapse, his face contorting in despair as he shook his head repeatedly, vehemently declaring, No, I merely wanted them to be more obedient. I had no malicious intent. They were behaving strangely, and I was left with no choice. It was not deliberate." Such a frantic and hollow explanation could hardly earn Tian Li's forgiveness. His words merely confirmed that he was the architect behind the troubling occurrences in the school. "You are lying," Li Wenwen suddenly interjected, her voice piercing through the tension. This declaration captured the attention of both Tian Li and the principal, their gazes shifting towards her. "You have no idea what has befallen the teachers. You claim you were powerless, yet you lie." Li Wenwen's emotions surged as tears streamed down her face, recounting the events she had witnessed. "That day, I saw a teacher enter the principal's office. Out of curiosity, I followed and witnessed you drinking the teacher's blood. The teacher appeared dazed and did not resist. The next day, we were assigned a different teacher." She continued, "The following day, we were told our teacher had resigned. Yet on the first day, she had promised to bring us snacks in a few days." With this revelation, Tian Li comprehended that the man had spoken, albeit incompletely. He admitted he did not act intentionally, yet he had not denied his involvement. With clarity in mind, she decided to be unyielding. She began to harness her power, penetrating the man's being to extract his strength. As this unfolded, the man writhed in agony, his body trembling incessantly, his face contorted in pain, and his gaze gradually losing focus, becoming vacant. Even Li Wenwen, witnessing the torment, instinctively recoiled. Ultimately, the man could not endure the excruciating experience, and within 3 minutes, he divulged the sequence of events. "It was Mr. Li Mao, who guided me." Upon hearing this name, before Tian Li could respond, Li Wenwen gasped in disbelief. "This is impossible. My father would never do such a thing." Li Wenwen's parents were business people, inheritors of a family enterprise, currently thriving in their careers. As their only daughter, hearing such accusations about her father provoked an immediate, visceral reaction. She lunged towards the man, intent on delivering further retribution. In a panic, the man shielded his head, exclaiming, "I am not lying. It was Li Mao who taught me. I only wanted to be a principal and lay low. But then Li Mao brought people to the school, discover my powers, and I was unable to fight back. Ultimately, they controlled me, and I was coerced into everything that followed. Tian Li discerned that the man before her possessed a rather feeble disposition. Given the gravity of the situation, he dared not utter another falsehood. His current words encapsulated the entirety of the truth. With a stern countenance, she urged him to continue. Unexpectedly, Li Mao requested that I transform his daughter, Li Wenwen, into my puppet. However, I found myself unable to exert control over her. Upon hearing this, Tian Li was taken aback, as she had not anticipated such a demand from Li Mao. The man, trembling and cradling his head, confessed, as I mentioned, the individuals who followed were compelled by circumstance. After I transformed Li Wenwen into a puppet, I found myself powerless to control her or take any action. Soon, I sensed my mental state deteriorating day by day, and I realized my abilities were waning. The incessant headaches became unbearable. It was Li Mao who informed me that I could siphon strength from others. At this juncture, Tian Li turned to Li Wenwen, her demeanor serious, as she inquired, "Has your father awakened any special abilities? Have you sensed anything unusual?" Typically, due to the nature of power contamination and the ensuing mutual absorption and fusion, an ability user would experience some awareness when encountering another. To her surprise, Li Wenwen shook her head, resolutely stating, "When I am with my father, I feel nothing unusual. I believe he remains an ordinary man." "I see," Tian Li thought, pondering why Li Mao, an ostensibly normal individual, possessed such knowledge. After binding the man and instructing Wang Qingcheng to guard him while reporting to Captain Hu, Tian Li led Li Wenwen directly to Yu Yu's location. Upon their meeting, Tian Li recounted the events that had transpired. Yu Yu's expression shifted to one of relief. A complex gaze cast towards Li Wenwen. The unexpected turn of events astonished Yu Yu, yet deep down, she felt a sense of solace knowing that Li Wenwen was not the cold-blooded puppeteer she had feared. After all, she had harbored some affection and sympathy for Li Wenwen in her heart. "What shall we do next?" Yu Yu inquired, keenly interested in their subsequent actions. "Be cautious. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me," Tian Li advised. That day, after reporting to Captain Hu, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng, guided by Li Wenwen, proceeded to her residence. Li Wenwen hailed from a well-to-do family. Recently, her parents had generously donated a building to the school. Thus, despite her sporadic attendance, the school maintained her enrollment. The trio entered Li Wenwen's quaint villa, where a housekeeper warmly welcomed them, inviting them to take a seat in the living room. "Are my parents home?" As soon as she set her bag down, Li Wenwen inquired of the housekeeper. Tian Li and others sat on the sofa, feeling a tinge of disappointment upon realizing that Li Wenwen's parents were not at home. Yet they could not suppress a hint of secret delight. "Beautiful sister, allow me to escort you to my room, where I shall show you my little bear." The Li family's charming villa features a first floor consisting of a reception area, kitchen, dining room, servants' quarters, and guest rooms, spaces designated for communal use. The second floor, in contrast, houses the master and secondary bedrooms, as well as the study of the family. Tian Li nodded, and the three individuals ascended directly to the second floor. As Tian Li ascended the stairs, she cast a brief glance behind her, noting that the maid had not followed. She then subtly nodded at Wang Qingcheng. Upon reaching the second floor, Tian Li addressed Li Wenwen, suggesting, "Let us first explore your parents' study and bedroom." Li Wenwen nodded in agreement, uttering no words, and proceeded to guide the two of them directly to her parents' bedroom. Tian Li let out a sigh. In truth, when Li Wenwen realized that her parents might also be involved, the young girl's spirits had plummeted significantly. Nevertheless, it was imperative to get to the bottom of this matter. Upon entering the master bedroom on the second floor, at first glance, everything appeared to be in order. The room, though rather simple in its decor, exuded an air of sophistication. Wang Qingcheng examined the surroundings closely and, shaking his head, remarked to Tian Li that there seemed to be nothing amiss. Tian Li placed her faith in Wang Qingcheng's judgment. However, to be prudent, she decided to employ her extraordinary abilities for further verification. Delicate strands transformed into luminous points scattered throughout the room. Yet after a considerable duration, Tian Li failed to perceive anything amiss. Exiting the bedroom, The group proceeded to the study, which, in contrast to the bedroom, boasted heightened security measures. The door was firmly shut, and even Li Wenwen was unaware of the access code. "Forget it. Let us directly inquire with Li Maodai," she remarked to Wang Qingcheng. Just as she uttered these words, a voice from below, belonging to the housekeeper, resonated in the air. Chapter 60. Pursuit and counter-pursuit. Upon encountering the man before her, Tian Li found it hard to believe that the elderly gentleman, with his graying hair and numerous wrinkles, could be Li Wenwen's father. Beside him stood a remarkably youthful and radiant woman, making it appear as though they were separated by over 2 decades in age. Prior to her arrival, Tian Li had perused Li Maodai's background information and was aware that the man before her was, in reality, only 35 years old. The stark contrast between his apparent age and his actual age astonished her internally. It was evident that Li Maodai noticed Tian Li's surprise and chuckled. Offering an explanation, "I've been unwell this past year. Please forgive me for the spectacle." Despite his reassurances, Tian Li remained vigilant, recognizing that the man's abnormal aging was undoubtedly linked to the influence of polluted forces. With this thought in mind, she spoke up. "I possess some knowledge regarding health restoration methods. If Mr. Li does not mind, I will be happy to share them with you." Upon hearing her offer, both Mr. and Mrs. Li Maodai were momentarily taken aback, exchanging a quick glance before Mrs. Li expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Tian." To Tian Li's surprise, Li Maodai readily accepted her proposition. Nevertheless, she activated her ability, allowing the delicate strands to penetrate Li Maodai's body. Within mere seconds, a pained expression overtook his features, prompting Tian Li to furrow her brows. Seeing this, Mrs. Zhouya, Li Wenwen's mother, could no longer contain her anxiety and inquired, "Miss Tian, what is happening to Maodai?" In less than a minute, Tian Li released her grasp, exhaling deeply as she spoke. "Mr. Li's condition is exceedingly frail. It is imperative that he receives prompt treatment and ample rest, avoiding further exertions." Once Tian Li withdrew her wrist, Li Maodai's expression shifted from agony to a more tranquil demeanor. "Miss Tian, I apologize, but I have reached this point. How can I possibly rest now? Are you aware of what you are suggesting? Since I have come this far, there is no turning back. I simply did not anticipate your audacity," he suddenly exclaimed, bursting into loud laughter. At this moment, Tian Li finally came to believe that the words the principal had spoken to her that morning were indeed accurate. Such a mad undertaking could only be accomplished by this equally unhinged man before her. Having confirmed this, Tian Li wished to refrain from further idle chatter and directly summon her extraordinary abilities. She had already discerned that the man before her was infused with contaminant particles, and the concentration was alarmingly high. As Tian Li channeled her power, numerous fine threads surged forth, penetrating Li Maodai's body at a remarkable speed, dissolving the contaminants within him. This process was evidently excruciating. Ultimately, this man, who had appeared so resilient, could endure no longer. He collapsed to his knees, emitting anguished groans from his mouth. Meanwhile, Zhouya, witnessing the dire predicament, rushed towards Tian Li in a frantic attempt to pull her away, only to be intercepted by Wang Qingcheng. Foya, disregarding all semblance of composure, clawed at Wang Qingcheng's arm, exclaiming in distress, "Who are you? What do you intend to do to Maodai?" Wang Qingcheng was uncertain whether this lady comprehended the gravity of the situation concerning her husband and child, yet he diligently restrained Zhouya's actions. "Please calm down, madam. We are here to assist you," he implored. The events unfolded rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, Tian Li completed her actions. Now, only Li Maodai remained, crouched between the sofa and the coffee table, clutching his head and gasping for breath. Upon witnessing this, Wang Qingcheng released his grip on Zhouya. She hurried to Li Maodai's side, anxiously inquiring about his condition. He appeared extremely fatigued, merely shook his head, and gently patted his wife's shoulder to indicate that he was all right. Once reassured of Li Maodai's well-being, Zhouya turned a glance at Li Wenwen, who had remained quietly seated at the edge, before fixing her gaze upon Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng with a cold demeanor. "You are not Wenwen's teachers. Who exactly are you?" she demanded. Tian Li is leisurely sipping a cup of tea, the temperature just right, and the fragrance of the tea wafts gently in the air. After taking a small sip, she hears Zhou Ye's inquiry. Tian Li slowly raises her head and smiles. Madame Zhou, are you aware of the reasons behind your husband's declining health over the past year? Or, Tian Li paused for a moment, observing the sudden pallor that enveloped Zhou Ye's face. Perhaps she comprehended why her daughter's health had inexplicably improved, despite the numerous discouraging diagnoses received from various specialists during her early years. No, what are you saying? I do not understand. You are not welcome here. Please leave my home at once. Zhou Ye, upon hearing Tian Li's inquiries, stumbled back a few steps, adopting a stern demeanor as she endeavored to expel Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng from her abode. Wang Qingcheng sighed. As a police officer, he possessed a deeper understanding of the issues reflected in the expressions of the couple before him. Observing Zhou Ye and Li Mao in such a state, he had come to realize that both of them were indeed troubled. Tian Li smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed by Zhou Ye's expulsion. She spoke leisurely. If you are not my husband, the esteemed Mr. Li Mao, his life expectancy would likely not exceed 3 months. Furthermore, your beloved daughter would also depart from this world within a month of your husband's demise. How could this be? This is completely contrary to what they informed us. Upon hearing Tian Li's words, the couple simultaneously uttered gasps of disbelief. Who contacted you, and what has he done? Tian Li discerned the implications behind the couple's words and promptly spoke up. What I have provided is merely a financial backing amounting to several million. Yet the purpose for which this money is utilized remains unknown to us. Upon hearing this, Tian Li could no longer restrain herself and inquired aloud. Given your current frail state, have you not harbored any doubts? Li Mao Dai and Zhou Ye exchanged glances, after which Li Mao Dai replied, We are indeed aware of the discrepancies within my physical and mental state. I can sense that something resides within me, occasionally influencing my decisions. Yet I have always believed this to be the price I must pay. I have just eliminated the contaminating particles from your body, Tian Li stated. Although you may not return to your former self, with subsequent treatment and proper care, you will still have many years ahead of you. Upon hearing her words, Li Mao Dai did not exhibit joy. Instead, he cast a worried gaze towards his daughter, who remained seated. Li Wenwen, my daughter relies on her supernatural abilities for sustenance, he lamented. Suddenly enlightened by the realization that both Li Mao Dai and Tian Ye's intentions revolved around her daughter, Tian Li felt her perception of them improve significantly. This assertion mirrors what that individual mentioned, she reflected. And then we directly employed that person's abilities, channeling power into my daughter's being. Indeed, Wenwen's health rapidly restored, even surpassing her previous condition. However, as Li Mao Dai spoke, his expression darkened once more. A few months later, that man approached us, claiming his powers were dwindling. Initially, I believed him to be merely greedy, thus I provided him with funds on several occasions. Yet later, I noticed Wenwen's health began to decline again, and it was evident that the man was not in good shape himself. And then, you devised such a malicious plan? Tian Li pressed on. It was that individual who repeatedly sought me out, informing us that this was a manifestation of power depletion, advising that in order to maintain Wenwen's health, we must continue collaborating with him. I have heard that you both cherish your daughter deeply, having taken her to renowned hospitals across the country over the years, even venturing abroad for treatment. I genuinely believe your actions stem from a place of love for her. However, Mr. Li, if you continue to conceal the truth, you are merely absolving the perpetrators of their culpability. Tian Li's words were remarkably clear, and both Li Mao Dai and Zhou Ye were astute individuals. After a moment's contemplation, they made their decision. Very well, I said, but our daughter is innocent. Ultimately, it was Zhou Ye who broke the silence, recounting the events that had transpired between her and her husband. It turned out that just over a year ago, Li Wenwen's health had deteriorated significantly, leading to episodes of fainting and other alarming symptoms. Following a series of examinations, nearly all the physicians had delivered grave prognosis. The couple, upon witnessing their daughter lying unconscious in a hospital bed, gazed upon her youthful visage, engulfed by profound guilt and helplessness. Inside the ward, Li Mao Dai grasped Zhou Ye's hand and confided, Not long ago, someone reached out to me by phone, claiming to offer assistance. I found the call rather dubious and chose not to document it. Zhouya continued, tears streaming down her face. Initially, we did not agree to it, but having exhausted every conceivable option, we were left with no alternatives. We cannot allow our daughter to perish. Was that individual the one who accompanied you to meet the principal? Li Mao Dai inquired, his expression laced with uncertainty as he nodded. Indeed, it was him. However, he is part of an organization, and I am aware of several individuals involved. Upon contacting him, he divulged that there exists a transcendent force beyond the mundane world, a force capable of healing my One, allowing my daughter to live on. Tian Li inquired, what method did he employ? Soon, through the dialogue exchange between Li Mao Dai and Zhouya, Tian Li unraveled the sequence of events. After the man sensed the waning of his strength and the exhaustion of his body, he sought out Li Mao Dai for answers. What hint did the man receive? Subsequently, a series of innocent teachers went missing. Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, it became evident that the remaining affairs were largely beyond Tian Li's purview. Fortunately, after receiving assistance from Tian Li, the Li family proved to be quite cooperative. In no time, Li Mao Dai divulged all the information he had gathered to team leader Hu and others. The stronghold of these individuals was a clubhouse, officially registered as a small commercial association. Before long, this association was encircled. Although everyone acted swiftly, team leader Hu soon received word that by the time the police arrived, the clubhouse was already deserted. We were still a step too late, Hu lamented bitterly. Tian Li was perplexed as to why, despite promptly reporting the news to team leader Hu upon discovering the location. Those individuals still managed to escape. She speculated whether they had tampered with Li Mao Dai in that man's situation, suspecting that the two had been partially cleansed of the contaminating particles, which might have alerted the perpetrators. Ultimately, it was Wang Qingcheng who identified the crux of the issue. What now? He pondered, feeling frustrated at the loss of leads. Observing the disappointment on the faces of the others, Tian Li hesitantly spoke up, do you have any ideas? Wang Qingcheng and team leader Hu responded in unison. If we believe they discerned our pursuit through the contaminated particles on Li Mao Dai and others, it suggests that one of their powers may be related. I can attempt to trace them back through the contaminants on Li Mao Dai. The prospect of a breakthrough lifted the spirits of the group. With renewed determination, Tian Li closed her eyes and concentrated on extracting the residual contaminating particles from Li Mao Dai. The concentration of these particles was quite high, and although she had previously cleared some, the prolonged exposure had led to a significant regeneration of contaminants, facilitating her second extraction. Before long, a new card materialized in her hand. Chapter 61. The pursuit to the lair. Everyone turned their attention to her. It was a newly generated card. Its title read The Abandoned Puppet, with the skill description stating, due to various reasons, this puppet was not fully realized, thus it bears no function. Generates a puppet abandoned by a certain puppeteer. A heavy silence enveloped the group as they collectively cast glances at Li Mao Dai. He was equally taken aback by the nature of the card generated from within him, and the sudden focus of attention left him feeling inexplicably anxious. You can utilize this card to trace back the individual who contaminated Mr. Li, Tian Li suggested. At that moment, Zhouya, who had been quietly seated, suddenly exclaimed, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to find Li Mao Dai, looking even paler than before, beads of sweat trickling down his face, indicating a dire situation. Mao Dai, are you all right? Don't scare me. Zhouya and Li Wanwan rushed to his side. Tian Li then had an unsettling realization and inwardly shouted, this is bad. The puppeteer is using their powers to harm Li Mao Dai. Being the most experienced, she quickly deduced the gravity of the situation. What should we do? The others asked. Entirely inexperienced in such matters, their eyes now fixed on Tian Li. I'll give it a try. Team leader Hu, after a while, follow my instructions and administer the vaccine to Li Mao Dai. Team leader Hu nodded in agreement and promptly instructed someone to fetch the vaccine. Tian Li swiftly activated her extraordinary abilities, orchestrating the threads to infiltrate Li Mao's body. Indeed, from Tian Li's perspective, the newly emerged pollutants became exceedingly vigorous, beginning their insidious assault on Li Mao's internal organs and nervous system. Tian Li, harnessing her extraordinary abilities, commenced a fierce competition for the life force possessed by Li Mao Dai. Initially, she enveloped his internal being entirely with her power, gradually encasing the frenzied, corrupted particles that plagued him. Subsequently, she began to dissolve and annihilate these tainted particles. As time elapsed, each second felt like an eternity. Every hour, she had someone administer a vaccine to Li Maodai. At long last, shortly after the third injection was completed, Li Maodai ceased his violent tremors, and his incessant retching finally came to a halt. Tian Li finally felt a profound sense of relief. The contamination within Li Miao had been largely eradicated, and the remaining particles were now enveloped by his own power. Rest assured, as long as he takes good care of himself from now on, there should be no further issues. After resolving matters pertaining to the Li family, her next task was to investigate the organization responsible for the disturbances. At this juncture, Tian Li had crafted her second card. Although it was yet another non-usable puppet card, employing reverse tracking could potentially salvage the severed clues. Following a brief period of preparation, she commenced using the first card to activate its abilities. With her eyes closed, Tian Li sensed a faint resonance, a force akin to that of the card, lingering somewhere within the city. However, this sensation was exceedingly nebulous, making it quite challenging to pinpoint an exact location. After a considerable duration of concentration, the dim glow of the card gradually extinguished, and once the light completely vanished, the card simply dissipated from her grasp. Upon opening her eyes, the others eagerly inquired, "How is it, Xiao Tian? Were you able to sense anything?" Tian Li let out a bitter laugh, hesitatingly shaking her head and saying, "I apologize, it's my first time using this, and I'm not very skilled. I can only sense a general direction, which is in the northwest corner of Guning City." "Is it truly in the northwest corner?" Hu, after hearing Tian Li's words, pondered deeply. That location is rather vague. Moreover, the northwest corner happens to be the most chaotic area in the entire city. This area was once the old town, predominantly residential, with factories and small commercial districts, making the terrain quite complex. Noticing Hu's contemplation, Tian Li understood that relying on such an ambiguous location for a search was indeed a faint hope. After some thought, she retrieved a second card, an effigy card that she had formed from Li Mao's collection. "There's another card here. I could try once more." "Shaoli, you have already exerted yourself too much. You should rest for a while." Wang Qingcheng, who had been silently supporting Tian Li, expressed his concern, although Tian Li did not show any signs of distress. Since the previous night, she had been exceedingly busy. Now, her complexion had worsened, and her eyes were heavy with fatigue. It may be too late. The limitations of this method are significant. If those individuals are too far away, this approach may prove futile. After explaining briefly to Wang Qingcheng, Tian Li held the card and initiated her second use of the ability. This time, she focused all her attention on the northwest corner of the city. With a clearer sense of the location, she navigated through the winding streets, ultimately identifying a position within a certain range. Soon, the second card in Tian Li's hand was exhausted. Just as she was about to pinpoint the exact address, she suddenly felt a warmth in her throat, followed by an overwhelming wave of nausea. This sensation was troubling. Tian Li realized that her second attempt had exceeded her current capabilities. The frequent use of her abilities had imposed a significant burden on both her mind and body, and now she could no longer endure the strain. Tian Li yearned to persevere, yet as the sensations of dizziness and nausea intensified, she could no longer restrain herself and involuntarily retched, opening her eyes in the process. Upon regaining consciousness, she collapsed into Wang Qingcheng's embrace. Indeed, the second card she held had been fully expended, leaving her with nothing in her hands. Apologetically, Tian Li shook her head at the surrounding Hu team and others. "I have detected a somewhat indistinct location. We must act swiftly. I cannot ascertain whether the opposing side has sensed my inquiry." Based on Tian Li's ability to perceive the area, and with insights from the Hu team, it was determined that this location was a moderately sized bookstore that also offered cakes and beverages, thriving due to its proximity to a nearby school. With the location confirmed, Hu promptly led his team to hasten towards it. Tian Li sat in the car, gazing at the swiftly passing scenery, her heart still tinged with a hint of anxiety. Beside her, Wang Qingcheng occupied the adjacent seat. At that moment, Tian Li truly felt utterly exhausted. During her second attempt at reverse tracking with the card, she had been filled with encouragement and support. Suddenly, Wang Qingcheng handed her something, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was a piece of chocolate. Quickly eat this, then lean back and rest for a while. We are uncertain of what lies ahead. Tian Li tore open the chocolate's wrapping and took a bite. The rich, sweet aroma of the chocolate enveloped her palate entirely. After finishing a piece, she felt her weary body revitalized almost instantly. Leaning against Wang Qingcheng's shoulder, she closed her eyes and, unbeknownst to herself, drifted into a deep slumber. Tian Li was roused from her slumber by the voice of team leader Hu. As she opened her bleary eyes, she realized that she was alone in the vehicle. Team leader Hu and Wang Qingcheng, along with others, had already gathered not far from the car, surrounding what appeared to be the stronghold of the organization. Several attendants, dressed in uniforms from the library, rushed out, wielding machetes, and began to confront those outside with fierce determination. In contrast, team leader Hu's group seemed somewhat hesitant, primarily focusing on incapacitating their adversaries rather than engaging in outright combat. Tian Li alighted from the vehicle and took a few steps to reach the scene. The individuals present appeared to be ordinary people, despite their fierce demeanor. Their combat techniques and awareness seemed to suggest they were nothing more than common folk. Are these the only ones? Tian Li glanced around, noting that the area was entirely surrounded by Captain Hu and his team. It was likely that even if there were others inside, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. Alleviating some of her concerns, I fear that members of that organization may still be within. I shall venture inside, Tian Li volunteered. Captain Hu, a man of decisive action, nodded in agreement and instructed Wang Qingcheng along with two others to accompany her. Exercise caution. Should anything seem amiss, contact us immediately. Your safety is paramount. Tian Li and three others entered the study, where the hall lay in disarray, enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any presence. Tian Li exchanged glances with her companions before making their way towards the kitchen. This CAF primarily specialized in cakes and beverages, and the kitchen space was rather limited. Scattered across the counter were some completed items and raw ingredients, presenting quite a disordered sight. A cursory glance revealed no signs of life. Frowning at this situation, Tian Li pondered whether there might be some hidden chamber, as the cards had been exhausted, leaving her unable to continue the pursuit. Just as they were at a loss, Wang Qingcheng suddenly expressed surprise. What is it, Qingcheng? Have you noticed something amiss? He pointed to the items above and spoke. The individuals outside appear to be dressed as waitstaff, seemingly lacking any kitchen personnel. Given that there are both finished products and raw materials present, it suggests that there must be someone in the kitchen, and these individuals are likely the ones we seek. Though Wang Qingcheng had not yet located anyone, his observation provided the other three with a valuable clue. This location must indeed be close to the kitchen. They began to search meticulously. The room was not large, and ultimately, it was Wang Qingcheng who discovered some fresh scratches on the floor in front of the freezer. Excited by this lead, they lifted the freezer slightly, revealing a concealed door behind it. This hidden entrance was quite low and, due to its placement, would be difficult for most to notice. Fortunately, the door was unlocked. One of them tested it with the butt of their gun, and to their astonishment, it opened, revealing a dark corridor beyond. Let us pursue. These individuals cannot have ventured far. Tian Li beckoned a few individuals to pursue ahead. 4 of them stepped through the concealed door in succession, united in their chase. Indeed, within this corridor, remnants of their passage were discernible, solidifying their conviction that this was the path taken by the fleeing individuals. After several minutes of pursuit, the corridor finally reached its terminus, and the vision of Tian Li and the others expanded dramatically. Before them lay the corner of street. As they emerged from the corridor, they discovered that they had inadvertently escaped the encirclement set by Captain Hu. Oh dear, this is problematic. We must apprehend them this time. Otherwise, they could easily vanish without a trace. Regarding the intentions of the 2 individuals, Tian Li promptly expressed his disapproval and conveyed the gravity of the situation to the others. The reason they had located this place was due to his reverse tracking of the puppeteer's power, but such an opportunity one could surmise, would not present itself again. Upon hearing Tian Li's words, the two individuals fell silent, and the group resumed their pursuit along the street. Indeed, after a short while, the four of them spotted two figures ahead, one of whom was clad in a white chef's uniform. These two appeared utterly unconcerned with fleeing. Their demeanor was quite leisurely, and they acknowledged each other's presence in a fleeting glance. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and in the next instant, the power in Tian Li's hands was unleashed. Countless fine threads shot forth towards the two individuals. As they drew nearer, an unsettling sensation enveloped Tian Li, confirming his suspicion that these two were also endowed with supernatural abilities. Conversely, it was evident that the two had discerned Tian Li's identity as well. Sure enough, as the threads from Tian Li's hand surged forward, an unexpectedly sweet aroma wafted into the nostrils of the four. Just moments ago, there had been no scent. Now, it was intoxicatingly sweet. It was clear that this fragrance was suspect. Holding his breath, Tian Li sensed the anomaly and promptly alerted the other three. However, before he could voice his warning, Wang Qingcheng and the other two had already instinctively held their breaths. Ha ha ha, futile. How long do you think you can hold your breath? It would be wiser to concede sooner. The figure in the chef's attire taunted as Tian Li began to call out to his companions. Tian Li paid no heed to the individual across from her. She was well aware of the adage that excessive chatter can lead to one's downfall. The battle raged on, yet the presence of this particular scent significantly diminished the combat efficacy of her trio. The two adversaries opposite her were evidently cognizant of this fact. Thus they began to deliberately prolong the confrontation, adopting a defensive stance. Consequently, a stalemate ensued between the two factions. Through the course of the skirmish, Tian Li gleaned insights into the abilities of her opponents. The one who exuded the odor, resembling a cook, was not adept in close combat. His movements were sluggish, and due to his corpulent frame, even Wang Qingcheng and his companions found it manageable to engage him without holding their breath. The other individual appeared to be the one who had interacted with Li Mao. His close-quarters combat skills were rather mediocre, and his powers did not seem directly applicable to offensive combat. Wang Qingcheng and his companions primarily focused on restraining the first opponent, facing minimal pressure. In a short span, Tian Li's fine threads had penetrated the adversary's body. Once the threads embedded themselves, she unleashed her power to siphon the opponent's strength. This process, if not under Tian Li's control, would undoubtedly inflict excruciating pain on the one being drained. Observing that Tian Li had subdued her foe, Wang Qingcheng and his allies felt a surge of reassurance. With their minds unburdened, they hastened their movements, causing the opponent to struggle increasingly under the onslaught. Upon witnessing the scene, Tian Li intended to rush over and offer her assistance, fully aware that Wang Qingcheng and the others, being mere mortals, found it exceedingly challenging to endure such a battle. However, just as Tian Li was about to approach, the individual still rolling on the ground suddenly grasped her thigh, thwarted her next move. Simultaneously, Wang Qingcheng and his companions reached their limits, and within that fleeting moment of breath, all three felt a wave of dizziness and profound fatigue wash over them. The tide of battle shifted dramatically for Wang Qingcheng and his comrades, who soon caught the attention of the chef-like adversary. At that moment, the person clinging to Tian Li's leg shouted, "Pu Ning Tang, run!" Upon hearing this, the chef, who had been poised to advance, abruptly halted and then turned to flee in the opposite direction. After a few moments, Wang Qingcheng and his companions completely succumbed to their exhaustion, nearly collapsing onto the ground. At this moment, Tian Li resolutely exerted herself, attempting to break free from the grip encircling her calves and surge towards another individual. However, much to her dismay, after several attempts to muster her strength, she found herself unable to liberate herself from this person as hold. Filled with indignation, Tian Li's anger caused even more slender threads to penetrate the man's body, hastening the absorption of his extraordinary abilities. Tian Li lowered her head to gaze upon the man, clinging to her calf. In the midst of immense suffering, his eyes, within a brief span of time, had become veined with crimson threads, and his countenance appeared profoundly deranged. Tian Li activated her skill and a card materialized in her hand. Card name, copy-paste. Card description, temporarily replicate any skill for personal use. Duration, 3 minutes. Limited to skills of C rank and below, and can only be used once. A quick glance revealed to Tian Li that this individual's supernatural ability was the power to duplicate another's strength for their own benefit. At this moment, the chef had vanished without a trace. Soon, team who arrived with reinforcements, and Wang Qingcheng and others were swiftly placed on ambulances and transported to the hospital. The individual who had been apprehended was also taken into custody. As the team surveyed the battleground, Team Hu, realizing that one person had escaped, exhibited signs of agitation. Lighting a cigarette, he cast a worried glance toward Tian Li. Tian Li observed the peculiar demeanor of team leader Hu and spoke candidly. The individuals we have apprehended possess the ability to replicate the supernatural powers of others for their own use. However, it is likely that numerous restrictions apply. The one who escaped, as we currently understand, can emit a scent reminiscent of cake that renders others immobile. Team leader, who nodded in acknowledgement, and then added, the few we subdued outside recently succumbed to a state of faintness, resembling the puppets you described. Now that events had unfolded in such a manner, the focus of the interrogation naturally shifted to the captured individual. When a man was escorted into the interrogation room, he appeared vastly different from his earlier frenzied state. His countenance had transformed into one of stark indifference, and upon seeing Hu and Tian Li, he remained silent, his expression tinged with a hint of derision. As the interrogation commenced, Tian Li merely observed Captain Hu and his colleagues questioning the man confined behind the iron bars. Yet, regardless of the inquiries posed, the man remained ominously silent, leaving both Hu and Tian Li devoid of any information. The morning swiftly passed in this manner. By noon, Tian Li hurried to the hospital to visit Wang Qingcheng. Upon her arrival, she discovered that Wang Qingcheng and his companions had regained consciousness, their minds surprisingly clear, seemingly unimpeded by any distress. This revelation alleviated Tian Li's anxiety somewhat. Is there any news? Wang Qingcheng inquired, munching on an apple that Tian Li had peeled for him. Tian Li shook her head. That individual has remained utterly silent. From the beginning of the interrogation until now, he has not uttered a single word. In fact, Captain Hu has already delved into the background of this person. The man is named Pei Shan, hailing from a troubled family. His parents divorced when he was very young, and he was raised by his father. Subsequently, both parents formed new families, making Pei Shan's life exceedingly challenging, leading him to stray into the underworld during his teenage years. What has particularly caught the attention of Captain Hu and his team is that, just a year ago, Pei Shan's father and stepmother mysteriously encountered a predicament during a trip, resulting in both of their disappearances. They are still recorded as missing persons. Upon hearing everything from Tian Li, Wang Qingcheng abruptly halted his apple-eating motion. Do you think Pei Shan might be involved in this matter? It is quite possible. For many individuals, possessing extraordinary powers could easily lead them to commit such acts. We must devise a strategy to coax Pei Shan into speaking. Tian Li naturally hoped that Pei Shan would speak up. This organization, as it currently appears, is a clandestine entity that poses a threat to society. Should we fail to seize this opportunity to eradicate the organization, it remains uncertain whether such a chance will present itself again. That evening, Tian Li received a call from Captain Hu, whose voice on the other end seemed exceedingly weary. In the afternoon, we had once more interrogated Pei Shan, yet he remained resolutely silent, demonstrating a formidable mental fortitude. The longer this impasse persists, the more detrimental it becomes for us. Tian Li harbored certain anticipations regarding the situation. It was evident that Pei Shan harbored profound resentment toward society, and now, possessing extraordinary abilities, he undoubtedly held the mundane forces in even less regard. However, I do have another notion to consider. Tian Li pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. Given that he, relying on his extraordinary abilities, regarded the lives of others as mere trifles, I too have a solution. Subsequently, Tian Li shared his idea. Upon hearing this, Captain Hu exhibited a fleeting look of astonishment. Early the next morning, Tian Li hastened to meet Captain Hu, who was already waiting, leaning against the doorframe and smoking a cigarette. Noticing Tian Li's approach, he discarded the half-smoked cigarette onto the ground and gestured for Tian Li to come closer. Tian Li entered the room and immediately perceived that Captain Hu's demeanor was far from pleasant. His expression was notably grave. Tian Li observed the turmoil and weightiness reflected in Captain Hu's gaze. Recognizing this, Tian Li understood that Captain Hu's decision today weighed heavily on his heart. Nevertheless, she resolved to let herself act freely today. Relying on you, she thought, with a sense of gravity in her heart, yet she displayed no outward signs of it. Merely walking silently into the room, Pei Shan, an extraordinary being, had been placed in a secluded chamber. Upon seeing Tian Li, he merely acknowledged her with a slight nod, followed by a cold snort, before retreating into a motionless state on the bed. Tian Li refrained from unnecessary words and directly activated her skill, drawing forth the power of a skill card and directing it towards Pei Shan. As Tian Li's power began to infiltrate Pei Shan's body, he finally grasped the situation. Yet before he could react, he found himself dumbfounded, helplessly watching as her strength invaded him. By the time Pei Shan was rendered immobile, it was too late for him to regret his fate. This particular card had been crafted from the puppeteer's power that Tian Li extracted from the man she encountered yesterday. As her power surged within him, Pei Shan's initial terror gradually subsided, indicating that the puppeteer card was beginning to take effect. Once Pei Shan was completely transformed into a puppet, his consciousness would vanish, at which point they would naturally extract the desired information from him. However, even in his puppet form, distinctions remained. For instance, Li Wenwen's ability to retain her consciousness was one type, while Pei Shan's current state represented another. After less than half an hour, Tian Li finally ceased her efforts, her brow glistening with sweat, revealing her profound exhaustion. Tian Li nodded towards the surveillance area, and within less than 2 minutes, Captain Hu and his team entered. At that moment, Pei Shan stood silently in the center of the room, motionless. Upon seeing Hu and his team arrive, Tian Li signaled that they could commence the interrogation of Pei Shan. However, after a moment of reflection, he reiterated his earlier warning. His consciousness can be sustained for 20 minutes. We must act swiftly. With that, Tian Li left the interrogation room to Hu and his team. 20 minutes later, Hu and his team emerged from the room, and Tian Li was already waiting outside. By their expressions, he discerned that Pei Shan had divulged some valuable information. Indeed, Hu summoned several individuals to the conference room, including Tian Li. Pei Shan revealed that they were part of a cult organization called New World, which had 3 superhumans in Gunning City, including the one who had escaped. I have reported this situation to our superiors, and it has come to light that Li Mingqi is also a member of this organization. We have made significant progress, he stated. The others were quite pleased to hear this information. Captain Hu then began to outline the subsequent tasks. Each person received their assignments and departed, leaving only Hu and Tian Li in the conference room. Xiao Tian, what are your thoughts on this matter? Hu inquired, appearing somewhat relaxed as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and began to toy with it. The situation is urgent. Although we have begun to assemble a team of superhumans to form an official unit to maintain order, it seems that the cult's influence is far more extensive than we initially perceived. Indeed, Hu responded, unable to suppress a sigh after hearing Tian Li's words. By noon, Hu had already led his team to dismantle several other hideouts in the city based on the information provided by Pei Shan. Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng were together but did not partake in this endeavor. For reasons unknown, Tian Li constantly felt a sense of unease, an unease that manifested on her face and caught Wang Qingcheng's attention. Xiao Li, you don't look well. Is your health in any way compromised? Wang Qingcheng gently inquired as they prepared lunch together. At that moment, upon hearing his concern, Tian Li, unsure of what to say, inadvertently trembled, causing her hand, clutching the soy sauce bottle, to shake. Consequently, a substantial portion of soy sauce was poured into the pot containing the eggplant and pork, resulting in the dish becoming entirely darkened. Tian Li gazed at the meal before her, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Wang Qingcheng, seeing the state of the dish, promptly discarded it into a trash bag, offering her a reassuring pat on the back as he spoke comforting words. Tian Li smiled wryly and said, Let's hope so. Chapter 63. Between misfortune and blessing. These vegetables can no longer be consumed. Tian Li remarked with a hint of regret as she gazed upon the darkened produce. They had not purchased much today, and now there were insufficient ingredients to prepare another dish. Having endured the apocalypse, Tian Li could hardly tolerate the thought of food being wasted. Perhaps we should order takeout for lunch, she suggested. I'll tidy this up. Wang Qingcheng enveloped Tian Li in his embrace, shielding her from the sight of the forlorn vegetables in the pot. Ultimately, the two decided to order takeout. Just as they were engaged in casual conversation, the doorbell rang. I shall get it, Wang Qingcheng said, making his way toward the entrance. Tian Li nodded and, alongside Wang Qingcheng, made her way towards the dining table by the entrance. Suddenly, as the door swung open and Wang Qingcheng stepped forward to retrieve the takeaway, Tian Li felt her heart race violently. Qingcheng, danger! She exclaimed, instinctively lunging towards the delivery man at the door. In a heartbeat, just as Wang Qingcheng grasped the takeaway, the delivery man seized his wrist with one hand while drawing a dagger from his coat with the other, plunging it mercilessly into Wang Qingcheng's body. Tian Li was on the verge of collapsing from despair. Despite exerting every ounce of her strength, everything unfolded with astonishing rapidity. By the time she lunged at the delivery man, the dagger had already plunged into Wang Qingcheng's chest. Tian Li forcefully subdued the assailant at the entrance, swiftly overpowering the delivery man after the confrontation. Gazing at the figure sprawled on the ground, she drew forth a slender thread from her grasp, dividing it into two segments. The larger portion transformed into a milky luminescence, dedicated to healing Wang Qingcheng's wounds, while the smaller fraction morphed into a resilient strand, binding the delivery man like a zongzi. Qingcheng, do not panic. Everything is all right, Tian Li reassured, feeling tears uncontrollably stream from the corners of her eyes. As if it had been an eternity since she had experienced such anxiety. The gentle power of Tian Li enveloped Wang Qingcheng's wound, but soon her expression changed. She realized that as the dagger penetrated deeper, a type of contaminant particle seeped into Wang Qingcheng's body, rapidly spreading within him. Tian Li exerted nearly all of her strength, channeling it into slender threads, intent on extracting the pollutants. However, she soon realized that while her delicate strands could remove some of the impurities, the pollutants from Zhejiang West swiftly coalesced, drawing from Wang Qing's flesh and blood to form new contaminants. Tian Li, filled with fury, reopened her eyes and, resembling an enraged lioness, seized the assailant lying on the ground, demanding fiercely, "You did this. How will we eradicate these pollutants?" The man, who had already succumbed to her earlier assault, now found himself gripped by panic under her fierce gaze. Observing Tian Li's expression, a mocking grin spread across his face, and in a hoarse voice, he retorted, "It's futile. He will soon either perish or become a pollutant. It's useless." Upon witnessing the man's expression, Tian Li instantly comprehended that he was likely a part of the new world. After contacting Captain Hu, she swiftly transported Wang Qingcheng to the hospital. There, he was administered a vaccine. However, despite all measures taken, Wang Qingcheng did not regain consciousness. Lying in the hospital bed, his complexion had drained of color, and as time passed, his pale skin had taken on a bluish hue, indicating a deteriorating condition. Tian Li had never felt such despair. She had exerted all her strength, yet she soon found herself hopelessly powerless against these tainted particles. Though they appeared devoid of any offensive capability, they possessed an astonishingly rapid regenerative ability. Each time Tian Li dispersed the contaminated particles, they swiftly extracted flesh and blood from Wang Qingcheng to form new ones. She had once hoped to eradicate them in one fell swoop, but in a mere hour, she despaired as the pollutants had already infiltrated Wang Qingcheng's very bones, flesh, and nerves. This insidious contamination rendered Tian Li utterly immobilized. "How is the vaccine holding up?" Hu asked Tian Li. "Fortunately, the vaccine is providing some support, but Qingcheng has already received 2 doses. The efficacy of the second dose is significantly diminished compared to the first, and I fear that it may eventually fail to suppress the pollutants within his body." "Damn it, these despicable beings," Hu and his companions looked at Tian Li with deep concern. The only hope now lay in locating the source of the contaminated particles. Only by eliminating the origin could they save Qingcheng. As Hu listened, his expression shifted drastically, and under Tian Li's gaze, his face turned ashen. That person has committed suicide. Tian Li felt as though the world had suddenly lost its vibrancy, just as she had conceived a glimmer of hope. That person had taken their own life. Those individuals had utterly severed the last thread of hope, extinguishing Wang Qingcheng's vitality. Overcome by despair, Tian Li could no longer contain herself. Tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. She was engulfed in such profound hopelessness that no words could escape her throat. In the hospital room, Captain Hu and the others stood frozen in place, fully aware of the deep bond between Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng. They comprehended the cruelty of forcing Tian Li to witness Wang Qingcheng's departure, a reality that was heart-wrenchingly brutal. After shedding a few tears, Tian Li resolutely wiped her eyes with her sleeve and took a seat beside Wang Qingcheng's sickbed. Closing her eyes, she began to channel her energy with unwavering determination. Unlike the previous methods of enveloping the internal organs and gradually eliminating the contaminated particles, this time, Tian Li's power surged forth like a vibrant spring, almost completely submerging Wang Qingcheng's organs within its essence, cleansing his body from the very core repeatedly. However, after only a few rounds of this intense purification, Tian Li was overwhelmed by a sensation of excessive strain, experiencing a severe headache, dizziness, and nausea that engulfed her. Nevertheless, her efforts were not in vain. The vaccine's efficacy had indeed diminished significantly by the fourth dose. Su Quan had arrived, yet could only stand by, sighing in despair. Thanks to Tian Li's relentless treatment, Wang Qingcheng was still clinging to life. As the third day approached, Tian Li's body began to ache intensely, and the pain rendered her vision nearly black and her ears filled with a deafening buzz. Holding on was a test of sheer willpower. She persevered solely through her determination, enduring the ordeal with grit and resilience. At this moment, Tian Li was completely oblivious to the commotion outside. She had never felt such profound anguish before, not even since her birth. "Enough, Xiao Tian. Let go for now," she heard someone say. Unbeknownst to her, someone was pulling her away from Wang Qingcheng's side. Trembling, she raised her head and was surprised to find that it was team leader Hu and Su Quan who were holding her. "I cannot leave," Tian Li struggled to articulate, her voice barely above a whisper, fragmented and weak. "I cannot leave. Qingcheng's condition is dire. You cannot save Wang Qingcheng if you do not take care of yourself." Team leader Hu admonished, his tone stern. "There is still a way, and we need your strength," Su Quan interjected. "What other way could there be?" Tian Li asked, clinging to her last shred of hope, yearning for Su Quan to truly possess a solution rather than merely offering her empty comfort. "Transform Wang Qingcheng into a puppet, akin to Li Wenwen. This will temporarily preserve Qingcheng's life, and then we could devise further plans." This notion seemed feasible, igniting a flicker of hope within Tian Li, who had just been engulfed in despair. With renewed optimism, her spirit began to stabilize, allowing her to sense the reactions of the outside world. She then noticed that team leader Hu and Su Quan both exhaled deeply, their worry alleviating as they observed the spark returning to Tian Li's eyes. "Bring him in," team leader Hu called out, raising his voice. From beyond the doorway, two individuals entered, escorting a man, none other than the principal, endowed with the powers of a puppeteer. "With all your strength, transform this person on the bed into your puppet, in the same manner as Li Wenwen," Su Quan instructed the principal. The man appeared visibly anxious about the situation in the room, hesitant to raise his gaze. Upon hearing Su Quan's command, he merely nodded and responded in a subdued tone. Tian Li did not completely withdraw his delicate threads. A portion remained within Wang Qingcheng's body, safeguarding his life. The principal began to unleash his power. Since a part of his strength lingered within Wang Qingcheng, Tian Li could sense the principal's energy coursing through him. The puppeteer's power formed a source of contamination, manifesting as a cocoon at Wang Qingcheng's head, gradually spreading towards his limbs, incessantly altering the substances within him. During this process, Tian Li was astonished to discover that three distinct forces were gradually coalescing within Wang Qingcheng. His protective energy, the rampant contaminating force within Wang Qingcheng, and the new puppeteer's power bizarrely amalgamated into a novel strength within him. Even Tian Li, in his current state, could not discern the nature of the new power's abilities. Yet the fact that this newly formed energy no longer devoured Wang Qingcheng's vitality was an unexpected delight. Witnessing Wang Qingcheng's life preserved, despite the uncertainty surrounding the new abilities within him, Tian Li finally exhaled in relief. Feeling somewhat drained, he settled onto the nearby sofa, realizing that several hours had elapsed. Just as everyone began to relax, the principal, still harnessing his abilities, suddenly let out a cry and stumbled back a few steps, collapsing to the ground. Pointing at Wang Qingcheng with his left hand, he exclaimed, my power, it has been siphoned away, siphoned away." Tian Li abruptly rose to her feet. A portion of her strength had remained within Wang Qingcheng, allowing her to continuously monitor his condition. She had momentarily felt reassured when she sensed that the power within him had stabilized. However, upon hearing the principal's alarmed cries, she instinctively summoned the residual power within Wang Qingcheng. To her dismay, she discovered that the concentration of new contaminant particles within him had significantly surpassed what it was before, and it was continuously siphoning the principal's abilities. In that instant, a thought struck Tian Li. The roles of the puppeteer and the puppet had been inverted between the principal and Wang Qingcheng. Tian Li commenced to wield her power in an attempt to intervene. However, she discovered that, for reasons unknown, Wang Qingcheng was not absorbing her strength. Yet, the energy that had permeated Wang Qingcheng's body was passively drawn in by him. In a desperate bid to prevent further escalation, Tian Li urgently signaled to others to pull the principal away, thus creating distance to avert such occurrences. Ultimately, as the principal was removed from the hospital room, Wang Qingcheng lay in tranquil silence upon the bed. Tian Li and others could distinctly observe that Wang Qingcheng, who had been on the brink of death moments ago, had remarkably regained his rosy complexion in an astonishingly short span of time. His expression appeared tranquil, as if he had merely slipped into a deep slumber. It was who possessed no extraordinary abilities, who bravely stepped forward first to gently nudge Wang Qingcheng. To their surprise, Wang Qingcheng responded to Hu's gentle push. He slowly opened his eyes, and, after a brief moment, his gaze swept across the room before settling upon Tian Li. Suddenly, he became somewhat agitated and hurriedly inquired, "Shaoli, are you all right? I recall someone attempted to assault us with a dagger, and it seems I was indeed pierced by it." Tian Li approached Wang Qingcheng, halting his attempt to rise from the bed. She gently reassured him, it's all right. That person is gone. You've seen your injuries. I've dressed them. Everything is fine now." As Tian Li embraced Wang Qingcheng, she suddenly felt his body tense momentarily. Chapter 64. Gu Mingchen, what's wrong? Tian Li immediately sensed Wang Qingcheng's altered state and lifted her gaze to him. His expression was undeniably peculiar. "I feel something amiss within me," he confessed. "It's as though something resides inside my body, filling me with an extraordinary sensation." Then, Wang Qingcheng reached for a mobile phone resting on the bedside. To everyone's astonishment, the device began to dissolve in his grasp, transforming into a fine pile of sand. But the transformation did not end there. As Wang Qingcheng slowly rotated his left hand, the sand did not fall to the ground. Instead, it ignited and, after burning, solidified into a block of iron. The onlookers in the hospital room were rendered speechless, their expressions a blend of astonishment and incredulity. "Xiao Wang, you have awakened an immensely powerful ability." Hu Dui was the first to react, a look of joy crossing his face as he extended his congratulations. To emerge from the contamination unscathed and conscious, becoming an ability wielder instead of a mindless, fallen entity. What extraordinary fortune! After showcasing this remarkable phenomenon, Wang Qingcheng scratched his head, casting an embarrassed glance toward Tian Li. In a hushed tone, he said, "Now, I can assist you as well." At this moment, Tian Li had once again embraced Wang Qingcheng. Burying her head deeply in his chest. Hearing his words, a choked voice emerged from within his embrace. "What are you saying? It has always been you who has guided and protected me, both in the past and now." However, upon witnessing the joyful and surprised expression on Wang Qingcheng's face, Tian Li finally realized that it was not merely her indifference that led Wang Qingcheng to share her sentiments. Fortuitously, it was through this calamity that their hearts could finally be unburdened. Without uttering many words, a profound weariness appeared on Wang Qingcheng's face. Tian Li gently assisted him in lying down, and within a mere half-minute, he had succumbed to slumber, emitting soft snores. Upon exiting the hospital room, team leader Hu and a few others were awaiting Tian Li in a makeshift conference room. Inside, they had thoughtfully prepared a takeout meal of teriyaki rice for her. With Wang Qingcheng's condition now stable and her appetite restored, she realized how ravenously hungry she had become. Consequently, she devoured the meal with great enthusiasm. Though it was merely a simple boxed lunch, it was remarkably delicious, leaving her feeling quite satisfied. As Hu and Su Quan waited for Tian Li to finish her meal, Hu finally spoke up. "Xiao Wang's condition has stabilized, hasn't it? However, the events that transpired this afternoon warrant our utmost attention. We have dismantled several of their strongholds, and they have undoubtedly suffered significant losses. These individuals are desperate and will surely seek frenzied retaliation. We cannot allow such incidents to recur." Tian Li and her companions nodded in agreement, having anticipated such a response from their adversaries. However, Tian Li had indeed been somewhat negligent. She had not foreseen that the opponent, fully aware of her own formidable abilities, would resort to such reckless retaliation. They could not be allowed to escape. She was determined to ensnare them all. After this incident, her animosity towards the organization had deepened to an unbearable extent, and she yearned to apprehend them at that very moment. Captain Hu also nodded, declaring that they needed to accelerate their actions. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would become for them. At that moment, Su Quan reported the new batch of vaccines would arrive the following day, and Xiao He would also be coming. That night, several battles erupted in various locations throughout Gunning City. Before dawn on the following day, Captain Hu, Tian Li, and the others had already convened at a designated site. Tian Li is currently engaged in an inventory of vaccines alongside Su Quan and others, while Captain Hu attentively listens to reports from the battlefield. Remarkably, during the treatment of Wang Qingcheng yesterday, they uncovered even greater gains. In addition to the extraordinary abilities he displayed, Wang Qingcheng has astonishingly assimilated a portion of the principal's powers. Unlike the principal's abilities, which primarily affect humans, Wang Qingcheng's powers are significantly more formidable. He possesses the capability to manipulate certain inanimate objects. A fraction of his strength derives from members of the New World Organization. Tian Li successfully extracted 2 reverse tracking cards from Wang Qingcheng, which proved to be instrumental in the nocturnal skirmishes. Upon our assessment, we have determined that the majority of this organization's strongholds within the city have been dismantled, and the remaining tasks will be entrusted to others. Tian Li listened to Captain Hu's words, harboring no dissent in her heart, and nodded, awaiting his subsequent remarks. Indeed, Captain Hu continued, "There are no significant issues concerning Xiao Tian at present. However, this organization has a vast network, extending beyond this city to encompass the entire province, the nation, and even internationally. With the proliferation of anomalous forces, numerous strongholds have emerged. Our mission remains quite formidable." At this juncture, Captain Hu paused momentarily before resuming. "This is the information sent from Kyoto. Xiao Tian, Xiao Wang, please come take a look." Tian Li and her companion accepted the materials, a modest bag which, upon opening, revealed a photograph of a man approximately in his 50s. The image was not a frontal shot, rendering it somewhat indistinct. Nonetheless, the man's distinctive aura was palpable, exuding an air of arrogant superiority. After scrutinizing the photograph, the two began to peruse the accompanying documents. The information was scant. Gu Mingcheng, the esteemed deputy director of a nationally recognized hospital, boasted remarkable medical achievements. Even an ordinary person like Tian Li had heard his name. Having absorbed this information, Tian Li voiced her confusion. Who is this individual? Captain Hu, noticing the disbelief etched on Tian Li's face, nodded affirmatively. Understanding dawned upon her as she inquired, "Captain Hu, are you suggesting that this person is Li Mingqi's superior?" Captain Hu nodded once more. Tian Li was immediately struck by the profound heaviness of the photograph. These individuals seemingly possessed everything. Why then were they still unsatisfied? Upon hearing Tian Li's sigh, team leader Hu said nothing, merely placing a comforting hand on Tian Li's shoulder and letting out a deep breath. The task assigned to Tian Li was quite straightforward: to collaborate with Wang Qingcheng in approaching Gu Mingcheng, and to ensure the safety of those around them while subduing Gu Mingcheng. A few days later, a couple, a man and a woman, arrived at Gu Mingcheng's office one morning. Given Gu Mingcheng's stature, he had not personally attended to patients for many years, primarily focusing on mentoring students and conducting research. However, since Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng were specially referred, Gu Mingcheng felt compelled to accommodate them and scheduled a meeting. Although no longer youthful, Gu Mingcheng exuded an exceptional charisma. Standing out among those Tian Li had encountered, he was elegant, cultured, and spoke with a calm wisdom. Tian Li could hardly fathom that this individual was, in fact, the person behind Li Mingqi. Ms. Tian was not suffering from any significant physical ailments. At that moment, Tian Li discreetly clasped Wang Qingcheng's hand. As Gu Mingcheng continued to manipulate the pen in his grasp, Tian Li sensed a palpable aura of pressure emanating from him. Mrs. Tian's health was not only unblemished, but could be said to surpass that of the average individual. It seemed that Gu Mingcheng remained oblivious to Tian Li's subtle gestures and continued, "I truly underestimated you. You arrived here quite swiftly. I've heard of you. You're the one who sabotaged Li Mingqi's experiment, aren't you? And you are also responsible for the premature exposure of the New World Organization. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." With Gu Mingcheng laying bare his thoughts, Tian Li felt no need for pretense. Internally, she had already summoned her abilities, preparing to strike at any moment. Clearly, Gu Mingcheng was aware of this, yet he maintained an air of calm throughout, his smile unwavering. "Mrs. Tian, Mr. Wang, there is no need for such apprehension. I harbor no animosity towards you. In fact, if you were willing, we could become good friends and like-minded comrades." Tian Li would not lower her guard simply because of Gu Mingcheng's words. However, she harbored her own thoughts and yearned to hear more of Gu Mingcheng's plans. "We are all individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, and we ought to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Yet, why do you fail to comprehend this?" Once Gu Mingcheng expressed his sentiments, Tian Li realized that he, like most other supernatural beings she had previously encountered, felt a sense of superiority upon acquiring such powers. Immediately distancing himself from ordinary people, "We possess the potential to forge a more splendid world, a new realm governed by us, the extraordinary." As she observed Gu Mingcheng engrossed in his own musings, a wave of despondency washed over her. Impatiently interrupting his reverie, she inquired, "Have you ever contemplated the origins of your abilities?" Having experienced the cataclysmic world of the past, Tian Li understood that the overwhelming force and rapid spread of pollutants far surpassed the awakening powers of humans. According to Gu Mingcheng's perspective, the outcome would ultimately culminate in a post-apocalyptic world where humanity desperately struggles for survival, rather than the idyllic new world he envisioned. "Do you believe that becoming a supernatural being designates you as the chosen one, propelling you to the zenith of existence?" "Professor Gu, you currently occupy a status that many can only admire from afar. Why then engage in such actions? I have toiled for many years, and my existence now is merely a slight improvement over the ordinary. The true pinnacle remains an elusive dream. Yet now, with the heavens bestowing upon me extraordinary powers, why should I not harness this strength to its fullest potential?" Tian Li let out a sigh, contemplating whether this consequence would lead to the collapse of human society. Absurd. At this moment, Gu Mingcheng had already risen to his feet, his gaze directed at Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng, filled with a sense of indignation at their stubbornness. "Since you were so obstinately deluded, then go to your demise." Before Gu Mingcheng could utter these words, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng had already unleashed their respective abilities. However, at an unexpected moment, Tian Li suddenly realized that despite her sitting in the consultation room, The setting had entirely transformed. She now found herself reclining on an antique wooden bed, while a man stood nearby, observing her intently. Tian Li was utterly speechless upon noticing that she had regained consciousness. The man's expression grew even more lecherous. "Little beauty, you've awakened. Your brother has been eagerly waiting," he said, but before he could finish his sentence, he lunged towards Tian Li with an impatient fervor. Tian Li attempted to invoke her abilities, yet met with no response. However, with a sudden burst of energy, she forcefully kicked the man, sending his body careening several meters away. He appeared utterly astonished that such strength could emanate from someone like her. Trembling as he raised a finger to point at her, his words faltering in disbelief. How can a mere woman possess such formidable strength? Since awakening, Tian Li had sensed an underlying strangeness. The arrangement of her surroundings and the man's attire evoked a profound sense of dissonance. Wasn't this entirely out of place? The setting resembled something straight out of an ancient drama. After being kicked aside, the man grumbled as he regained his footing and approached her bedside once more. Tian Li raised her eyebrows as she observed the lecherous man approaching her, contemplating how to expel him. However, when she attempted to act, she was startled to find herself utterly devoid of strength. Chapter 65. A new hope. As the man drew ever closer, Tian Li made another effort, only to realize that she could not muster any energy at all. The man, having taken just a few steps, stood before her bed, and she could clearly see the acne adorning his face. "Little beauty, I have arrived," the man declared, his countenance still bearing the familiar, repugnant expression that made Tian Li feel utterly revolted. Tian Li finally sensed that something was amiss. The kick she had just delivered was no trifling matter. Indeed, the man had been sent flying by her force. Even the most seasoned libertine, after enduring such an injury, would instinctively harbor some wariness towards the woman before him. Yet, despite her keen observation, Tian Li could discern no trace of caution in the man's expression, as if that kick had never transpired at all. Yes, it was as if it had never occurred. Tian Li finally discovered this extraordinary place. So, this is how it is, Tian Li pondered within her heart. Upon awakening moments ago, Tian Li instinctively sensed that she had fallen under the influence of Wang Qingcheng's rare skill. Although such abilities are uncommon, she had heard of them in the past. Furthermore, Tian Li understood that to unravel this skill, one must identify its peculiarities and discern its flaws. Otherwise, it was possible to perish within its grasp. However, to exercise caution, she resolved to observe further. At that moment, the man approached her directly, extending his hand with unwelcome intent. Having formulated a plan, Tian Li's expression transformed. Her prior vigilance melted away, replaced by a sweet smile. Her gaze flickered sideways at the man, and her tone softened. "Oh dear sir, you truly are quite impatient." Tian Li felt an overwhelming sense of nausea. Alas, if it weren't for the excessive consumption of television dramas, she believed she would have already succumbed to her distress. What manner of perversion does Wang Qingcheng truly embody? Tian Li's mind was fervently critiquing the situation, yet her exterior remained meticulously attentive to her surroundings. The man before her appeared to be genuinely captivated by her artifice. Upon hearing her affected words, a look of delight spread across his face. He came to a halt, striking what he believed to be a suave pose, and, to her astonishment, produced a fan from his sleeve, unfurling it with an air of self-satisfaction. "Ah, young sir," she said with a hint of charm, "I find myself rather parched. Might you fetch me a cup of tea?" Tian Li was desperately trying to buy some time, as this was her first encounter with such a situation. She yearned to gather more information and grasp the circumstances surrounding her. "Very well, my lady. I shall fetch some tea at once. However, you must not take this opportunity to escape. Outside there are the Wu Ding, and should they catch you, it would not be as gentle as my demeanor." He chuckled. "Oh, sir, you jest," she replied, momentarily dismissing the man. Having gleaned a crucial piece of information, Tian Li realized that attempting to flee through the door was not a viable option. The solution lay within the confines of this room. Seizing the moment of respite, she descended from the bed and began to meander about the small chamber. Though the room exuded an air of antiquity at first glance, it contained only a sparse collection of furnishings, a bed, a table, and 2 wooden stools, nothing more. Tian Li stomped her feet around the room, finding no irregularities. Peering through the window, she observed a dreary, gray expanse outside. The furniture was quite unadorned, simple in nature. She touched each piece, finding the wooden stool's weight just right, with no anomalies. Indeed, the key to unraveling the mystery lay with that man from earlier. Once her emotions settled, Tian Li felt a sense of ease and casually took a seat on the wooden stool. Upon seeing her, the previously expressionless face of the man transformed, revealing a lewd grin as he extended a teacup towards her. "My dear, would you care for some tea?" Tian Li smiled faintly, yet did not take the teacup. She then spoke leisurely. "I once knew a person whom I believed to possess the refined sensibilities of an elite, detached from base pleasures. However, I was mistaken. He turned out to be a perverse and lecherous man, which left me profoundly disillusioned." After Tian Li uttered these words, she gradually rose to her feet. Ever since the enchanting beauty had entered and spoken that single phrase, he seemed to have fallen into a loop, endlessly repeating his actions of holding the tea. Tian Li had never fetched tea before, and upon seeing the man in such a state, she let out a soft sigh. "Let me put an end to all of this for you," she declared, and with that, she seized a wooden stool and struck it fiercely against the man's head. An odd occurrence ensued. The man remained utterly still, absorbing the full force of Tian Li's blow without exhibiting any instinctual responses of evasion or defense. After a few bounces, Tian Li felt as though the wooden stool in her grasp might be crushed. Finally, amidst a flicker, her senses became disoriented, and the scene before her transformed back into the familiar confines of the infirmary, with Wang Qingcheng beside her and Gu Mingcheng across from her. Tian Li felt a heaviness in her chest. After taking several deep breaths, she began to feel slightly better. She had deciphered Gu Mingcheng's abilities and, at that moment, realized that both Gu Mingcheng and Wang Qingcheng stood motionless. However, upon observing Wang Qingcheng's dazed state and lack of response, she understood that he remained ensnared within Gu Mingcheng's illusion. In contrast, although Gu Mingcheng's body remained still as Tian Li gazed at him, it was evident that his mind was quite alert, as a fleeting look of panic flickered in his eyes. "You are awake," Tian Li pointedly remarked. Drawing a dagger she had kept concealed on her person and lunging towards Gu Mingcheng. The distance between them was minimal, and, with a surge of strength, she thrust the dagger towards his eyes, imbued with a chilling intent. "Wait, stop! Don't move!" Gu Mingcheng's frantic voice filled the medical room. Steadily, Tian Li's dagger halted just before his eyes. A mere nudge would render his vision irrevocably damaged. "Your friend is still trapped in my illusion. You cannot kill me." Gu Mingcheng, now stripped of the composure he had exhibited upon their initial meeting, pleaded desperately. "Extraordinary beings and members of the New World, it seems you are not so formidable after all." A heavy note of derision tinged Tian Li's words. Upon hearing her taunts, Gu Mingcheng's face flushed crimson. "You two are extraordinary. Why aid those mere mortals? If we join forces, the New World will be ours to command." Faced with Tian Li's obstinacy, Gu Mingcheng, though acutely aware of his life resting in her hands, could not contain his rising fury. Witnessing Gu Mingcheng's emotional upheaval, Tian Li suddenly smiled, and with a swift motion, she swept the dagger across his eyes. A piercing scream escaped Gu Mingcheng's lips. Tian Li swiftly activated her skill, and soon 2 skill cards materialized from Gu Mingcheng's body. Tian Li gazed at the 2 cards in her hand, murmuring to herself, "These are both scene cards. If utilized wisely, they could prove quite valuable." Turning her head, she noticed Wang Qingcheng had also just awakened, clutching his head in perplexity. Their perspectives converged, enveloped in warmth. At that moment, Tian Li presented the cards to Wang Qingcheng. The illustrations on both cards were distinct, simplistic images, devoid of any textual explanations. One card depicted a rather familiar scene to Tian Li, an empty room with the silhouette of a man, reminiscent of the setting she had just entered. The other card, however, portrayed an entirely different scene, resembling a bumper car attraction at an amusement park. Both images were strikingly simplistic. Tian Li gazed at Wang Qingcheng, who appeared utterly fatigued. Tian Li hesitated before speaking. "Did you go play bumper cars?" Wang Qingcheng nodded, finally recounting his recent experience. Upon being drawn into the scene, he found himself seated in a bumper car. Although it was indeed a bumper car, it bore no resemblance to the ones found in amusement parks. Its purpose was not for entertainment, but for destruction. The arena featured a total of 5 bumper cars. Just moments after Wang Qingcheng entered, the game commenced. Initially, he felt somewhat bewildered, having not played bumper cars in many years. Nevertheless, adhering to his professional instincts, he maneuvered his car, diligently avoiding collisions with the other 4 vehicles. Before long, he witnessed a fierce crash right before him, as 2 cars collided violently. One occupant was violently ejected from his vehicle, only to be run over by another bumper car, leaving a mangled, lifeless body lying less than 5 meters away from him. It seemed that this gruesome sight only intensified the aggression of the bumper car game. Amidst the rapid impacts and encirclements, Wang Qingcheng was compelled to focus intently, deftly evading attacks that came perilously close to his own car. Upon hearing Wang Qingcheng's account, Tian Li grew increasingly anxious. Initially, she had naively believed that Gu Mingcheng's abilities were trivial, having easily navigated through a scenario. She now realized that Gu Mingcheng had channeled his primary strength into Wang Qingcheng's experience, which explained the simplicity of her own ordeal. Indeed, he has quite the lecher. She scoffed inwardly, yet continued to express her concern. Wang Qingcheng scratched his head and continued his narration. Tian Li listened to Wang Qingcheng's casual remarks. Yet upon witnessing his evident fatigue, she realized the immense effort he had exerted to emerge from that scene. The 2 cards in her possession were indeed worth their weight. Wang Qingcheng observed them with a sense of appreciation. If utilized wisely, they could summon our enemies into the fray, proving immensely advantageous. Meanwhile, Gu Mingcheng's lamentations gradually subsided, though his voice still echoed with unrelenting fury. What benefit do you derive from this? You have now become adversaries to all extraordinary beings in the new world, and there can be no favorable outcome for you. Upon hearing Gu Mingcheng's curses, Tian Li resolved to plunge him deeper into despair. She approached him, leaning in close to whisper in his ear, "Do you ponder why we have come here to find you, Professor Gu? You are reputedly astute. Why not reflect on this matter more thoroughly?" Tian Li then noticed that within mere moments, Gu Mingcheng's expression underwent a complete transformation, shifting from rage to one of sheer terror. Tian Li smiled, aware that an astute individual like Gu Mingcheng would surely grasp the situation. Indeed, your organization has recruited numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities, yet we possess a structured framework. The insufferable Gu Mingcheng was so incensed by Tian Li's words that he coughed up blood. At that moment, Wang Qingcheng, having approached Tian Li's side unbeknownst to him, gazed at the fallen Gu Mingcheng and spoke in a calm tone. "The one who lacks understanding is you. For the majority of us, our greatest aspiration is for societal tranquility, to live peacefully alongside our family and friends. Thus, even for those you refer to as extraordinary individuals, many do not harbor the desire to forge some so-called new world." Wang Qingcheng's words indeed inflicted significant damage on Gu Mingcheng. Such simple statements caused Gu Mingcheng's complexion to drain of color, his spirit diminished, and even the wailing sounds that arose from his blindness grew faint. Upon witnessing the scene, Tian Li and Wang Qingcheng swiftly recognized that Gu Mingcheng's psychological state had been shattered. His previous fervent fantasies had been utterly dismantled. Although team leader who had yet to awaken his supernatural abilities, his willpower and decisiveness were remarkably commendable. Tian Li firmly believed that these 2 cards in whose possession would undoubtedly serve him far better than in her own hands. Moreover, team leader who conveyed the latest commendable news from the authorities to Tian Li and her companion. The number of official supernatural practitioners had been steadily increasing, finally granting them a significant advantage over organizations like New World. "We are immensely grateful to you for enabling us to recognize and address this situation promptly. Had such power proliferated unchecked, the consequences would indeed have been unimaginable." Tian Li was acutely aware of the consequences that lay ahead, which came at the cost of the collapse of human society. As countless beings in that world perished, their anguished cries echoing incessantly. The sunlight streamed through the vast glass windows, casting a warm glow upon the materials within. Tian Li, basking in such warmth, finally felt a profound appreciation for the beauty of the world. This time, humanity shall not revert to its former ways. Tian Li firmly believes